Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The plot tells us that the man has a soul. The boy's eyes were closed. Blue energy was coming from the man. We are told that Edia is the essence of the soul. The man stretched out his hands. The plot tells us that one day, people learned about the Edia of the soul and learned to manifest their own. Smiling, the boy said that when he manifests his Edia, a sharp sword appears. We are told that the word Edia has firmly entered the language. A blade appeared in front of the boy. We are told that eventually, people learned to materialize it. Holding the sword on his shoulder, the boy asked his friend what kind of Edia he had. The stranger replied that he had earthen blocks. A glow began to come from the boy. We are told that then people began to rank each other. Standing over the boy, the stranger asked if he was an E rank. The plot tells us that some equal souls began to be divided into ranks. Leaving the boy, the stranger noted that he would never communicate with an E rank weakling. We were told that people began to be labeled and the school became a tool. Their characteristics were written next to the boys. The plot told us that in order to raise the status of the country, during military operations, people with the highest rank were sent to the front lines, and this school was no exception. Sunlight enveloped the school. We are transported to Hyundai Special Training High School. The boys were fighting on the football field. There was a smirk on the guy's face. He stretched his leg forward. A huge iron axe appeared in his hands. Swinging the axe, the guy asked if this was all that 10th graders could do. He asked to show what else they were capable of. The guy raised his head up. Clubs appeared in his hands. He blocked the attack with the axe. He shuddered and screamed. The stranger began to attack with the axe. The guy's face was furious. Turning around, he called out to Nate. He asked why Nate stood up and asked him to do something. Nate stood still. Clutching his head, he said he doubted he could help in any way. The furious boy screamed that the protagonist was useless. He said they would talk when they were done with this. Bright streams of energy appeared on the battlefield. Nate was kicked. Standing over him, the boy asked if Nate would continue to cause trouble. Clutching his head, the boy remarked that he could not believe that they were in the same class as such a good-for-nothing fool and that they had such bad luck. The stranger asked what he expected, noting that they felt like they had stepped in a pancake. Nate laughed and apologized and asked what to expect from the last one on the list. The boy was furious. Nate dodged his attack. With a slight smile on his face, he suggested that wishing for death was too much and asked if he could just admit his guilt. Smirking, the boy said that they were tired and now he would get it 10 times over for each injured team member. The boy's face became serious. Nate thought maybe if they were tired, it would be better to rest instead of beating him. He looked at the broken box and noted that he would be beaten up all break time and there was no way out. The protagonist started to run away and ask for help. The guys laughed at him and said that he was running around like a beaten bug. A guy stood in front of him. Nate was taken aback by this. The guys surrounded him and said that he couldn't even think about using Edia and they would try not to overdo it, just beat him up a little so that he couldn't complain to the teacher. They kicked him. Looking at the beating, the guys said that they also wanted to hit him and asked why they studied with an F-rank loser. The guys looked at the protagonist with disdain and said that they were ashamed to study in the same class with him and nothing would help him anyway. Nate put his hand on his chest. Closing his eyes, the protagonist stated that he felt like their team had lost not because of him. The boys got angry at his words. The teacher entered the classroom and asked everyone to sit down, noting that he had good news for them. Sitting down at his desk, the boy said that he was not finished with him yet. Raising his hand, the boy asked why he was so happy today. He was asked if he was finally getting married. The whole class began to laugh. Sitting down at his desk, the protagonist wondered what was going on, adding that he did not feel well. The teacher slammed his fist on the board and ordered everyone to be quiet. Spreading his arms, he cried out that their school was recognized by the state. Jack put his feet on the desk and turned to the teacher. Crossing his arms, he assumed that some stupid offer from a dubious organization had come again. The plot introduces us to Jack. He has average fighting skills and is a typical school bully. He noted that this never ends well. Walking towards him, the teacher said that the break was over and asked him to put his feet down. Jack asked with a displeased look if he had enough of this nonsense. The teacher replied that it was not up to him to decide. Putting his hand on Jack's shoulder, the teacher emphasized that it was all thanks to the achievements of the elders. Leaving Jack, he said that from that day on their school would become a site for military exercises. Pointing his finger, he noted that this meant that they would now be divided by military rank. The boys listened to him attentively. Smiling, he declared that they were now comrades in arms. Closing his eyes, the teacher said that all the teachers had been given their rank from lieutenant to commander and now he should be called the commander of the 10th platoon. Sitting at his desk, Jack clarified whether it was the 10th platoon because it was the 10th grade and what would happen to the students. The teacher smiled and asked them to stop complaining, noting that this was a government initiative so they should not shirk and they would have to salute during training and now there must be many people willing to take someone from their school. Raising his hand, the teacher said that they were now soldiers. Crossing his arms, Nate thought about military training. He asked with a displeased look what to do if he did not want to be a soldier. The teacher looked at him with a serious expression. He extended his hand and replied that no one was forcing them, and if they did not want to participate, they should send a request to the authorities to transfer to another school. The protagonist asked again about another school. The teacher answered with a serious expression that this was true, and he hoped that Nate would carefully consider this possibility, noting that he was sure that he himself understood everything. Raising his head, the protagonist asked again. The guys raised their hands and asked why they were suddenly made a military school and asked to name the reason. Holding the box in his hands, the teacher noted that the reason was that the 11th graders had performed well. He poured out many shoulder straps from the box and said that they were the ones who helped give the school military status and all received the rank of sergeant. Looking at the shoulder straps, the teacher said that their 11th graders were the hope for a bright future for Korea and they were noticed by the state. The teacher began to put the shoulder straps on the boys. While handing out the shoulder straps, he said that only the best 10th graders would receive the rank of corporal, and the rest would receive the rank of lance corporal. Nate looked at his back. The teacher told him that the platoon commander could reevaluate the rank at any time, so he would help in any way he could because their future was in their hands. The protagonist raised his hand. The teacher noted that until they had medals on their uniforms, they should try not to lose anything, and later a teacher's journal would be started in which their rank would be noted. Nate said with a serious look that he did not understand something. Walking to the board, the teacher said that in the entire school there was only one student who could not get the rank of private. The teacher began to turn around. He said with a serious look that Nate would just be a greenhorn. The protagonist was dumbfounded by this. Nate came to the teacher's room. He approached the teacher and asked why he was called. Taking the papers, the teacher replied that they would need to talk about his future. Closing his eyes, he said that he would not be able to pull it off and asked if Nate wanted to change schools. Taken aback, the protagonist asked again. Shuffling through the papers, the teacher clarified whether Nate thought he could handle military training, noting that regular school was not easy for him either. He asked if Nate could handle it. Putting his hand to his chest, the protagonist said that he could unlock his potential and asked if he could do it. The teacher looked at him and asked again. The teacher started laughing and exclaimed that Nate could make people laugh. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the teacher had first paid attention to him to make fun of him. The teacher said that the ranking system would make things even harder for him at school and asked if he understood that he couldn't help everyone. Looking down, Nate thought that he knew that the teacher was aware of the bullying and that he just didn't want to have an F-rank student. The teacher held his chin. Nate looked at him and assumed that he thought that he himself would give up because of the constant insults since an F-rank student was useless. Standing in front of the teacher, Nate said that he wanted to ask. He wanted to know if souls could be divided by ranks. The teacher started laughing and answered that it was. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said he understood. He said with a serious expression that he did not agree with this. Entering the office, the teacher asked everyone to take their seats. He began writing on the board and said that since they were now divided into squads, each sergeant must report on attendance. Turning around, the girl reported that there were no absentees in the 10th platoon, the 1st squad. The guy raised his hand and said that there were no absentees in the 10th platoon and the 2nd squad. Looking around, the protagonist wondered what all this army games were for. Leaning on the table, the teacher asked the 3rd squad for their report. Jack raised his hand and asked if this was absolutely necessary. The teacher ordered that the dissatisfaction be left behind. Turning away, Jack reported that the total was 10, 2 were absent, and 1 loser would have been better off not being there. Closing his eyes, he cried out that there were 8 present and the count was over. The teacher announced that Jack had 9 people in his squad. The boys laughed at Nate. The boy pointed at the main character and asked if they had to include the losers in the calculation. Holding a book in his hands, the teacher said that the main thing was that there were no problems with attendance. Wiping the board, he noted that today instead of classes there would be an event on the field and government spies were hiding in the school, although they did not know where exactly. People were standing on the roof. The teacher said that they would observe how they reacted to such sudden changes. Raising her hand, the girl asked to get closer to the point. The teacher imagined a battle and said that there would be fights among the high school students. People watched the fight. The teacher noted that they had already been distributed. The girl, with a displeased look, suggested that the 11th graders fight among themselves, adding that they would not be interested in them. Holding his fist in front of him, Nate thought that he could while away the time by observing. The teacher looked at Jack and asked if he had a C rank idea. Jack frowned and asked what the hell. The teacher approached him and asked what rank his combat abilities were. Jack asked why there were so many questions, adding that he could defeat anyone. The teacher put his hand on his shoulder and said that in that case, his first battle would be against the 11th graders of the 1st squad and the 1st platoon. Jack stood up from his desk in fear. Jack was dumbfounded. The teacher told everyone except the third squad to go to the field, and the third squad had 20 minutes to prepare for the battle. As he left the room, the guy said that he felt sorry for the soldiers who would not receive a normal grade because of Nate. Jack held his head in his hands. The guys were discussing how they were doomed and that they were the best among the 11th graders and they would not win against an F-rank warrior. Jack slammed her fists on the table. The protagonist lay on his desk and thought that he could not believe that he would have to fight with the elders. Jack came up to him and spoke. Smiling, Nate asked if he called him. Jack slapped him on the back of the head. He grabbed him by the hair and said that he was annoyed by the way Nate spoke. Looking at the protagonist, Jack asked if he wanted to get it in advance. Jack pushed him and said that Bruce was just a monster from the first squad. However, standing over the protagonist, he said that it would be difficult for them to defeat him even with everyone's efforts, and he was taking the place of a normal warrior and now the result was obvious. Smiling, Nate asked what the point of him was if they were still going to lose. Jack grabbed the protagonist by the tie and asked if he even understood the difference between shame and a simple defeat. Pointing his finger at Nate, Jack said that it would be his fault if he went down in the rankings. Turning away, the protagonist said that he did not think he was so high as to worry. Enraged, Jack asked again. Stretching out his hands, Nate replied that he hadn't said anything. Grabbing the back of his head, Jack noted that the protagonist couldn't be beaten because he was still needed on the battlefield. Sitting on his knee, Nate asked what difference it made who ended up hitting him in the head. Jack stood up. Grinning, he said that he would entrust him with an important task. Taking Nate by the head, he asked if he could handle it. The protagonist replied that he would do whatever he said. Jack grabbed him by the collar. Picking up Nate, Jack said that he would now be his personal shield. Jack covered himself with the protagonist. The teacher brought the microphone to his mouth. A crowd of students stood on the street. The guy stood with an impassive face. He was the leader of the third squad of the first platoon. Jack was displeased. Looking at them, the teacher clarified whether their squads were ready. Smiling, the teacher turned to Bruce. He looked at the men in suits and asked them to show what they could do, noting that they were being watched by scouts. Bruce looked down and said that their squad would do their best. The teacher remarked that he was confident that they could handle it. He ordered everyone to take their positions. The boys walked with a serious look. The students' faces were dissatisfied. The two squads stood opposite each other. The teacher shouted that they would begin squad fights. Jack grabbed Nate by the scruff of the neck. The teacher said that the leader of each squad was supposed to receive a bracelet. He noted that this bracelet used Eddie's power for protection, but could break from damage. Jack put on the bracelet and said that it would help him last longer. The teacher remarked that when the bracelet broke, they were out. Looking at Jack, the protagonist clarified whether it was necessary to grab him like that. Frowning, Jack said that it was just his shield. The teacher said that this time, given the difference in experience between the teams, additional requirements had been introduced and the victory would be counted to the team that could hold out for 5 minutes. The dumbfounded guy said that he didn't think it was possible with their lineup. Nate looked at his watch and thought that it would take 5 minutes to win. Lowering his hand, the protagonist wondered if the teacher would reconsider his transfer to another school if they won. The teacher ordered them to greet each other. Bruce saluted and said that they obeyed. Jack's face was dumbfounded. He cried out with a smile that the fight was starting. Jack began to drag the protagonist along with him. Nate was dragged along the ground. Dumbfounded, Jack thought that they only needed to hold out for 5 minutes. The guys began to go into battle. The guys began to surround. Standing behind, Jack ordered them to shut up and just protect him, noting that they would win if they held out for 5 minutes. The girl dealt the guy a powerful blow. Bruce knocked the guy to the ground. Jack took off his bracelet. He held it in his hand. The girl jumped up. She turned her gaze. Jack, scared to death, screamed that she looked at him. She rushed at him. Covering himself with Nate, he asked him to stop her and cover him. The girl ran at them. Turning around, the protagonist suggested running in the opposite direction. The teacher stood there with a satisfied look. Winking, he said that he would help him change schools. Nate looked at him. The protagonist started walking towards the teacher and said that it pissed him off. The girl asked if they had a conflict. Nate grabbed her hand. The girl was taken aback by this. The protagonist's face was serious. She used armor with fear. Her body was enveloped in steel armor. Protection appeared on her body. Nate said with a satisfied look that this armor looked simply amazing and her idea was not only strong, but also beautiful. Frowning, Julie asked him not to act stupid, noting that he was keeping up with her. Pointing his finger, Nate noted that their leader was running away. The protagonist looked at the time and noted that he should check the time first. Frowning, Nate thought that there were still 3 minutes. Standing in front of Julie, the protagonist thought that he needed to hold out as long as possible. Smiling, Nate asked if he could call her his sister. Taken aback, he said that she could just be his acquaintance. Looking at the protagonist, Julie asked him to stop stalling and reveal his idea. The protagonist noted that they were destined to meet and that they should get to know each other. Flexing her fist, Julie said that if he continued like this, she would not wait. Stretching out his arms, Nate asked him to wait a minute. Julie asked him to reveal his idea, noting that he looked stronger than his comrades. Beads of sweat were running down Nate's face. He stated that she should know very well how important consistency is. Veins appeared on Julie's face. An enraged Julie was walking towards him. She was approaching him. The protagonist cried out that he was going to show her now. Smiling, he noted that he was going to reveal his idea. A blue glow appeared in his hand. Julie was taken aback by this. Nate grabbed the dagger in his hand. A message popped up that it was a normal dagger with no advantages. Julie stared at him. Frowning, she asked if it was really him. Taken aback, the protagonist asked if she was unwell and if she should go to the infirmary. She asked if he was that F-rank loser. Nate replied that he was and that he was that rookie. Julie grabbed her face and sighed. Holding the dagger in his hands, the protagonist noted that he thought his dagger was no worse than an S-rank weapon. Julie began to walk away from him. She said that she thought he was special, but he dodged by pure chance. Watching her go, the protagonist cried out that she wanted to watch and couldn't just leave. Watching Julie, Nate said that if she didn't stop, he would sneak up on her and attack her from behind. Turning around, Julie said that she didn't see the point in wasting time on an F-rank loser. The protagonist charged at her. Frowning, Nate mentally noted that he thought she would continue to ignore him. Julie was surprised. There was a bright energy coming from his blade. Julie stared at the dagger. Nate started laughing and said that it was really sharp. He was dumbfounded. The guys started laughing and said that it was as expected from an F-rank loser. The protagonist stood in front of her. Turning around, Julie said that he had good reflexes, but it wouldn't help him with his rank. Walking away from him, she noted that she was convinced of everything and suggested that they end it here. Holding the back of his head, Nate asked if he had bought himself any time. He looked at his watch and asked if there were 2 more minutes left. Jack jumped away from Julie and asked if they could hold out for 5 minutes. Julie walked towards him and asked if he should tell him. Jack, dumbfounded, said he was just giving in. He mentally wanted her to buy into it. Julie, smirking, said he didn't have to give in. Approaching Jack, she noted that she would see what he could do. She asked him to prove that he was better than Bruce. Jack started to walk away from her and thought he was out of luck. He stepped on a rock. Jack, smirking, mentally noted that the rock was still so big, just in time. Julie, looking serious, asked how Jack would prove his superiority. Jack, smiling, said that if she was so interested, he would show her. Blue energy began to emanate from him. Julie, taken aback, asked again. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if he had been hiding it. Nate extended his hand and said it was dangerous. He touched the stone with his hand and used extraction. The stone began to rise from the ground. Jack stood on the stone. He used swing with a smirk. A message appeared about the ability extraction and swing. If the object is stuck, it can be used as a weapon and the weight of the extracted object does not matter with a sufficient level of warrior abilities. The dumbfounded guy asked to look at this stone. Smirking, Julie asked if Jack was waiting for the stone that suited his idea to appear. Holding the stone in his hands, Jack cried out that she was amazing. He threw a boulder at her. Throwing the stone, Jack said that he would stomp on her and show everyone the power of his idea. Bruce stood behind him, who said that he would be the winner and asked him for forgiveness. Turning around, Jack noticed that it was a familiar voice. Bruce hit him. Jack, dumbfounded, asked how he dared to sneak up behind him. Julie deflected the rock. He wondered if he could hold out a little longer with his idea. Julie's face was dumbfounded. The rock shattered. She saw Bruce. She was furious. She walked up to Bruce and said that this was her chance to shine. Standing in front of him, Bruce replied that it was dangerous and that it was his duty to protect his warriors. Julie frowned and asked if Bruce thought she couldn't handle it herself. Bruce narrowed his eyes and said that he was sure she could handle the rock herself, but the fool wouldn't stop. Jack swung the bat. Bruce flipped him over. A message popped up saying, "I will catch you," an ability that can actually catch any target and allow you to move within a set range and time will not matter. The surprised protagonist said that they were fooled. Bruce looked at him. Holding the dagger in his hands, Nate cried out that he surrendered. Bruce approached him and asked why the protagonist warned Julie before their sergeant activated Edia. Nate replied that the sergeant could go overboard sometimes and he decided to warn her because he knew what to expect from him. Bruce started walking towards him and stated that the protagonist was not a good liar. Nate noted that he had already surrendered. Bruce rushed at him and grabbed him. Bruce was holding him. The protagonist caught his dagger. Nate swung at him. He stabbed him with the dagger. Bruce jumped away from him. He addressed the 10th grader with a serious expression. Standing in front of the protagonist, Bruce asked who he was. Smiling, Nate replied that he was a warrior from the 13th squad of the 10th platoon and possessed an F-rank Edia. Looking at his watch, the stunned protagonist asked if the time was up yet. Frowning, Bruce asked why he was standing there. Confused, the protagonist replied that he was a little wary of Bruce's intentions. Nate thought that there was only a minute left. Pointing his finger, the protagonist noted that there was a crowd there and they were waiting for him to screw up. Looking at Nate, Bruce asked if he was trying to buy time, noting that he hated people like that. Frightened, the protagonist asked what he could do alone. Bruce clarified why he didn't want to at least try to win. Nate spread his hands and replied that he was an F rank. Bruce stated that this was advice, not a warning. Bruce said that they said that at the end of the battle, the scouts would pick out the worst students and send them to another school. Taken aback, Nate mentally noted that this was why the teacher was looking at him like that. Holding a dagger in his hands, the protagonist turned to Bruce. He approached him and stated that he did not want to go to another school. Bruce asked him to behave properly. Standing in front of Bruce, Nate emphasized that since he was now his opponent, he could not guarantee that he would remain alive. A bloody aura hovered around the protagonist. He raised his head. Veins appeared on his face. A red aura surrounded his body. A message popped up that his dagger was an ordinary dagger with no advantages. A smirk appeared on Nate's face. A message appeared that his physical indicators had increased threefold and he could now determine area and weaknesses. Nate held his face with his hand. A notification popped up that with such abilities, he could easily deal with the enemy and the skill would only turn off if the enemy was killed or his area was completely destroyed. The protagonist adjusted his glasses. A message appeared that he was overcome with the desire to kill. A message popped up about his S-rank perfect massacre ability. Nate covered his face with his hand and stood surrounded by energy. Bruce looked at him seriously. Looking at the confused guy, he said that it seemed that the F-rank dagger was only part of his area. A notification appeared with the skill to catch any target. The protagonist saw the guy in a fighting stance. The system reported that he could move within the set limits, while time would not matter. Nate closed his eye and asked if this was B rank. His abilities were worse than he thought. Bruce looked at him in bewilderment and was surrounded by dark energy. Frowning, he said that this could not be and asked if he saw other people's area. Nate smiled. Grinning, he pulled the dagger forward and apologized, saying that he could not stand it anymore. He would stop him if anything. He stood in front of the guy and smiling, asking if this was true. Bruce frowned and thinking about the unbearable thirst for murder, said that he thought that he had already outgrown the emo stage. The protagonist smiled and asked if he could handle it. Nate was twirling a dagger in his hand in front of the guy and asking if he could rely on it. The girl and the guy were looking at them and discussing why he was standing there. Maybe Bruce didn't want to waste his time on him. The guys were watching them and frowning, shouting that they came to watch him get beaten. Bruce raised his hand in concentration. Standing in front of his opponent in a fighting stance, he thought that he was in an unprotected position, but there were no exposed parts of his body. Julie looked anxiously and wondered what this strange energy was. Watching the guy twirling the dagger, she decided that he didn't look like the loser she had seen before. She looked scared and thought about what kind of atmosphere this was. They couldn't leave him. It was creepy. Nate was smiling, surrounded by red energy. The girl raised her hand and shouted that she was ordering everyone. She and the guys pounced on the main character, giving the order to attack. Bruce watched in surprise as the girl grabbed her opponent by the head, grinning. She pinned Nate's head to the ground. He turned around, smiling, and said that it was hard for him. Bruce looked at Julie, who was sitting, and asked why this was all happening. She frowned and replied that she had the same duty as him, to protect her squad. The guy stood over the guys and said that he didn't need protection. Looking at the calm guy, she asked if he was sure. The girl remembered how she fought with the guy and thought that they had attacked him. Julie imagined how quickly he had flown past the guys. She remembered how they had run after the guy with a dagger. Imagining a confused Bruce, the girl thought that he had reacted so quickly that not everyone would have been able to keep up. Raising his hand, the guy replied that, frankly speaking, he didn't need protection. Putting his hand to his chin, he doubted himself. Bruce stood in front of the shocked girl and asked her to reveal her body before she got hurt even more. He looked at the hairpin on her head. She was surprised to see the hairpin split. The girl watched in surprise as the armor on her crumbled and thought about how the lightning attack had caused so much damage. The guys looked at the broken bracelets on their wrists and asked what was going on. They discussed whether everyone's bracelets were broken, maybe their idea was accidentally turned off. The guy was grinning and holding his head, and Bruce was sadly looking down. Looking at Nate lying down, he called him. The protagonist closed his eyes, smiling, and said that this was great teamwork. Bruce was silently looking down. Nate looked at him in surprise and called. The guy looked away and asked if he had come to his senses. The protagonist was lying under the guys and said that 5 minutes had already passed, maybe they would get off him. Bruce turned around and said that no one would bother him next time. Nate, closing his eyes, reached for his leg and asked how it would be next time. Once was enough for him. He looked at the guy who was leaving, confused, and advised him to practice a little. The main character stood up and, stretching out his hand, shouted that he had had enough. The guys walked away from the guy on the ground. He fell on his back and, closing his eyes, said that it was hard for him. The teacher in the stands looked in shock and said that the 3rd squad of the 10th platoon, Jack's squad, had won. A welcoming voice was heard from behind the door of the director's office. The man was sitting at the table and said that his arrival was a secret. He smiled, folded his hands in a lock, and asked if he had prepared the data he had requested earlier. The director, closing his eyes, handed over the papers and said that this was them. The man leafed through the notebook and, seeing Bruce's data, said that he was a famous guy. The director was sitting at the table opposite and said that he was simply a brilliant student, the best of the best. He was the pride of Hyundai School. The man carefully looked at the papers and thought about the fact that he did not have a single award in high school. Looking at the medal history, he wondered if he had won everything in high school. Had he come to his senses? The principal said that if only he had a higher rank. Holding the papers in front of him, he said that the guy was able to get this far because of his B rank. He pulled out the sheet behind him with Nate's data and thought about it. The man leaned over to the principal and asked if they had a newcomer. The principal raised his hands and said that he was a lower rank than the 9th graders. After much discussion, they had to put him in the combat class. The man tapped his forehead with his finger and thought about how he was interested in his rank. It was very interesting. Pulling out a sheet from the stack, he asked if there was a description on the back, but the principal said that it was not worth reading. The man read that Nate lost his parents at the age of 8, possibly due to shock, was unable to manifest his idea, suffered abuse from his F-rank aunt for a long time, experienced a burglary at the age of 10, his uncle and aunt were seriously injured and sent to a mental hospital, and that day he manifested his idea. The man looked at him seriously and asked if idea usually doesn't manifest at the age of 8. The principal replied that children usually experience this at the age of 8. The man will read again that he experienced a burglary at the age of 10, and that day he manifested his idea. He looked at the smiling principal and wondered what kind of idea this was, which appeared later due to life circumstances, but was an F rank. The man looked at the papers and asked if his fighting ability hadn't changed since he was 10, and the principal replied that he couldn't say for sure, but he had that rank when he came to school. He looked at the questionnaire and the guy and wondered if his overall combat ability was also F rank, or if he was deliberately hiding his powers. The man put the papers on the table and said he wanted to talk to Nate in person. The principal folded his hands and said he thought he would soon change schools because of his rank. The principal turned to the man packing his things. Watching him flip through the papers, he asked why he decided to implement military training in their school. The principal looked at the gloomy man and thought that this was an ugly question. Maybe this was a secret government project or a military plan. He didn't know anything. He stretched out his hands and shouted that he shouldn't have asked that question. The man smiled and said that they were preparing for attacks from the north. He looked at Bruce and Nate's questionnaires. Smiling, he stretched out his hand and said that with such a system, they hoped to help the students change. The protagonist looked at his alarm clock and told us that every morning he started the same way. He got up at 6 o'clock. The guy sat down on his bed and stretched. Straightening his tie in the mirror, he said that he was getting ready. Clenching his fists in front of the mirror, the guy decided that he needed to try his best today too. Leaving the house, he said that he was going and told us that he left the house at 6:30. Nate looked at the sunny sky and said that he came to school very early. Walking down the street, he looked away and told us that it was because he was assigned to clean. The guys stood in front of him and the girl said that he was a 10th grader. They stood in front of a laughing guy and the girl said that they shouldn't waste their time on him, and the guy recognized him. The protagonist scratched his head in embarrassment and asked if he had become so popular. He was flattered. The guy peeked out from behind the girl and said that he was even dumber than he expected, and she said that it seemed like the guys from the first platoon just let their guard down. The guys smirked and said that his idea was an ordinary dagger, it was useless, and how did he manage to resist Bruce, and he, too, was prone to mistakes. The guy was smashing brushes with chalk against each other. Looking out the window, he shook them off and said that they were not erasing. The school is supported by the state, why can't they put up marker boards? He was washing the floor. The guy was running with a mop down the hall and telling us what happened. Two guys looked at him displeasantly and said that his attempts to at least do something still brought some benefit to the team. He did not behave like that with them. The guy put his hand on Nate's shoulder and said that he surprised him. He hugged the guy and said that they did not expect this from him. Passing by, he spread his arms and said with a smile that it seemed like everyone was against them. The protagonist told us that after the fight with the 11th graders, people began to perceive him differently. Jack hit the table, waking up the lying Nate, and told him to get up. The guy got up and looked at him confusedly and asked if he was called, thinking that he was going to beat him up again. Jack crossed his arms and said that he couldn't get the math handout, let him get it, he was coming right now, he needed to rewrite the answers. The protagonist adjusted his glasses and thought that he really wasn't going to beat him up. He decided that they probably stopped picking on him because of what happened. Nate was mopping the floor and turned around to see the guys asking him to do their homework and take their notebooks to the office. He decided that they had started using him for their own purposes. The guy leaned on the mop, sighing tiredly. There was a sign on the wall indicating the office. The girl spread her arms in front of the teacher, saying that the lesson was over. The teacher looked at the yawning girl and asked if everyone remembered that today was the last day to join the unit. The main character looked at the sheet, hearing that it was mandatory for 10th graders, so let them hurry up with their choice. He sadly looked at the sheet and thought about which unit he should choose, whether they would take him at all. The teacher looked at the guy and said that there would be a personal conversation with those who did not choose a unit, clarifying whether he understood. The guys began to laugh and talk among themselves that no normal unit would accept an F-rank fighter. They could conduct an entrance test to make sure of his worthlessness. Nate looked at the sheet upset and thought that they could laugh as much as they wanted. He looked in shock and screamed. The guy looked at the list of units in fear and wondered what it was. Nate frighteningly buried his face in the sheet, thinking that all the units were directly related to the army or the world. The girl watched as the guys in the class talked about going to the team battle division and suggested going there together. The guys happily left the room, discussing that they were excited. The protagonist sat alone in the room. Holding his head, he looked at the sheet and asked what he should do, hoping that the rank restrictions would be lifted. Looking at the required ranks for the divisions, he said that this was just dividing the students by ability. He pointed his pen at the training division, which has no connection with the use of EDIA, designed to develop physical indicators. The guy smiled and picked up the pen. He walked through the room, thinking that there were no rank restrictions here, and it seemed like it was just training. There would be few people there. The protagonist happily walked, holding the sheets and thinking that it was really strange that one division was given an entire hall. He imagined the guys arguing about whose hall it would be and thought that there should be no problems, and the classes were not connected with EDIA. He approached the crowd of people and asked why there were so many of them. Holding the sheet, he raised his head and asked, maybe he came to the wrong place. Nate looked at the sheet behind the crowd and said that he made sure several times that he was supposed to be here. The guy pointed at him and asked if an F-class senior had come. The guy turned around and told his friend that he was a senior, but in terms of abilities, he was a newbie. Maybe he shouldn't stand on ceremony with him. Nate thought that almost all of these were 9th graders. They didn't have to join units, so why were they gathered here? He stood with his arms crossed and watched as the guys shouted that a leader was walking in the distance. The protagonist stood in a crowd of admiring students and asked who this leader was. Nate dropped the sheet and thought that this couldn't be. He needed to run. Bruce turned around at him. He was walking towards the crowd of admiring kids at the door and calling Nate. The protagonist walked up to him confused, and the guys shouted that he looked absolutely amazing in real life. The guy looked at him confused and asked if he was the leader of the training unit. Bruce replied, smiling, that he hadn't expected to see him here. He was surprised. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when everyone was asked to come in and get ready. He was thinking about running. Bruce stood next to him, asking Nate where he was going, while the guy was thinking about the noise that would arise if they started arguing with him again. The protagonist smiled widely, laughed, and exclaimed that it seemed like he had come to the wrong place. Bruce put his hands on his hips when Nate added that he would go have a look around and come back. Then the high school student replied that there was nothing else here. He narrowed his eyes and asked the guy if he would go. Bruce opened his mouth and asked if Nate had come because he expected there to be few people. The protagonist grabbed his tie and replied that there was a whole crowd gathered here. The guy in the vest came out into the hallway when Bruce invited him in and said that it was not so easy to get in. Then Nate replied that he knew him and that his skills were below average. The guy was grabbed by the clothes. His eyes widened. Bruce dragged him along, saying that he was now going to conduct an entrance test, and that Nate would take it with everyone else. Then the main character began to scream that he said he would not do this. The doors were closed. There were guys standing in front of the senior student when he asked if everyone who wanted to was there, and then said that this year there were also a lot of them, and that now they would begin an easy test. Bruce opened his mouth and explained that they would just have to repeat a few exercises after him, or rather 30 burpees and the same number of push-ups, and then 30 burpees and 30 squats again. The girls blushed and began to talk about how strong he was, since he would also do the exercises, and that he had an inviting voice. The other guys clenched their fists, talking about how they could do it all in one go and how they could do it. Nate grabbed his head and exclaimed that they couldn't count on him when someone said that the one who could do 10 goes would pass. The contestants were shaking, squatting, when the guy said that number 2 was doing it too slowly and was out. The guys in shirt sleeves were squatting when he added that numbers 5 and 6 were out because they weren't doing it right. He jumped up in front of the contestants and said that they needed to do it as fast as he did. The man on the floor opened his mouth and said that he couldn't do it anymore. The main character looked ahead in confusion, wondering how anyone could do 30 burpees, the same number of push-ups, and then 30 burpees and 30 squats in one go. Bruce was doing push-ups while Nate was amazed at how he could do it so easily and that not a muscle in his face moved. Opposite the high school student, the participants were doing their last push-ups while the guy was thinking about what kind of monster he was. Someone fell to his knees. In front of Bruce, there were guys talking about giving up. Then the guy said that the first group was eliminated. His eyes sparkled when he suggested that they start testing the second group. The participants looked ahead in fear, saying that they did not think they could handle it and that it was scary but cool. The girl pushed the main character and said that he would go first because she did not want to go ahead. Then the guy said that he did not want to either. He was kicked by a participant in a black sweater who called him a loser when Nate asked not to push him. Bruce was standing in front of the guy. The main character smiled and noticed that the high school student was not tired at all, and then asked him if he was really human, adding that it seemed that the age difference did not matter in his case. Bruce looked down and said that he should not say that. He turned away from Nate and told the second group to start when he said he didn't understand what the senior was talking about and exclaimed that he wouldn't do it. The auditorium was empty. Sweat was dripping onto the floor. The protagonist was doing push-ups, thinking about how he wasn't ready to give in. He remembered hanging on the bar, thinking about how he trained alone so he could stand up for himself. Nate opened one eye, thinking that that's why he wasn't that bad at sports. Bruce raised his hands, and the protagonist realized that no normal person could do that. The participants raised their hands above their heads. Their eyes widened when the senior said that the second group wasn't that bad and suggested they speed up. Nate opened his mouth wide and yelled that he couldn't. Someone brought food to their mouth. Next to the guy sat a girl who had given up and was now just watching from the side. She said that the 10th grader had not given up yet. Two guys were doing squats when someone asked if he was that tough. Then they answered that they could not believe that his abilities were F rank. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he exclaimed that he had already trained at home. Bruce's mouth fell open when he told the guy to shut up and focus. The guy looked at the girl and asked how many approaches they had already done, to which she answered that they had already started the 7th. The other participants opened their mouths wide and said that they did not expect anything less from Bruce, and that F rank was not that bad. The guy in the tie smiled and said that Nate was not bad. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he thought about how hard it was. Bruce opened his mouth and added that he knew his reaction speed was no coincidence and that his stamina allowed him to keep up. He folded his arms in front of him as the guys cheered that he was speeding up and started talking about how they wondered if the new guy could keep up. Nate gritted his teeth and asked if he was serious. The girl held her hand out in front of her and yelled that he was doing well when the guy said that was too much. The two guys were ducking when someone said that F rank was keeping up with Bruce. The guys opened their mouths and started cheering the new guy on, yelling that he could do it. The protagonist gritted his teeth as someone yelled that he was almost there. The guy ducked when the count reached 29. Bruce looked at Nate and said that he did a great job. The protagonist dropped to his knees in front of him as the guys started yelling that he had done it and that he was the only one who had passed. The boy threw his head back and said that he was dying. He looked at the guys who said that they were surprised and congratulated him on his successful completion. Nate lay down on the floor and said that it was not so bad and that he was praised. Someone approached him. Bruce extended his hand and welcomed the protagonist to the training unit. The guy shook his hand and thanked him, saying that he would finish here. The senior pulled him close and said that there was no need to wait and that he could come tomorrow. Nate shook, asking Bruce if he heard him. The guy grabbed the protagonist by the palm and said that training together was much more effective and that he had been waiting for a worthy opponent for a long time. Nate pulled his hand back and said that he would have died if Bruce had added another approach, and then asked about the fact that he did not get annoyed by people like him. The senior smirked and said that it took him a year to find a member for his unit. Then Nate realized that he couldn't hear him at all. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion when he thought about how he just wanted to join the smallest unit and realized that he was in trouble. The guy was standing next to his desk. He opened his mouth and said that he didn't want to train today. Nate sat down and exclaimed that he got there by accident. But now everyone was looking at him. At that moment he was thinking about how Bruce could have chosen the unit. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He remembered sweeping and how he was now being made fun of every day. Then he remembered how his classmates came to his desk and started asking him how he got into that unit. Nate imagined Bruce pointing at him when he realized that if he didn't go, he wouldn't leave him alone. He picked up the bag thinking that he could just break his arm. The protagonist put the backpack on his shoulders when he said that he would just take him to the medical room and after treatment everything would start again. Then someone called out to him. There was a girl standing near the door. When the guy decided that it would be better to avoid him, she turned to him, which scared him. Nate looked away. The girl opened her mouth and asked if he studied here. The protagonist silently looked ahead, thinking that there was really such a beautiful girl in their class. She was standing in front of him when he asked why she needed it. The girl handed over her ID, asking if this was how they met. Nate looked at him and addressed her as a corporal. The girl looked at him and asked if he had a rank and why he wasn't taking out his book. The main character looked down in confusion when she demanded that he state his name and rank. He put his hand to his temple and replied that he was a rookie of the 3rd squad of the 10th platoon of the 2nd squadron named Nate. The guy's eyes widened and he exhaled. He turned away from the girl, thinking that they were forced to memorize this, so he automatically answered like that when she asked about the rookie. They shook hands when the girl said that she was glad to meet him and introduced herself as Anna. Then the guy asked why she called out to him. The girl put her hand to the side and replied that she was joining the 10th platoon from tomorrow. Then the main character asked if she had transferred from another school. Nate walked past her saying he hoped they would get along. He touched the door when he said he had some things to do. He was grabbed by the backpack and asked to stop. Someone pushed him towards the door. The girl's hands were on either side of him, pressed against the door. Anna was standing in front of him when he said he had to go. She opened her mouth and asked him to show her to school. The protagonist started crying in his heart, realizing that Bruce could come in at any moment. He opened his mouth wide and asked her to stop doing that. He looked at Anna when he exclaimed that he was in a hurry, so she should ask someone else, to which the girl replied that she was fine with him too. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when he asked when she even noticed him. Anna looked at him menacingly and replied that she was now. Then Nate wondered if she had gone crazy. The protagonist closed his eyes and agreed to show her the school, asking where she needed to go. Then the girl asked to take her to Sergeant Brooks. The guy smiled happily and exclaimed that she should have said so right away. A man appeared behind him and addressed him by name when he said that he was heading there. Nate looked at the senior student with fear and said his name. He saluted and said that he was just heading towards her when Bruce asked if he was going to skip practice. Anna crossed her arms over her chest and asked if he was Sergeant Brooks. The guy looked at her emotionlessly and asked if she was from the 10th grade, and then said that you need to respect your elders. Then the girl replied that she heard that they have a distribution by rank here. Anna touched the senior student's tie and asked if he was stronger than her. The girl smiled and added that she thought they were about the same level. Bruce straightened his tie and asked if she needed to confirm. Nate covered his face from the heat coming from the two of them, exclaiming that they would crush him. Anna looked ahead and asked the sergeant if he had a girlfriend. The senior looked ahead and said no, and she exclaimed that she knew it because he trained all day and night. Bruce crossed his arms over his chest when Anna added that he could tell and that she hated guys who were too rigid, to which he replied that he didn't like her either, and Nate asked what was going on. Anna closed her eyes and said that it didn't matter whether she was a girlfriend or a fiancé, and that he could have come up with something to make it polite. She opened her eyes and said that her family was pretty conservative when Bruce asked why she was saying that. The girl looked at the main character when she asked the senior to listen to her because she was saying this for his own safety, while Nate was thinking about what was going on and where he was and who he was. Anna approached the guy in the vest and exclaimed that it was good that Bruce didn't like her, and then asked the new guy if he wanted to date her. Nate opened his mouth wide and asked why so suddenly. The girl smirked. She was standing in front of the guy when she exclaimed that they were also the same height and that she liked it when their eyes were at the same level. The main character blushed and, embarrassed, replied that he didn't know. Anna opened her mouth slightly and silently looked at the guy. Then she smiled and said that it was very cute. Nate turned his head to the side when she asked what rank his ete was, to which he replied that it was F rank. The girl looked ahead with displeasure and said that he was lying. The protagonist's face began to sweat as he said it was true. Anna took a step towards him and said it was impossible, and then asked if such people even existed, to which Nate replied that he was a living example. Bruce crossed his arms and said that they had to go to practice when the girl asked the protagonist to stop joking. Anna and Nate looked at the high school student, who asked the girl to leave. There was no one in the gym. The guy was hanging on the horizontal bar. Bruce was next to him, who said that this was the last time. Nate fell at the feet of the girl, who said that at first she thought it was just an excuse, but they really went to exercise. Nate bent over the floor, wondering why she followed them. Then Anna asked if he was okay. The protagonist raised his head and asked the girl to help him since she had already come. Then she asked about asking him for help. Tears streamed down the boy's cheeks as he mentally exclaimed that she had asked him to show her the school. Bruce approached them as Nate said that this was too much, and Anna asked why the sergeant was training with him. The main character was hurt by the words that he was just a rookie. The girl smiled when the senior student answered that in his classes, skills were more important than rank, and that he had been looking for a partner for a long time. Anna approached him and said that she did not understand why she was wasting so much time on him, and then asked if Bruce had seen any potential in him. The sergeant frowned. The girl put her hand on her belt and asked him to tell her what this guy's secret was. She smiled and asked if he had seen what the rookie was capable of, and said that if so, he should answer immediately. Opposite her stood a sergeant who said that he did not understand what Anna was talking about and asked about the fact that she herself had not built expectations about him. The girl approached Bruce and asked about the fact that he would not tell her. She ran up to the protagonist with the words that she would ask him herself then, and then asked if the rookie heard their conversation and asked for an answer. Nate propped his face on his hand and said that she was mistaken and that he was a useless rookie of F rank. Bruce and Anna looked ahead in disappointment. The sergeant silently closed his eyes. He grabbed the guy by the collar. The senior student dragged him along with him, saying that he thought that this ignorance was enough and offered to start training. Then Nate asked him about what he was angry about. He asked Anna for help several times. Magnets were hanging on the school board when the teacher's voice was heard. The man in the red sweater said that they had a new girl. The door opened slightly as he asked the girl to come in. She took a step forward. Anna stopped and smiled. The red-haired guy propped his face up in his hand and asked why there was a new girl in the middle of the school year, and his neighbor said admiringly that she looked absolutely gorgeous. The girl looked at the teacher and asked where her seat was, and he replied that she was sitting at the end with the first squad and asked her to introduce herself first. Nate looked ahead silently. Anna pulled the handle of her backpack. She smiled widely and exclaimed that she liked the third squad, and the teacher asked her to wait. The girl was passing by her classmates when she asked to be moved to the third squad, to which she was told that there were no seats in the third squad at the moment. A dark-haired guy was sitting next to the main character. Anna pointed to herself and exclaimed that she wanted to sit there, and then asked if she could move. The guys looked ahead in confusion. She walked up to her neighbor Nate, who said that, whatever it was his place. Anna slammed the table. The girl looked at the boy menacingly and asked if he could move. Her classmate stood up and exclaimed that he would go somewhere else, so she thanked him. Anna sat next to Nate when she was called. Jack looked ahead with displeasure and asked who she thought she was, then added that he was in charge of the third squad, and asked her to state her name and rank first. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked if she really had a higher rank than him, then said that she had heard that among 10th graders, the highest rank was corporal, and she was a corporal. Anna raised her hand and told the teacher that she would sit there, then Jack said that he was the leader of the third squad. The man in the red sweater noticed that the new girl was strange and allowed her to sit there. Nate covered his face with his hands. The girl frowned. Anna looked at the main character and asked if he didn't like her and why he was acting indifferent there. She hugged him and said that she thought they got along, that's why she sat next to him, and then asked what she should do and suggested not to communicate. Then Nate answered that he wanted to be friends. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when he answered that it wasn't that he didn't like her. Then the teacher called out to Anna. She smiled and asked again. The girl put her hand on her shoulder and said that she had already sat down when the teacher asked her to introduce herself to the class. Anna stood up and said that she would do it from her seat. Jack opened his mouth wide and shouted at the new girl that she needed to stand up in front of the class because it was banal rules of decency, to which she replied that she didn't want to because everyone could hear her perfectly well from there. The girl smiled brightly and exclaimed that she was happy to greet her classmates. Then she said her name and said that she would be studying with them from today onwards. The classmates looked at each other when one of them asked why she was acting so impudent. Then his neighbor replied that he thought she was just popular at her previous school. The girl with blonde hair looked forward when Anna said that she was a corporal and that her Edia was a white jade goblin, while the boy said that he didn't like her bad temper anymore. The girl put her hand on her waist and said that although her parents helped her transfer here, she hoped for a productive study together, and then she asked her classmates to take care of her. The boys turned around. The man in the red suit froze in front of the students, who began to talk about whether she was lying about the white jade goblin. Then a voice was heard asking everyone to be quiet. The protagonist turned his head to Anna when someone exclaimed that it was simply amazing and that he couldn't believe that such a person was studying with them. A mask with horns was shown when it was explained that the white jade goblin was the only hereditary Edia. A sun symbol was shown when it was explained that Edia was not usually passed down through generations and that it had never been repeated since the beginning of time. Waves were shown when it was explained that the soul engraving could not be the same, but there were people who hoped that they could pass down Edia to make it stronger. People in light robes were shown. A blade flashed when it was explained that one family managed to do this to make it more detailed, precise, and dangerous. A man in a bandage was shown when it was revealed that this was the family of the descendants of King Suro. People bent over papyri, leaving their families to dedicate themselves to education and battle. Above the images of the girls, two people held hands as it was explained that in order to protect the bloodline, they had internal marriages, and that all the children of the White Jade family had pale skin. The creature with horns turned its back as it was explained that in this way they had managed to obtain a permanent Edia of the White Jade Goblin, which they could summon. The girl was grabbed by the shoulders as it was explained that only the daughters could summon the goblin. A tree was depicted as it was explained that the family had greatly diminished in numbers, and the line was almost cut off. In a lotus flower lay a baby, who was born in the last generation with a goblin who wielded a sword. The girl held the blade in her hand. She had inherited abilities and hidden skills that far exceeded those of the males. Fingers clenched the hilt of the sword as it was explained that she was the last to possess the highest level of swordsmanship. The blade reflected Anna, special from birth and recognized by her family in heaven. The girl rested her hands on the desk and asked the teacher if she could sit down. The man in the red jacket exclaimed that of course she could sit down already. The teacher touched the board and said that from this day on Anna was the vice leader of the third squad, and then asked the class to be silent immediately. Jack gaped and turned to the teacher with a question about how a new girl could immediately take such a position. The man looked at the guy and told him to shut up. Jack gritted his teeth in anger. Nate turned to the girl and asked about how she seemed to be very popular. Anna leaned on her hand and calmly replied that she was simply magnificent. Then the guy said that he understood. She languidly looked ahead and said that Nate was also special because it was rare to meet someone with an F rank here. The protagonist awkwardly looked ahead. He leaned over the table and asked her to stop this attack since they were allies, and the girl said that she did not want to. The veins on Jack's face appeared when he wondered how dare some girl who appeared out of nowhere behave like that. The boy turned around. The school cafeteria was empty. A hand touched the door handle when someone said that they thought that they needed to change the leader of the third squad. The boy was walking next to the girl when he said that Anna was superior to Jack in everything and that he was a fool, and that she had a much higher rank and overall fighting ability. The man with glasses put his hand forward and said that during the squad battle, Jack gave strange orders, and the girl next to him said that he just wanted to look cool. The guy in the red sweater was sitting at the table when she added that at first she thought Anna was too arrogant, but it turned out that she was great at giving orders. The girl introduced her classmate with a sword and exclaimed that she was unique during battles and that she already liked her. The guy with glasses smiled and said that it would be like that soon when his companion said that it would be better if Anna became the leader of the squad. Jack squeezed the glass. He gritted his teeth and said the name of the vice leader. There was no one in the hallway when someone was happy that it was lunch. The girl turned to the main character and called him a friend. She smiled widely and offered to have lunch together. Nate put his hands in front of him and said that he could not because he needed to clean up. Anna grabbed his clothes and exclaimed that she had no one to have lunch with. Then the guy replied that she was lying because now she was the most popular student in school. The girl crossed her arms and turned away, saying that she hated people who talked to her based on her merits because they only cared about her appearance and never came up to her to talk. She looked at the protagonist, who said that he couldn't because he was too busy. Anna's expression changed as Nate talked about how he had to clean the board, dust and rinse the rag, sweep and mop the entire classroom floor, and help prepare for the next lesson. The girl opened her mouth and said that she thought it was too much for one person, and that she bet even the squad leader couldn't do it all by himself. The protagonist looked away and agreed, her hand resting on the desk. Anna loomed over the guy and asked if Nate wanted to tell her that he was running errands for the other leaders. Her eyes sparkled when she suggested that he could do it for the entire class. The guy raised his hands, laughed and answered that he was helping the others too and that he thought it would cause chaos if the responsibilities were divided, and then he asked to be understood correctly. Anna silently looked down. She pursed her lips and asked again. The girl grabbed the guy by his clothes and told him to follow her. Then the main character asked where and reminded him that he was busy. Anna opened the door and asked him what he thought, and then said that they would go to those scoundrels who were shifting responsibilities onto him. His feet were dragging on the floor when he said that he had already said that everything suited him. The fan was working. The girl approached the guy with red hair and said that she had a question for him. The girl in the orange sweater asked what happened, and her neighbor asked what she wanted. Anna looked away with displeasure and asked if he was responsible for cleaning the fourth squad's office and why he was shifting his responsibilities onto a member of her squad. The boy spread his hands and replied that he was an F rank. She covered his mouth with her hand and said that she was not interested in his excuses. Anna was standing near the table when she suggested that everyone mind their own business. She smirked and added that bullying the weak was very low and that she would not stoop to such a thing, and then asked if he understood what she was getting at. The red-haired boy looked forward in fear. The girl removed her hand from his mouth and asked if he understood what she would do if he did it again. Then the classmate exclaimed that he understood everything and apologized. Anna pointed at Nate and told him to apologize to him. Then he followed her request, and the girl apologized for interrupting their meal. She walked away from the guy and said that they were moving on. Then the main character asked a question about where they were going and that they hadn't already decided on this issue. Then the girl answered that they were going to the teacher, and he asked her to wait. The man in the red sweater smiled and said that he didn't know that Nate was in such a situation, and then added that Anna would now be responsible for distributing responsibilities. The girl smiled brightly and agreed. She folded her hands in front of her and said that she would now be distributing responsibilities in their class. She handed the mop to her classmates and said that from now on one of them would be responsible for the board and the other would be mopping the floor. The guys looked ahead with displeasure and asked why they had to clean. Anna pushed them with the mop when one of them started saying that F-rank loser should do it. She looked at them menacingly and asked if they were really used to shifting everything onto one person, and they answered negatively. Jack frowned and turned to the vice leader. Anna stood in front of him and asked if he wanted to help with the cleaning, and the guy said that she should call him the leader of the squad, and the girl asked what he wanted. Jack raised his hand and asked if he really had to approach her only on business because he just talked to his subordinates. The girl looked forward with interest. She put her hands out to the sides and answered that it was true and offered herself for the leader's place because Jack irritated everyone. The guy looked ahead furiously and asked what she said. Hannah smirked and answered that she would go if the leader of the squad did not want anything. The guy clenched his fists and called her to the roof after school, explaining that they needed to discuss something regarding the squad. Nate was eavesdropping at the door when the girl agreed. She walked forward. The guy took a step. The protagonist followed Anna up the stairs. He grabbed the railing and thought that, as expected, she went to the roof. Nate began to climb further. He looked askance, assuming that their leader would be in trouble today. The guy walked up the steps. He looked through the gap between the doors when the girl asked what Jack wanted to discuss. The guy stood in front of the girl when he asked the question that she herself did not understand. A man appeared behind him when he said that maybe this way she would understand. Two guys approached from the other side. Anna smiled and said that their leader was not so simple, and that it seemed that he was also quite popular. A crowd of guys stood in front of the girl. Jack crossed his arms over his chest and replied that she was still a member of his squad, so he was not going to harm her after this conversation. Anna raised her hand and asked if he was saying that he couldn't talk without a bunch of friends behind him and if the leader had always been such a loser. Jack narrowed his eyes. He brought his hand to his mouth and laughed. Nate was watching from the door when someone said it was time to teach their vice leader a lesson. Anna pointed at herself and asked if he was going to teach her a lesson. She looked at Jack and asked if he was going to teach her a lesson. Jack smirked and said that she needed to explain it in plain language and he would make her regret her behavior. Anna crossed her arms and asked what the problem was. Jack stood in front of her and said that she should listen to the sergeant's orders. A smile appeared on her face. Anna held out her hand and asked why she should do that and whether Jack was stronger or smarter. Looking at Jack, she wondered if strength was measured by rank, noting that he was either stronger than her or smarter. Holding her head, Anna asked if he didn't have to meet at least one of the criteria to be considered stronger than her. Jack was furious. He waved his hand and ordered the boys to reveal their idea. Anna narrowed her eyes. She began to look at the boys' weapons and thought that they had a lot of melee weapons without additional skills. Jack, looking pleased, asked if Anna felt her idea was pathetic looking at them. Anna, looking serious, said that she would not say so and asked if it was about them. Jack, smirking, asked her to stop talking nonsense. The boys with weapons approached her. The evening sky enveloped the school. Jack noted that using idea within the school walls was punishable. Looking at Anna, he emphasized that especially such an idea as hers and she would be punished in any case. Anna thought that these weaklings could use their idea without fear of being caught. Jack had a smirk on his face. He noted with satisfaction that he had gathered 15 guys. He looked at Anna's hand and thought that she needed a blade to show her idea to the maximum, but she had nothing. Jack imagined a crowd running towards her and pointed out that if you compare pros without idea and losers with idea, the latter will win. He cried out that even Anna could not defeat such a crowd. She stood calmly, pointing his finger. Jack said that he would make her regret her impudence towards him. She held her hand to her face. Extending her finger, Anna noted that Bruce was popular at this school. Looking at the sunset, she asked if any thoughts came to them when they saw him. Taken aback, Jack asked what nonsense she was talking. Anna spread her arms and asked if he knew the rank of her idea, adding that she had a different question then. She braced herself for a dash and asked what rank her combat abilities were. The boys were scared. Standing behind the boys, Jack asked what a swordsman without a sword could do to them, noting that they had 15 people with idea on their side and they should not fall for the tricks. Anna sighed. Closing her eyes, she stated that he could have tried that hard during the squad battle. Pointing to herself, Anna asked if he had forgotten what they had been taught in class. A horn grew on her forehead and she noted that according to statistics, a rank fighter could easily defeat 100 lesser fighters. Energy began to hover around her. A message popped up that the White Jade Goblin gives the body of the owner of the idea the ability to summon a White Jade Goblin, and the Goblin's talent is swordsmanship. Anna smirked and noted that when she was in a rank, the forces were always unequal and the main thing he had to learn to get in a rank was to go against a crowd alone. The boys were dumbfounded. She asked what their chances would be if she only had half the skills she had now. The boy was holding a bat in his hands. Stepping back, Jack asked why they were backing up, noting that her idea didn't even have a weapon. Pointing his finger, he ordered them to catch her and pounce. The boy with the bat agreed. His hands were shaking and he said that Anna was unarmed. He rushed at Anna and screamed that they could do it. He swung the bat. Anna smirked and noted that she liked his curiosity, but he believed in himself too much. She had a smile on her face. The boy was taken aback by this. Anna grabbed him. She threw him at the boys. Several boys were lying on the ground. Anna rushed into battle. She swung her fist. She hit the guy. The guy fell from her blow. Anna stepped on the stranger. The guys around her were lying on the ground. The guy tried to get up and said that she was invincible even without a sword. Bowing his head, he said that they were nothing against an rank area. Sitting in front of the guy, Anna said that they gave up quickly and that was why they would not get an a rank. The guy, looking sad, asked what she even knew, noting that she was special from birth. He clarified if Anna thought that he had not tried at all, adding that she was the chosen one and she would not understand what it was like. Anna looked at him with a serious expression. The guy looked at her and asked if someone born with the strongest idea could understand the bitterness of an ordinary person. Bowing her head, Anna said that he could continue to think so, but in fact, her fighting ability was originally D rank. Taken aback, the guy asked again. Jack pointed his finger at her and asked her to stop lying, noting that there wasn't a single person in the entire country who hadn't heard of her family. Jack, furious, yelled that she could have come up with something more interesting to manipulate. He asked who would believe that someone like her had no talent. Anna spread her hands and said that she agreed, saying that her idea was a rank and her combat abilities were D, which made her untalented. Anna grinned and said that she didn't want to take out her sword, but Edia was asking for it. The dumbfounded boys said that it couldn't be and that it was a lie. She looked at them and said that they would never acknowledge her efforts. She said with a serious expression that she didn't care. She looked at her hand and said that she would just show them. Clenching her hand into a fist, Anna added that she would show them the amount of effort she had put into practice. The boys rushed at her and asked her to shut up. Standing in the middle of the boys, Anna said that they were no match for her even with weapons. Sunset enveloped the city. Jack was the only one standing. Anna noted that it was a small matter. Looking at the unconscious boys, Anna asked if he understood that she had deliberately left him for last. Closing his eyes, Jack replied that trash belonged in the trash can. Holding his neck, Anna asked if he understood that everything would be over when she dealt with him. Jack smiled and replied that it was so and that nothing could be done. He spread his arms and suggested that they settle it. Anna narrowed her eyes and wondered what this careless confidence was and whether he was hiding something under his sweater. She seriously noted that if so, she rushed at him and asked him to relax his stomach. She swung at his stomach. Jack grinned and thought that she had fallen for it, and he knew that she had deliberately avoided punches to the face and understood that she would be punished if everything was revealed. Anna swung at him. Jack mentally noted that he would take this blow. Anna was taken aback by this. Jack looked at her blow and thought that if he pretended that she had beaten him, he would hardly get punished and pain was a small price to pay for her suffering. There was a smirk on his face. Her fist was suddenly stopped. Nate caught her fist and said that he needed a little more. Taken aback, Jack asked if he was a loser. The protagonist stated that this neat nose could have been damaged. There were shards in his hand. A dumbfounded Jack asked what Nate was doing there. The protagonist stepped on his hand and said that it was a mistake. He asked with a smile if the sergeant was okay. A furious Jack asked if Anna had called this fool. Pointing her finger, she stated that Nate had followed her himself. The tearful protagonist said that he was not welcome anywhere. Anna thought that she had managed to resolve the situation by shifting her focus to another part of Jack's body. The horn had disappeared from her forehead. She looked at the entrance to the roof and wondered how he had managed to get from the door to there in such a short time. She imagined Nate running at great speed. She remembered swinging her fist. The protagonist had caught her fist. Anna emphasized the fact that he had opened the door, run and stood between her and Jack before her fist had touched the fool's face. Anna was dumbfounded. She noted that he managed to completely block the blow and his overall combat ability could not be F rank. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that the sun was already setting. Anna wondered who Nate was. She looked at her hand in surprise. Looking at the shards, Anna wondered if it was plastic. As Nate left the roof, he informed Jack that it was already sunset and suggested that they go home and forget about what happened. Jack clutched his chest and asked who he was to decide for him. He pointed his finger at them and screamed that they were both doomed if he complained to the teacher. Nate, horrified, asked what he did, noting that he protected him. Anna pointed at him and said that their cute newbie really did protect his ugly face and his antics were over. Jack smirked and asked who said that. Standing in front of them, Jack screamed that he was writing everything down. He noted with satisfaction that he was the one with the video recording. Pointing down, Nate asked if he was talking about this camera. There was a broken camera on the ground. Jack was dumbfounded. The protagonist said that he thought it was just part of the interior and now he understood everything. Holding his head, Nate noted that he simply saw something in the wall and decided to use it to soften the blow and did not think it was Jack. Anna kicked the camera and assumed that Jack's plans were over. She said that she was interested in something else now. She grabbed the protagonist and asked how he stopped her blow. Stretching out his hands, Nate cried out that he helped her. The guys were surprised to hear that the camera was broken because of this loser. The second guy asked if it was really not only skills that helped rank fighters, but also luck. They looked at the guys. Anna started walking towards them. The dumbfounded guy asked again. She ordered them to stop whining about their rank and start learning from their newbie with an angry look. She asked them to think about it carefully before it was too late. The guy was surprised by these words. Anna started to leave with him. Nate cried out that she was just like Bruce now. Anna asked who said she was interested in this fool. Jack watched as the door slammed shut. They were left on the roof with a sad look. Nate had a bloody blade in his hand. Screams for help were heard. The wall was splattered with blood. The protagonist was walking towards the man. The guy asked them not to approach him, noting that he was a monster. The floor was stained with blood. The whole room was stained. Nate said that he and his uncle were the same. He left bloody footprints. He looked at the corpse. Grinning, the protagonist asked his uncle if that was true. Nate suddenly woke up. He looked at the alarm clock. The protagonist grabbed his face. He was holding his head. He noticed that he had this dream again. There were yellow leaves on the tree. Anna looked at the sad Nate. Taken aback, she said that he was acting strange today and asked if something was wrong. Smiling, Nate replied that they were just a little tired and asked where they were going. Looking at the guys, Anna replied that she didn't know, noting that the teacher had only told the sergeants, but since there would be a lesson with the first aid class now, she thought they were heading towards them. The guys were walking down the street. Looking at the building, they were discussing why they were outside. Jack raised his hand and ordered the squad to stop. The guys approached them and asked if they were from Hyundai High School. The guys said with a satisfied look that it was the first time they saw students from this school. Jack was furious. Walking towards the girl, he asked who they were. The girl held out her hand and said that they would be more interested in seeing Anna and that she was smart and pretty. Jack frowned and said that Anna was the vice leader of his squad and that if they had anything to say, they could say it to him. The girls chuckled and began to discuss how their attempts to appear military were ridiculous. Jack waved his hand and shouted that he was the sergeant of the 3rd Squad of the 10th Platoon of Hyundai Special Training High School and asked who they were. The girls stood in front of him and asked who they looked like. Angrily, Jack replied that they were pieces of trash. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that it was not right to make fun of other schools. As the guy walked out of the crowd, he apologized, noting that their guys were overexcited. The guy walked out to them. Holding out his hand, the guy said that they were from S1 High School. Closing his eyes, he remarked that he was glad to meet a comrade from Hyundai. Jack hit him on the arm and asked him to explain what was going on. The guy smiled and suggested that they calm down. Anna approached him and asked him to stop. She asked him with a serious expression if Jack had noticed how their training rating had dropped. She looked at the guy and replied that they were also glad to meet him. He smiled and exclaimed that it was nice to meet him and introduced himself as Chuck. Anna looked at his hand. She stood in front of him and informed him that their squad had come to a joint lesson with the first aid class. She asked what the students from S1 were doing there. Anna looked at him and asked if he could explain. Chuck laughed and replied that they were the first aid class they were looking for. The students were standing behind him. Chuck emphasized that they were the 10th first aid class from S1 High School and they were looking forward to today. They were standing in front of the glass bank building. Chuck said that they did not know why they had to go to the bank. He had only heard that today was a joint lesson with the students from Hyundai High School. The boys started walking towards the entrance. Chuck opened the door and assumed that both schools cooperated with this bank and that 2 classes could easily fit there. They were met by a security guard. Chuck was taken aback and said that it was closed especially for them and that there was not a single visitor there. The man approached them and asked if they were going to class. The boys were standing in front of the students. Anna came out to them and said that they were from the 3rd Squad, the 10th Platoon. She approached the man and said that she was Vice Leader Anna and had been looking forward to this day. Smiling, the man said that she was smart beyond her years. She asked with a serious look to tell him what they were going to do today. Nate watched the man, who exclaimed that he would take her into their bank when she grew up. The protagonist thought that they were treated like children. Looking at the office, Nate noticed that they did not take their fighting abilities into account at all. Anna stood with her arms crossed. She reached for the blade. The main character noted that although the student will still be able to do little in the bank, he will have to try. Taking the sword, she apologized to Chuck. He looked at her with a smile. Looking at the room, Anna asked him to divide his class into 4 temporary squads, noting that they needed to present themselves in a good light in front of the bank. Looking at the guys, she said that she was not sure if there were any teachers nearby. The man looked at the students and asked if they wanted something to drink or eat. She noted with a displeased look that they were too careless, little consumers, and no one took what was happening seriously. Anna turned around and saw a guy who said that they were going to get coffee. He noted that there was a coffee machine in the cafeteria and that they could buy other drinks there. Anna was confused by this. She mentally wondered if something could go wrong. He put down her blade and clarified if it was possible to buy any drinks at all. She walked down the hallway. Standing by the wall, Nate said that everyone was relaxed. Chuck approached him and greeted him. The dumbfounded protagonist reciprocated. Chuck asked if Nate was with Anna. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if this was Chuck from S1 High School and how he knew. Nate's face was serious. He asked with a satisfied look if Chuck wanted him to ask her out on a date with him, noting that he would do just fine. Chuck stretched out his hands and said that he did not. Showing his pockets, Nate said that he would not be able to buy bread because he was penniless. Chuck said that he did not need bread. The protagonist asked what he wanted then. Chuck said with a smile that he was interested in him. Chuck kept his hands behind his back. Chuck closed his eyes and offered him something to drink. Pointing behind him, Chuck noted that he saw a drink machine there. The protagonist agreed with a serious look. He wondered if he should report this to the sergeant or the vice leader. He looked at the guys. He remarked that he thought that everything would be fine anyway. The soda fell out of the machine. Nate took it out. The protagonist started drinking it. Nate closed his eyes and cried out that he was cold. Chuck noted that the protagonist seemed so carefree. He asked if Nate was hiding his abilities from Hyundai High School. The protagonist spat out the soda after hearing that. Nate replied that he didn't care. Chuck thought with a serious expression that the protagonist didn't fit in at all with the class and seemed like an odd one out. He wondered why Nate seemed so carefree. The protagonist smiled and said that it was his motto in life. Chuck smiled and replied that it was cool. He asked what rank his fighting abilities were. Nate replied with a serious expression that his abilities were F rank. Chuck was dumbfounded that the protagonist was lying. Nate noted that his idea was also an F rank and that he was the champion of losers. Standing in front of him, Chuck asked if he was testing him. The protagonist replied that he was not. Chuck mentally noted that it was even stranger then and asked what kind of wind was in his head. Nate threw the can and asked what Chuck wanted to talk about. The can bounced off the wall and landed in the trash can. Chuck was surprised. Pointing his finger, Chuck asked how he did it. Stunned, Nate replied that he simply threw the can. Chuck said that was simply incredible. He swung and said that he would try too. The protagonist noted that he could do it. The can flew past the trash can. Reaching for the can, Chuck said that it was not that easy. Nate said that he had bad reflexes. Picking up the can, Chuck noted that he was not very good at fighting, so he transferred to the first aid department. Chuck approached the trash can and asked if Nate was really an F rank. Chuck threw the can away and asked how such a loser could survive in the combat class. Nate smiled and said that Anna and Luck helped him. The protagonist looked at him and asked what about his idea. Chuck's hand turned into a blade. A message about the hand blade ability popped up and it turns the hand into a blade. Looking at the blade, Nate noted that it was a good idea and Chuck had great potential. Looking at his hand, Chuck said that he heard it all the time, but it had not changed at all over time. He clenched his hand into a fist. The protagonist asked if Chuck was interested in his rank because he wanted to transfer to the combat class. Chuck was taken aback by this question. Smiling, he replied that it was. The protagonist's face was furious. As Nate walked away from Chuck, he suggested that first aid was better and that Chuck could save people and that it was 1,000 times better than developing his fighting skills. Chuck was confused and asked if that was true. The protagonist replied that it was. He had a smirk on his face. Nate put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to be simpler and more confident. Removing his hand from his shoulder, the protagonist thought that he was jealous if only he could use Edia to save people. The protagonist started to walk away and suggested that they go back. The bus was driving down the street. The teacher approached the boys and apologized for being late. The man looked at him and suggested that the children had already left. He showed the form and suggested that they start giving grades. The teacher, taken aback, said that they had not seen anything yet. The guy noted that this was the power of improvisation. Standing in front of him, he said that first they needed to evaluate the best students and think for themselves what grade they would receive. The teacher pointed and said that this was a typical lesson to reinforce the theory. The boy remarked that it was good that he understood everything. While giving grades, the teacher remarked that after the grading they could go for a coffee. The boy looked at him and said that he knew where the best coffee was. The teacher suggested that they have a cup. The man exclaimed that he knew the teacher from Hyundai School would be a cool guy. There was a coffee machine near the window. The boy stood by the door and remarked that standing by the door doing nothing was tiring. The girl said that nothing was happening anyway. Smiling, the boy suggested that they play rock, paper, scissors with the sergeant, noting that whoever loses buys the drinks. The girl remarked that it sounded great. They started playing. The boy stood in front of them and noticed that someone was walking there. The soldiers started entering the bank. The security guard was surprised by what he saw. He suddenly started running. He called out to the students with a dumbfounded look. The guys stood there in bewilderment. He ran towards the guys and ordered them to disperse. The guy repelled the powerful attack. A message popped up saying Tonfa is getting heavier. It gets heavier with every hit. Holding back the attack, the guy ordered them to run to the exit. The dumbfounded guys asked what was going on and if this was a training mission. The stranger's eyes started to glow red. He said that resistance was futile. The dumbfounded man asked what they were standing there for and asked them to run. The guys saw blood splashes. Holding the blade on his shoulder, the man said that he was glad to meet his comrades from South Korea. A red aura emanated from the stranger. He asked him to forgive him. The dumbfounded guards asked who they were. Standing in front of the guard, the man said that he looked strong and asked if he could amuse him. The dumbfounded guys asked if they were North Korean spies. The guy stood in front of them and said that today they were a little beggars. He threw the bag down and ordered to fill it to the brim. The man bit his lip. He ordered everyone to take positions. The guards began to move into position. A crowd of guards stood in front of them. The man, taken aback, asked if they had heard him, noting that he had told them to fill the bag with money. He noted that it was better to listen while he called them his comrades. The dumbfounded guy ordered the thief to shut up. The man grinned and asked if South Koreans had bad eyesight or bad hearing. Raising the blade above his head, the man said that it infuriated him that they, weaklings, flocked to him like moths. Anna stood behind him and thought that they were no match for him, and his energy spoke of a very high rank, and they really were just moths flying into a flame. Energy began to emanate from the guys. They said that the man needed to be stopped, noting that there were schoolchildren behind him. Anna held out her hand and ordered them to go back. The man slammed the floor and asked the boys to get out of the way and move away. Anna was dumbfounded. She saw the boy's corpse. The scared boy asked if he was dead. Anna thought about how this man had killed a B-rank fighter with one blow. She was shocked. Anna guessed that the man had a very strong idea. He asked with a serious expression if that was all they had to show, noting that they were desperately trying to maintain order in vain. Blood spattered from the man. He asked what useless guards were needed for. Anna thought about how his overall combat ability was at least a rank. She ordered everyone to gather with a frightened expression. Pointing her finger, she told them to cover the back. The dumbfounded boy agreed. They started running. Watching this, the man asked if they had all decided to become bankers and whether they needed to take a ticket. Stretching out her hand, Anna ordered the idea to be revealed, adding that the sergeants were now responsible for their squads. Sheets of paper were flying around the office. The man, smiling, asked if he could take some money. Holding his head, the guy asked what they were getting it for. Anna stood in front of them and told them to pack up, noting that they needed to hold out until the police or teachers came to help. The man kicked the bag and asked them not to be so unfriendly to their comrade. Frowning, Anna wondered what to do, adding that she was not sure she could handle him alone. She looked at the soldiers and noted that his buddies looked dangerous. Holding the blade on his shoulder, the man said that their wallets were empty, so they wanted to ask for help. He asked if all Korean banks were so cold to customers. Looking at Anna, he asked her name, adding that she was brave. Anna introduced herself. Smirking, the man asked why she was silent all this time and what she thought he could do to get more money from her buddies. Anna thought about buying at least a little time. She said with a serious expression that they did not look like spies and they would not rob a bank dressed like that. She asked if they had escaped from North Korea. Looking at the man, she asked if they were interested in money. The man smirked and remarked that she kept talking about spies and that he should introduce himself. Anna, dumbfounded, asked again. She wondered if criminals ever revealed their identities. The man threw up his hands and said that he did not know if she had heard of them, that they were the consortium of the Great Plague. Anna, surprised, cried out that it was the plague. She imagined the outlines of the people and noted that the location was unknown, the history was unknown, the shape was unknown, regardless of race, regardless of status, regardless of rank. She emphasized the fact that this was a terrorist group that was against all of humanity. She pictured ruined buildings and told us that where they set foot, not even insects survive. Anna pictured bloody ground and said that they were cruel and their only trace was a group of dead bodies. The dumbfounded guys started discussing whether it was a plague. The man pushed the table and noted that he had already said that they were a consortium of the Great Plague and asked why they called them a plague. He noted that they were too saturated with Western culture and in general, if they understood everything, they could start saving money. The frightened guy suggested that they just give the money. Anna's hair began to glow. The man, with a satisfied look, noted that it was a surprise. A horn appeared on Anna's forehead. She walked towards the man and asked everyone to calm down. Anna looked at him and said that he didn't say that he would leave them alone if he took the money. Smiling, the man said that he understood everything. Holding out her hand, Anna assumed that he had heard of her family and that it would be much easier. She suggested that they fight. Anna, taken aback, thought that if his friends joined in, she would not have a chance and that she would have to convince him to fight one-on-one since he was in charge. Smirking, the man said that she was smart and she thought that he would fall for such a pathetic trick. Spreading her arms, Anna asked if they would go in a crowd against one student. Lowering his head, the man said that he liked her bravery and that this was to be expected. Looking at the horn, he wondered if she was as crazy as he was since she was from this crazy goblin family. They locked eyes and Anna asked if they would fight. The man said that it was a nice provocation. He lowered his blade. Standing in front of her, he said that he would give in to this provocation. John stood with his sword outstretched and ordered the girl to attack. Anna was glad that she was allowed to strike first because he had fallen for her trick. The girl looked at John's backup and thought that he would not be able to break his word to them, and she would stay alive if she could immobilize him. Anna began to reason that in order to win, she needed to survive. The girl reached for She did not find the sword behind her back. The girl was furious. She remembered her terrible habit of putting it down during breaks. John rushed to attack Anna. He swung his weapon several times, saying that if she did not intend to attack, she should have said so. Anna continued to dodge his blows. The man hit the wall with his sword and it collapsed. The girl looked towards the rubble and realized that she should not allow even one blow to herself. The girl looked at the pile of rubble and thought about her defense. She decided that now she had at least some kind of weapon. At the last moment, John saw a huge rock approaching his head. The man smashed it with one movement and told the girl not to attack him from behind. Anna was furious. John threw the sword in her direction again and asked her if she was a goblin or a flying squirrel. After several blows, Anna dodged. The guys watching the fight were amazed at the girl's ability to dodge and resist the man behind the great blade. The guys began to shout the girl's name from behind the glass to encourage her. A guy was sitting at the table. He was looking at the computer screen and thinking about what to do. Chuck turned to Nate and said that he did not know how strong the girl was because she was apparently on the same level as this plague boss. The guy turned to his interlocutor and asked him not to bother him now. Nate said that they needed to run, raising questions about the interlocutor. The guy looked up and suggested running there, to the restroom, to the office, under the table, anywhere where they wouldn't find him quickly. Anna continued to dodge the plague boss's blows. The girl was thinking about how to buy more time for her. The sword hit the girl, and she began to fall. Anna fell. John put the sword on the ground, covered in blood. The man came up to her and said that it was time to end the cat and mouse game. Under the guy's upset words, the girl began to spit out blood. John pointed the sword towards the girl and asked if this was all she could do. He said that this annoying woman would not back down from him. While John was swinging his sword at her, Nate was shouting behind everyone to leave. Chuck didn't understand what the reason was for such a quick exit, to which Nate grabbed him by the collar and dragged him up. The guys saw something scary and also rushed to run. The guy said that they couldn't even fall to escape and survive. John looked at the guys and realized that they quickly figured it out and ran away. The man turned to his subordinates and ordered them to catch all the guys. The operatives obeyed him and went to carry out the order. John assumed that Anna was special, but then where were these idiots running, silently watching their comrades defeat? The operatives were climbing the stairs, arguing that they would be caught soon anyway. Anna was sitting on the floor and thinking that since he had ordered them to be caught, he was not going to kill the guys. The girl stood up and offered to buy some more time. John said that he liked the girl's persistence. He said that she was more useful than he thought. The man offered to join him, to which the girl refused. John told her to think carefully about his offer since he needed girls first and foremost. Anna said that she should not trust some robber. The man adjusted his strap and said that he completely forgot to introduce himself. John said his name, causing surprise in the girl. He introduced himself as the son in North Korea. Anna was confused when she heard his name. She remembered hearing about him as the best military commander, the famous chairman of the North Korean party, and the greatest politician. The girl thought about how he had the strongest idea in the country and he was a real monster in all respects. The guy said that he was worried about rising to the top at an early age. He needed a talented woman by his side. The girl categorically refused him. The guy began to move towards her, and Anna moved back. The girl began to reason out loud about how he had a lot of money and a good fortune. She thought about how she could treat her friends with all his money. John laughed and said that the girl still had enough courage to tell him something. The man realized that everyone did not want him to come because they were interested in his wealth. John was thinking about the order to rob a bank with students inside. No one was going to get rid of the kids. It was worth coming here. The man suggested that she be nice to him while he was being kind because the winner was already known. Anna faked her weapon with her foot and asked the man how he determined the winner so quickly. The girl threw the sword up and said that she almost died trying to get it. She grabbed the weapon and said that she still had a lot to learn. Anna began to open the blade and said that it was needed to use this idea. She took it out of the casing. S rank, pretending to be a weakling. The guys ran down the hallway from the operatives. The man grabbed Julia and demanded that she follow him. They cornered all the guys in a dead end. Chuck and Nate were hiding in the men's room. The guy was holding the door, and the other was trying to catch his breath. Nate assumed that the place was so clean because it was a bank. Chuck suggested that his partner go even higher since everyone else had gone there, to which Nate replied that everything would be fine. The guy suggested giving him time to catch his breath. Chuck doubted the guy's health. Nate asked what was wrong. The guy remembered what fate befell the guards. Chuck thought that everything was fine for now, so he kept quiet. The guy still suggested running away from here since they would be found here very quickly. He took his partner by the hand and suggested going up. Chuck thought that Anna would be able to hold out for a while, but then the same fate would overtake them anyway. Nate removed his hand and said that there was no point in running. The guy said that they needed to fight, which surprised his interlocutor. Chuck was confused by the words he heard. Since the same fate befell both the guards and the teachers, no one could resist this group. Nate asked his interlocutor if he divided souls by rank. The interlocutor did not understand what he was even talking about. The guy said that Anna's combat abilities used to be D rank, and now they were, and Nate said that in his opinion, everyone's idea was the same, so there was no need to be upset about your rank. One of the group's soldiers entered their floor through the elevator. Chuck was afraid and did not understand anything. The soldier headed towards the guys. Chuck began to worry and suggested that the guy hide better. While the man was approaching the men's room, Nate told his partner that his idea was much better, so he could make it even better. The guy asked him to shut up because they could be heard. Nate took his partner by the shoulder and asked him to listen. Chuck nervously turned around and asked. The guy insisted on trusting him and doing what he said. The man walked past the sinks. He said that the guys could be heard perfectly well and ordered them to get out. The man said that the boss doesn't like slow people. Nate leaned out of the booth and asked to be taught the same interesting dialect. The soldier ordered him to stop fooling around because the boss would understand if they cut off his arm or leg. Nate came out of the booth and said that without his boss, the soldier is much more talkative. It's great. The soldier called the guy a scumbag, to which he pulled a dagger from his hand. The guy swung the knife and pointed it at the man. The soldier smirked and said that this can't be his idea. The soldier's legs turned blue and he ordered the guy to stop fooling around. He moved towards Nate and told him that he was already caught. It was a leg skill in a second that could accelerate the user from 0 to 100 kilometers divided by h in a second after starting to move. The guy ordered his partner to run, just like he said. The soldier ran towards the guys and shouted that they were already trapped, there was nowhere to run. Nate glared at him. The guy activated the skill Perfect Massacre. Dark colors began to thicken around him. The soldier was almost running up to him. The guy was notified that his stats were increasing threefold. The man swung at him. Nate moved forward sharply and said that the soldier was too slow. The guy called the man an idiot. The dagger penetrated the operative's chest with great force. The next blow cut the man. Nate continued to strike and scream that he was sorry. The soldier lay on the ground half dead and said that the guy was crazy. Nate was amused by this. The guy looked at the man's bloody leg. He supposed that it was very convenient to be able to accelerate from 0 to 100 in just a second. The leg rank in a second transfers the user and accelerates him from 0 to 100 after the start of movement. The soldier was shocked that the guy saw the essence of his soul. Nate pulled out a dagger and offered to cut off the man's ankles. He said it would be very interesting to destroy the means of manifestation of Edia. The guy suggested that the rank could be lowered and swung. Nate continued to go over the options of where to hit. He could not decide. He was informed that the guys were filled with a thirst for death. Chuck stood in shock and did not understand what was happening to his friend. Nate looked at him with an angry look and continued the massacre. The guy noticed such a look on himself and became worried. Nate turned to him and asked if he called. The guy ironically asked what he wanted. Chuck stepped onto the bloody floor of the toilet. The guy said that he had enough of winning. Nate said that this was a mistaken opinion because someone really needed to go here. He rose from the floor, lifting the soldier's body with him. Chuck stood in complete shock. It turned out that Nate's skill would only turn off if the enemy was killed or if his Edia was completely destroyed. Chuck saw his reflection in his friend's eyes. Nate asked what else he needed. The soldier tried to break free, to which the guy shouted at his friend to back off. Nate's glasses fell to the floor. The guy grabbed the soldier's collar tightly while he tried to get out. Nate continued to struggle and shouted at his friend to leave. The guy once again ordered his friend to leave. He said that his hands were turning into a blade. In his opinion, this meant that the body could not be destroyed. Chuck looked down sadly. The guy turned around and started moving in the opposite direction. He ran away. Nate was glad that he talked his friend into it. The soldier twirled his finger at the guy's temple and said that he had gone crazy. The guy's eyes lit up red, and he said that they would have to go according to Plan 13. The soldier asked what the plan was, thinking at the same time that the guy had hidden his strength at one time. The man was thinking about how to report this to the boss, to which Nate cut his neck. The windows in the building were wide open. A battle was planned. Anna stood proudly with the ball in her hand and said that she dreamed of getting it. John said that her sword matched her face. The girl grabbed the sword with both hands and said that the man would change his mind after the first blow. John did not believe that the girl could deal with him so easily. The man swung his sword. The girl stopped the weapon towards him. She blocked the man's blow to herself. Anna looked into his eyes and said that it was obvious. The man was confused because he thought that the sword had divine power since the girl recognized his Edia to her. The girl said that she did not know about his Edia. The effectiveness of the ball does not depend on Edia, but on strength. John thought that if that were the case, he would have cut it down long ago. The man looked at the sword and said that it was very strange because it weakened his Edia. Anna said that she was often accused of robbing her family by taking this treasure for herself. The girl picked up the 4 Tiger Slayer sword, designed to fight strong opponents. Anna said that it was said that the constellation on the blade contains the power of the stars. With high skills, the owner of the sword can destroy the idea of a rank and above. The girl looked into his eyes and said that the most important thing is that with this sword she can defeat him. The girl jumped up and used Goblin Ball Mastery. This skill creates a physical copy to attack. The man said that the girl was an interesting opponent and asked her if she wanted to join him. Anna said that she may be impatient, but for idiots like him, she has one answer. John said ironically that it would be very ridiculous to kill the girl now, it was so stupid. He did not even have time to enjoy his battle. Anna parried his strong attack with her sword. John dealt a very strong blow. The man looked at her and asked if she was afraid of anything. A very strong blow followed, which the girl parried. Anna continued to dodge the blows that the man dealt in euphoria. The girl did not agree that he was stronger than her. She again called upon the goblin sword. Anna suggested that her opponent also return from 3 attacks at once. The girl noticed that he dealt very fast and strong blows. It was not enough for her to simply attack him while he was fighting off the spears. She parried his attack and thought about it. Anna noticed that she could not stand it. John put away his sword and said that he definitely liked her. The girl noted that the man dealt a direct blow much better than her. John continued to talk to her while she realized that she was hurting his self-esteem. She had to delay him as long as possible, being protected by her copies. John asked the girl if these skills were enough for her to join him, to which Anna replied that this was not enough to drag out as much time as possible. The girl prepared for battle again. At this moment, the soldiers were dragging the guys to the boss. The guy was dragged here as a hostage while he was thinking why the police did not get them. He realized that the police were not taking any action because there were hostages inside. The boss asked why his soldiers were only bringing children from the street and not going upstairs. One of the soldiers said that they were divided into 2 equal squads. The first was driving them into a corner on the upper floors, and according to him, the second squad was waiting for those jumping out of the windows. The soldiers went to look for those who did not return from above. Anna heard his words and was shocked by them. The girl did not expect that the police would not even be on the street. The police did nothing to help or stop them. John approached Anna and said that it was written all over her face. The man said that the police had not arrived because they had temporarily closed the bank with the help of Edia. The girl did not understand what they meant by closed. John said that they would not have caused such a mess without preparation, so the building looked quite normal from the outside. He smiled evilly and said that no one even knew what was going on inside. The girl was desperate, as she had been dragging it out all this time so that the police would arrive. Anna suggested that she just need to run away, to which she came to her senses and noted that everyone would already be dead by then. The girl did not know what to do, since she would not last long anyway. John asked Anna what was wrong with her. He asked where her spirit had disappeared to while the hostages were sitting in the background. A man from the sitting hostages paid attention. He looked at the soldier. The stranger jumped at the idea and went on the attack. The man said he couldn't just sit around and wait. He rushed to the phone to press the emergency call button. The man called security and said the bank had been taken over. He kept yelling into the phone that terrorists had broken in while the soldiers looked at him. No one answered on the other end of the line. The man pulled the phone away from his head and realized there was no connection. A bag was thrown towards the stranger. He turned around. John was standing behind him, asking him if he had heard the conversation with the girl. The man said there was a soul among them who specialized in isolation, so neither the phone nor the emergency call button would work. The other people looked at their phones and noticed the same thing. The stranger on the phone asked why they had broken into the bank in broad daylight. John said the guy was belittling his position because all professions are the same. The man said that if the special forces found out he was here, everyone would be in trouble. John recognized someone in the guy. The man said he knew about him. The stranger sat in fear. John put a sword to his face. The man said it was time to learn an important life lesson, to which the stranger asked for mercy. John told him not to be upset. The girl behind him shouted at John that he was a monster. The man turned around and asked again in bewilderment. Anna offered to fight him, to which the man smirked. The girl offered to leave the stranger alone. John looked at his victim and asked the girl if she understood what this meant. The man took the sword from behind his back and said that she did not have to answer him. He swung the sword and hit the stranger with it, to which he calmly continued the conversation. Blood flew on Anna. John said that the girl did not know anything when she called him a monster. With one more blow, the man killed the stranger while he asked for mercy. All the blood flew on the girl again. The girl realized that the difference in their skills was too great, so she could buy a little time, but she would not be able to protect everyone. John looked at the girl's sword. He picked up his bloody sword and said that he accepted the challenge. The man said that he would cut off the girl's arms and legs and carry them with him in a bag. John asked to take it as an honor. The door to the foyer opened and a guy walked in. A group of soldiers and even John turned to look at him. It was Chuck. He was standing with his hands up and saying that he didn't want to attract attention. The man asked him who he was. The guy said hello. The soldier offered to catch him, to which John asked to wait. Chuck laughed a little. He thought of something scary and looked around. There were hostages sitting in front of him and there was a lot of blood. There will be hell below. Nate asked his partner to tell everyone that he was here when he activated Edia. Chuck didn't support this idea at first because he was putting himself and his friend at risk. His partner told him to trust him because he believed in him. Chuck stood below in front of the soldiers and thought about what he had said. John asked the guy to introduce himself, to which he replied that he was a 10th grader. The guy said that all the money was on the 5th floor, to John's surprise. Chuck said that his friend had moved all the money to that place. The man was surprised to hear another face. He asked his soldiers why their comrades who had gone upstairs had not returned yet. John said that they had a child walking around the floors, and they were standing around doing nothing. One of the soldiers knelt down. He asked for a chance and an opportunity to go check it out. John lowered his sword to the ground. The man put his hand on the soldier's shoulder and called out to him. He raised his face and said that he was lucky. He ordered him to bring the last participant and the money. The soldier quickly jumped to his feet, saluted and thanked him. John said that the rest would go with him, to which the men shouted words about the glory of North Korea. The man turned towards the guy and told him that he would go up too. John asked him if he was going to go or if someone else would do it. Chuck chuckled and said that he agreed. The man praised the guy for his obedience. John went towards Anna and said that while his comrades were dealing with her friends, he would have some fun. The man shouted to the hostages that he would only leave alive the one who brought her arm or leg. The girl was shocked. John asked the hostages what they would do. The man told the hostages that he would only leave alive those who brought her arm or leg. The crowd looked at the girl. The guy was kneeling and looking down. He couldn't believe that they were being forced to go against Anna. John smiled sarcastically. The girl next to him shouted that under no circumstances should they do this because she had fought for them from the very beginning. The man stood and looked at the crowd while they were discussing that the winner had long been known. Someone asked if anyone had a watch. He was tired of waiting. A guy from the crowd shouted that he had no way out. Another guy said that the girl had a rich family. They said that her family would arrange a normal life for her even without one body part. A guy approached the upset Anna. Chuck looked her straight in the eyes and called out. The girl desperately asked what he needed. The guy told the girl not to worry and to hold out a little longer. She was shocked by the statement. Anna did not understand how he managed to sneak up on her unnoticed and why he did not hide but came here. The girl said that the guy should have sat in cover so as not to add to the hostages, to which he replied that he came to help. The hostages began to approach the girl to get out. The guy told the crowd to move away or he would get a hand in the face. As he asked the girl, the guy said that he and Nate are now best friends. Anna did not understand what he was talking about. John slammed his sword on the ground. The man scratched his neck and said that he would kill everyone if they continued to stall. Apologies were heard from the crowd and people moved towards the girl. They were like zombies, repeating that there was no other way out for them. John asked Chuck if he was on the girl's side. The guy replied that it turned out that way. John was amused by this fact. The man turned to the hostages and said that now he would need a part of their body as payment for one life. He stated that now 10 people could survive. Chuck asked Anna if she would protect him. The girl addressed John as a North Korean puppet, which made him angry. Anna asked what would happen if she killed all the hostages. Would he let her go with the guy? John thought about it while the girl said that she should also have a chance to survive. The man was impressed. He confirmed the girl's words and accepted the bet. Anna grabbed the sword and said that she understood everything. The shaking hostages stood before her. They begged for mercy, to which the girl said that there was no other way. The hostage girl looked at the man. John asked what they were worth, since it was either her leg or their head. The girl screamed in desperation. She asked Anna if it was reasonable to save the majority in such a situation. The girl did not understand why she would kill 10 for the sake of 2 lives. Anna activated the Goblin Ball Mastery Art. 3 copies of the girl went forward to attack. The girl activated the punch glove to defend herself. Anna ordered her to fight with all her might. The girl did not understand what she was talking about. Anna parried the blow of the glove. There was a clot of energy at the junction of the blow. The girls fought while the copy of Anna approached from the side. The red-haired girl simply did not believe that she attacked a clone instead of the original. While she was thinking, Anna grabbed her and threw her to the ground. While the girls were falling, Anna asked to listen to her. The girl took her interlocutor by the shoulders and looked at her. Her eyes were hopeless. The original Anna stood a few meters away and watched. The employees began to examine the sergeant, but realized that they were weaker than Anna. The guys from the crowd said that her copy simply dissolved so she could hold out for a very long time. People suggested destroying the guy standing behind, the loser. This turn of events made Anna even more angry. The girl ordered Chuck to stay behind. John watched the fight and admired it. His eyes were full of enthusiasm and excitement. The man ordered the other hostages to join the fight as quickly as possible. Anna silently stood with a sword in her hand. John demanded that they kill each other. A soda can hit the man's head and landed on the floor. He looked at it and was furious. John turned back to the open door. A little higher up on the stairs stood a bloody Nate. The guy was smiling. The man bent down and picked up the can. He asked where it was from. Chuck looked at the can and understood everything. John threw the can towards the door in a rage while Nate was coming out from inside. The man saw the guy standing in the doorway and asked if his comrade meant him. John asked him to wait and first cut off his hand and then start, to which the guy threw some projectiles towards him. The man covered himself with his hand. He was furious. John went towards the guy saying that he did not pronounce his idea. He has no right to throw at him. The man noticed that fragments of his soldiers' masks were flying at him. He recognized one mask as a comrade from the Great Plague Consortium. Jem looked into the doorway. The man did not understand what was going on here and who this guy was. He walked towards the doors, saying that Nate was underestimating him. The man noticed something to the side and blocked it. A large whirlwind formed around him. The ceiling began to crack. The hostages were shocked by what they saw. Anna rushed forward and summoned a goblin clone. A large piece of the ceiling fell right on the people. Anna stood and held a slab over the people with both hands. John looked at her and said that the girl was strong. The man asked her to wait because he needed to see her friend. Anna called him a North Korean monster. John looked at the hostages and said that if even one person moved, they would all die because his people were waiting for them outside. The people were desperate. The man also noted that now would be the perfect time to cut off the girl's limbs. He suggested that the crowd think about his suggestion. The girl asked him if he thought she would just stand there and wait for it to happen. John said that she wouldn't be standing there with the ceiling on her shoulders if it weren't like that. He said that he would step away for a while. The man jumped to the second floor. Anna and her clones continued to stand and hold up the ceiling. The girl said that she didn't know how long she could last. She suggested that everyone leave there so they wouldn't die. Chuck told everyone to get out of there. The man in the crowd asked them to wait, because according to him, she could kill them as soon as they got out of there. The guy in the crowd shouted that the man was suggesting that they stay there and get crushed. The guy with red hair approached Chuck and said that sooner or later they would have to kill either him or the girl. The guy urged the people to think normally, because the girl had done so much for them, she had no reason to kill them. He suggested breaking the ceiling and fighting their way out to join forces. The guy with red hair insisted that John would hear and come back. The sergeant girl approached them, holding her stomach. She quietly approached Anna, which attracted her attention. The guy laughed loudly and greeted the man. John pointed to the mess and asked if he was alone or a guy, to which he replied that he had been having fun with them for a long time. Nate said that he would have coped faster if they had come at him in a crowd. John said that he was surprised by the goblin girl on the first floor. Where did the guy come from? Nate stroked his dagger with his finger and laughed. John offered to join his team. He would put him in a good position in his country. The guy made a thoughtful look at the offer. He agreed and said that he would have to go along the 9 path. He began to move in a whirlwind. Nate began to move so fast, as if he was in several places at once. The guy was moving under the ceiling while John admired his insect type. The man put it to watch as the guy dodged all his sword strikes. He thought it was time to show his advantage over him. The man sharply cut the floor, missing his target. The guy was behind him in a second and asked how he liked it. The man thought he understood everything and grabbed the handle of his sword with both hands. John turned around and swung his sword again, not understanding what kind of idea his opponent had. A sign appeared in front of Nate, prohibiting him from stopping the swing since the sword was taken from the tiger's cave. The guy noticed how the sword passed through surfaces. The man cut through the floor while the guy was dodging. Nate noticed that the man's idea was very long, which caused him to question it. The large sword moved right behind the guy. John tried to touch it in every way while he asked him why the sword was so long. The guy asked his opponent how he made it so long. The man stood in front of the guy, thinking how he dodged so dexterously. John was confused because the guy saw his idea. Nate began to pester the man with questions about what a gain factor was and where he got it. The man turned to the guy and asked his name. Nate introduced himself with his name and waved a knife. John offered the guy to join his ranks since he had special vision. Nate said that he thought the man was the strongest person he had met in a long time. John did not understand what this was referring to and whether the guy wanted to join him. The opponent replied that he only saw 9. The man did not understand what he was talking about. The guy explained that there were 9 ways to kill him at the same time. John said that he envied his vision since he could see like that. Nate waved the dagger and said that one way would be enough for him to kill the man. John said that the negotiations were over. He would beat the guy half to death to use his ability. Both opponents moved to finish it. They were very close to each other and swung. The elevator door was knocked down. The guy said, well. He sat on the chair and put his feet up on the table. The elevator was broken, so it would take them a long time to get up. The loser would buy some time. And anyway, they were in a building in the middle of the city. They just needed to make a call and the police would be right there. Jack stretched relaxedly. He would get it too if he went out too early. It would be better to sit here a little longer. Nate ran forward. He easily dodged the blows, jumped up. The man raised his head. The guy landed on his sword. John clenched his teeth, screamed angrily, "Little coward." The hero attacked him with a knife when he shouted that he only knew how to dodge. He froze for a few seconds, jumped to the side, looked back, thought he almost got caught. The guy was behind him. He was surprised when he managed to get so close. Nate had wounded him. He had struck again. John had thought, a coward. He had raised his sword above his head to defend himself from the attack. He had thought that the man had been just having fun all this time. It had outraged him. He was not some kind of toy. He had turned his head and seen Nate. The guy had asked if he would wait for him to attack back. The man had jumped back. He had thought it was time to finish. A smirk had appeared on his face. He had said that he could die if he kept hiding it. A purple hand had reached out to the guy. He had asked what. The fingers had been near his face. He had jumped back. He had crouched down, looked at his opponent. Nate had wondered who it was, how he had done it, where he had gotten it from. He had seen that John had 2 ide. The man had narrowed his eyes, had said that speed would no longer help him. The guy had smirked, had asked what kind of hand it was. John asked quite a bit. Why was he so interested? He thought he would see someone more serious here, but who was he? It seemed like the gates to hell would open for him today. The hero grinned, so he had become stronger with the help of this hand. Finally, at least some fun. They stood opposite each other. John told him to stop fooling around. If he continued to fight like this, he would remain without a single scratch. Nate asked. He was running away. The man took the sword with both hands, said that he had not heard these words for a long time. The guy asked, does he think he will be able to escape? How? John smiled, answered that he did not know how to escape from his comrade. He swung, said that he remembered him. He raised the sword, screamed. Flashes of light on the roof. Explosion, the roof collapsed. The ceiling collapsed. A cloud of smoke cleared. Jack ran into the room, shouted death. He looked down, thought, it's unlikely that this was Anna's doing. Could it have been John? It was time to run. The man was going up. Nate asked, were they playing hide and seek? Said he would finish him off. He smiled widely. Maybe he should speed up. John looked at him, gritted his teeth, screamed at him to stop joking. He would never be able to. Before he could finish speaking, the guy jumped next to him, exclaimed, this is not a joke. John was worried. Maybe he would get hurt today. This guy had gone crazy. Jack called out to him. He looked up. John laughed. It seemed he still had hope. The man jumped onto the roof. Jack screamed, what happened there? He was very surprised when he saw that same loser, asked what he was doing there. Nate swung his knife, exclaimed, another one. He hesitated for a second, thought, no. Jack dodged the blow. The guy fell, raised himself on his elbow. Jack leaned towards him, exclaimed, where did he come from? John, who was standing above, asked Jack, do they know each other? He saved him. The guy turned around, shouted, didn't he and Anna fight? The man looked at him thoughtfully. The guy shouted, what happened here? Asked Nate to answer him. Nate got to his feet. Jack thought, it was Anna who brought John to this state. This loser couldn't. He thought with fear, this is some kind of nonsense, but if you rely on John's words. The hero leaned over, covered his face with his hand. Jack demanded that he tell you already what happened here. He saw an ominous aura around him, could not understand what was wrong with him. The man sat down, put his hand on his chin, thanked the student. Thanks to him he got rid of this leech. The guy clenched his fists, indignant. What is he talking about? Nate's look was crazy. John, leaning on his sword, said that he always remembers kind gestures. He smiled evilly, added, even if the assistant does not realize that he did him a favor. Jack was confused. John advised him that if he wants to live, then as soon as possible he should run to the first floor, then, perhaps, he will remain alive. The guy opened his eyes wide. The man jumped up. The guy asked, but his friends are below. John glanced at him, answered, cool, wished him luck, thought that it was good that he listened to himself and went to South Korea. Jack looked at his classmate in fear. John thought, the goblin girl and this guy were hidden here. He could not even think that he would meet such a bloodthirsty psycho here. Jack looked at the hole in the roof and couldn't believe that John had escaped from this loser. He glanced to the side, thought that it was just pointless. He thought, he's an F rank. Nate waved his hand and laughed, asked, is the squad leader here? Jack asked what. The hero tilted his head to the side, answered that thanks to him John had escaped, asked if he would play with him. Jack was scared, seeing his empty gaze. He looked back, there was an abyss, thought that he was dangerous. He grabbed the sign, screamed, what was going on? He fell down. He thought about what happened on the first floor. He glanced sideways at his classmate, only understood that he was out of his mind and it was better to run. Nate looked after him, said, squad leader. He grinned, a shadow fell over his eyes, asked, does he also want to play tag? Should he lead again? He crouched down, rested his hands on his knees. He jumped down to Jack and reached out to him. He suggested playing something else since he was already driving. The guy swung, shouted for him to back off. The hero narrowed his eyes slyly. Jack raised an eyebrow, exclaimed how he dodged. Nate's eyes flashed. He said in a creepy voice, "Leader of the squad." He grabbed the guy by the throat, said that he was caught. Jack put his hand on his, shouted for him to let go. Nate pointed a gun at him, asked what they were going to play. What did he think? Maybe cut off an arm or cut off a leg. The guy screamed that he was out of his mind. He hit him with a sign, shouted for him to play his own games. The hero flew to the ceiling, said that this was somehow not very good. He pushed off and rushed down, said the sergeant would have been better off taking care of his squad. Jack was surprised. Nate grabbed him from behind, said that it was hard to grab him, he was so fast, but now he definitely wasn't going anywhere. The guy tried to free himself, shouting for him to let him go, Nate added, because he used to hate him. Jack shouted that they would both die. But the hero grinned and noted that he wouldn't die. The guy thought that if they fell now, only a stain would remain of him. Someone shouted for the squad leader. The guy thought, that voice, to hell with pride. He swung his fist, shouted, there was no chance anyway. The fist was almost at the hero's face. The guy shouted that he wasn't going to die at his hands. The hero let go of the sergeant, said that he was too slow. Suddenly he saw a sword flying at him. He pulled his hand back. He threw the weapon aside, asked if anyone else wanted to play. Jack was surprised that this loser managed to dodge. He looked down, now he was worried about something more important. The guy screamed, to the side. He turned over in the air. He gritted his teeth. There was a flash of light below. The guy fell to the floor. Nate jumped down. He looked to the side, offered to play. He noticed a sword stuck in the floor nearby. The hero grinned. The game starts again, just the way he likes it. Computer class, Anna was asked how long she was going to stand like this. The girl held the concrete slab, asked in response what, she didn't have that blow. Her hands were shaking, she pretended that everything was fine, but she was at the limit. Her legs were shaking. She thought she couldn't do it anymore. The leader of the first squad stepped forward and activated the strike glove. She clenched her fist and wanted to give the order, but the guys stopped her. The guy with the bun shouted that they were first, the other shouted to let them go. Chuck stood in front of Anna and shouted, they were classmates, didn't they understand that she was trying to save them? Anna straightened up. The senior standing behind the leader indignantly shouted at Chuck to get out of the way. Or did he want to get it too? The guy replied that he would never budge. He exclaimed with excitement, how dare they do this to someone who fought for them? They have no conscience at all. The guy with the bun put his hand to his chest, objected that he was still very young and did not understand anything. He had a family. The guy in the blue hoodie added that he should stop pretending to be a good person and get out of the way. They had no choice. Anna closed one eye and sighed. The guy sitting under the slab screamed in fear. They were about to be crushed. The other asked for help. The girl with red hair stepped forward, said that Anna was running out of time. Gloves appeared around her hands. She told Chuck to step back. There was no time. The guy spread his arms. No. He activated his Edia, said that if she takes another step, he will have to. The girl raised her fist, said that she had no other choice. She turned around abruptly, told him to stay put, shouted to the first squad of the 10th platoon of the Heian battalion. She pointed her hand to the side, ordered them to save the people under the ceiling. They will protect their comrade Anna. The students were surprised. They went forward. They lined up behind their leader. The leader looked back. Anna suggested that she stop showing off and help her get out. She was actually having a hard time. The guy with the bun raised his fist. He approached the leader, said that they can just sacrifice 2 people. The leader put her hand forward, told him not to come closer. She clenched her fist, warned that if he came closer, she would have to use force. They should help the leader of the 3rd squad and the student from the other school. She would not attack first, but if he takes another step, he was finished. The guy raised his hands, answered fearfully, okay. The student with the gun reported that they had taken everyone out. The leader commanded loudly, now we need to carefully get rid of the ceiling and help Anna. Lines of light on the slab. The concrete cracked. The ceiling collapsed. Anna freed herself. She was stretching her shoulder, exhaled, and finally got out. Chuck asked her what that was. She put her hand on the shoulder of the leader of the 1st squad and said with a grin that she simply trusted the skills of her comrades. Chuck looked at the girl in surprise, asked what it was for. She laughed in response. When they fought with Anna, she told her to remember what they were taught in school, just pretend to be scared on purpose. She then thought that she forgot. Because she was really scared, they were taught that. Their opponent is the plague, and he never leaves witnesses. She thought that she had made the wrong decision because of her fear. It was perfectly logical. Even if they killed Anna, John would never leave witnesses. But Anna did not listen quietly to the enemy's orders. They had to be like Anna. The goblin girl put her hands on her hips, said that she had told her to pretend to be scared, not to show off. The leader asked if it mattered when it came to the art of persuasion. Suddenly there was a loud sound. They ducked. The ceiling fell from above. Anna asked if it was John. Jack was scared, remembered Nate. Anna was surprised. What happened to him? He asked with excitement. She forgot why John went upstairs. The girl remembered. Someone was trying to lure him. Chuck grabbed her by the shoulders, exclaimed, yes, it was Nate. The girl pushed him away, told him to stop joking. He had good stamina, but he hadn't forgotten that this guy was F rank. Chuck put his hand on his chest, asked who it was if not Nate. He thought that only he and Jack weren't here, but Jack couldn't do that. He waved his hand to the side, exclaimed, "No time." She didn't hear. He thought about how that was possible then. The guy ran. He headed for the stairs, said that he would go alone then. Anna stood with her hand raised, wondered if Nate was really fighting. Judging by Chuck's face, this was no joke. She thought that it hadn't been so loud even when she fought with John, but how could Nate resist anyone? Her hand shook. John would instantly smash him to pieces, and he would die. The horn on her head glowed. She thought that he couldn't die like that. She turned to the leader of the first squad. The girl asked what was going on. Anna narrowed her eyes, asked for a favor. They ran up the stairs. She thought that John wouldn't be able to resist now. Was it worth going at all? She decided that they could at least help Chuck. The guys were standing in front of the door. She thought that John and Nate were behind it. It was too late to back out. The girl turned to Chuck, said that she was opening it. She carefully opened the door. They entered and saw people covered in blood. The girl clenched her teeth. Chuck covered his mouth with his hand, asked loudly, "Are they all dead?" Anna looked to the side, wondering if this was all Nate's doing. She saw many marks from the great sword. It seemed that John made at least 30 swings. Anna stood by the wall with the marks of blows, wondering if they had been fighting for so long, where those two were. She raised her head, said that the hole was on the first floor. She thought, it doesn't even compare to this tunnel. She thought John had always been this strong. Chuck approached the girl, looked up, asked what kind of hole it was. Jack was flying towards her. Anna assumed that they were both upstairs. She grabbed the sword, screamed, something was falling. She frowned, thinking that it could be John or Nate. She examined Jack, wondered why him, and why was she chasing him. She saw Nate. It seemed to her that he was strange. Chuck exclaimed, "What was going on?" The girl screamed for him to step aside. She took out the sword, thought that Jack was in danger, decided to turn the blade so as not to hurt him too much. She threw the sword up, screamed for the squad leader to be careful. She pressed her lips together. She grabbed Chuck by the hand. She pulled him along and shouted to run. A flash of light. Jack fell. He rose to his knees. Anna ran up to him, screamed what was going on. The guy called her a goblin and asked if she was still alive. The girl angrily shouted at him to shut up and tell her why Nate was chasing him. The guys looked around. Nate loudly called the leader of the squad. His mouth stretched into a grin. He noticed Chuck, added Anna was here too. He spread his arms out to the sides, suggested that they play. The main character, covered in blood, started running towards the people. Nate looked at them with crazy eyes. Chuck opened his mouth and asked what maybe. They shouldn't have come up here, and Anna asked if it was definitely Nate. The main character spread his arms and asked who was there, if they wanted to play with him. Anna spread her arms out and asked if he was Nate. The main character grinned and replied that what an interesting idea, but so nasty. The girl opened her eyes and asked again. Nate came up to her and replied that her idea was cool, but useless, and Anna shouted for him to answer. Jack leaned against the wall and said that he was no longer the loser they knew. Anna turned and asked what he was talking about, and Jack replied that he was chasing Nate. Then he turned and added that she helped him, so she would give him advice, let him run while he was chatting. After which he clenched his teeth and noted that he had just finished speaking. In general, let him run if he did not want to die. Anna looked at the exit and shouted for him to explain normally. Chuck opened his mouth and noted that now he seemed even crazier, and Anna asked that he had already seen him in such a state. After which the girl stepped forward and heard that yes, but he did not go that far. It was possible to talk to him. The protagonist looked at the girl madly and asked how he could kill her, like this or like that. Anna stood calmly and heard that he was thinking. He knew he would do. Nate covered himself with his hand and noted that he could not stand it anymore. Anna smiled and asked how far he would go with such patience. After which the protagonist straightened up and heard that it was not so easy to please her. He thought she could lay claim to something. The protagonist raised the knife, after which he ran his finger along the blade and asked why he did not just kill all the candidates and her herself. He could not wait anymore. Anna put out her hand, after which she shoved Chuck and noted that she would gain some time, let him run. Then she ran towards the protagonist and thought that there was no blade. Her strength was running out. She thought she could hold out for about 30 seconds. The protagonist swung the blade sharply. Anna bent down and thought that Nate's idea was fast and accurate. The protagonist cut the girl and she thought that she was strong, but hard to control, like him. Then Nate cut his leg and she added that he had it much worse. It must be much more difficult for him. Nate smiled and asked what was wrong. Anna opened her mouth and replied that it must have been very difficult. He did a great job. The protagonist opened his mouth. Then he smiled and noted that she did too. Then he abruptly cut her throat and said goodbye. Anna began to fall to the ground. Nate smiled widely. The protagonist looked at the autopsy room and said that a little while after he went to elementary school. Nate opened his mouth and added that he lost his parents. The doctor looked at the boy and the protagonist noted that they died because of the attack. There was a corpse on the table, and Nate said that the parents' bodies were so mutilated that it took a long time to establish their identity. The protagonist remembered sitting at a funeral and added that he was left all alone when he was little and went to his uncle. The uncle and aunt looked at the protagonist, and he said that his uncle and wife were F-rank losers. The uncle tied up the protagonist and a notification appeared. The man took a bat and said that whoever is guilty should get what they deserve, and the aunt told him to sit still. She was very sorry. The protagonist looked at his hands and said that he was beaten, called names, and ignored every day. The protagonist looked under the desk, after which he was called. The girl came up and asked why he was sitting in a sweater if he was hot. The girl looked out of the door and shouted that they needed to go, and her friend asked her to wait a little. Then she turned to the protagonist and asked if he wanted to go to the store with them. The protagonist looked down and noted that everything was fine. Nate lowered his head to the desk and heard, "Doesn't he know that he has no money? He wears dirty clothes. Let them not come near him." Nate remembered how he was hit. The bullies kicked the protagonist and asked him to show his idea. Then the guy put his hand out and shouted that they know, they want to help him. Maybe it will wake up if he is shaken well. The guy kicked the protagonist and noted that they are so kind. Nate looked at the sky and noted that both at home and outside its walls he was constantly beaten. The protagonist was walking home and added that in order to get less money, he returned home late. Nate turned sharply to the playground. Then he opened his eyes and asked what was happening. A moment later, a dog jumped out of the bushes. It approached the protagonist and barked, and Nate said that he once met a stray dog. The protagonist hugged the dog and remarked that he was just as dirty, after which the dog started licking him, and Nate remarked that they had become friends. The hands on the clock froze, and Nate told him that every day he played with the puppy on the playground until late. Evening came and the hands moved, and the protagonist told him that eventually one day his uncle went to look for him, afraid that he would be considered a bad parent. The uncle approached the protagonist and shouted why he was not coming home. The protagonist turned around abruptly, after which the puppy jumped out from under the fabric. The uncle opened his mouth and asked what kind of nasty dog was that he was coming home so late because of it. The man turned to the people and heard that it was their neighbor. It seemed that the child was afraid of him. After which he turned to the guy and remarked that if he was coming home so late because of the puppy, he could take it home. The protagonist smiled and thanked the uncle. Night fell. The protagonist was lying on the bed and the dog was licking his cheek. After which he jerked when he heard a scream asking why he was not sleeping. Then Nate apologized and turned off the light. There was a drawing of the protagonist and Poppy in the notebook. Morning came. The protagonist approached his uncle and asked if he could play with the puppy outside, and the man replied that he could do whatever he wanted. The protagonist smiled and thanked his uncle. Nate waved to the dog and called it with him. They came to the playground. The protagonist covered the dog and thought that he had made a friend. After which they slid down the hill, and Nate added that he liked to play with him on the playground. The dog ran after the protagonist and he noticed that he was always nearby. After which he picked up the dog and added that his new friend was always ready to share his joy with him. After which he looked at his watch. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted that it was so late that his uncle would kill him. The protagonist ran out of the playground and called the dog with him. The uncle turned to the protagonist and asked why he came back from dinner today. He doesn't respect them at all. Nate lowered his head and replied that he was very sorry. He completely forgot about the time. The man slammed the can on the table and shouted that this was no excuse. He had all his heart for him. After which he looked at the protagonist and added that he should run around looking for him and the neighbors, and Nate replied that he would be more careful. After that, the dog barked. The protagonist turned to her and asked what was going on. The uncle squeezed the can and asked what this mongrel had gotten up to make stew out of it. Nate looked at him and noted that he would scold her, but not to get angry. The uncle hit the protagonist and asked how dare he. After which he clenched his teeth and added, dare he answer him. He was too soft. He would teach him a lesson. Let the aunt tie him up. The woman took the rope and noted that their child had gotten out of hand. It was time to bring him to his senses. The dog opened its mouth and barked loudly. The uncle opened his mouth and shouted that this cur does not know its place at all. After which he swung his leg and told it to close its mouth. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and shouted at the dog. The dog hit the wall and fell silent. The uncle smiled and noted that it finally closed. Nate opened his mouth and shouted if Poppy was okay, and the aunt noted that he should lie still. He was interfering with his twitching. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly. The uncle took a club and asked what kind of look that was. Then he hit the protagonist and shouted that he had completely lost his mind. Who taught him that? His mother or his weak-willed brother? The culprit should get what he deserved. The protagonist trembled and asked for forgiveness. The uncle opened his mouth slightly and noted that weakness and arrogance were passed on to him from his parents. The uncle smiled. Then Nate opened his eyes when he heard that this is why he beat them to death. The aunt raised her hand and asked if he thought it was worth talking about him, and he replied that no one would believe a worthless child who doesn't even have an idea. The protagonist stood up and noticed that his mom and dad had been killed by a robber. The uncle remembered standing next to the protagonist's parents' corpses and telling them that he got angry and beat them to death because they didn't want to share their money. But some idiot got in through the window. The uncle grabbed his stomach and added, laughing, that it was so funny to watch him justify himself in court. It was hilarious. He remembered that grimace like yesterday. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked that his parents had been killed by his aunt and uncle. The uncle picked up a club and asked what he was staring at. The uncle turned sharply to the side. Then Poppy bit his hand. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted at the dog to run. The uncle swung the club and shouted that it was a crazy mongrel. Then he looked at his hand and noted that he hoped there would be no scar. Nate started crying and remarked that he was sorry he brought her to this house. He just wanted to play. He was very sorry. The protagonist began to tremble and added that if she had not met such a loser. After which Poppy licked the protagonist's cheek. The dog's spirit barked sharply, after which it disappeared. The protagonist looked at the dog's corpse in the middle of nowhere. The uncle opened his mouth and remarked that the mongrel had died. He had not yet splashed out all his anger. This dog was not even good for stew, let him put it in the trash. And the aunt remarked that she was going to feed the dog and eat it. The protagonist's eyes lit up red and he wondered why they kill everyone dear to him. Killing is so easy. Is killing really so fun? He is so angry. After which he grabbed the knife. The protagonist broke the rope. After which he walked towards them and laughed. The uncle looked at him and asked what kind of dagger it was and where he got it from. The uncle smiled and noted that it was his idea. Then he laughed and added that that was all he could do. He was an F-rank loser just like them. The man stopped the protagonist with a club and said that an F-rank child was from loser parents, and he repeated after them. The protagonist smiled creepily. Then he stabbed him with a knife and heard that his parents would be proud of him. Then the uncle grabbed his bloody mouth. Nate looked at the knife with a smile. Then blood began to splatter on the door, after which the entire kitchen was covered in blood, and Nate asked why the aunt wasn't laughing. The protagonist stood over the uncle's corpse and asked him to say it again. Nate moved forward and noted that he would not kill the aunt. Then he put a knife to his eye and added that it would be too easy, they themselves were no better. The protagonist opened his mouth and laughingly shouted, "Why did they do this to mom and dad? They are so pathetic." He thinks it was hard for them to restrain themselves from killing them. After which Nate dropped his hands and froze. Nate lowered the knife down, after which he suddenly opened his eyes. The protagonist woke up in the middle of the ward on the bed. Chloe entered the ward and asked if the protagonist was awake. The protagonist sat up and asked where he was, and the doctor answered that he was in the hospital. Then she put her hand on his chest and noted that he should not get up yet. After which she laid the protagonist down and added that it would be better to rest a little more. Nate looked at his hand and asked why he was here. His head was splitting. After which he saw his hand covered in blood. Then he suddenly jumped up from his place. Chloe picked up the folder and noted that he should stay in bed. The doctor held out her hand and asked if he could calm down. Nate opened his mouth and shouted what happened to those who were in the bank, where his classmates were, where Anna was. Then he darkened. Then he fell on the bed. The doctor leaned over to the protagonist and asked him to take a deep breath. The protagonist opened his mouth and heard not to worry, everything was fine. Nate looked at the doctor and asked where Anna was, and then thought that the last thing he remembered was Anna hitting him. The doctor put her hands out and asked her to stay calm, and Nate thought that she was alive, but why did she need to go to the hospital? Maybe she was badly injured. The protagonist leaned on his leg and shouted that he was going. Nate darted to the exit and thought that he should see for himself. Chloe looked closely at the protagonist. Then she opened her mouth and remarked that it would be better if he lost his memory. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought that he felt bad. After which he ran down the stairs and added that he had brought himself to such a state and had gotten into a lot of trouble. Why couldn't he stop? The protagonist ran forward. Anna was carrying bags and humming a song. The girl was walking straight. Nate opened his eyes wide and thought that she was alive and not injured at all. He hadn't cut her throat. Anna looked at the protagonist, after which Nate fell to his knees. The protagonist trembled, and Anna asked why he was falling to his knees. Then she put her hand on his back and asked if he had recovered since he could run. The protagonist looked at the floor and screamed loudly. Anna fell to her knees and asked why he was crying. If something hurt, what happened? The girl put her hand on his back and told him not to cry, otherwise people might think that she had offended him. Nate looked at the gate and said that after their encounter with the plague, Young High School was closed for a week. On the day of the incident, Jack spread a rumor about Nate's escape. Jack grabbed the man and asked to borrow the phone. The experts began to examine the scene of the fight, and Nate said that this disaster took the lives of 17 security guards and 13 bank employees. Fortunately, all the high school students survived. The protagonist looked at the day's news and noticed that the media was attracted by the 10th grade of Heon High School, who fought off the plague, especially the White Goblin Anna, who fought Nate directly. Anna entered the ward and thought that giving an interview is much more difficult than fighting. She needs to talk about it. The girl looked at the protagonist and added that the journalists will not believe it, and there is no point in trying to revive a man who has been unconscious for 3 days. The protagonist was sleeping, and Anna added that she had a hard time believing what happened. Anna remembered how the protagonist cut off her horn. Then she remembered how she dodged his blow. Anna opened her mouth and was surprised. Nate looked at her furiously. Then he began to slowly close his eyes. Then he fell into the girl's arms. Anna caught him and screamed. Then she gently propped him up on her knee. Then she took his hand and noted that if he had cried enough, he should get up. Nate opened his mouth in tears. Then Anna moved him and shouted that it was enough, he hadn't hurt her, there were no problems with Edia. Then she opened her mouth and asked if he was worried. Nate opened his mouth and started crying. Then he wiped his tears and thanked her, and Anna noted that she already knew what the doctor would think of him when he returned. Let him take a look at himself and let's go. A week later, the main character was in the hospital and everything returned to normal. The guy looked back and noted that now he looked at the 10th grade differently, and the girl asked that they were the ones fighting the plague. Then she opened her mouth and shouted that it was so cool, I wish she had the same opportunity. The protagonist looked down and thought that he understood that they were criminals who initially intended to kill them, but how could they be so inhumane? Nate saw blood in front of him. Then he went straight and added that he thought he could keep his Edia under control, but he was wrong. Because of him many people died. After which he gritted his teeth at the thought that Anna had miraculously escaped death because her Edia had turned off. Then he stopped and thought that he had to make sure that this would not happen again. He needed to study his Edia well. The protagonist leaned on the door and thought that someone who had seen it in action and had enough knowledge could help him with this. The protagonist looked at the guy and added that Bruce, who had brought his Edia to the limit, could. The guy opened his mouth and asked that shouldn't he be resting this week. Nate looked at him and noted that he needed to ask him something. Bruce's gaze tensed. Then he lowered his head and asked what was wrong. Then he jumped down and told the protagonist to speak. Nate lowered his head and asked what he thought about dividing souls into ranks. Bruce looked at the protagonist thoughtfully. The protagonist opened his mouth and added that Edia determines the position in the ranking. All his powers depend on the rank. The guy put his hand out and asked if he was interested in whether the rank letter affected the soul. The protagonist began to sweat and said that it did. After the answer no, the protagonist raised his head. Bruce opened his mouth and answered that the rank opens access to various skills, but does not affect the soul. Souls cannot be divided by rank. After hearing this, Nate began to cry. Bruce narrowed his eyes and said that souls cannot be divided by rank. The protagonist snapped his fingers. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he also knew that powers directly depend on the rank of Edia. Bruce opened his mouth and said that they depended, but this does not affect the soul in any way. Then he clenched his teeth. The protagonist threw his hand around his neck and heard that he was trying to verify the validity of his guesses with his help, after which he thought that he always believed that souls cannot be divided by rank. Blood appeared under the protagonist's feet. Nate looked at the puddle and thought, because his soul, greedy for murder, obviously should have the highest rank. The protagonist opened his mouth. Then he saw his uncle in the eyes and added in his head that his Edia and the factors that provoked its occurrence made him think about dividing souls into ranks. Nate began to fall into the blood and added that one could, as it were, the main purpose of his soul. Then he looked to the side. Dark silhouettes approached him and shouted that he liked killing people so much. He was the devil incarnate. He had a terrible soul, a killer. The protagonist silently lowered his head. Bruce took a pancake and noted that when he first saw it, it advised him to start working. Then he turned his gaze to the protagonist and added that at that time it seemed to him that he was not one of those who liked to work, but despite constant whining, he still continued to come to training. Bruce remembered how the protagonist opened the door and noted that his muscles ached today. Then he remembered how the protagonist was lying on the ground and Bruce noted that not everyone could handle his training, but he was keeping up well. Nate looked down gloomily. Then he opened his mouth and pulled out a sound. Then he imagined two silhouettes in his head and thought that the higher the rank, the higher the overall combat ability. That's how the ranking system works, but is it possible to get the highest level of combat ability with a lower Edia? Bruce put the opponent on his shoulder blades. The guy looked at the opponent and the host shouted that Bruce had won another victory. Incredible strength with a strange Edia. He wins after defeating all opponents. In this case, the Edia rank loses its meaning. Bruce threw the barbell on his back and noted that he understood perfectly well that he did not come here because he forced him. Then he closed his eyes and added that he wanted to make sure, with the help of him, whose rank of overall combat ability is higher than Edia. The protagonist lowered his head and heard that this idea, there are no ranks. Nate looked at his dark reflection and thought, as Bruce said, he simply denies his idea, there are no ranks. Bruce turned to the protagonist and he thought that such a dirty idea cannot be recognized solely as a high rank, which is why he was interested in Bruce. The guy opened his mouth and asked if he answered his question. The protagonist looked at Bruce and thought that he was the one who managed to increase his overall combat abilities to a plus rank. While having idea of rank B, Bruce always convinced him that with effort, a person can achieve anything. After which Nate looked down. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he wanted to talk to him about something. Bruce took the bar and said that the state that arose during the battle is his idea. Bruce narrowed his eyes and looked at the ceiling. Nate opened his mouth and asked if he believed him that an F-rank fighter can actually be S-rank. It was he who fought off the plague. Bruce threw the barbell on the rack. Then he stood up and asked if there was any point in lying. He saw no reason. Nate opened his mouth and thanked him for trusting him. Bruce sat down on the bench and asked if he wanted Edia to control him. Nate sat down next to him and replied that he thought he could at least resist her a little, but after he hit a member of the group. Nate remembered how he killed a man and added that his sanity seemed to leave his body. The protagonist remembered standing in the hallway with corpses. Then he opened his mouth wide and added that he no longer wanted to lose control because of Edia. Then he turned and asked what he would do if he were in his place, how he could take Edia under control. Bruce opened his mouth and replied that he should create a healthy body and mind. A healthy body can only be achieved through diligent training. Nate opened his mouth and shouted that he had trained all his life, but nothing had changed. Bruce looked at him and noticed that people who were unable to control their powers had something in common. Then he stood up and added that they did not love themselves. Bruce raised his hand and noted that someone who did not love himself could not admit his efforts. He worked hard, he was proud of himself. The protagonist removed his hand. Then he pointed to himself and asked what love, a killer who enjoys suffering. Bruce looked at him and asked what he worked hard to become a killer. Then he closed his eyes and told him to love himself. Bruce remembered the protagonist waving a knife and noted that this was not the usual Nate obsessed with killing. Killer Nate looked away. Nate began to take the knife from the killer. His hand trembled. The protagonist gritted his teeth and heard that it was Nate who desperately worked to suppress his bloodlust. Nate fell to the ground. Bruce opened his mouth and noted that he wanted to be the best. Then he took off his shirt and added that his idea was not that good. The guy remembered falling during training and noted that he could not succeed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move a mile up the mountain of success. Bruce was lying in the ring and added that in all 3 years of high school, he never managed to reach the advanced fight because he was devastated by his weakness. Then he put his hand on his face and noted that he hated his low rank, but nothing changed. Bruce looked away and added that one day he wondered how well he knew his idea. Then he remembered standing in front of the bag and noted that he examined his soul and realized his limit. Then he opened his mouth and screamed. Bruce powerfully pushed the bag. Then he looked at his hands and noted that by using his strengths and protecting his weaknesses, he collided with his idea. Bruce looked at his opponent. Then he grabbed him. He squeezed him tightly with his hand. Then he dropped it on the ground and noted that it was thanks to this that he managed to surpass himself. Bruce lowered his shirt. Then he took off his t-shirt and noted that even now he continues to improve. He will become the best. And what about Nate? The protagonist looked straight ahead. Then he began to take off his glasses. Then he looked at them. A moment later he threw them down. Then he rolled up his sleeves and replied that he, too, would surpass himself. A scream was heard from the windows that they should all know very well that firearms are useless against the Edia. So many weapons simply lose their meaning when the Edia manifests itself. Dark smoke rose in the room. The man in the gas mask looked straight ahead and shouted that a chemical attack is another matter. It will take their lives the same moment the Edia turns off and the person returns to their usual state. Jack began to run to the door and said that if they are destined to die anyway. Then he began to beat on the door and added that why train resilience at all. Then he burst into tears and shouted for them to open the door. The man turned to his comrade and noted that the cloud of poison gas was too thick for them. Even if the 10th platoon eventually increased its strength, it was all a few. One of the trainers strained his gaze. Then he waved his hand and shouted to sing the national anthem. He would give extra points to those. He would give extra points to those who finished the song. The protagonist opened his mouth and sang that until the waters of the eastern sea dry up, until Pictusin is wiped off the face of the earth. A moment later, the door opened. The other students pointed to the door and shouted that the third squad was leaving. Why was the gas cloud so dense? Nothing could be seen at all. Nate confidently walked out of the door. Then he went to the coach and noted that all the officers had fallen, so he would act as a reporter. The chemistry teacher put his hand to his face and noted that the third squad, the total number, 11 people, 10 were out of line. Students began to fall around the protagonist. Nate opened his mouth and added that 10 people were out due to training in the gas chamber. 1 is present. End of report. There was a notice on the wall. The protagonist came out from behind the corner and thought about what he found. Now no one will say anything. Then he tore it off and added that he should get a rank badge. Nate crawled confidently through the mud, and the information noted that the protagonist took first place in the standard walk around. A special note: in all competitions he finished 5 seconds earlier than the cadet who took second place. The records of the leader of the 10th platoon, his skills can rightfully be called worthy to represent the nation. The protagonist ran with his mouth open and thought that he would surpass himself. Nate looked closely at the information about stealth. The director looked at the information and realized that there was only about the protagonist. Then he turned the page and asked how this F-rank fighter got such good physical indicators. The teacher opened his mouth and replied that other students also received control marks. The man clenched his teeth and noted that this was not enough. The man opened his mouth in amazement and asked again. The teacher leaned his head on his hand and noted that he had received information that the 998th Brigade was heading their way. It seemed they were not happy that Heian High School had secured the support of the state. Apparently their school would be disgraced. After which the man threw the document on the table. Then he looked at the calendar and noted that the 11th graders were fine, but they could not do anything about the 9th graders. The man raised his hand and added that the problem was only with the 10th graders. They needed to intensify their training. The coach opened his mouth and asked what training he was talking about. The director put down the calendar and noted that these were short-term training sessions to increase their fighting strength. This was the base. Hector folded his arms and glared. The boxes were on the ground. Students came up and carried them. Anna turned to the protagonist and asked why he was carrying 2 boxes. Nate smiled and replied that they were training, so he wanted to get pumped up. Anna turned pale and noticed that he had been practicing during lunch too. Then she turned away. All the students were shaking, and the protagonist noticed that everyone was looking at her, and Anna replied that she thought it was news to her. If he didn't know, this was her reality. The protagonist turned and noticed that he sounded self-confident. Then he opened his mouth and added that he brought it up because it seemed like they were looking at her especially closely today. The girl opened her mouth and noticed that this time they weren't looking at her, but at the protagonist. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked why. Anna opened her eyes and heard that it was because he was handsome. Then she lowered her eyelids and noted that she would pretend she hadn't heard anything. Nate walked straight and hit Jack. Then he began to fall. Then he looked at the squad leader and noticed that he was lost in his stare. The protagonist turned pale. Jack clenched his teeth, after which he stepped aside and asked the scum to watch his step. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if the squad leader had changed somehow, if something had happened. Anna raised her hand and asked if he really didn't understand why no one was bothering him lately. The protagonist opened his eyes and asked if it was because he was spending time with her, and Anna answered because he had become different. Anna kicked the door down and added that he was depressing. The protagonist followed her in and heard what else, who, when, where. Anna trembled when she heard the question if she was curious about his idea. The girl put the boxes down and replied that she wasn't interested in that. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he could explain it to her. Anna smirked and asked him not to say that to the girls. Then she turned around and added that she held back because it was her, but anyone else in her place would have fainted. Nate smiled and noted that they were talking about the girls because he had already told Bruce. Anna opened her mouth and screamed, asking what he had told the sergeant. Did he want to die or something? The girl began to shake the guy and added why he hadn't gone to her first. Let him talk before she gave him a beating. LD Jack bit his lip. Then he looked away and thought that he remembered this oppressive feeling. It seemed that he would kill him. He remembered well how the guy ran away from the protagonist, at what point everything went wrong. Jack shook his hair. Then he left the room and noted in his head that until he figured everything out himself, he would not admit it. Nate smiled and noted that people were looking at them. He would tell her when they were alone. Anna let go of the protagonist and noted that he should not tell the other girls either. She held back because it was she. Nate looked away and asked why they were carrying these boxes. The protagonist opened his mouth, heard that it was preparation for training, and asked what training. Anna turned to him and answered, "Guerrilla." The man clutched a red sign. 2 security guards stood at the entrance. Jack gritted his teeth and asked why they had to do this at all. The protagonist looked away and asked if maybe they should have brought 5-kilogram weights, and Anna asked if he had sunstroke or something. The protagonist turned and asked again, and Anna answered, then why the one who had previously tried with all his might to avoid Bruce's training. The girl opened her mouth and added, now he's suddenly gotten so into sports. The protagonist left his seat. The protagonist walked away from her and noted that if he thought about it, if he were Bruce, he would already be carrying a 10-kilogram weight in each hand. Anna turned pale and said nothing. Then she clenched her teeth sharply when a 10-minute break was announced, after which she looked at the closed bank and thought that she understood their intentions, but how could they be so insensitive? The protagonist turned and asked what was wrong. She looked bad. Anna opened her mouth and noted that she should ask him if he was okay. Nate pointed to the side. The girl looked away and thought that she was worried for no reason. The guy approached her and asked if she was Anna. People approached her and began to praise her. Anna smiled and thanked her for her support. after which she looked at the closed establishment and thought that it was because of the school. She was sure that this was the director's idea. They specially arranged a break in such a place to advertise the school. The students turned to the establishment, and Anna thought that right next to the bank, where the plague incident occurred, just the conversations of the students of the Heian school are already a good boost to the school's rating. Anna remembered being on the news and added that, in addition, residents can express their dissatisfaction right here and get an immediate response, and the store owners are happy even if they close the passage. The students approached the establishment. The students began to examine the purchase, and Anna noted in her head that the teachers had already agreed on everything in advance. Advertising plus a reason to be proud, they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Jack gritted his teeth. The students began to feel sick, and Anna added that this was simply inhumane to the injured platoon. The guy smiled and shouted that it was time for them to go. Let everyone get up. The main character looked at her and asked that she really needed a break. Was she okay? And Anna replied that she should not talk to her. Her neck hurts. The main character looked at the establishment, after which he opened his eyes and thought that he would be lying if he said that he did not feel anything. Nate followed the squad and added that he had decided that he was above his soul. There were no ranks. The protagonist smiled and walked on, and then noted that he would change. Hector smiled and noted that this was a great plan. Then he opened the door and added that it was genius to specifically bring them to that place, although they had already gone 5 kilometers. Then he took out the keys and opened the car and noted that he was ready to move. The director got into the car and said that sharing words of inspiration with students tired of training was the battalion commander's job. Then he turned off the phone and added that therefore the school could not function without it. Then he drove down the road and laughed loudly. The squad came to a forest path and a scream was heard, "Stop." The coach opened his mouth and noted that the next path was very steep, so they needed to take a long break. They could sit, but they should not relax too much. Anna turned to the protagonist and called him Mr. Excess, and Nate asked if he would stop calling him that. Anna turned and asked if he wanted a chocolate bar, and the protagonist replied that newbie Nate Excess thanked him for the chocolate bar. The girl handed him the chocolate bar. Nate turned to the moving car. Then the director's car stopped. Hector got out and noted that it was a bit hot outside. The coach raised his hand and said hello. Then he saw Anna and asked how she copes with everyone here, to which he received the answer that there are no problems. Hector opened his mouth and noted that she can be trusted, no wonder from her. The protagonist approached the director and introduced himself. The director closed his eye. Then he opened his mouth and asked that wasn't he told to call him the battalion commander, and Nate replied that he took it back. Anna looked at the director and thought that his bias was so obvious. Hector narrowed his eyes and noticed that he looked more cheerful than everyone else. The protagonist smiled and noted that this was exactly it, and the director asked to open his backpack. Nate turned pale and asked again. Hector looked at the coach and noted that they would conduct an inspection. The leader of the 10th platoon should bring a list. The protagonist began to lay out things, and Anna thought that he was trying to find a reason to specifically extinguish Nate, but he was not one of those who could forget something. The protagonist sat near the backpack and laid out things. The coach put a check on the papers and noted that everything was in place. Hector grimaced and noted that he had not left anything. Then he smiled and asked what else was left in his backpack. He took something else with him. Nate smiled. Then he took out the bags and noted that he took sandbags to train during breaks. Hector turned pale and asked what he knew about this activity, and Nate replied that it was guerrilla training and endurance training. Anna gritted her teeth and wondered why he was so desperate to set Nate up. Then the coach opened his mouth and shouted that it was time for them to go. The teacher approached the car and wished them luck. Anna looked at him with displeasure. The coach looked at the squad and noted that they would be there soon. The girl looked at him and asked that Anna was the most worthy among them, the white goblin, could he test her? The coach looked at the protagonist and noted that they needed to focus on Nate. The girl smiled and asked what he meant about the guy with the dagger. She knew that he thought highly of him. Then she moved her hand to the side and added that she was not sure. Then she remembered how the protagonist dodged and noted that he had good endurance and reaction speed. Then she remembered how Nate jumped on her, after which the main character stabbed her and added that Edia does not correspond to these parameters. Is he really worth attention? The coach opened his mouth and answered that he did. The girl smiled and said that he did not accidentally rate him so highly just because he was in his club. It seems he considers him cooler than the first squad. Bruce darkened and noted that he deserves this title. The girl opened her eyes and heard that he was not just better than the first squad, he was much cooler than the entire platoon. The girl turned and asked who was cooler than whom. The girl turned to the guy and looked. Bruce strained his gaze and replied that her attitude towards Nate was based on the previous battle of the squads. She did not take into account his later successes. The girl smiled and noted that he joined the club only 2 months ago. It is also important to take into account the long break. The coach turned and said, let her see for herself how much he had changed in the last 2 months. Nate walked forward confidently, and Bruce added that he assured her that this lesson would eventually turn into a solo performance by Nate. The door to the barracks appeared. Nate turned and asked why they had built a new building in a military spirit. Then he looked in the closet. Then he saw the number 300 and realized that there were only 300 students. Everyone in the locker room turned when they heard that a general student report was being made. Let them report everything to the departmental center as soon as possible. The protagonist put his hand on his chin and noted that it was Bruce's voice. It seemed that the rumors were true. The guys began to fall to the floor and scream that they were doomed. Guerrilla training. The protagonist looked at them with displeasure. The coach went to the podium and noted that all the 10th graders were in place. Bruce opened his mouth and noted that he was leading the guerrilla training. Before starting to eat, he had a couple of important announcements to make. The squad turned and heard that the fighters from the first numbers would be placed in room 1. The protagonist stood up with his squad and heard that the rest would be distributed among the remaining 9 rooms according to their number. Nate looked at his number and Bruce added that they must have known already, but their number was a certain school rank of general combat ability. Then the coach pricked up his eyes and added that during training, their performance would not depend on their number. This guerrilla training would ultimately have a significant impact on the final grade. The guy opened his mouth and asked what would not depend. The guys looked at each other, heard that depending on their efforts and training, the rank of general combat ability could change significantly, and one of them noted that he had never heard of such a thing before. Bruce looked at his watch and said that it was 12 o'clock. Let them remember that lunch was until 13 o'clock and rest time was until 14. The instructors would tell them about the schedule a little later. The coach looked up at the sky and asked if everything was clear, and everyone shouted positively in response. The guy opened his mouth and noted that he was so hungry. The guys remembered the empty containers and noted that those who came before them ate everything. Only scraps were left. Kimchi and burnt rice were not enough. The dark-haired looked at him, heard him, did not want to hurt himself intentionally and fly out of training, and replied that there was a nurse here, let him not do stupid things. The main character opened the door and shouted for them to start eating. Then he poured out the contents of the bag. The guys opened their mouths and asked what it was, where he got it. Nate smiled and replied that he did not steal anything. They needed to eat quickly, but let them keep it a secret. The protagonist saluted and noted that he was very hungry. Bruce smiled and noted that he heard that they decided to inspect him during training. He thought he was already warmed up enough, and Nate replied that when he was full, he was ready to give it his all. The coach went into the room and asked how much he needed, and the protagonist replied that it was enough for 15 people. Bruce trembled. Then he smiled. The other coach opened his mouth and shouted for him to stop. Bruce looked at him furiously, heard that this was the food that the teachers gave them, and asked that the instructors were given a special lunch. He said that he was hungry. The guy put his hands out and told him to take it. Bruce handed the protagonist a bag and heard gratitude. A moment later, the bags of food were empty. Nate smiled and asked if they were full. The squad opened their mouths and shouted that he was their hero. Thanks to him, things had gotten much better. Nate looked at them and heard that next time they would have to starve, but now it was better than nothing. They were very happy with such a hearty meal. He would definitely repay him. The protagonist covered his mouth. Then he looked at the squad and noted that if they wanted to thank him, then let them promise something. Nate clenched his fist and added that they needed to give it their all in training. The guys opened their mouths and noted that they were from room 10. They were the 15 worst students in the 10th grade, even if they gave it their all. Nate opened his mouth and noted that he knew, then heard that he was aware that they had a terrible idea. The protagonist smiled and asked what was worse than his. All the guys turned pale. Then they looked at the protagonist and noted that he had changed a lot lately. He was not at all the same as before. He also wanted to change like that. Nate looked at the guy carefully. Then one of them raised his hand and shouted if anyone wanted Nate to be their leader. The answer was unanimous. Nate opened his mouth and asked that everyone agreed. No one objected. Bruce blew the whistle on the guerrilla training field. The warriors crawled through the mud. Nate's squad ducked. The coach turned and asked what they were fighting with at the beginning of the semester. The girl froze and asked what he was laughing at. Bruce smiled and noted that as expected, the members of the physical training club distinguished themselves. Moreover, this applies to not only Nate. The protagonist's entire squad opened their mouths and Bruce added that all the participants in the last room stood out. The girl opened her mouth and asked what was going on. Bruce opened his mouth and noted that practice was over for today. The entire squad fell to the ground and heard that they posted the schedule, so they should not forget to check the bulletin board. Bruce looked straight ahead and called the protagonist. The protagonist opened his mouth and answered. After which he heard the question, "Is that all?" and answered yes. The coach smiled and noted that great. As he said during lunch, all residents of room 10, including number 300, will receive additional points. The entire squad looked at each other happily, after which they raised their hands and shouted that they succeeded. It was evening outside. The protagonist stood under a tree, after which he looked at his watch and asked why he had left too early. A dark silhouette appeared. Anna's curls were fluttering in the wind. The girl adjusted her hair and asked how long he had waited. Nate smiled and replied that it was not that late, so it was nothing. Anna turned and asked what was going on. 300 people had gathered here. Everything was not that bad. When was he going to leave the last place? The protagonist raised his hand and replied that after guerrilla training, and Anna asked why he was so confident in himself. Nate turned around and said he'd get a rank badge next week. Anna gasped and asked if it was just a personal badge or a colonel's badge as well, and the protagonist replied that he might even get promoted to colonel. Nate pointed his finger and added that he might even get promoted to sergeant. Anna folded her hands behind her back. Then she looked straight ahead and remarked that that was good. Nate turned around and asked what she said, to which Anna replied that it was nothing at all. The sun was shining brightly over the barracks. The squad from door 10 was running ahead. The guy gasped and asked what kind of nonsense it was to run so early in the morning. A moment later, the protagonist flew past them. The guy gasped and asked what again. The girl leaned on the railing and asked that he was 2 laps ahead of the group. Chloe gasped and remarked that everyone else looked like they were dead. The protagonist ran forward confidently, and the authorities said that no one dropped out of training yesterday. Chloe smiled and added that none of the guys used medical care or endurance recovery. They understand what it means. The girl opened her eyes and said that after this wild training, no one restored endurance. They really are real dead. The squad quickly ran forward. Bruce smiled and said that this is a whole horde of dead people, a great name for a team. Then he looked at the list. The coach stepped on the ground. The entire squad of the 10th door followed the coach. Dark energy emanated from the protagonist. The instructor turned and wondered if these guys were really from the 10th room. They are the weakest, they have a murderous look. Then he turned pale when the protagonist called him. Nate took the instructor by the shoulder and called loudly, and he got scared. Then he smiled and asked what was going on. Nate smiled and remarked that he was curious about something, and the instructor thought that he seemed quite inadequate. The guys behind him seemed to have already gone far away. They would unwind by talking to this guy. After which the coach took his hand away and remarked that the instructor was not nearby, so he could feel free to contact him. He knew that this was his first such training. Nate smiled and asked to tell him how to quickly overcome the obstacle course. The coach hunched over and remarked that he would not advise it. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked that shouldn't he be given extra points for quickly completing the tasks, and the instructor remarked that they would, but only after completing the entire training. After which he stuck out his finger and added that the instructor would meet him at physical training classes and give him extra tasks for the time while the other students finished the obstacle course. Then he turned to the protagonist and remarked that since their group was doing it too quickly, they would have to train for a long time. The protagonist smiled broadly, after which he folded his arms and noted that the faster they finished, the higher the score they would get and the longer the training would be. The instructor narrowed his eyes and thought that this was how he was leading these psychopaths. The guy secured the safety harness, after which the trainer looked at him and noted that he was sliding down so quickly. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked if he had instructed them correctly. They couldn't have completed the task so quickly, after which she looked at the report and added that everyone had completed the obstacle course, every single one of them. The instructor pinched his nose and noted that she would never have guessed. After all, she hadn't seen them at the very beginning. After which he remembered how the protagonist completed the obstacle course and noted that when the 300 said to jump, all 14 people jump. If he said to climb, they climb. The instructor remembered how the squad from the 10th door climbed the stairs, after which he remembered how they climbed the fence and noted that if he said to run, everyone ran. The girl opened her mouth and noticed that it was the same guy. He was constantly running away during the battle of the squads. Nate opened his mouth and shouted that he could do it. The guy clenched his teeth. Then he rolled down screaming. Nate hugged him and shouted that everyone did it. The guy opened his mouth and noted that now they would go to training. The main character raised his hand and shouted that now they would go to training. Are everyone full of strength? The instructor covered his face and asked what could change. Bruce opened his mouth and noted that now they would train Edia. Then he put his hands on his belt and added that this training was planned for another day, but because of the extreme Dara they made a rearrangement. After training they would go to rest. The whole squad began to exchange glances. Bruce closed his eyes and thought that the weather had disrupted the entire schedule, but this is not critical. In such heat the limit of endurance becomes more obvious. A ball lit up in his chest and he added that the purpose of the training was to make sure that all the students could continue to fight using Edia even when its abilities were at their limit. Previously they had only used Edia in its normal state. After which the ball lit up and Bruce added that while they were training, they would be able to reveal their secret potential. Bruce looked straight ahead and thought that after the training was over, the students with good willpower would be more interested in the abilities of their Edia. After which he raised his hand and noted that they needed to get started. This training was aimed at using Edia. Then he turned and asked if they could see these boulders. They should use all their strength to break them. The entire squad trembled. Bruce put his finger up and added that each student would try their strength depending on their ordinal number. During the coding of Edia, let them try their best. Students who could not reveal Edia should pass the turn to the next one. The guy opened his eyes and noted that he had bad Edia. How could he break the boulder? Bruce looked at him and noted that he was sure that many of them considered themselves unworthy. Then he turned and added that most of them had heard of his Edia. Nate looked at him and thought that he had a special combat Edia. He would definitely catch him. Bruce approached the boulder and the protagonist thought that if he tried his strength on this boulder, then it would only be possible to break it with the help of. Bruce's hands glowed. Bruce abruptly moved to the stone. His hand was burning and he dug into the stone. The protagonist grinned and said that he really was. The stone rose into the air. The man was holding a huge boulder. His eyes were glowing with blue light. A moment later, the stone exploded in a blinding flash. The man looked towards the protagonist. Nate frowned and thought that his Edia had really improved. A sign appeared saying that Edia's rank was B+++. He would catch the target he had chosen, and the time it took to cover a certain distance would be reduced. Bruce dusted his hands, and the sign said that his movement speed would increase, and that the skill could be trained regardless of human limits, even if he did not pay attention to the target's weight, and that he could ignore weight 4 times greater than his own. The protagonist thought that he could ignore weight when using the skill. He put his hand behind his head and laughed, and the guys behind him were saying that his finger had passed through the boulders, and that he was a human being at all. Bruce turned to them and told them to do so, and if they understood everything. He frowned and asked if they had heard the instructor. The students opened their mouths in fear and screamed. The girl stood and looked at the list, and Bruce said that they would start with number 1. Anna introduced herself as a white jade goblin. She confidently walked forward. Then she picked up her weapon. The instructor told her to start, and the girl swung. She used the goblin ball art. A moment later, the stone broke into 2 pieces from her blow. The girl put the weapon back. The guy said enthusiastically that she was incredible, and the other one said that this was the Edia of the Jade Goblin clan family. His gaze fell on the girl, and in his mind flashed that, as expected, her inclinations were of a completely different rank. The man looked at the list again and said, "Number 2, please." The leaves rustled. The guy was carrying a huge tree and saying that this guy, and they amazed him. He gritted his teeth and said that one day he would prove he was right. Then he swung the tree and said that he would kick their asses. The tree hit a rock. Jack hit the rock and screamed for it to break. Julie narrowed her eyes and watched the action. In her mind she thought he was like her. The tree fell apart in the guy's hands and he said that he chose a rotten tree. Bruce looked at the guy and told him not to worry and that he would not forget about his Edia when evaluating, to which Jack tusked. The man opened his mouth and shouted, "What's next?" The rock stood on the ground. Bruce looked at the list and called the next one. He looked at the main character and asked if he was the last one. Nate looked at the huge boulder. The guys looked at the protagonist and said that he really chose this boulder, that there were other boulders, and that this kind of test wasn't meant for someone like Anna or Bruce. Then they continued that he was the leader of the 10th room, and that they hadn't seen the guys from that room, and their minds flashed to the guys fighting fiercely. Their gaze fell on the protagonist's weapon, and they said that this guy had 2. They shut up and realized that he had a dagger. The protagonist turned to the instructor and turned his head to him. Then he pressed his lips. The instructor nodded to him. Nate closed his eyes. In front of him stood a huge boulder and his dagger began to smoke. Jack grinned and said that this bastard was at it again. Anna got angry and called him Mr. Excess. The instructor held a list in his hands and told him to begin. The protagonist braced himself for the blow. Then his weapon cut the air. He covered his mouth, fragments flew from the stone. Then he chuckled. He narrowed his eyes, and there were shouts all around that no one for him to finish. Julie looked at it in surprise and said, "What the hell?" Bruce looked at his watch and said that there was just a little bit left. The protagonist fell to his knees in front of the broken rock. He grabbed his hand and thought that he thought so and that he couldn't turn it off that easily. Then he turned to the instructor who told him to call if he needed to, and the protagonist chuckled and thanked him. Nate bit his lip and thought that he couldn't rely on others every time. Holding his hand tightly, he continued the thought that he wanted to at least be able to partially turn off Edia. In his thoughts there was only attention. The guys behind him asked what happened and where the boulder went and that such a thing was possible with a dagger. Bruce smiled and said that he thought he succeeded this time. The protagonist raised his hand and replied that it was all thanks to his help. The sign said that Edia's rank was partially using the fighting power from a perfect kill. Then it said that control was under the power of the skill user. The more body parts involved, the lower the control became. The protagonist chuckled. The body part uses the move from the skill perfect kill regardless of the user's will, the exposed body part, the right hand. Approaching the girl, he chuckled and said that it wasn't perfect, but he did it, to which she replied that he made her worry. She then continued that she wasn't sure how exactly he did it, But she was interrupted by the guys who suddenly ran up and shouted at him that he was the boss, that it was incredible, and that they always believed in their boss. The guys picked him up and started throwing him in the air while shouting that he was the boss, to which she replied that Mr. XS and his ward were birds of a feather. The girl smiled indulgently and said that she would leave it to them today. The sky was covered with clouds. The guy knocked on the door and asked if she was there. He turned away and said that the nurse had gone somewhere. In his thoughts was that since the guys from the 10th room had never dropped out, they did not go to restore stamina. He raised his hand for another knock, and in his thoughts was that he was proud of them, but any recovery has a limit. He thought that he should ask the nurse for help when suddenly some man called out to him. Nate looked at the teacher who called him by name. He frowned in confusion and asked why him, and that didn't he know that you can't come here without permission. The protagonist clenched his mouth in fear. Bruce approached the protagonist and asked didn't he know that you can't come here without permission. He loomed over the guy and said that he didn't know why exactly he came here, but a moment later the protagonist screamed. The mentor put his finger to his lips and said that he would be punished if caught, and the protagonist looked at him in confusion. Bruce clenched his hand into a fist and told him to quickly return before the teachers found out, and Nate thought why he was acting like this. Someone came out of the room and asked what the noise was and if something happened, to which Bruce replied that nothing, and the protagonist thought that it turned out that the teachers were at a meeting, then the nurse. The man looked at the protagonist smiling and asked who we have here. Looking at the guys, he continued that the unique Nate from Hay in school, or is he so unique not only in his school, well, and in the whole country? He approached the protagonist and asked with a smile what brought him here, and that he came to complain to the teacher that the training was too difficult. Bruce joined the conversation, raised one eyebrow, and told the protagonist to quickly return to the barracks. The man hugged the protagonist and asked the coach why he was so harsh with the child, and that this was why they had to survive the incident with the plague. He began to lead the protagonist into the room, saying that since everyone was here, they should have a drink. He went into the teacher's room. Everyone was talking about where they should go to eat, what kind of food they liked, and that they missed deliver. And the man turned to the teachers with a smile and said that this was number 300, to which the protagonist thought that this was not a meeting, but some kind of bazaar. The man hung over the protagonist, saying that there were no instructors here, so he could feel free. Nate sadly thanked him. The man laughed and asked if the training was hard, and said that Bruce was very strict. The protagonist thought that they were overdoing it and that they thought they could talk about him, and told him that he wouldn't say that and that he liked training. Bruce frowned and turned to the protagonist, saying that wasn't it time to go to the barracks and that he would take care of everything. Let him go back, to which the man called out to him and said that there was still time. What was he saying? He asked with a smile what brought the protagonist there, to which he replied that he was looking for a nurse. A moment later the man laughed, saying that everyone should look at him and that his bar was clearly not F rank, turned to the nurse and said that this guy was for her, to which the woman asked if he was injured. The protagonist stood near the table and answered that no, that he had come to talk about restoring the stamina of the guys from room 10. The man asked to borrow his laptop and said that the guys from room 10 must have had a hard time, asked if the weaklings had rested. A report card with grades appeared in front of his face. The man asked what it was and said that the protagonist was in first place. Another man approached him and asked him again. The woman answered that student number 300 was in first place, that there was some kind of mistake. The man said that he could only be in first place due to fatigue. Nate grinned and wondered if they hadn't looked at the grades even once in 3 days. The teacher asked the man if he had paid him. The woman asked if he was attending his classes, and that Bruce had probably given his protege a break. Then they saw that Anna was second, and that all the others had really been pushed out by the guys from room 10. One of them continued that this was some kind of group bribe, and the protagonist opened his mouth angrily and shouted that Bruce was not the type to be bought by money. The teacher continued that number 300 had overtaken number 1. He assumed that he was the unique F rank who was physically stronger than all the others. Someone said that today he had also won first place in the training, and that how could an F rank student win first place in such a training, and all the guys from room 10 had also won the best places. The protagonist began to furiously insist that all the results he and his comrades had received were honest, to which the man asked again and said that he had been polite to him because he felt sorry for the F rank idiot. Bruce pulled the protagonist away, saying that that was enough and that he would escort him. The teachers told them after him that he was protecting him because he was a 10th grade teacher, chuckled and said that it was worthy, then said that he had failed to protect his children from the attack, that they would have to start monitoring them from tomorrow, called him a thorn, and that they were faking the results. The instructor took the protagonist by the back and told him to go. The protagonist bared his teeth angrily. Then he furiously exclaimed the word "what if?" The man asked again, frowning, but in his mind he was thinking that in life you need to take everything calmly. Nate continued that if in front of all the teachers the entire 10th room takes the top 30, He smiled and asked what if such a miracle happens. The teachers looked at him in bewilderment. Then the man chuckled and said that it was amazing how he could talk such nonsense with such calmness. The others said that he was good and that he had not thought about becoming a comedian. Approaching the teacher, Nate said with a smile that this was not a joke, that he was speaking honestly. The teacher laughed and told him that okay, and that if such a miracle happens, he will react accordingly, and what about a promotion? The man turned to the other teachers who said that sounded great, and that if even one person was outside the top 30 then everyone would be demoted. Voices could be heard behind him saying that someone was betting 20 that at least one person would make it to the top and that someone else was betting 100 that no one would make it to the top 30. The main character walked out of the room saying that he hoped that they kept their word as teachers. The voice continued that betting on an obvious outcome was vile. The main character walked out of the room thinking about what he was going to do. The dark sky rose above the school. Someone called out to the main character. A nurse was walking next to him and he apologized for causing such a fuss, to which she replied that she should apologize. They stood opposite each other and she said that if she had taken him out earlier, but the protagonist interrupted her and asked if she had heard about the deal and that he would need her help as a nurse. The girl smiled and said okay and that they needed to restore their stamina. The protagonist answered affirmatively and said that if room 10 was restored, they would easily get to the top. The nurse asked with a smile if he was so confident in his abilities and that they should go. Nate said that he thought it would be better if she came after a little cleaning and that they had not washed yet and were somehow dirty. A question was heard from behind the door about where he had gone. The guy was kicking the other guys, saying that he was talking about their boss, that where was that idiot number 300, called him an F-rank bastard, and that he really thought that he had conspired with the instructor in advance. The guy was lying on the ground. Another classmate had a trickle of blood running down his face and said that there was no collusion. A moment later, a foot flew into his face. The attackers said not to pepper, and that they were very proud. In his thoughts he thought that they were making him angry, but now was not the time. They were deliberately looking for a fight. The protagonist watched everything from afar and thought that if he called the teacher, they would most likely not come again. The protagonist looked away, and in his thoughts he thought that maybe it would be better to call the instructor. A voice shouted to quickly call their leader, that they were idiots. Right in front of the protagonist a guy fell. He looked at him in fear. The guy looked back at him with pain in his eyes. He told him not to come closer, and Nate's eyes widened in fear. Then he apologized. The guy shouted to get out, and that the deceiver himself had finally arrived. He asked what they were doing, to which the falling guy said that he had started acting like he was in charge as soon as he came out of hiding. They stood opposite each other and the main character said that if he left now, the protagonist would keep quiet about what had happened, and the guy asked that if not, he would make a fuss and call the teachers. Then he drew his eyebrows together and continued that Bruce was covering for him. The one who had taken first place was starting to lose ground. The guy turned to his friends and said that he was incapable of anything without cheating. The main character thought about how they thought so, opened his mouth and smoke came out. A moment later, he covered his mouth with his hand and thought that he had to resort to cheating. The attacker opened his hands and said to prove it, grinned and said that he couldn't, that he was a cheater. Jack looked at what was happening and angrily said that he was just a stupid overgrown child, and that he had eyes in the back of his head. The door slammed and a voice behind it said that if he wanted to fight, why not try his strength tomorrow at training, and why show off now? His friends were shouting that go ahead and show him the 7th rank power, and the attacker was hanging over the protagonist. His friend was sitting behind the protagonist and telling him to show these losers. The protagonist kept his mouth shut and thought that he needed to control himself. He thought that he would lose much more than he would gain from this fight. A memory from the teacher's room appeared before his eyes, and Nate thought that this was a chance for room 10 to get noticed. The protagonist kept his mouth shut thinking that even if he held back, the nurse would still come sooner or later. The guy in front of him asked if he was scared and what to do. He grinned evilly and said that he was not going to feel sorry for him. A moment later, he pounced on the protagonist saying that he would catch him, and the protagonist thought that he would immediately Edia. The protagonist's arm began to wrap around him, and the guy said that it was too slow. He wrapped his arms around the protagonist saying that it was checkmate. The protagonist laughed and told him to look at his arms and legs and that he was not a stick insect, but a worm. The man grinned and asked why he still had the strength to open his mouth. He began to wrap his arms around the protagonist tighter and asked why he didn't cheat again like he did in training. He grinned and whispered in his ear that he hadn't broken a few bones yet. The protagonist bared his teeth in pain. He thought about not being able to breathe. The protagonist bared his teeth in pain. The guy smiled and asked if he was going to do anything, and that obviously he couldn't pull any tricks right now, and in his mind he thought that he just had a short temper. If they let him do whatever he wanted, he would just be happy and leave, and that a nurse would be here soon, so it was okay. The man turned to the protagonist's friends and said that their leader was nothing without his tricks, and did they understand that? The guys sat on the floor, asked them to let him go, and called him a worm. The attacker grinned and asked why they didn't run to save him. A moment later, the guys started running at him, screaming. The protagonist looked at them and thought, no, that if he let him do whatever he wanted, he would stop sooner or later. A moment later, his friends fell to the ground. They were lying on the floor from the impact, and the attacker told them to remember that if they were weak, they should sit below the grass. The guy was shaking and told him that they had lived like this all their lives, but their leader was different, that he probably didn't remember, but he was there too that day when Jack called Anna to the roof. The protagonist asked tiredly. A memory with two guys appeared before his eyes, and he continued that he was stupid and full of strange beliefs back then. Jack and Anna appeared in the memories, and he continued that even when the leader stopped them, they continued to consider him worse than them because he was F rank. Another friend of his said that he was there too. Then the guy continued looking at the protagonist that he was wrong, and that unlike them, who supported the man's cruelty, the leader tried to stop the fight. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. The guy continued that this is why their leader is much more amazing than them. They stood up again and started running at the attacker. He turned around with a grin and asked what kind of scene he was playing out. Continuing to hold the protagonist, he continued that it was necessary to show with a specific example. The protagonist grinned and thought that he was wrong. Looking at his friends, he continued the thought that it was he who said to never give up, and that he thought it would be possible to say goodbye to the rank if they entered into a fight. A memory appeared before his eyes where he says that he will see, next week he will get a rank. Then he thought that if he wants to get a badge so much, it does not mean that the crowd wants it, and in his thoughts there was a memory with a nurse to whom he told that if the 10th team recovers, they will easily get to the top. Then the picture changed to the guys in their room. The protagonist looked down and thought that the crowd does not want to give up, that it was he who convinced them to change, and that he is like a sting. A dagger appeared in his hand. The guy holding him looked at him and said that this is not the first time he sees this weak Edia, and what will he do? He is captured. The protagonist turned to the 10th room squad and told them to listen. He looked at the attacker and continued that if they fought only with their Edia, they would not be able to defeat even such a vile insect as him. But the falling one began to hug the protagonist even tighter, saying that he was going to pity him, but he was already overdoing it. Black smoke began to appear behind the protagonist and he said that he was acting too important, relying only on an idea, to which the attacker asked again. Then he suddenly struck, saying that he had not trained at all, and called him a small bug. Nate held a dagger in his hand and said that surprisingly, Edia was not needed at all. The attacker asked fearfully why his strength and called him a cheater. Nate attacked the guy again, saying that his legs were weak too. Blood spurted from the wound. The guy fell to the floor and started screaming that it hurt. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that he didn't even know how to tolerate pain. It was clear from the shadow that Nate had grabbed the attacker again. The protagonist opened his mouth. He turned to his friends and said that they could also handle him without using Edia. The guy was shaking under him. The protagonist looked at him and continued, what else? Then he smiled and said that this was a specific example. The scared guy started screaming. The protagonist raised his head and moaned. The guys stood over the man lying on the ground and said that there was too much chatter for someone who had passed out from such stupidity. The protagonist raised his hands and said, where are the friends of this worm, insect, or whatever he is? Then he turned to his friends and asked if they could get rid of this pile of garbage. The sun was shining on the building. Jack opened his mouth. Someone rushed past him. He looked at the protagonist and said that this idiot again. Then he widened his eyes. He turned to the tired guys and wondered who these guys were and if they were tired of running after this idiot, and that they were all losers. Julie watched what was happening and said that this is how it will end. Then she turned to the nurse and asked how student number 7 was. The girl replied that she had a hard time restoring him to his condition, but he had suffered an emotional shock, so it would be difficult to return to training. The nurse rubbed the bridge of her nose and said that she barely healed the boys from room 10 after the fight. Because of this, they were not able to fully recover their stamina, so today will be difficult. Bruce frowned. Then he called student number 300 and asked if he knew why he called him, to which the protagonist answered in the affirmative. Bruce continued that because of what happened, he gets a minus point, and the protagonist replied that he understood. Bruce continued that he was in first place, but after deducting points, he ended up in 300th. The protagonist's eyes widened. Bruce turned away and said that that was it, and for room 10 to head to the cafeteria. In his mind was that he managed to avoid expulsion, but he was last again. Oh well. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought that Bruce or the nurse must have stood up for him. His classmate yelled that this was too much and hadn't he heard what happened. The guys from room 1 started it. His second classmate called the instructor and said that student number 300 just wanted to protect them. Bruce turned to them and told room 10 not to appear and to go to the cafeteria. Carl asked why the leader was being punished for trying to protect them. Miles said that wasn't that too harsh, to which the protagonist told him to calm down. Bruce grinned and said that for refusing to follow orders, everyone would get penalty points. Carl angrily said that he had enough. What was this even? He threw something on the floor and said that no matter how hard they tried, they would remain doormats for everyone else. Bruce turned around, opened his mouth and said room 10. The protagonist stood in front of him and said that there was. Bruce looked at him questioningly. His classmates looked at him in confusion. The protagonist began doing push-ups, saying that everyone in room 10 was ready to accept punishment. Carl looked at the leader. Miles said that their leader must be very angry. The protagonist shouted that they would accept punishment. Bruce twisted his arms and asked if they were unhappy. Then he continued that on Friday afternoon there would be a competition using Edia between the best fighters of guerrilla training, and the protagonist looked at the teacher. Bruce said that there they would show what they were capable of, prove that they were not just doormats. The protagonist looked down and grinned. Then they said in unison that they did. The guy looked at his watch. It said 7 hours 41 minutes. Looking down, the coach thought that lunch was in 20 minutes. He needed to send them now and then said for room 10 to rise. The guys stood up abruptly and obeyed. Slightly closing his eyes, the coach said that they had plenty of strength, said to go to the dining room. The people responded to the order. The tired guys were walking down the hallway and one of them asked if they had any food left, to which the guy in front replied that it was probably just dry rice and kimchi. The main character suggested sharing it between them. The teacher opened the door a little. Looking ahead, he said that this was the same F-rank student Nate. The teacher, smiling, asked if they were having lunch, to which the hero scratched his head and replied that they were and asked if he was full. Waving his hand, the teacher said that he didn't like it. It would have been better to eat ramen. Nate laughed, and the guys behind him were looking ahead tiredly. Pointing his hand to the side, the teacher said that by the way, this morning they were the last ones, probably that time he used his tricks. Putting his head on the back of his head, Nate said that he thought he had no strength left because of hunger. They were going to eat now. Approaching the protagonist, the teacher said that he heard that a lanky guy was knocked out yesterday. Raising his head, the hero thought that damn, this insect must be in this teacher's class. Smiling widely, the teacher turned to the guy and said that he heard that this was the work of an F rank. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the teacher laughed and asked if it was funny. Standing in front of each other, the teacher said that this idiot was always good at jokes, asked how a fighter from the 7th room could lose to a newbie in 300th place. Looking away, Nate heard that he better come up with something more plausible. The nurse is too kind to the students. The protagonist thought that he just did not believe that he could win, so he made up his own story. A guy and a girl came up. The teacher, putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, said that is already said. Now in the morning teachers will train with them. It is problematic. But this is the only way to prevent cheating. The main character thought that let them do whatever they want. His lunchtime is ending. The guy in red clothes, looking at the teacher, said that lunch is about to end, and the girl told the guys to hurry up with lunch. Raising his hand up, the teacher laughed and said that they will see each other later. The students went forward and said that wow, finally he left. They have less than 10 minutes left, begging, if only there was food left. Squinting his eyes, the main character said that he had a bad feeling. A view of the entrance to the school opened up. Someone said that damn, again not so. The guy gave the instructor a thumbs up and laughed as he told the instructor that he was able to sit with his hand on his side. The man said that he was getting old. The guy looked at the gym teacher in surprise. He gave the guy a thumbs up and said that as expected of a gym teacher, he was doing great at the exercises, to which he replied that he was flattered. Looking at the guy, Julie thought that today was not the best mood. Two guys were standing and talking to each other, and one was squatting, and the girl added that the teachers were trying to watch them, but since they were not doing well in training, the overall mood was spoiled. Julie looked away and thought about the students not being able to regain their stamina, so many were sitting out. People were lying on the ground. The guy squatted with a tired look, and the girl added that especially the 10th room, these zombies are now shaking. This demotivated the others. Looking straight ahead, the girl thought that these guys were more useful than she thought. Turning her head to the squad leader, she asked what he would do with this atmosphere. Slightly closing his eyes, the guy asked to tell everyone. Leaning against the bars, Bruce said that he understood that they wanted to save strength for the competition, so they would choose one person from each room to participate in the training competition. The guy, squinting his eyes, looked up, and the squad leader added that the room that scored the most points would go to rest, and told those who were confident in their abilities to get up. The main character got tired and went straight. The man said that he, as a representative of the teachers, but another guy interrupted him and laughed, saying that he would feel sorry for the children if he went, he would go. Watching the teacher leave, the man wondered if he hadn't bragged a couple of days ago that he was part of a partisan unit, and then said, okay. The teacher laughed and asked if it was worth checking their students. The boy's legs appeared. The teacher stood among the boys, leaning both hands on his side. The hero's leg appeared. Nate looked away and thought that getting first place and then resting wasn't so bad, but if he overdid it and spent all his strength there, he wouldn't be able to show himself at the competition. Leaning slightly, the teacher asked the hero if they would compete, to which he responded approvingly. Bruce, looking straight ahead, said that the students who finished one exercise move on to the next, those who didn't make it in time are out, those who had already sent their representatives should return to training. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he couldn't hold back any longer if he wanted to regain his strength. Then Bruce added that the instructors would evaluate the accuracy of each exercise. Let them begin. Number 8, 4 times. The guys, lying on the ground, did the exercise. Bending over, the teacher laughed and said to number 1, 2 times. The girl, sitting on his knees, said that he was too fast. Another girl, looking straight, said that if they fell behind, they would be eliminated. Abruptly standing up, the guy shouted. Bruce said that room 6, 4, 7, 2 were eliminated. Raising his hands up, the teacher laughed and said that their muscles were just for show. How weakly, the phrase was heard. Number 9, 4 times. Looking at the guy, the teacher said his name and thought that it was faster than he thought. It was said that room 8, 3, 5 were eliminated. Sitting on his knees, the teacher began to quickly do the exercise and thought that okay, he is just an F rank, he can easily surpass him if he tries. The main character, folding his hands behind his head, said that number 11, 4 times, to which the teacher asked again. Anna slightly turned back and thought that everything would not end so quickly because of the teacher. Bruce and Anna were standing with their backs to each other, and the guy said that the first room was out, and the girl thought that she would give up trying to keep up with Mr. Excess. The teacher and the protagonist were doing a handstand and heard someone say number 4, 4 times. The man thought that shit, they'll see how this ends, F rank. Jumping up, Nate said number 1, 2 times. Crouching with his hands behind his head, the hero said number 11, 2 times. Turning to the side, Nate added number 9, 3 times. The teacher turned to the hero and said that he couldn't sit and watch his room rest, and the protagonist thought that he was rude. This teacher was worthless. A view of the cliffs opened up and you could hear number 11, 4 times, number 9, 5 times, number 4, 2 times, number 1, 3 times. The man leaned on his hands and exhaled heavily. Falling to the ground, the teacher said that the protagonist was a monster. Bruce, looking straight ahead, said that the teacher's room was out, then said that the 10th room would go into the shade and rest until the end of training, and that the rest should prepare for the 6th circle. The guys approached the protagonist and asked if he was okay, to which the guy replied that the teacher had lasted longer than he expected. Leaning against a tree, Nate said that they could relax their muscles, to which they responded approvingly. The protagonist grabbed his leg. The man approached the microphone and cleared his throat. Standing on the top floor, Bruce said that they were now starting the final stage of guerrilla training, the Edia competition. The guy with blonde hair looked straight ahead and heard that some students would be unhappy because they did not have anything special. Raising his hand, Bruce said that there would always be surprises waiting for them on the battlefield. Clenching his fist tightly, the guy said that he believed that they would find the strength to get rid of their shortcomings. Holding the microphone, he said about the details of the competition. Suddenly someone was heard from behind, just in time. The man in the suit said that Bruce had worked hard. Closing his eyes, the man added that since this competition was the last stage of training, he, as a battalion commander, wanted to personally attend. Bruce bowed to the commander and said that he had come, to which the man replied that yes, Bruce had worked hard. Slightly raising his head, the guy turned to the man and said that he would leave the guerrilla training to him. Raising his hand, the commander said that since the competition was the last part of training, he thought that he should personally attend since he was a battalion commander. Turning around, Bruce said the girl's name and said that he understood, okay. Handing the papers to the commander, he said that they contained a plan for the competition and a schedule, to which the man, surprised, said that he was still an executive. Looking at them, the commander said that this was awesome. He had not made a mistake when he entrusted this matter to him. Handing the papers to the teacher, he said that it was too complicated. He would make everything much simpler and more reliable. From the speakers, someone could be heard telling the students that this was a good job. Raising his head up, the protagonist heard that welcome to the last part of the preparation for the competition. He hoped that everyone would show everything they were capable of. Holding the microphone in his hands, the commander said that they would begin the briefing. Then he added that the competition would be held with and without Edia. A man appeared in flames and without, and then said to follow the instructions of the battalion commander, that is, him. The man said that the fighters who left the battlefield are eliminated. Those who raise both hands are also eliminated. Those who pass out during the competition are also eliminated. That's all. The man narrowed his eyes and said that the briefing was over. Bruce turned to him and asked how he was going to divide the students, to which he asked again. Grabbing the microphone, the commander said that he forgot something important. Frowning, he added that all 10th grade students would take part in the competition, 300 participants at a time. The boys looked straight ahead in surprise and heard that each participant would be assigned a rating in the royal battle. Raising his hand, the man said that the longer they held out, the more points they would get. If they contributed to the elimination of other participants, they would also get points. A very simple rule: the strongest survives. Chloe turned to the director and asked what happened to the safety bracelet and the rule regarding those who break it, to which he replied that exactly, he completely forgot about it. Raising his hand with the blue bracelet up, Hector said that everyone should get a protective bracelet from the nurse. It is designed exactly the same as the one used in previous competitions. The bracelet absorbs the damage received and breaks. Clenching his fist tightly, the man said that usually the bracelet breaking means defeat, but if they want to continue fighting, he will accept their persistence with respect and allow them to participate in the competition. Chloe looked straight ahead in surprise. Julie, looking away, thought about what to think. He pushed aside all the plans of the squad leader for the sake of his stupid ideas. The guy looked at his watch and thought about trying to hold out as long as possible to score more points. A picture of stones flying at him appeared in his head, and he added that although he managed to hold back Eddie yesterday, in his current state it might be difficult. The director spread his arms out to the sides, laughing, and said that they looked surprised. They should learn to remain calm in any situation. Then, looking at his watch, he said that it was 13:58, which was perfect. Smiling broadly, he said that they would start the competition at 14:00 and they would start. Raising his hand, Hector added that they would start with the competition with Edia. Looking at the clock, the guy said that he would not even give them a little time to get used to the dirt. The guy standing behind him laughed and said that with such rules The protagonist raised his head up and the name Bruce flashed through his thoughts. The squad leader stood and looked straight ahead. The time on the clock was exactly 14:00. The man said that they were starting the competition. The guy, running straight, said that they should leave the rest of the guys from the first room and first deal with the unarmed guy. Gritting his teeth tightly, Jack asked again. The guy started running away from them quickly, and from behind they could hear the question of where he was going. Surrounding the guy, he said that he would deal with him before he could find an object to use Edia. Jack looked away, laughed, and said that this trash were they collectively. The guy put his hand on the glowing pipe and asked if they had gone blind when they huddled together. Seeing this, the guys asked again in fear and said no. Holding it in his hand, Jack turned to the guy, asking that he dared to look down on his Edia. Turning around abruptly, the guy screamed in fear for them to run. Grabbing a huge stick, Jack angrily said that it was too late, told them to die. Anna was surrounded and spoke about how they were fighting so fiercely there, asked if they were going to join. Slightly looking away, the girl asked if they were going to keep her trapped until the end of the Edia competition. The girl's horn glowed brightly and she said that then. The girl suddenly jumped up and added that they should try to catch her. Nate, folding his arms, heard about what they should do. After all, the director does not like people with unusual abilities. Slightly lowering his head down, he thought that Bruce would first give them time to get used to the competition, then divide the competition by format, and then assign each student a point depending on their skill level. Narrowing his eyes, he added that he was planning on getting a lot of points with the zombies in his room in the Edia competition, and then trying not to drop too much in the rankings during the Edia competition. But with that system, it would end up with the students with the advanced Edia just stealing all the attention. The boy looked up and heard him say to look there. Reaching his hand forward, the boy turned to room 10 and said that they would forgive him, but they would have to disappear before they could compete without Edia, to which he replied that this was how it would end. Taking out his knife, Nate told everyone to prepare for battle. Looking straight ahead, he heard him say to get rid of the guys from room 10 before the Edia competition was over. Turning to the side, the boy loudly said to try to hold out until the Edia competition began. Folding his arms, the principal laughed and said that they were doing well. Turning back, Bruce turned to the battalion commander and said that the students had not even warmed up yet. The owners of Edia were getting too much of an advantage. Putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, the teacher said that although he was a guerrilla training instructor, he was the battalion commander. Laughing and raising his hand up, Hector said that everything was fine. They should take into account the fact that Bruce also worked hard to prepare for the competition, asked if this was not the main task of the teacher. Laughing, the teacher said that he was right. Putting his hand to his face, the director asked, well, it was worth giving the students extra time. From the upper floor, an announcement was heard from the battalion commander that in 30 seconds they would move on to the competition without Edia. Swinging his fist, the boy heard him repeat, in 30 seconds they would move on to the competition without Edia. Looking to the side, Nate asked to be patient for another 30 seconds. Looking at them, Anna asked that there were about 30 people. Smiling, the girl said that they knew they couldn't just leave on their own. Running forward, she added that it was goblin swordsmanship. The boys flew up, screaming. Holding the stick in his hands, Jack said, damn, he still had to deal with a few more people before the competition was over. Swinging it, the boy screamed and told him to die. The young man leaned back and screamed. Looking at the teacher, Hector said that Anna was amazing as always. Jack was also amazing. He wanted to watch the competition with Edia more. Bruce turned to the director, and he said okay, he can't wait either. While fighting, the boys heard that everyone should turn off Edia, and then the request was repeated. Turning around, the girl asked what already, said that there was no point in fighting them during the competition without Edia. Leaning on his knees, Nate thought about how they managed to survive. Raising his head, he wondered about his stamina, whether he would be able to hold out until the end. Someone said that they needed to wait for the competition with Edia. The student looked straight ahead and said that in a battle without Edia, even if the entire first room united, he would not be defeated in hand-to-hand combat. Running away, the student said that it would not be so easy to catch them. The guy said that during the battle with Edia, they would not. The girl shouted that now, and the guy, that rooms 2 and 3 should keep their word. The student standing in front shouted loudly. The student turned around and asked what. Swinging his hand, the guy asked if they were serious about going against their comrades. Smiling, the girl said that they first needed to get rid of the competitors, and the other added that yesterday, while they were resting, they managed to agree with the other rooms. The dark-haired guy said that the competition without Edia had come. What next? And the other guy asked what they should do. Looking at them, a thought came to mind that his zombie bodies were already at their limit. If the competition with Edia started again, they would not last long. Frowning slightly, Nate thought about what he could do to last a little longer. The students turned to look at him. The guy called the boss. Nate turned his attention to the guy standing with his back to him, who said that they knew he was wasting stamina because of them. But now our zombie squad can only do one thing. Nate looked ahead in surprise and asked. Someone shouted that the boss was coming. Prove them wrong. Carl ran and shouted, and Sam said that the zombie squad, not a step back. The girl opened her mouth wide in surprise and asked what were they doing all of a sudden, and the other said that she thought they had no more strength. Carl grabbed the student by the hands and said that they were tired of holding back their strength. Sam said to grab anyone and pull them out of the crowd. Looking away in surprise, the girl said that their gaze, they no longer control themselves, and the student said that they were running. If they get caught, they will not get out. The people's eyes lit up, they rushed forward. Nate looked ahead and turned to them. Jack, looking at this, asked what was wrong with them. Imagine that they are filming a zombie movie. Anna waved her hand and asked him that he was saving his chips for later. Jack got scared and spread his arms to the sides, told her to go away. Looking around, he saw a lot of people. Approaching the girl, he asked why she brought so many people with her, to which she replied that he was jealous of her popularity. Jack frowned and asked if she had taken them on purpose. She held out her hand and said she thought it was time to go, asking if he had enough points yet. He asked who said that. A guy in the crowd asked if the two were in cahoots, and the girl said they wouldn't be able to win if they teamed up during the competition with Edia to stop them. Jack and Anna were lifted up in their arms. The guy said to let him go, and the girl said she didn't have the strength. The teacher turned to the principal and said that Anna and Jack, to which the man interrupted him and asked if they had stood out again. They were good in a fight without Edia. The teacher said that they were out, to which Hector asked in surprise. Leaning on the railing, he said that it couldn't be, and Bruce, standing behind him, said that he thought so. The principal turned to him in surprise and asked what he had said. Anna and Jack were shown during the competition, and Bruce said that the two could easily go against the crowd during the competition with Edia, but in a normal battle, it would be difficult for them. Anna and Jack stood in front of a crowd of people, and the guy added that this is why the guys decided to group up to get rid of them. Folding his arms, Bruce said that when it comes to competitions without using Edia, it is obvious that they will be the main target for all the participants. Turning his head to the side, the principal laughed and said that is expected of the guy. He was thinking the same thing. Well, he hopes this will help him get better, to which the guy replied that he hopes so too. A thought came to mind that the press had not yet arrived, and they were already eliminated, but there were guys in the first room with a good idea. The teacher, looking down in fear, turned to the principal and said that there were more people eliminated from the first room, to which he asked again. The principal asked him what was going on, and Bruce thought about how Anna looked like she was strong enough to fight back. He narrowed his eyes and wondered if it was because of the protagonist. The battalion commander thought, looking at his phone in fear, that damn, he thought this would be a quick brawl where only the strongest would survive, so he told the reporters to come later. The man suddenly put his hands on the microphone and said, damn. Looking at the fighting students, he said that this was an announcement from the battalion commander. In 30 seconds they would return to competing with Edia. And then he repeated that in 30 seconds they would return to competing with Edia. The protagonist looked at the crowd of people. He thought about helping them, but it turned out that he was the one who was saved. The guy extended his hand forward and addressed the hero, saying that even though he was in the unit where Bruce was, and then lowering his hand, he added that they were stronger in competing with Edia. The guy lowered his head and said that he was worried that his Edia would get out of control due to lack of stamina. I wonder if he would be able to contain his Edia in such a bad state. Putting his hand to his ear, the student asked what he was muttering under his breath. The guy behind him turned to him. Carl said that they should immediately move away from the protagonist, to which they asked again. The guy, looking straight ahead, said that Nate was saved alone. The guy was beating the student lying on the floor. A thought appeared in his head that the protagonist's fight with the lanky one. If this was his true potential, then it was better to stay away from him. He wanted to force him to spend all his strength trying to protect the zombies. The guy grabbed his face with his hand, and then he added that so that he himself would be eliminated. But where did they all go? The guy turned around and heard from the speaker that Eddie mode, they can use their powers. Turning around, he laughed and said that it was time to compete with Edia. He would like to see their abilities from the outside. The hero punched the guy in the face. The guy began to fall down after the blow. The student asked about what with just one blow, taking into account the protective bracelet. Blue particles appeared. The hero swung his hand. People stood with surprise on their faces. The student asked what, some kind of dull sound. Running towards the main character, the guy shouted for them to catch him. The bat flew at the head of the main character. Nate quickly slid through the whole crowd of people. The guy turned around and asked if he hit. Holding the sticks in his hand, the guy asked what he was trying to run away, and the other said that do not let him get away, you need to catch him now. The weapon in the student's hand crumbled and he looked at him in surprise, asking. With wide eyes, he looked at the main character and heard him call him. Nate narrowed his eyes slightly and told them to back off. Raising their hands, the students said that they were surrendering. The girl grabbed the guy's hand and asked what happened. The protagonist's eye glowed red and he looked straight ahead. The man said that Nate was very dangerous. The protagonist looked straight ahead, slightly crouched. Carl turned to the guy, who said that they had actually agreed that he and the girl would deal with the high-ranking guys, and then they would not touch them. Swinging his hand, he asked what, since when is the 300th high-ranking? Looking straight ahead angrily, the student said that he had not heard that he had taken first place during guerrilla training. The girl took his hands and asked why he was shaking. This was a fight with Edia. They were much stronger than the 300th. Raising his hands, Carl asked if she had not seen what he had done yesterday. Looking at her, he added that this guy was dangerous. Looking at each other, they heard someone address them. The protagonist, looking straight ahead, told them to stop wasting time and come to him. The guy clenched his fists tightly and made a sound. Then Carl swung his whip and said, what the hell? It was a whip that increased with cunning. Edia's rank was B. Overall combat ability was B. The strength of the whip strike depended on the thoughtfulness of the action plan. Clenching the knife tightly in his hand, the hero said right hand. Raising his hand, he added that it was not allowed to kill them. Clenching his teeth tightly, the guy thought about what was wrong with him. He was talking to his hand. Nate parried the blow with the whip. Clenching his teeth tightly, Carl made a sound. The hero parried many blows flying at him. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of nonsense, to which the hero asked again, this is all he can do. Pressing his hand to his face, he thought about what was wrong. Dodging the blows, he thought about what was holding on. The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise and thought about how he was parrying all his blows in such a strange stance. Carl, waving his whip, asked if they were going to stand aside any longer, said to help him quickly, to which the guy asked if he was crazy. If his whip hit him, he would be expelled. Leaning on the railing, the principal said, this student, he does not remember his name. He was in 5th place among the 10th graders. Watching this, Julie thought about what could not be. Yesterday he was chaotically hitting the cobblestone, and now he perfectly dodges the whip. Turning to the guy, she addressed him. Looking at the leader of the squad, she thought about the fact that he was not surprised at all, really. Swinging his knife, the hero asked if he would continue to swing his whip to the side. Making his way towards him with sharp movements, he said that he would come himself then. The girl shouted that she would protect him and put up a shield of love. His Edia rank is B, his overall combat abilities are B, and his strength increases when protecting the object of his affection. Carl shouted that he would not, to which the girl replied that it was okay, she would show the power of her love. The hero struck the shield. Cracks quickly appeared on it. The shield crumbled, and the girl looked straight ahead in surprise. The hero grabbed her by the face. Carl quickly grabbed the girl and pulled her back. Looking straight ahead, the girl angrily shouted that her love had been destroyed by an ordinary dagger. The bracelet on her hand broke. Looking at her hand, she asked what, and thought that the protective bracelet had broken, even under the protection of the barrier. Taking off the bracelet from his hand, Carl said that they were giving up. Raising it up, he said that they were all leaving. They had lost. The girl wondered if her love was really that weak. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the guy told her to get out of here. Looking at his hand, the hero said that today it was easier to control himself. Maybe it was because the name had changed. The students looked straight ahead. One of them said that damn this sweet couple, they hadn't laid a finger on him, to which the other replied that he hadn't expected anything else from them. Looking at them, the hero said that there wasn't much time left, so let them attack. The director angrily turned to them and asked that they couldn't handle an F rank. The guys jumped up with sticks in their hands and said that damn, confuse him with the number. Looking to the side, the hero thought that this was cloning Edia. Frowning, he thought about how they had different Edias, they were twins. Swinging a huge object, the guy said that it was even bigger. It was an expanding pike, Edia rank C+, overall combat ability C+, increases to the extent that the user of Edia can withstand. The hero sharply dodged to the side of the blow. Dodging, he closed his eyes and made a sound. Standing between them, he brought his hand to his face and said that a speck of dust got into his eye. Smiling, the guy looked straight ahead and said that it was bigger. The huge pike extended to the hero's back. Putting his hand to his face, he said that it was not so easy to remove. The protagonist sharply parried the pike with his knife. The guy widened his eyes in surprise and asked how he was able to parry the blow without looking. Grabbing the pike, Nate asked that it was not bad. Yes. The hero sharply pulled it towards himself. The guy holding it leaned forward in fear. The hero narrowed his eyes and said that he would play by his rules. The guy, wide-eyed, asked again. The main character cut off part of the weapon with a sharp wave of his hand. People looked at the pike that had flown in surprise. It fell sharply down, forming splashes. Looking at the guy lying in the water, Nate told him to lend him the pike for a little while longer, to which he replied that he thought he would let him, but not give it. Smiling, the hero agreed with him and said not to lend it. The main character suddenly began to swing the pike in different directions, using magic. People flew away from the blows, and the guy said that he should turn off his Edia. The guy intercepted the pike from the main character in mid-air. A glow appeared near his hands and he said that he wanted to have some more fun. A weapon appeared in his hand and he, looking at the crowd, asked, well, should he get ready? The hero extended his hand forward and said that he didn't know yet when Hector would make a move. The guy with the bat said that the 300th was up to something, and someone from the crowd said that they should surround him. There were more of them. The teacher, frowning, watched what was happening and said that he didn't think Nate would go so far. The man sat and looked at the monitor, and a thought appeared in his head that he knew that he had been training a lot lately, but he ignored his efforts. The monitor screen appeared, and he added that because he was an ordinary F rank, he didn't pay attention to it, thinking that he would soon leave the school. Frowning, the man thought that he couldn't understand how he managed to become so strong with an F rank. He didn't know if it was because of his efforts or because of hidden talent. He completely ruled out the possibility that he would become stronger. A picture appeared in his head of Nate asking the teacher if he thought souls could be divided into ranks, to which he asked again. Smiling broadly, he said that of course. Asked if he was serious, the thought arose in the man's head that a teacher should help a student become better. The protagonist said that he understood, but he still thinks that it is impossible, to which the teacher laughed and said that he is stupid and his jokes are ridiculous, and then thought about the fact that even after his words, he did not give up his prejudices. Holding his face, he thought about the fact that he did not even think to help, but Nate. The man suddenly burst into tears and said that he was sorry, to which Hector asked what he suddenly. Raising his fist up, he told Nate to hold on, show them what he can do. The director turned and asked again. With tears in his eyes, he told the protagonist to go ahead. The director turned to the leader of the 6th platoon and told him to do something to him, to which he responded. Pulling the man by the arms, he asked what he was doing, to which he replied that the battalion commander said to stop. He shouted for Nate to show them, prove that souls cannot be divided by rank. Hector frowned, thinking about what the hell, why did this happen? The outstanding students who were supposed to be the center of attention were instantly eliminated. The protagonist brandished the knife, and the principal added that now some upstart was stealing the show. This can't be happening, he needs to be eliminated before the reporters arrive. The principal frowned, thinking about how some students would benefit more from competing with Edia. It's hard for the close combat Edia participants to deal with everyone at once. It's because Edia's ranks are different, then. Grabbing the microphone, Hector angrily said that the mode without Edia, and the thought came to mind that yes, no matter how high his stamina was, facing so many people should have completely drained his strength. Bruce watched as Hector told everyone to turn off Edia. Looking up, the hero heard about the mode without Edia and, laughing, said that the director, now even 30 seconds will not give. Well, he knew that he would do so. Squinting his eyes and looking to the side, he thought about the fact that the wall from which the leader of the squad pulled out a pike is quite thin. He does not know whether it was made in a hurry or the developer just decided to save money, but Nate abruptly hit the wall and thought that it was easier to break than boulders on the training field. Cracks quickly went along the wall. The hero turned to the wall, which was cracking. Part of the wall fell. A bright light appeared. People covered themselves from the light with their hands. One of them said that he completely lost his mind, broke the wall to blind them for a couple of seconds and escape. Holding onto the beam, the hero asked to run, but he was not going anywhere from here. The water suddenly began to float away into the hole in the wall. The hero said that they were backing down. The guy, putting his hand to his face, asked again. People started getting sucked in, trying to get out. They were screaming that they needed to run. Julie watched in surprise and said that this building had just been built. A hole and a broken wall appeared. Many students were lying in the hole. 104 were eliminated for leaving the battlefield. Nate took a step forward, taking off his shoes. Looking at the crowd, he said that there was still a little left. The guy sitting on the floor said that everyone should gather. They needed to immobilize him. The guy, spreading his arms at his sides, said that he could not lift his legs. The hero flying at him thought that it was because his shoes were full of water. Hector angrily watched what was happening, said that this was nonsense. They could not cope with one guy. Bruce narrowed his eyes slightly and thought that the guerrilla training was done to teach the kids to make decisions and work in a team, but because of the individual assessment system, everyone started to put their own safety first. The hero was hitting the students, and Bruce added that it was reducing the ability to get out of a difficult situation with a numerical advantage. Looking at the furious director, the guy thought that the director's non-standard change of competition modes was causing even more chaos. Carl was sitting with a girl. She said that she was cold, and he replied that then they would remain in each other's arms, and Bruce added that, moreover, number 5 was reckless in trying to get rid of only the main hero. Nate was hitting the students. Bruce thought that in these competitions, all students were assessed depending on their personal contribution. The desire to collectively get rid of the hero was a mistake. A picture of Nate mopping the hallway floor appeared, and the boy thought about how the prejudices they had about the hero, whom they had looked down on all their lives, were preventing them from making the right decisions, since his past abilities did not match his current ones. The hero looked at the boy lying on the floor. Training could end in a nightmare. Smiling, the boy thought that thanks to him, the 10th graders would learn an important lesson. The students looked at the hero. One of them said that someone should make the first move, to which the girl asked why not him. Nate abruptly leaned down, feeling tired. The guys began to quickly run at the hero, saying that he had lost his vigilance. Everyone was on him. The crowd of people pounced on the hero. Holding him in a circle, the guy said that he could barely stand on his feet, said to pounce. His games were over. The hero closed his eyes and heard that there were 5 of them. How was he still holding on without Edia? Turning around, the students shouted that they needed help. Here. More people pounced on the protagonist. Smiling widely, the principal said yes, that's it. The principal's phone received a call, and he thought that the editor-in-chief seemed to be there. Nate was still holding on, but in this state. Accepting the call, he added that he would lose before the editor arrived. Putting the phone to his ear, he said that this was the principal of Heen High School. He could come in. A question arose in his head about how cool it would be if he showed how they used Edia. Grabbing the microphone, Hector made an announcement to turn on Edia. They could use their abilities. Narrowing his eyes, he said that they were starting the second part. He expected amazing results from the remaining students. He sincerely supported. The students, together, stood in a circle. The principal opened his eyes wide and asked again. The guy raised his head and said that more people were needed, and another added that the hero held on until the start of the competition with Edia. The guy was squeezed into a circle and asked that they were going to get rid of him too, and someone said that they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Looking away, the hero thought about the fact that they had loosened their grip. The main character was held tightly by the head, and he thought that if they were as friendly as his zombie squad, he would have been out long ago. Putting the hero on the ground, the guy said that he was getting up. Push him down, and Nate thought that he thought so, that the strength of one right hand would not be enough. The main character tensed his hand. Black particles appeared. Nate stood up abruptly and threw all the people to the sides. The hero slowly lowered his head down. Holding a knife in his hand, he said that they were just a bunch of garbage. Looking at this angrily, Hector asked if he was a zombie. Hearing the sound, he turned his head sharply to the side. The editor entered the room. He greeted the school principal, to which he replied that he had arrived. Shaking the principal's hand, the man said that he thanked him from the bottom of his heart for the opportunity to capture such a significant event, and he replied that he was grateful for the interest in their high school. Closing his eyes, the editor said that this could hardly be called a reciprocal gesture, but they would try to capture the outstanding abilities of the school students. The principal, laughing nervously, offers the editor to step aside and have some tea as a sign that he had come all this way to get to them. But, not paying attention, the editor runs to the edge of the stands and, covering his forehead with his hand, looks down. Noting that many people have already dropped out, and notes that at first he wanted to capture these competitions from the very beginning, but the students would be distracted by the cameras in that case. In turning to the principal, he says that he is so selective in relation to his students. The director, raising his fist, laughs and says that yes, he is, and the editor, turning to the man with the camera, says that it is necessary to capture every moment of the second part of the competition and asks to lower the cameras. Here, the editor raises his head and notices Bruce, who is watching the competition attentively, and running up to him with a joyful smile, says that he turns out to be an instructor at these trainings and asks if he remembers him because he interviewed him last time. And taking out his notebook, asks Bruce his opinion on whether there are any worthy participants left on the field. Bruce begins to say that all the 10th grade students are doing well, but if you choose someone, but the director jumps in front of him, interrupting and, laughing, turns to the editor. Standing in front of Bruce, the man notes that, unfortunately, the outstanding students have long since dropped out, and the editor, surprised, asks what happened, and the director thinks that they need to drag out time until the hero is excluded. Turning away and massaging his forehead, the principal says that it seems that they have become a little more confident during the big hand-to-hand fight, and as their mentor, he only hopes that with this opportunity, the advanced students will be able to look at themselves from the outside. And, theatrically shedding a few tears, he notes that this way, the advanced students will become even smarter. In response to such an impassioned speech, the editor begins to applaud, saying that this is to be expected from the inimitable principal of Heian High School, and notes that he would like to pay tribute to such lofty educational values, and the principal convulsively sits down on the floor, tired of how much nonsense had to be made up. At this point, the cameraman turns to his editor, saying that one of the students is crazy and notes that he thinks the recording will come out great. The editor runs away from Hector, asking for an apology. Nate stands surrounded by rivals, deflecting all the arrows that fly in his direction, and the editor says that he will now take a look at this student and asks where he is. The archer shoots at MC from behind, but he calmly deflects the arrow without even turning around. And turning around, the shooter turns to the guy standing next to him and shouts that those who have a tame idea should go fight back against Nate. And the guy replies that he doesn't think that they are completely stupid and declares that they will fall under the archer's attack and will be expelled before they even get to MC. The editor, with a sparkle in his eyes, asks Hector who this student is and says that with such talent he is no lower than B+ and may even be a rank, and the director is covered in sweat and a stupor. Then, he begins to wipe the sweat with his handkerchief, and laughing awkwardly, asks if Nate has a B+, and the hero's homeroom teacher shouts that it is F rank. The editor approaches him and asks him again if he's kidding about Nate being an F rank, and he replies that he's not. After which, the homeroom teacher yells that Nate achieved everything on his own. Hector runs up to the teacher, starting to cover him with his hands, and asks why he's looming in front of the editor, after which he turns to the other platoon leaders, asking what they're looking at. The teachers start to take away the hero's homeroom teacher, who yells, saying that he wants to pay attention to Nate, and another teacher answers him, asking him to calm down and stop. Hector looks back at the leader, who is being taken away, while the editor runs back to him, asking him to tell him more about Nate. Hector begins to despair, nervously laughing and cursing repeatedly in his head. MC sweats, realizing that his body is about to break down and his spirit is also running out. Easily repels the sword's attacks and calmly twists the dagger in his hand, realizing that it is strange that even after expanding the area of violence. Starting to smile, the hero swings his dagger, realizing that even after this, his idea allowed him to easily control the desire to kill. The archer retreats in panic, asking the one he asked to attack in close combat what this is, and he asks him if he felt it too. And looking back at the hero with trembling limbs, he says that MC is dangerous. With a bloodthirsty smile on his face, Nate asks where they went, after which he looks down at his dagger, and notices that his dagger seems to be starting to heat up, turning red. After which, it begins to completely glow with a bright scarlet light. The dagger turns red and the system window notifies that Edia has been upgraded to a bloody dagger. Edia's rank has increased to D with 3 pluses, overall combat abilities to D, and the power is that the dagger absorbs the victim's blood and allows the user to forcibly move the target's body. And MC starts laughing. Looking at his new dagger, the system window notifies that if the body's characteristics meet the minimum indicators, then the user can use the skill infinitely, and MC understands that he was able to not only take control of his Edia, but also become stronger. After which, in ecstasy, he raises his head up, laughing, and understands that he finally did it and that his efforts were not in vain. The hero's team looks at him, cheering, and MC mentally asks if they are watching. Bruce smiles, looking at his comrade, who wonders if he saw it. Anna squeezes some kind of bundle in her hand, and MC wonders if she sees it. And she comes closer and brings her hand to her mouth, shouting that he must defeat them. The hero smiles and replies that it will be done, pushes off the floor with his foot. A red line runs between the standing students. It is Nate, who quickly passed them all, making one perfect strike. The students' protective bracelets are destroyed en masse and sharply, and they fall to the floor in front of their feet. The students' hands are cut, despite the bracelet, which they notice and decide to give up and that it hurts. The protagonist looks at his dagger, which is soaked with the blood of the defeated, and someone in the background shouts that he gives up, turning to the assistant instructor, and Nate says that he has an extremely suitable idea now. Hector looks at what is happening in horror, listening to the screams of the students, and thinks that this is a real nightmare. And the editor, looking down, sweats from an amazing sight and says that one person defeats 60. Then Bruce comes up to the editor, addresses him, and says that if you count everyone the hero has defeated before, then the student Nate has defeated more than 150 people. He turns around and asks if this is true, after which Bruce turns back to the fighting. Nate is standing in the middle of the students lying on the ground, whom Bruce defeated before, and says that it will all end with a number exceeding 200. An inconspicuous building with a helipad on the roof, night. Luigi opens the door, entering the room. John is sitting at the table in it, his arms crossed over his chest and waiting for him. Raising his head, he opens one eye, laughs, and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Luigi's face twists in disgust when he says John's name, after which he pulls out a chair opposite John, sits down, and says that it is time for John to hurry up and say what he wants, and notes that he can take his life as soon as he finishes. John raises his hands playfully, asking if he has to be so rude, and says he's sad about the good old days, but Luigi slams his fist on the table, cutting him off and saying that it was him who started making fun of him. John puts his hand to his chin, scratching it, and asks if he believes he started it, and says he does, which means little to Luigi in that case, and Luigi slams his fist on the table again. Vane's standing out in anger and says there's no point in pretending to be stupid because it was John who planned the escape across the East Coast. And tilting his head, John asks what kind of fool would attempt such a foolish escape. The ridges, smoke billowing from the slope. Some fort hanging over the water begins to sink. Luigi picks up John's subordinate in the burning fort, turning to Luigi, informs him that their leader is waiting for him and that he wants to see him in Panmunjom at dawn. And the man's face, from what he heard, distorts in bewilderment. Returning to reality, the scar face asks what John wants to say after getting rid of dozens of his subordinates. John puts his hands on the table, rests his head on them, and says that when he was in the South, he met very interesting guys. Hearing this, Luigi asks again if he is talking about the students of Hay in high school. Waving his hand, John replies that he heard that the old man trains kids and therefore decided to immediately check, but when he came to say hello, he got his ass kicked. Luigi lowers his gaze when it seems to dawn on him, asks what he is talking about. John throws up his hands and asks if Luigi could help him out a bit, and asks if he should tell him he had to run away from the kid. Luigi starts to shake and asks what he means. Looking down at the table, the man wonders if he knew John had stormed the bank and then retreated, but if he was really that cornered that he had to run away, and realizes it wasn't even a ploy to ambush him. Clenching his fists tightly, the man wonders who could have done this. John laughs uncontrollably and slams his hand on the table, realizing he still doesn't know. Luigi's gaze hardens as he asks what he doesn't know, and John, with an ironic smile, says he knows his interlocutor is a bad liar and notes that he thought the guy was his secret weapon, but it turns out that Luigi is in for a surprise too. In response to which, Luigi jumps up from his seat, slams his hands on the table, and orders John to answer, in response to which the guy bursts into laughter. Leaning on the table, John says that in this case he must make the first move. Licking his lips with bloodthirstiness in his eyes, he says that he called Luigi to talk a little, but it seems that an unexpected harvest has been outlined. The student corps, the 5th day of guerrilla training, evening, someone drawls asking where he is. Anna looks down at the questioner and asks if he is finally awake. Nate lies on Anna's lap and, opening his eyes, looks at the girl, who says that next time the guy should at least warn how long he is going to sleep. Raising his hand, the guy asks if this is Anna. Then, thinking that this is a dream, he touches her face, and the girl asks what is wrong with him, addressing him by his nickname, calling him Mr. Excess. And Nate begins to tug at his girlfriend's cheek, saying that they are very soft. The girl's face distorts in incomprehension, and the half-asleep MC laughs and says that he is squeezing her cheeks. Nate sits, holding his forehead, from which steam comes out, and says that it hurts, and the embarrassed Anna sighs and says that she hopes that this woke the hero from sleep. Coming to his senses, the hero removes his hand from his forehead and asks if he was at the competition, and Anna asks if the guy doesn't remember anything. Raising her index finger, the girl remembers how the hero was jumping happily and says that after he dealt with all the rivals, he looked at her and screamed, asking if she saw everything, and started jumping. He seriously turns around and says that he remembers it, and Anna turns away and clicks her tongue. After which, she turns around again and starts tugging Nate's cheek and says that he passed out right after it all ended. And the guy asks again if he really passed out, and the girl asked in return how he was going to get married if he was such a sissy. After which, she takes the guy by the cheeks with both hands, and MC notes that he just woke up, and his girlfriend is already making fun of him. He starts waving his hands and shouting that he is not going to marry anyone, and Anna raises her hands, saying that he should relax and that he will have a happy life with her, and Nate replies that if he agrees with this, his girlfriend will start making fun of him. With a self-confident smile, Anna leans on her fist and asks if MC now believes that she is no longer asleep. The hero looks away in embarrassment, mumbles something, and thinks that his girlfriend seems incredibly beautiful even half asleep, and it would be great if she stopped making fun of him. Anna hands her friend his new insignia and says that since he is awake, it is worth taking his new rank. Happy with such news, Nate holds his epaulets, glad that he is no longer a rookie, and Anna, smiling at her friend, says that the teacher will give him a certificate later, and MC asks what kind of certificate. The girl sits closer to her friend, takes him by the shoulder and says that she congratulates him on first place in guerrilla training, and the hero, not believing it, thanks her. The girl's face distorts in incomprehension and sadness, and the heroine asks what happened and why the reaction is so indifferent. The hero raises his shoulder straps closer to his face and asks why only a private. Anna, smiling, raises her index finger, saying that she seems to understand, and the guy is just surprised that he was promoted 2 ranks and explains that the point is that his efforts were noticed. But Nate abruptly interrupts her, saying that it is not about that, but about the fact that there was an argument with the teacher, and the girl asks what kind of argument and about what. Anna's face distorts in incomprehension when the guy tells her that the teacher said that if she and the zombie squad get high scores, then they will all be made corporals, and the girl asks what happens, that they broke up because of the deal. Anna flicks the hero and he says that it is, but at the same time, but gets flicked and cries out in pain. Relaxing her fist after the flick, Anna tells Nate, who is still crying out in pain, that everyone except him was made corporals and that he shouldn't worry. MC scratches his forehead after the flick. The heroine raises her hand and remembers the nurse, saying that she has a lot of work because of the hero and she shouldn't forget to thank her for her work. With embarrassment, MC approaches her friend, noting that he didn't think about the nurse at all, and Anna says that they should thank her together later. Nate, hearing his friend's words, is a little taken aback and replies that no and wants to go alone. Anna, in response, starts laughing and notes that, in fact, she suggested going together. Nate closes his eyes and seriously tells his friend that she did nothing wrong and he just needs to go alone. But his friend suddenly grabs his cheeks, causing confusion. Nate sheepishly asks his friend what she is doing, and she asks him back, meaning that the hero doesn't like spending time with her, and he asks why they need to go together, and she starts yelling that the hero really is a scoundrel. The hero's class teacher serves the bald man tea, apologizing and informing him that the battalion commander has left. He reaches for the mug and, twisting his face in hostility, says that he thinks the rank system is not yet fully organized. The class teacher turns to face him and asks what he means, to which he receives the answer that the commander of another battalion contacted them in advance, and only the lieutenant answers. The hero's class teacher lowers his gaze in shame, saying that he is sorry and that he is the only one on shift today, in response to which the bald man snorts, and starting to hit the armrest of his chair, laughing. He shouts that the fact that special military training was organized at their base does not mean that they will be able to organize the same ideal military system as in 988th, and that it was in vain to expect anything at all. And he began to laugh even harder. Nate's class teacher pursed his lips, thinking about the 988th Special Training Brigade. In his mind, soldiers salute against the background of a map of Korea, and the leader recalls that the brigade was created by the Korean Army to train future fighters, is an alternative to higher education, a special military training program, and they recruit students with combat ideas. Brick House, the leader recalls that the teachers at the base are drawn from the educational elite and the students absorb years of military wisdom through an organized curriculum, and that it is the strongest military base in Korea, specializing in EDIA and being an alternative to higher education. At the same time, the bald man puts his cup back in the saucer, having drunk all the tea, and turning to the class leader Nate, he asks when the principal of Heon High School will come. The leader turns to the man, thinking and realizing that he is waiting for the principal to belittle him and boast about his own successes, but tells the man only that the principal will be there soon. The bald man turns to the leader and says that he has some kind of dissatisfied face, and the leader replies that, of course, he is afraid to seem disrespectful, but isn't the bald man too disrespectful for a representative of the other bloc? The bald man, grinning, repeats that the other bloc and, agreeing, says that the other and asks for forgiveness. After which, the bald man closes his eyes and says that, in fact, he is an enemy who has come to declare war, and for this reason, he allowed himself a little rudeness, and the headmaster asks again what he means by wanting to declare war. The bald man, with a grim smile, turns to the class teacher and says that he is sure that this is no longer news and asks if their information network is so weak that no one has heard about this before. Horrified, the headmaster remembers how the director yelled at him and says that everything is as he thought. But the bald man, with a frivolous smile, waves his hand and asks if there are no students like Bruce and Anna in their school, and says that, perhaps, they have a couple of big names, but at the same time, no one cares. The table where the magazines with Anna on the cover are lying, and Nate's class teacher says that they seem to have not heard the recent news about the strength of one of their students, in response to which the bald man hums long and hard, interested. But, without waiting for an answer, he grabs the magazine and says that it seems to him that they want to tell him that he won the guerrilla training. He opens the page with MC, where it is written that the first place was taken by an F-rank killer, and asks if they want to tell him about an F-rank killer and says that he saw it. and throwing the magazine back, he glances sideways at the class teacher, asking if he can really be an F rank and asks how can a newbie F rank survive in a high school that specializes in idiom. Holding out his hand, pretending to know more than anyone else, he continues, saying that it is better not to overdo it with details if you want the story to look plausible. And the teacher thinks that it seems that the 988th Brigade did not receive all the detailed information regarding the preparation of the 10th grade. The director abruptly opens the door and, laughing, apologizes for being late. The bald man comes up to him and, shaking his hand, says that everything is fine and calls him the battalion commander, and the class teacher thinks that he used to call him simply the director and says that he should go about his business already. Walking out the door, sighing, he says that he is tired, and, opening his eyes wide, he notices something in front of him. Looking down from the balcony, he wonders if it's really the second recruitment for the team today, hearing someone counting down to 100. The building where the students are based in the partisan detachment, in the background someone continues to count down to 100. The zombie detachment stands up, holding their lower back when the countdown reaches 100. Nate turns to Bruce, asking how he likes what he saw. The zombie detachment looks at their leaders with doubt and fatigue, and Bruce, laughing, asks again why he's asking at all, after which he starts shouting loudly, addressing the zombie detachment, informing them that everyone from their detachment has been accepted into the club. They, in confusion, turn to Nate, and he confidently nods his head at them. The partisan detachment building, in the background the zombie detachment members loudly shout hooray, and the class teacher, looking out the window, says that he's rooting for Nate. After which, he moves away from the window and starts walking down the corridor, wanting to punch those annoying freaks from the upper echelons in the face. The director touches the document, saying that he heard that everything was approved in advance by the commander of their brigade and that he was ordered to get a seal after reading the contents. After which, he opens the document and starts signing something in it, laughing and agreeing, but thinking to himself that this is just an imitation of training and fighting during an invasion and the contract has unfavorable conditions for their side, but the option of refusal is unlikely to be present. The bald man bows, thanks Hector for his time and says that it is time for him to return to the brigade, and the director also thanks him for his hard work. The man leaves, slamming the door, and Hector sits leaning his hands on the table, saying nothing. After which, grinning, looking at his table, complains that this is sheer humiliation and he will have a chance to repay for everything. The moment when the MC blocked all the arrows flying at him during the guerrilla training. The editor carefully watches the footage of this moment, after which he realizes that the F-rank killer is the jackpot, and turns to look at the pile of papers that is lying next to him. On this pile of papers, a sticker is attached to the top that says that this is an A+ rank suppression and to forget about this article, and says that to think that this video was not accepted. Getting up from his chair, he looks back at this inscription, pronouncing the inscription that this is an A+ rank suppression, and asks himself why the state needs this. After which, he looks back out the window, realizing that the times when you could lure the reader in with just text and pictures are long gone, and most people would say that this was filmed according to a script or an advertisement for Heian High School is hidden somewhere. Looking at his notes about Nate, he asks himself who would believe this and who would believe at all that the worst student from Edia, an F rank, would kill 200 people. And crossing his arms, still standing in front of the window, he understands that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he himself would have considered it nonsense. After which, he turns around and wonders why Hai Young is hiding the hero's talent and thinks that, having the military support of the state, they are protecting an outstanding student. But remembering a bunch of reports with Anna, he discards these thoughts, realizing that if this were so, they would have gotten rid of Anna's interview, who dealt with plague. And, suddenly realizing something, he remembers the situation with plague, and he suddenly rushes to his computer. Scrolling through the page with those involved in what happened in the bank, he tries to find someone. Jumping up with a happy smile, he declares that he knew it and that it was his guess, but someone interrupts him. The subordinate says that it was him and the editor asks to come in. The assistant editor approaches him, saying that this is classified information, but 988th High School, Heian Senior High School, and the editor interrupts him, understanding at a glance. And with an even happier smile than before, he replies that this is a great opportunity. Night, the Guerrilla Training Corps. Nate addresses the members of the zombie squad, saying that they, as always, did a great job. The dark-haired guy with a happy smile says that their boss is also great and says that for the first time he is so loyal to someone. And another guy reaches out to Nate with his hand and smilingly declares that no one bothers them anymore because of the rank of corporal and it's all thanks to the boss, and he, laughing, says that he is still a private. Black-haired approaches Nate and asks if their boss is still training after they leave, and Nate replies that what they do with Bruce is just a warm-up, and a bright smile replies that they still have a lot to learn. Steve, looking around, says that for some reason he did not see the favorite that day, and Nate asks him again what he means by favorite. Steve, with Carl nodding, says that Anna told him to call her that, and remembers how she said that if Nate is their boss, then she is the favorite. And Nate, surprised, says that this is not true at all, but his subordinates reassure him, saying that there is nothing wrong with that. In the hero's memories, Anna looks at his training, pouting, and MC explains that she was waiting for him until she heard that the hero was going to do another approach, so she left early. Steve grabs his boss by the shoulder, saying that he shouldn't behave like that with his girlfriend and that she's very beautiful. And Miles comes up and asks if they go on dates on weekends and notes that his girlfriend is strong and beautiful, and that this makes him jealous. Nate grabs his head, screaming that they should stop talking about it. Then he notices someone's legs and realizes that someone has approached him. Raising his head, he notices Luigi, who asks if Nate is private in front of him, and MC realizes that he didn't notice the man in front of him at all. Steve and Carl are dumbfounded when they see the man in front of them. Luigi, noticing the guy's surprise, laughs, saying that they seem surprised by his sudden appearance and asks for his origin for this. Nate jumps up abruptly, almost shouting, says that everything is fine and calls Luigi's name. The man, in response, puts his hand to his chin and says that he is glad that the guy recognized him, and MC, scratching the back of his head, says that anyone who does not know him can be considered a spy, but abruptly interrupts, saying that he is wrong, and the spy should most likely know him better than anyone, and Luigi, grinning, says that Nate is funny, and looking at his group behind him, asks if those are his friends behind him. But Carl and Steve, in one voice, declare that this is true and Nate is their boss, and MC thinks that they now call him boss. Nate, turning to the four figures behind the hero, says that they are in a good mood, and they answer that this is true and it is all thanks to their boss, and MC, awkwardly covering his eyes with his palms, thinks that this is very awkward. Luigi, addressing the zombie squad, says that he needs to talk to their boss, and they, obeying, say that fine and they will move away, in response to which Luigi thanks them. And, starting to move away from them, he begins to say that since they saw him today, but they, convulsively, interrupt him, declaring that they will be silent. Luigi, smiling, notes that they are smart. The hero's wards begin to run away, under Luigi's comments that a bright future awaits them and that they need to move to another place since this one is too noisy. Standing in front of Nate, Luigi apologizes for suddenly appearing on his way home, and the hero asks what business such a respected person could have with a schoolboy like MC. Luigi tells Nate, who is touching his cheek, that he came to see him after watching the footage of the competition, and MC says that he is glad that such a high-ranking person liked the video, but he is surprised that with such a workload, Luigi decided to personally visit a student who just reached the D++ rank. Bringing a clenched fist to his chin, Luigi thinks. Becoming serious, the man, turning to MC, asks him what he thinks about dividing souls by rank, from which MC is stunned, asking again and wondering why the man is asking such a question at all. But then the man, clearing his throat, says that it was just a random question and it is worth getting back to the point, and that he chose the high-end school for military training, and Nate asks again if it is really him. The man continues to say that it is cruel, but there was hope that a student like Nate could become stronger even in the most difficult conditions, and there was hope for Sergeant Bruce, but everything did not go as smoothly as expected. Hearing something about his friend, Nate raises his hand and says that everything is wrong and that Bruce has an incredible influence on them and without him they would not be there now. But Luigi, stopping the guy, raises his hand, laughing and saying that he misspoke and meant that he hoped that the students would start working even harder, looking at Bruce's efforts, after which he takes the hero by the shoulder, saying that in fact, the one who lured them in fact. And flashing his smile, looking into MC's face, he finishes the thought, the one who lured, finally came out into the light. And, bowing his head, he says that he is glad that his naive assumptions were confirmed after a personal meeting with him. Holding Nate by the shoulder, Luigi thinks if it is really a student in front of him, and that in front of him is the very secret weapon that John was talking about, the weapon that he did not even know about. Nate says that he is embarrassed, but not paying attention, Luigi continues to think that he was amazed by the videos from the guerrilla training, but understands that only thanks to this, John cannot be defeated. Continuing to stubbornly look at Nate, he continues to think that looking at the desire of the students, one can understand that the guy will become even stronger and that he is the one the man was looking for. And looking at the aura of MC, which spreads widely from him, he understands that he has no longer felt such a strong energy, and the hero turns to Luigi, trying to get some kind of reaction. Letting go of the guy, Luigi apologizes, saying that he went a little off topic. Remembering John, he thinks whether he tried to outsmart him or this is his next plan and that now one cannot be sure of anything. And turning to the guy, he says that he's finished and thanks him for his time, and MC, scratching his head, says that it's nothing. After which, the man turns around and leaves, asking him to forgive him. And looking back, he says that besides this, it would be great if MC won. And the hero, not understanding, asks what and who. And the man, laughing, waves his hand at him, saying that the guy will soon find out and advises him to be more careful on the way home. MC looks at the sky, wondering what he was even talking about. A barbell with 4 discs on one side. Bruce lifts the barbell, after which he puts it back on the rack, realizing that it's only 11 o'clock. Clenching his fist, he looks at it, declaring that he has become much faster at fulfilling his quota. Approaching his jacket, he realizes that thanks to Nate and his guys from the zombie squad, the intensity of training has increased significantly, after which he brings his jacket closer to himself, thinking that his muscles have not been in such a state for a long time. And putting on his jacket, he says that Nate is shocked. Leaving the gym, he walks along the path, thinking that if he wants to be an example for his comrades, he should be even more. Here, he is distracted by a sudden cry from the gateway, asking to let in. Silhouettes in the shadows ask someone to play with them. A girl pressed against the wall by a man, trembling and asking for help, and the guy says that she is dramatizing and asks who said that they were going to kill her. And smiling, he approaches the girl, saying that he just offered to play a little. Here, Bruce approaches them, ordering them to stop, which raises questions from the pestering. Bruce's face distorts in anger when he says that it is his advice for them to stop. The man harassing the girl raises his hand with a smile and asks what he wants and whether he is protecting the girl, just because he is from the same school, and notes that the guy seems to think of himself as some kind of hero from books. But, not listening to the guy, Bruce begins to surround his hand with his Edia. Abruptly pounces on the guy, interrupting his speech, saying that he will definitely catch him. The guy looks back at his hand, surprised by this and thinking that it looks like teleportation. Bruce stands over the guy, holding him tightly by the wrist. The girl turns to Bruce and he looks back at her, after which he confidently tells her that he will deal with these guys and she should run to a crowded place. And running past the accomplice of the captured guy, looking back at Bruce, thanks him, and the accomplice looks at her with incomprehension. Abruptly jumping up, he rushes after her, asking where she was going. But Bruce pins him to the ground, using "I will definitely catch you again." 2 more guys are standing behind him, yelling at Bruce that he doesn't think he's going to get away with this. But the guy starts to get up, saying that he warned him. With a sharp movement of his hands, he sends the 2 captured ones into their bodies. The crowd lies in a crowd on the floor, groaning a little. Shaking off his hands, Bruce tells the kidnappers that it's time to stop their nonsense and that they just intended to lure him into this alley anyway. Noticing 2 shadows that are in the alley, the man continues to ask if he's right. The guy who was hiding behind the wall asks if they recognized him and that he didn't even think to hide his Edia. 2 people come out from around the corner. Bruce, with a serious face, says that they haven't seen each other for a long time and says Bob's name. Bob and Mike stand there, smirking. Bob stands there, chuckling, looking at Bruce, while Mike, standing behind him, rubs his hands together sarcastically, and bringing his hand to his forehead, comparing, asks if Bruce has grown. Bruce's face distorts in dislike when he asks why the guy goes so far just to cause trouble. Bob looks away, asking what Bruce is talking about, and says that he was just walking with his buddies and chatting with a pretty schoolgirl. But Bruce says that can't be and they seem to belong to 998. Bob's face distorts in incomprehension. Then, he grabs his chin, and a predatory smile appears on his face, laughing and saying that Bruce is smart, and asks how he understood. Bruce lowers his head, remembering how he missed the girl, and says that, firstly, that student from the 10th grade and was in their school uniform, but called him a sergeant. Bob removes his hand and asks, confused, what of it, since Bruce is a sergeant. But Bruce explains to him that their school has recently switched to the military system and not everyone is familiar with the rank system, especially the 10th graders, and that they often just say Sunday. Remembering the girl running away with an anxious look, he says that in such a situation, what would come to mind is more familiar. Bob begins to massage his neck and jokingly says that it is terrible, and says that he thought Bruce found out because she is a terrible actress, and then agrees that everyone from Hai Young's school is a real rabble, after which Bruce tries to add something, but Bob moans in response. The sergeant points his hand at the guy sitting with another guy in his arms, saying that Bob called this fool a comrade, and that is a comrade, not a friend, which means that he is used to army nicknames. Bob waves his hand away, asking what he did wrong and noting that he seems to have gotten used to it, and Bruce squeezes his hand, saying that he heard that 998 and Hai Young are organizing military training. Bruce's glare deepens, saying that if any students are using military language, they are obviously from 998. Bob grabs his head, laughing and noting that the guy is actually pretty good at guessing, and says that he is pretty insightful for some idiot who crawls at the feet of a middle school. Then, he suddenly looks up with bloodlust, saying that Bruce is annoying and asks if he should flatten him again. Mike, rubbing his hands, asks Bob if this is Bruce, which causes confusion in him, and the guy asks if his friend can see him himself, and Bruce confirms that yes, that's right, his name is Bruce, and asks him what his name is. Mike points to himself, laughing and starting to say who he is. After which, Bob touches Mike, saying that this guy's name is Hee, to which Mike replies that his friend is too rude, after which he says that his name is Mike and that he is glad to meet him. Bruce looks back at the guy, repeating his name and asking how he is, and he replies that everything is fine. After which, crossing his fingers, he says that he would just like to punch Bruce. Bob looks back at his friend, saying that it is good that he will not have to personally dirty his hands, and orders Mike to deal with the opponent, and he replies that it is good and that Bruce will never defeat him. Bruce frowns, saying that Mike greatly underestimates him. Bob raises an eyebrow with a grin, saying that Bruce will never beat their big guy, and Mike says that he is not the only one gaining weight. Bruce is about to use his idea again and raises his hand, preparing to dash. Mike looks at him in confusion, and Bruce lunges at the chubby guy, using "I will definitely catch you." Mike laughs, surprised by such strength, but says that he already said. And with a dark look, he notes that he is not the only one gaining weight. Bruce's face distorts in confusion. Hyung High School. Nate enters the classroom, where the gloomy atmosphere reigns. Sitting down next to Anna, he asks what kind of strange atmosphere there is in their classroom and asks if something happened. She looks around, says that it turns out that he has not seen anything yet, and Nate asks what she is talking about. Anna looks down, saying that she thought the guy already knew, because the news channels just exploded in the morning, and the hero anxiously asks what happened and if the plague is involved again. Anna touches the girl sitting in front of her on the back, asking to show the hero what she watched recently. The girl looks around, asking what it is and didn't he know, and notes that he goes to Bruce's classes. Nate hums in confusion, and Anna says that he should just show her. Nate, looking back at his friend, asks what Bruce has to do with it, and she replies that he should watch it himself. MC anxiously looks at the screen, humming. The camera footage shows Bruce fighting Mike and the MC asking what his son B is doing in the alley. In the footage, Bruce throws Mike over his shoulder, but the ground beneath them begins to crack at the seams, collapsing. Bruce holds the guy on his shoulder with difficulty and shaking. The veins on Bruce's neck bulge from the strain. Nate looks at the phone screen with concern. Bruce in the footage can't take it anymore and falls, crushed by Mike. The latter gets up with a smirk on his face. Bruce is pressed into the ground and covered in his own blood. Nate anxiously asks what Bruce lost and who these people are. Anna gloomily says that this is a squad from the 998th school, and Nate asks again, what is the 998th? Anna stands, visualizing a flag with 3 numbers behind her, and says that this is a military school with which they will supposedly have a friendly training session in 15 days. Julie stands in front of the board, saying that everyone seems to be there and that she's sure everyone has heard about what happened to the squad leader, Bruce. 2 boys, one of whom is dark, are sitting at a table. Julie explains that the 9 people gathered there represent the top students from each grade, and while they are juniors, they will probably be solving most of the issues, but she hopes that the others will be able to share their thoughts as well. 3 more people are sitting at the table, one of whom is smiling and narrowing his eyes. Nate raises his hand, addressing Julie, and asks what Bruce himself said about it. Julie looks down, saying that their leader was given probation, so no one from the squad has access to the hospital room, and that even if that weren't the case, the hero still couldn't visit him for safety reasons. Nate looks down and says that he understands. The short-haired guy asks how that fool Bruce got to this point, and the dark-haired guy asks Julie what they should do, since Bruce, who was supposed to take everything on himself, ended up sadly. The short-haired guy turns to Julie and asks if they can do anything until Bruce is fully recovered. Julie crosses her arms, saying that because of the suspended sentence, Bruce will not be able to see anyone even after he is discharged, and that she gathered them to at least figure out a plan for further action. The short-haired guy, Albert, raises his hand, saying that it turns out that he is the only one putting forward his candidacy for the leadership position, and Julie, narrowing her eyes, asks if he can really pull the whole school, and he, surprised, asks what she means. Jack leans on the table and moves forward, apologizing and asking if they are there just to argue about who is better, and addressing them as if they were 10th graders. He says that they are there because the situation is urgent and they should just listen to instructions. Anna, playing with her hair, asks if they are strong enough to give instructions and notes that they do not seem to be very smart. The dark man slams his fist on the table, asking what she is talking about. And looking back at Anna, he asks if this is the same white jade goblin in front of him and the girl. He replies that the guy seems to be a nobody and has no name. The dark man jumps up from his seat, angry, and shouts that she is small. Julie angrily slams her hands on the table, drawing attention to herself, and shouts that they need to stop, and notes that if they do not stop this useless argument, she will report it to the principal. The dark-skinned guy sits down on a chair, clicks his tongue, and calls the 10th grade idiots. Julie turns to the 10th graders and tells them that they need to stop too, which they reluctantly agree to. Julie takes out a remote control, saying that first, they need to share the information that the school has received. A map of the area, 3 paths and 2 flags opposite each other, connected by these paths. Julie says that at each end there is a container with a button and that the rules are quite simple. Whoever gets to the opponent's button and presses it wins. Pointing at the map, she says that as far as they know, Hyun High has about 900 people, and their opponent 998th. Julie frowns, saying that their opponent has about 3,000 people. The guy who was sitting with a smirk whines that it is 3 times more, and the girl who is sitting next to him asks how they can win in this case. Julie turns to them, calling them 9th graders, and says that they should calm down because she did not finish. Map of the area. Julie says that there are 3 times more enemies, but that the school of Haeyong, at the same time, has a more advantageous position for defense, and they say that in order to break through a reliable defense, you need to be 3 times stronger. Lowering her gaze again, she says that in addition to this, if they hold out for 5 hours, they will win, which means that they can simply defend themselves. Remembering Mike, she says that she will further tell about Bruce's fight and says that, firstly, the student who knocked down their leader is called Mike. After which, she points to the board, saying that Mike is from the 11th grade and his exact area is unknown, but, judging by the video, has something to do with weight. And lowering her worried gaze, the girl says that Mike did not do anything outstanding, but at the same time, she is interrupted by Nate, who briefly summarizes that this was Bruce's worst fight. Remembering how Bruce grabbed Mike, Julie says that's exactly it, and that it seems like the leader used his Edia to catch Mike but couldn't roll him over and collapsed under the weight, and that if someone with such Edia with all his weight throws you to the ground, then obviously you'll lose your strength. MC looks down, realizing that he thinks that's the reason why the Sunbi lost. Remembering Bob, who is standing behind, Julie says that the student standing behind is named Bob and that he, although he did almost nothing in the video, is the trump card of the 998th school and their main target, and Bob is an enemy with high combat value. Bob is awarded a medal around his neck. Julie explains that he went through a special transfer procedure to 998 High just before his senior year, and that after finishing 9th and 10th grade in Australia, and that in high school, he also won 2nd place in the National Sports Festival. Nate is struck by a realization when he hears that in high school, Bruce had a 5-game winning streak and that Bob was the one Bruce couldn't beat in high school. Turning to Julie, Nate asks if he knows anything about Bob's Edia, and Julie replies that she doesn't know anything, but it is known that his Edia enhances his physical abilities when he gets angry, and that's all that is known. Nate is shocked to hear that Bob's Edia may be similar to his. News reports of Bruce's fight. Julie says that Bob, who defeated the squad leader, and Mike, thanks to these 2 main characters. 998th High School manipulates the press to rise in the rankings and to convince everyone that Bruce from Haeyeon High School is a nobody. Nate grins in anger, smirking and saying that this is some kind of nonsense. An overhead shot of the scene of the fight. One of the windows in the building is circled in red. Julie says that among other things, there is also information about the person who posted the video and that the place where the video was taken is marked in red, and after a little investigation it was found out that it is an empty building. MC, realizing something, asks if the empty building means that it was a trap. Julie approaches the table, places her fist on it and says that it is true. Those guys were looking for their squad leader to lure him into their trap, and that is the conclusion they can come to based on all the information they have received. After which, the girl slams her hands on the table, saying that even if it was a trap, you can't tell from the video, and that the media only pays attention to the most interesting thing, the defeat of their leader. Nate looks around and says that no one knows what tricks their opponents used to disable Bruce, and that there is probably another reason why the Sunbi couldn't show everything he is capable of, and the dark-skinned man shouts at the hero. Raising his hand, the dark-skinned man asks if the person in front of him is an F-rank killer and asks him to stop reacting so furiously to any news about Bruce and that it slows down the work. Nate starts to say something, starting to say that he's sorry, but a smirking 9th grader points at him, asking if Nate is private. Pointing at Nate, the smirking one says that he didn't recognize him at first, so he sat there wondering who it was, and Nate is surprised, asking what he wants to say. Raising his hand, the 9th grader says that it's exactly as the Dark Sergeant says, and that maybe Sergeant Bruce's defeat shouldn't be made so important, and notes that, to be honest, Bruce is nothing special other than a surprise attack. These words throw Nate off kilter, and surrounded by an evil aura, MC says that the 9th grader better watch his words. But he only grins louder in response, asking if what happened isn't a clear proof that Bruce's strength was only in his ability to block a punch, and if they don't think they're greatly overestimating him and that Bruce was only covering up his weaknesses with physical superiority. Nate slams the table, saying that he told him to watch his words, and the narrow-eyed man says that the Sunbi is only a private. After which, smiling with a gloomy face, he says that he is a B+ rank corporal and asks what's the point of listening to a private. Nate looks down and asks the 9th grader to introduce himself. Laughing, the corporal asks how a private can treat a corporal like that, and they're not even in the Tang Dynasty army. His girlfriend tugging at his shoulder asks him to stop. An MC asks him to introduce himself again, and the corporal continues, saying that he is higher than Nate in rank and title and is not going to do anything. Nate repeats his request to introduce himself, but the 9th grader, opening one eye, says that he is too persistent, but abruptly cuts off his speech. An anxious drop of sweat begins to flow down his cheek. and the guy notices a scary aura. Bloodlust emanates from MC when he looks at the corporal. With a murderous aura, MC sits at the table and says that he ordered the corporal to introduce himself, and an anxious Jack looks back at him. Trembling with fear, the corporal lowers his gaze, saying that the corporal, and continuing to tremble, sighs, trying to introduce himself further, but cannot, and the hero says that it seems that he still has enough pride and calls him slant-eyed. Getting up from his seat, Nate turns to the dark-skinned sergeant, noting that it seems that he took what happened to Bruce too closely, and raising his gaze, he says that he asks for his merciful understanding. The dark man clears his throat, saying it's okay, it happens. Julie looks in panic at the corporal, who is still being calmed down, and at the sergeant, who has looked away in embarrassment. Raising his hand, Nate addresses Julie, asking if Bruce had any plans in advance. Visualizing a map with small dots on the sidelines and a thicker dot in the middle, Julie says there is a rough outline of Bruce's positioning, 3 in the middle and 1 on each side, but the sergeant hasn't gone into detail. The short-haired man raises his hand in indignation, asking why this strategy and asking what Bruce plans to do if the sides are forced out, and Nate explains that the sides are narrower than the middle. And the short-haired man points his finger somewhere, saying that this is still too much and the enemy can use the advantage in the middle to focus on the sides, and then the middle will be attacked from the flanks after the sidelines are forced out, and asks if Nate understands him. The hero, raising his hand to his face, thinks about what the Sunbi chose such a formation, and says that he chose it because the enemy will strike at the center. Julie approaches the hero and asks why he thinks so, and Nate clarifies that it was the 998th high school that requested the competition, and Julie confirms this. Remembering Bruce slammed into the ground, Nate says that it turns out that, given the advantageous position and the victory condition when time runs out, the enemies are trying to force them to focus on defense, and they decided to lower their morale by defeating their commander in trump card, Bruce, and the goal of the 998th high school is to publicly destroy Heian. After that, Nate, bowing his head, says that instead of following Bruce's plan and that they should concentrate the greatest force in the middle and fill the sides minimally according to the residual principle. The short-haired one shouts that why does he want even more people in the middle and asks if he is in his right mind. Throwing up his hands, the guy continues, saying that if we assume that Nate is right and the students from the 998th school want to attack the middle, and that if this is really so, then they can close the enemy through the sides, and that means that they need to place enough forces on the sides. If they decide to make a breakthrough, then at least in the amount that Bruce suggests. Julie stands between them and says that she agrees with the 11th grader and changing strategy because of an assumption is too risky. Nate sadly lowers his head and understands that they are right. And remembering Bob, he thinks that judging by his behavior in the video, the guy likes to humiliate the enemy. Grinning Bob, MC thinks he knows because he himself has a similar idea and that Bob is not guided by common sense. Sitting at the table, Nate said that he hopes that Bruce will stand in the back line for protection. Taken aback, Julie asked again about the back line. The guy noted that it sounded good, and if the fool who disgraced the entire battalion loses again in the front line, they will completely lose heart. Julie looked at the main character and asked if he thinks that the leader of the squad will lose again. Nate replied that there is no need to worry and Bruce will not lose to them again. Julie asked why then they should put him in the back. He seriously stated that it is because Bruce is the strongest. Julie, puzzled, noted that she did not understand. Closing his eyes, the guy said that whatever the reason, he agrees that Bruce should be put in the back. Anna hung her head and said that she could not agree that Sergeant Bruce was the strongest, but she was sure that Mr. XS had a plan. Julie said with a serious look that the main task today was to pass on information and they would meet a couple more times to approve the plan, so if they had any ideas, they should not forget to share them. She cried out that this was a great job. The guy held out his hand and asked not to worry, noting that if they followed his instructions, everything would be fine. Jack noted that even in class it was not so boring. Steve ran to them and called Private Nate. The protagonist looked at him and asked what was wrong. Walking towards him, Nate said that he dared to assume that he had scared him with his aura. He clarified if Steve wanted to speak up now because his pride was hurt. Julie approached them and asked what they were doing. Nate replied that there was nothing to it and Steve needed to be taught a lesson. As they walked away, Julie asked them not to overdo it so that no one would get hurt. Steve, dumbfounded, asked how the protagonist dared to look down on him, adding that he was just a private. Steve put his hand to his chest and shouted that he would become the strongest in Heian High School and surpass Sergeant Bruce and Corporal Anna. Nate, looking serious, suggested that he needed to be taught a lesson. Looking at the building, Steve noted that since he was a corporal and the best among the 9th graders, he could see the difference in level. Smiling, he said that he would allow the first strike. The protagonist looked at him with a displeased expression. Looking at Steve, Nate saw a message that his ability was territory memorizing eyes. It locks onto a target within its line of sight and determines kinetic energy and determines the reserve of strength and the potential for its accumulation. However, the user of the skill will not be able to recognize energy that goes beyond the line of sight and exists for more than 2 seconds. The protagonist wondered if Steve wanted him to attack first because his thing was avoiding blows. Looking at him, Nate agreed to be the first. He rushed at Steve. Steve wondered if the protagonist was faster than he thought. A smirk appeared on his face. He dodged the attack and noted that he could anticipate Nate's actions. The protagonist struck a second blow. Dodging the attacks, Steve wondered if Nate had changed his trajectory. Overcoming inertia, the protagonist watched him. He held the blade in his hand. Dodging the attacks, Steve mentally noted that he could still see his step. Nate swung the blade in front of his face. Steve jumped away from it. There was a cut on his face. Steve thoughtfully noted that Nate had tremendous punching power and was dangerous without a dagger. He emphasized that the protagonist's movements did not match the energy trace. Steve wondered if he hadn't focused enough, adding that he would have to pay close attention to Nate this time. The protagonist was coming at him and said he was pretty good at dodging. He suggested making it more difficult. Nate lunged at him. Steve, dumbfounded, wondered if he could just pay close attention and dodge. Steve saw 3 energy traces from Nate. He wondered in his mind if Nate's movements were 3 times faster than his projections. The protagonist was behind him. Steve, taken aback, noted that the blow should have already been delivered. Standing behind him, Nate said that if he was going to start a fight, he shouldn't ask him to pay for everything. His clothes were cut. Steve asked what to pay for. The protagonist replied that Steve said he wanted to be the strongest. Nate lowered his head. He approached Steve and told him that people who rely only on their own self, without putting in the necessary diligence and training, will never be able to defeat Bruce or even him. The protagonist looked at him menacingly and asked if Steve understood him. Nate stood at the edge. Looking around, he said that there was no choice and he just needed to give it his all. He remembered how he stood in front of the guys and noted that he still failed to convince his comrades at the subsequent meeting. He presented a map and noted that as a strategy, he chose a defensive plan in the 11th grade on the left, the 9th in the middle, and on the right the 9th graders, him and a squad of zombies. The guy was dumbfounded. Nate thought that the 10th and 9th grades were on defense, and the 11th class on the left consisted of the best fighters, so they would try to wear out the 998th school. Holding his hand to his chin, the protagonist noted that since they were outnumbered, it would be rational to prepare for a full attack, but the problem was Bob. He held back during the meeting because his assumption was just a premonition, but this fool would sneak up behind the 3rd line, not paying attention to the location of the main forces of the 998th school. The protagonist imagined Bob and noted that he would want to win again and destroy Bruce. Holding his head, Nate thought about how they did not have many people, only him and a squad of zombies. Steve tried to call him. The dumbfounded protagonist asked again. Nate asked what he was hiding up his sleeve. Steve saluted and said that he would salute first. Looking at Steve, the protagonist mentally asked what was wrong with him. Steve cried out with a satisfied look that he was stupid and could not distinguish false rumors from the truth and realized how good Nate was too late and he apologized. Taken aback, the protagonist asked about the rumors. Steve raised a finger and gave examples of him sucking up to the squad leader, Anna, to get first place in guerrilla training, or that he cheated on his grades by taking advantage of a teacher's weakness, or that he bribed the press to make the headline 1 against 200. Nate closed his eyes and mentally noted that he thought no one would believe it. Steve cried out with satisfaction that after he, being completely ignorant, looked into the matter, he learned the whole truth and was amazed at how quickly he achieved success and he wanted to be like him. Steve declared that he would follow him and asked to be allowed to become his assistant. The guys asked Nate who it was. Steve saluted and replied that he said that he welcomed them as Rookie Steve. The guys cried out with satisfaction that their boss was incredible and as expected from a man with amazing charisma. Holding his head, Nate called Steve. Looking at him, the protagonist said that if he became his boss, he would have to join the zombie squad, which meant that he would have to visit Bruce's club, which he despised so much. Putting his hand on his chest, Steve replied that he was still ashamed of those stupid words and asked to direct this incompetent Steve, who had fallen for bad rumors. Nate with a serious look asked in this case to behave in accordance with his instructions during training. Steve with an inspired face asked to give an order, adding that the entire 9th grade was under his control and they would follow any command. Nate thought that this was very good. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would accept him as a temporary zombie in the squad. Joyful Steve cried out that he would try his best. Looking at his squad, Nate thought that the chances were getting better and he would try to turn the luck in their favor. Bruce stood near the container. His face was serious. He crossed his arms. The tent was in the forest. People were talking on the radio. Putting on the headphones, the guy heard that a preemptive attack on the target from Delta 1 was confirmed and they needed to start the attack. Morris replied that it was according to Delta 1's plan. Taken aback, Morris said that the connection was bad and asked to repeat. Taken aback, the girl asked what was going on and whether they were using EDIA, which affects the electromagnetic signal. Morris replied that he did not know and it was not the devices. Morris heard a voice in the headphones. He turned on the transmitter. Looking down, Morris replied that it was Alpha and asked who was speaking. Nate replied that it was him, from the 3rd Squad of the 1st Company of the Hyundai Special Training Unit, the 10th Platoon. Putting his fist to his mouth, Morris said that he had already heard this name and it was he who spread the fake about defeating 200 people. The guy was sitting at the table and said that today was the company's last day on the front line. He asked if they had decided to quickly disrupt communications with high-speed EDIA. The girl said, specifying that the guys from Heian High School weren't good, noting that if he had sneaked into the enemy camp alone. Screams were heard from the radio. The guys looked at the radio with a dumbfounded look. The girl listened to their voices with a serious look. Pointing his finger, the guy screamed that the main thing is to assess the situation sensibly and asked to contact Delta 2 to confirm the information. Morris was sitting in front of the radio and asked to continue. They heard that Bravo 1 was retreating and the attack with EDIA was confirmed. The dumbfounded girl said that among the 9th graders of Heian High there should not be players with strong EDIA. The building was destroyed. Jack grabbed a huge pipe and said that these low-level scum worked well together. He raised the pipe and noted that it was time to make a decisive move. A message popped up saying extract item and swing. Anything stuck in the ground could be extracted and used as a weapon. Anything Jack extracted would have no weight, and the size of the object would vary depending on the user's individual abilities. He threw the pipe and wished for death. The dumbfounded boy screamed that this was another approach and that he needed to dodge it as quickly as possible. The boy ran away from the pipe and said that if they were hit, they would go to the hospital immediately and the protective bracelet would not help them. Jack shook the dust off his hands and noted that it was a relief. Julie emphasized that she had told Jack that his EDIA was most useful on the battlefield. She smirked and said that there were protective structures in the form of debris on this field, but their usefulness depended on the correct use. Jack noted with satisfaction that she kept complaining about being put with the 9th graders, but he would turn a blind eye to it because he had seen enough of the suffering of the fools from School 998. Julie suggested that he would be even cooler if he learned to speak politely. Turning around, Jack said that he would watch how they handled it and he would relax and stand aside. Armor appeared on Julie's body and she noted that it was time to show what the 9th grade was capable of. A notification popped up that the shining armor increased the morale of the players surrounding the user of EDIA, and if the user believed that he could repel an enemy attack, he would not take any damage. A crowd of guys stood behind her. Julie addressed the 3rd Company, the 1st Ascent, the 1st Squad, and noted that even though they did not have a leader in their ranks, they would show them where the crayfish hibernate. Julie ran to attack. The boys were shouting that the advanced squad from Heian High was approaching and that everyone needed to get into position. Julie was flying towards them. She landed on a soldier. The boy frowned and ordered the combat company to roll up, noting that they needed to reinforce the forward line that Bruce had broken through. The stranger, with a serious expression, asked the ranged company to go behind Jack's cover and get ready to help. Julie held out her hand and ordered the 1st platoon of the 1st Squad to take the 3rd position. She seriously said that they would show those cowards from 998 the full force of Heian High. Drones were flying in the sky. Julie said that 998th had retreated to the previous line. She, with a displeased expression, noted that they needed to straighten out their forward line and move forward. Bob appeared behind her. He stood in front of her and declared that retreating in the first battle was a disgrace. He swung his arm and asked if she was from the company with the guy nicknamed Stumbling Block. He told her to get lost. Julie blocked Bob's attack. She flew back from his blow. A dumbfounded Jack asked if she was okay. Julie replied that the attack was nothing against her armor. Bob smirked and said that he would be interested in challenging her. Julie walked up to him and noted that he was indeed as aggressive as the report described. Bob said that up close she was actually quite nice for a monstrosity below the Stumbling Block. He happily exclaimed that she had a boyfriend. Julie sighed and said that she knew everything about him from just one conversation. Bob stood in front of her and asked her not to talk like that, noting that he was nice to girls. Julie noted that if she kept listening to this useless talk, her ears would rot. She ordered everyone to take their positions with a serious expression, adding that it was time to avenge the defeat of the squad leader. Bob stood in front of them and asked if they were all working for the Stumbling Block. He asked them to know their place and bring the real Stumbling Block. Holding the back of his head, he noticed that their attempts to seem cooler than they were simply pissing him off. A powerful energy began to emanate from him. A message popped up that unreleased anger, Bob can materialize anger that grows like heat, and the longer he stays angry, the stronger the ability. Being in the orange clouds, the guy screamed that it is better not to joke with heat and they will simply burn if they touch him. Julie noted that it is better to duck until the steam dissipates. Furious Bob said that they backed away because of such a trifle. The guys looked at him and said that the steam dissipated and he still needed to recharge. The guys looked at each other. Stunned, Julie said that she needed to better assess the situation. They rushed at Bob, telling him that he might need time to recover and that if they attacked now they could do damage. Bob, disgruntled, cried out that this pissed him off. He grabbed the boys. There was a huge explosion. The wounded boys lay on the ground. Julie, taken aback, wondered in her mind if even a bracelet that absorbed pain shock couldn't save from broken bones, adding that Bob had stored the released steam in his hands and was using it to attack. Steam began to come out of his hand. Julie, frightened, cried out that all the men in the company needed to tend the wounded. She thought that it didn't matter if someone was wounded or even eliminated, he would still attack. Bob looked at her and asked if she was going to save these fools. He waved his hand and told her to try her best. Julie wondered if he had thrown the steam away with his fist. Julie dashed through the orange clouds to Bob. He remarked that he liked the way she was doing. He smirked and asked if she wanted to be his. Julie asked if she really had to answer those dirty words. Bob swung his arm and cried out that he felt sorry for her. A bright light began to emanate from Julie. She grabbed the wounded boys and said that they needed to transport the wounded to the rear and ordered everyone to get ready for battle. Veins appeared on Bob's face. Julie turned and looked at him. He asked with a satisfied look if he should beat her to death. Julie had a blue barrier around her. Her face was serious. Bob punched the barrier and asked why it was so strong. There were wounded people lying behind Julie. She was thinking about how, because of some fool, all their boys from the 11th grade were wounded and they needed to hold out until they were evacuated. Enraged, Bob cried out that this pissed him off and asked how much longer she was going to block him. He asked her to bring Bruce there. Sweat was running down Julie's face. She asked if Bob thought their leader should mess with a fool like him. Bob ordered her to shut her mouth as he punched her. The guy on the hill yelled that the evacuation was over. Julie smirked and said she wouldn't have to look at that face anymore. She was suddenly taken aback. Her feet were buried in the ground. Bob asked where she was going and if she thought he would just let her go. Julie wondered if she had felt her legs cramping but didn't know when he had done it. Bob swung his arm and asked what would happen to her if he started punching her. He punched the barrier. Julie seriously wondered if her feet were stuck in the ground so her position was broken and she couldn't hold out any longer. She looked at the cracked barrier and noted that she should be able to hold on. Taken aback, Bob asked what was wrong and if he had managed to make a crack. He looked at Julie and said that everyone had escaped except her. He asked her with a crazy look what she thought was faster, to bury her in the ground or to break this barrier. Stunned, Julie wondered what to do. A huge rock was flying at Bob. He saw a boulder. Bob managed to jump out of the way. Jack screamed for her to come out. Julie turned around at his voice. Many rocks were flying in their direction. Frowning, Bob noted that he was almost there. Julie started to run. The boulder fell to the ground. Clouds of dust rose from it. She ran up to Jack and noted that thanks to him she was able to get out. A trembling Jack said that at first he threw everything he had there and it hurt. Smiling, Julie said that he was the best thing she had met on this path and asked him to rest. Stunned, Jack noted that it was his duty. Julie caught him and noted that he only needed to correct his character a little and he would be priceless. The guy ran up to her and asked if she was okay. She looked at the ruins and said that as he could see, the way was blocked. The guy suggested gathering the rest and joining the center. Julie said not to do it, noting that they had no guarantee that School 998 would not cross this barricade. She handed over Jack and said that, having foreseen Jack's attack, he would not be able to do it so easily, but now their main plan with breaking through the left flank was at a standstill. The guy clarified that if Bob was there too. Looking at the ruins, Julie said that with such physical abilities he could easily dodge, since he was convinced that the leader was not there. We'll probably go another way. Raising his hand, the guy asked where Bob could have gone. Julie replied that if he could not determine the location of the leader, then there was only one way. She looked at the guy and said that this was the center. Nate's face was serious. Steve stood in front of him and said that he could come to them, to the weakest squad. The protagonist assumed that Bob had already realized that they were on the left path, and Bruce was in the back. He had already defeated the first military unit, so he would not worry about the difference in forces of the second and third. Nate noted that in this case, he most likely went to the center because he was not far. Steve listened to him carefully. Steve, dumbfounded, asked what they would do next, noting that they had managed to move forward a little thanks to the attack, but reinforcements had arrived from the other side and they had been in a dead end for quite a long time. Nate thought about it. Having risen, the protagonist asked if they would be able to break through this dead end and move the battle line with only the freshmen. Steve asked again. Nate noted that the military support of the 998th school would again head to the center, and in order to prevent this, it was necessary to get out of the dead end. Steve, dumbfounded, asked if the protagonist would be able to go to the center. Nate replied that this was so if only the 9th graders could withstand the onslaught. Steve turned around and thought about it. He offered to try with a smile, noting that they would do their best. Walking away from them, the protagonist thought that if even this fool was trying so hard, he should also do his best. Turning around, Anna asked if this was the same Jack or if this was disinformation. The girl replied that this was her leader after all. Drawing her blade, Anna said that if the plan failed on the left path, then everything should work out in the center and they should try hard and they would defeat them before Bob arrived. The guys stood there with a serious look. The guy looked at Mike and ordered him to quickly come up with something to disarm her. The guy replied that this was too much for him. Mike imagined Anna hitting him and screaming that he was going to attack, so she changed her position and struck, and if he used her idea, she would use twice as much force and cut him into pieces. The enraged boy pointed out that if they said they were stuck on one person, Bob would kill them himself. Anna stood in front of them. Mike stated that this girl had single-handedly killed 200 people. Behind her was a goblin. Anna stated that this was natural, since they were fighting the strongest of the Heian school, the White Jade Goblin. Taken aback, Mike suggested that they retreat for a moment. Bob appeared behind him and asked where he was going. Anna narrowed her eyes and wondered if Bob was already there, noting that she thought it would take him a little longer to get there. He extended his hand and asked if she was the famous goblin. Bob smirked and noted that she was the strongest. He charged at her. Bob smirked and stated that he hated upstarts who called themselves the strongest. Anna jumped back from his attack. She stopped and remarked that she thought she could block his blow, but she just flew to the side. She thought with a serious expression that after that blow, she realized that this guy had a rank combat ability. Blue armor appeared on her body. She said that it couldn't be helped. She didn't want to resort to this method because of the cameras, but if she kept receiving it, it might be a bit expensive. A blue aura emanated from her. She stood in front of Bob. Looking at her, Bob wondered if all the girls in Heian High School had to wear armor. Squinting, he noticed that he had just destroyed someone wearing cool armor. Smirking, Anna assumed he was talking about Julie. Anna charged into the fight. Swinging her sword, she said that maybe they both wore armor, but she was on a completely different level. Bob grinned and clarified what he meant by on the other, adding that her armor would still bend from the impact. Anna said with a serious expression that she had warned him. She covered herself with her cloak. She struck Bob. Stopping, Bob asked if she was fighting back with her hood and then attacking with her blade. Anna noted with satisfaction that she had not developed this technique to surprise. Enraged, Bob noted that she could irritate him. An orange aura enveloped his body. He sent streams of fire at her and asked why she did not try to use her cloak against this attack. Looking at the fire energy, Anna thought that the attack had a large radius and released a steam cloud, and if she could dodge, the guys behind would suffer. Blue mana began to flow from her. Anna noted that she could not allow this to happen. She reflected Bob's attack. Smiling, she assumed that this was how Bob bullied the 9th graders, but it would not work against her. Enraged, Bob called her a bitch. He rushed at her and asked her not to anger him. He struck the ground and ordered her to surrender immediately. Holding the blade in front of her, Anna noted in her mind that his idea was powered by the energy of anger, and if he kept this momentum, he would be able to attack without wasting his strength. Looking at Bob, she noted that in this case there were only two ways, either to stop the anger or destroy it with one blow. She pounced on Bob. Watching the attack, Bob asked why there were 3 of them. Anna struck him. Standing in front of him, she asked what he was talking about, adding that a goblin had taken possession of him. Sitting on his knee, Bob asked how that was possible. Turning around, Bob asked Mike what was going on. Mike replied that it was still too dangerous now and they could drag them around a bit. Enraged, Bob asked if Mike could not hear him at all. Looking around, Mike said that he understood everything and needed to contact the ambush team. Anna asked again about the team with a serious look. She was suddenly taken aback. She looked at the squad and pointed out that this wall was too far for a ranged team. The ground began to reconstruct. People began to run away from the wall. Anna noted that they were using the difference in the landscape, using Edia, which could control nature, and they would be able to separate the center from them. The dumbfounded girl ordered everyone to run and not let them get to the rear. Looking at the squad, Anna said that the speed at which they were descending was too great, and if they sent all their forces to the rear, they would run out of steam and end up in the minus. Bob pounced on her and asked where she was looking. Anna called her clones. Bob hit the ground and screamed that this was careless. Looking at Anna, he asked if it was weaker than before and suggested that the armor was absorbing a lot of power. Standing in front of her, Bob said that he was in front and the ambush team was behind. He wondered what she was going to do. Anna replied that if she took him and his friends down. Bob pointed out that there was no point in pretending to be tough. Looking at Anna's exhausted face, he said that judging by her expression, she wouldn't last even a couple of minutes. Holding the blade in front of her, Anna mentally noted that this was to be expected of a military training squadron and that she should at least finish off this fool. She turned around at the shouts. The guy was standing in front of the enemies and shouting that they would not pass. Anna noted that this was a squad of zombies and then it was easy. A smile appeared on her face. Frowning, Anna asked him to be careful with his words, adding that these guys were her potential groom's friends from the front line. Taken aback, Bob asked again about the groom and clarified whether the high school girl had decided to play at adulthood. Orange energy began to emanate from him. He said that he had had enough. Looking at Anna, Bob stated that she seemed good, so he pitied her, but he was just wasting his time. He seriously noted that there was nothing to be done and suggested to finish it. A message about his ability popped up. Stunned, Anna noted that the atmosphere had changed and the steam had turned to ice. Bob jumped on her. He ended up behind her. Anna managed to cover herself with her cloak. She, with a stunned look, emphasized the fact that he had changed tactics. The strength and speed were also different. She jumped away from him. Standing in front of him, Bob said that he would soon end this. He jumped on her. Looking at Anna, he said that there was no point in messing around with this cloak, but rather try to block the blade. Anna jumped away from him. Closing her eyes, she stated that, as he said, she should train more in armor. Looking at her, Bob asked if she would admit defeat and who would let her escape. As Anna swung her sword, she asked what who meant. Blue streams of energy began to flow from her. Mana enveloped her blade. A beam of blue mana began to flow from her sword. Bob watched this. He asked her with a serious expression if she was going to make a full attack and if she thought such a blow would hurt him. Anna smirked and suggested that Bob never learned anything and asked if he had seen that blow before. Clones appeared next to her. Bob was taken aback by this. He said with a puzzled expression that he had been wondering all this time why she was so confident. After striking, Anna asked him to prepare to get hit in the neck and go to the hospital. She and the clones struck a powerful blow. A scream could be heard in the clouds of dust. Anna looked down. The guys ran up to her and shouted that she was the best and dealt with the trump card of the 998th school and his brothers in one blow. Looking forward, Anna said that they were unfortunately wrong. Turning around, Anna said that if Bob had blocked the blow, the guys behind him wouldn't have been hurt by the shockwave. She imagined Bob jumping off the wall. Anna said that Bob would never have cared about his friends. He would have just jumped to avoid the blow, and given his physical attributes, a jump from that height wouldn't do anything to him. Crossing his arms, the guy said that if their leader were in his place, he would have put his life at risk, but he blocked the blow and together they could have blocked the attack. Turning around, Anna asked where the fool was. As Bob landed, he noted that it was dangerous. Holding his head, he said that they just needed to deal with the fool and press the button like they planned. Walking up to Mike, he asked why he was still there and if he hadn't thought at all about how much time he had bought them. Nate was sitting in front of them on the stairs and asked if he was there. Smiling, the protagonist remarked that he thought he would never show up until the end of the competition. They attacked each other. Taken aback, Bob asked if he was an F-rank killer and if he wanted to avenge those fools. Nate replied with a satisfied expression that no one knew. Bob looked at him and said that it was surprising that he guessed that they were going to attack through the ravine and that he had a pretty good sense. The protagonist asked if he was tired, noting that he talked a lot. Veins appeared on Bob's forehead. Holding the back of his head, Bob wondered if the noise would reach the ravine, noting that it would be nice to get rid of him now and then just make it look like an accident. The protagonist, with a satisfied expression, asked him to try to kill him if he could. Bob started walking towards him. He rushed at Nate. The protagonist blocked his attack. Bob flipped over from this. Bob kicked him. After parrying the attack, Nate asked if Bob was putting on airs, adding that he himself was worthless. Bob stood in front of him and declared that he was a fool. The protagonist seriously asked him not to slack off and asked if he had a secret skill. Bob smirked and noted that Nate was good at getting on his nerves and he would make him regret his words. Bob said that he was going to move on to the 4th stage, so Mike should get away. Mike, dumbfounded, said that in order to move on to the 4th stage, he needed permission from the instructor. Holding his face, Bob said that this guy was a tough guy. Mike turned around and ordered everyone to run, noting that otherwise they would all be blown away in an instant. Pointing his finger back, the protagonist asked them to run in that direction. Standing in front of the protagonist, they said that this was the way to the rear guard. Nate said that if they did not want to go there, they could fight him. Mike started running and noticed that they were already coming. Holding his chest, Bob said that they didn't know what he was planning, but it was too late and the protagonist should try not to die. Bob's eyes began to glow purple. He began to scream loudly. A message popped up that this was the ability Forgotten Anger. The 4th stage of madness transmits anger and reflects the state of consciousness, thus twice as much energy is emitted as at the level that can be achieved in a year. Purple streams of mana began to hover on the battlefield. Nate read that opponents whose emotional state is in the minus compared to the skill user cannot touch the energy. Steam appears as a physical impulse. When moving to the 4th stage, the skill user falls under the control of anger and loses memory. The protagonist's face was serious. Bob rushed at him with a laugh. He swung his leg. Nate tried to block the attack with his blade. He bounced off it. Crouching, the protagonist thought that the level of his blows had changed greatly. Bob jumped towards him. He swung both his hands at him. There was a powerful explosion. Nate jumped out of the cloud of dust. Bob was standing in front of him. He sent streams of energy at him. Bob was running at him. He swung his fist. There was a powerful blow. Clouds of dust arose. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist thought that energy appears as a physical impulse, and this is infuriating. Nate emphasized the fact that if he had used this skill up there, Anna would not have been able to resist him. Bob appeared in front of him. He laughed with a mad grin. Nate noted that Bob liked to dominate with violence, and he would not want to fight like this if he were not in his right mind. Grinning, the protagonist declared that he finally found a worthy opponent. Red energy began to flow from Nate. There was a smile on his face. He waved his dagger. A red aura enveloped him. The protagonist said that he had found someone who wanted to play with him. Walking on the throne, Mike suggested that they hurry up and finish everything before the problems with the fourth squad started. Looking away, the guy asked why he hadn't sent a defensive squad upstairs. He supposed that the opponents didn't have the best strategy, but their situation was even worse. They ran into Bruce. He said with a serious expression that he hadn't received news that the front line had been destroyed, and, as expected, the students of School 998 had gotten ahead of everyone and come up with a secret passage. Taken aback, the guy asked if they had put the strongest player at the end and needed to inspect the area with Edia. Bruce looked at them and said that he was the only one there and there was no ambush. He flexed his fists and let them decide for themselves whether to believe him or not. He said with a serious expression that he had been waiting for Mike. They stood in front of him and told him that Bruce couldn't beat him. Bruce held out his hand and said he would catch him. He rushed past Mike. Mike's teammates were lying on the ground. Mike frowned and assumed that Bruce had dealt with the others, but he wouldn't lay a finger on him, and it would have been better if the guy with the dagger had been put there instead. Bruce, with his back to him, said he understood. He said with a smile that this was Nate's plan. Mike rushed at him and said that he wasn't the only heavyweight. A message popped up saying that "I'm not the only heavyweight" increases the weight of the user and the opponent, and also increases the weight of all the opponent's equipment. They collided. Mike was suddenly taken aback. Bruce said with a serious expression that the day he lost to him, he couldn't stop thinking about why it happened. Bruce remembered lying on the bed. He asked if he was exhausted from training or if he was not up to par with his opponent. Bruce raised his hand and said that it wasn't so. He clenched his hand into a fist. He stood in front of Mike and noted that these were just pathetic excuses. He noted that he was simply too weak. Bruce lifted him above his head. Mike looked at the ground. He screamed that it was impossible. Bruce's eyes were glowing blue. He threw Mike to the ground. Nate stood in front of Bob. He had a smirk on his face. Holding his face, the protagonist said that he wanted to fight, but he couldn't. His eyes began to glow red. Nate rushed at him. There was a powerful blow. Clouds of dust rose. Bob was furious. He began to scream loudly. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, said that he knew he couldn't. Looking at him, Nate emphasized that if he held back, he wouldn't kill him. They rushed at each other. They flew at each other. They began to inflict many blows. Bob jumped up. There were cuts on his body. He sent purple energy at Nate. The protagonist dodged his attacks. He jumped up to him. The protagonist was looking at him from the side. He had a smile on his face. Nate pounced on him. He flew up to him and asked him what he could do to amuse himself without taking his life. There was a loud bang. Bob was lying on the ground. Nate landed on the ground. He asked with a serious expression if he was done, adding that it was boring. Bob was dumbfounded. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he needed to scream and asked why he was frozen. Swinging his blade, Nate noted that he couldn't even use his pathetic tricks. Grinning, the protagonist suggested that they finish. He started swinging his blade. Bob started screaming in fear. There was a powerful blow. Nate struck next to him and noted that he finally got rid of his Edia. Looking at Bob, the protagonist said that he couldn't do anything with it when he was excited. Nate pointed out that if he hadn't lost his drive to fight, he would have been dead long ago. Bob was dumbfounded. He looked at his body and asked where the wounds came from and why his Edia had shut down. Holding his head, Nate asked if memory loss was possible in the fourth stage, adding that he was jealous. He stood in front of Bob and said that he had heard that Bob had defeated Bruce. Looking at him, the protagonist noted that he had been looking forward to a juicy fight with him, but he was disappointed. Frowning, Bob asked how dare he compare him to some fools. Fear enveloped him. Bob began to tremble and asked where the tremors were coming from. Nate suggested that despite his memory loss, he felt something. Turning around, the protagonist said that since he was done here, Bob could go do his thing. Bob was taken aback by this. He ran down the stairs and said that the protagonist would regret not ending it all now. Nate smirked and said that it was unlikely to happen. Bob was walking along the path. He saw Bruce. The protagonist thought that it was Bruce's job to finish off Bob. Bruce turned around and saw him. Bob saw his friend lying on the ground and asked Bruce what he had done to his brother. The guy firmly said that he had fought and won. Bob said that the guy couldn't beat him, so let him tell you which of his traps he had used. Bruce said that he had used nothing, that he had simply been stronger today, that's all. Bob took a fighting stance and said that the guy was cheating, that he was sure that his friend had made some kind of mistake. He asked his opponent if he could stop him with his injured hand. He insulted the guy and said that he couldn't beat him. Bruce said that it would be hard to resist in such a state, but he could. Bob saw a strange vest under the guy's clothes and asked what it was. Bruce took off his jacket completely and said that it was a training vest with sand. The vest fell to the floor and kissed his opponent that nothing would change after he took it off. Bob suspected that the guy had taken the idea from the other guy with the help of this vest, as some strange sounds were coming from there. Bruce said that they were both injured. This fight could be considered equal. Bob was outraged by the guy's impudence while he was already at his chest. The guy did not have time to react at the last moment. He flew back a few meters. Bob got into a fighting stance and prepared to respond to his opponent. His legs were covered with blue edia. When Bruce attacked, Bob threw his leg up to hit him with it. A big blow sounded, no victory followed. Bruce stopped Bob's leg with his hand and asked him in the heat of battle why he stood and watched the fight without doing anything. The guy also said that over the past 3 years, apparently, he had become stronger and the guy still did nothing. Bob was furious at the words. He thought the guy wanted to tell him that he did not intervene because he was scared. He was beside himself with anger. Bruce continued to hold his leg. The guy swung his other leg and pushed his opponent far forward. Bruce was thrown against the wall. The guy was amazed at the strange key to his idea. He assumed that this was a fighting technique that deprived of awareness and increased strength. The guy said that such strength was a mistake. Bruce dodged Bob's blow and said that the guy should get acquainted with his skills. He grabbed the guy by the collar and lifted him up. Bob slammed hard into a stone wall nearby. Blood gushed from the guy's mouth. Bruce said that this was a judo move. It deprived the opponent of all strength. Since the guy, fighting Bruce, relies only on strength, it means that it will be very easy to collapse him. The opponent lay at the guy's feet while he talked about his victory. It was a boring fight, but it was over. After the fight was over, Bruce told Steve that they could come out. After the guy came out from behind the wall, he asked how he knew about his location. Bruce said that he knew that he went for a friend. The guy also asked what would happen at the end of his plan. Steve hesitated, but said that the guy should press their button. Bruce said that the guy himself knew that he would not do it. The guy said that according to the rules of the game, he should have dropped out due to the wound that the previous fighter gave him. But since Bob came with an incomplete bracelet, they had to let him through too. Bruce turned and said that he was retreating. He asked Steve to finish it. The guy saluted and said that he had no choice in the matter. He would quickly finish it completely and come back. The guys stood with improvised materials and defended themselves. They claimed that they would not move until all their opponents were dead. Morris said that they don't have time. If they deal with these zombies, only enemy midges will remain. The guy ordered everyone to get ready, but something already passed behind him. He turned around and saw Nate standing behind him, who killed everyone. The guys were happy to see the boss and screamed. The guy looked down and said that they held out for a long time against a squad of zombies. The guy asked his friends what happened to them, and they told him that the lady had stepped in, so they were moved back a little. The guys planned to hold out even longer. Nate looked far into the crowd of zombies and wondered if they could handle it in half an hour. The guys said that breaking through such a crowd was too much, to which the guy said that he was assigned this task. Nate thought that time was running out since there was only half an hour left. The guy started thinking about what he could do best, because he couldn't do anything without bloodlust. The guy thought about expanding his control range, but should they speed up? He thought about using his left hand to increase the strength of his blow, but decided against it. The guy closed his eyes and thought that he needed them right now, eyes that could predict the outcome of a fight. The guy was informed that by focusing on one opponent, he could determine their life points and Edia. The skill allowed him to get information about the best way to defeat the opponent. The guys started talking about how one of them could win by simply waiting another 30 minutes. The girl said that if they weren't destined to win, they should at least try not to get hurt themselves. The guy noticed someone running in the distance. Louise turned to look and said that it was that crazy idiot. The guy's eyes were glowing red. The guys didn't understand who he was. He was furious. The man in the room looked out the window at the street. Ron leaned over the glass of drink and asked the guy if he still thought about him. The guy, I'm still on the contrary, claimed that he would win in any case. He claimed that he could not just lose to a man who uses a dagger as a weapon. Roma looked out the window and said that he should understand that he can definitely trust him with his daughter. One sword is simply not enough, and armor is stupid. The family of the White Jade Goblin is definitely not suitable for him. The guy convinced that he definitely should not worry. The guy raised an orange flag up. A voice sounded, notifying everyone that the school point was captured. Nate was happy with his success. Webster promised Ron that he would take responsibility for his daughter. 998 School began training to infiltrate the school circles. The boys attacked a friend. After this sudden attack, the school began training. Robert demonstrated his abilities to the fullest. Clara, who has excellent defensive skills and the ability to raise the morale of her squad. The students who repelled the enemy attack despite the unequal forces. Anna, who demonstrated the power of the White Jade Goblin. Bruce, who managed to win the rematch and regain the title of the strongest. Complete victory of forces 3 times superior. But something else attracted the highest level of attention. An army of zombies, where the average was D+ rank. The actions of students who were considered inferior attracted the attention of everyone around. And also, his level is FF Killer Nate. This F-rank student, who was considered the weakest, single-handedly killed the entourage of several hundred B-rank people. The guys all rejoiced in the victory, looking at him, carrying the flag of victory in his hands. The low-ranking students, who had already given up on their future, perked up. The principal patted the guy on the shoulder and laughed. The man was talking about how the guy was the pride of the school because it was the excellent training that made him who he is. Nate felt awkward. The school principal, who discriminated against students by rank, took advantage of the situation. And the school itself began a sports boom. And the beginning of this boom was the training department. Bruce thought that Nate was very nasty. Thanks to him, the school began to receive a lot of support. The guy thought that he was acting quietly, to which the girl said that she understood his pain, and they were equal. All that was left for them to do was get married to completely equalize the position. Nate did not like it at all that the conversation suddenly turned to this topic. The girl suggested that she would be a good wife and they would run from reporters together and amicably. The guy said he didn't want to get beaten every day, to which the girl said she could finish him off. She grabbed him by the collar and swung her hand, to which a voice was heard from the side saying that it was Nate. People stood near the face and recognized the F-killer. The guys also recognized Anna and the girl standing next to him. The girl was beside herself with happiness that her hubby was so popular, to which the guy tried to get rid of her. The guys approached the guy and asked if he had taken the exam. The guys said that he had just come straight from there. They almost went crazy from the difficulty. The guy said that he was completely confident in his abilities, but did not make it to the second round, and they say that Nate passed everything at once. He said that he tried really hard and they did not even know. The guys bowed to Nate and asked for forgiveness. They said that they understand that it is too impudent to ask for forgiveness for all the bullying, but they also want to become like him. Nate watched them with tears in his eyes as they said they would try to take the exam again. The boys asked him to teach him how to train, said he could do to them the same way they did to him. The boys looked up and Nate said he understood their intentions. The guy said he would personally watch them train. He said he would try to train with them. The boys were confused by the fact that he was smiling. The boys ran away, asking their interlocutor for forgiveness for spilling it. Nate looked at the fleeing crowd and did not understand what was wrong with his smile. Anna put her hand on the guy's shoulder and told him to give up and be her husband, since no one else talked to him except her. While he was trying to calm his friend down, a girl came up to him and called out to him. The guy turned to the girl with a puzzled voice, to which she asked him what kind of relationship he had with Anna. Knight said that there was nothing between them and that she was just joking, which made the girl happy. Anna's eyes lit up. The girl was furious. The schoolgirl said that this proposal would be very unexpected, and she suggested that they go out, to which Anna covered his ears. The girl continued to squeeze his ears, saying that it would be better for him to talk next time, since he was busy. The girl, almost in tears, told her interlocutor that she was lucky to see the guy every day, since she had been waiting today and had a hard time daring to talk, that she liked him. Anna was confused by such a statement. The girl let go of her hands from the guy's head and apologized to her. Nate grabbed his ears, and Anna went somewhere to the side, saying that they needed to talk. The guy did not understand what was going on here, to which the girl called out to him. He turned around and tried to listen to her. She ordered the guy to stand still, or rather run after her. Nate didn't understand what the girls wanted from him, because their statements were contradictory. The girl remembered that they weren't dating, but the guy's face was such that you wouldn't confess to him after Anna left. A conversation was heard from the building. The guy asked Nate what was going on with the girl, to which he said that he himself didn't know. He said that he caught up with her and asked what happened to her, to which she remained silent. The guy approached his girlfriend and asked why she was like that, to which he received the answer that he didn't talk to that schoolgirl. He said that he was sorry that the conversation with the cute schoolgirl didn't work out, which caused an angry reaction from the girl. Anna turned and asked with angry eyes what he called her. The girl scolded him for not listening to how she confessed her love to him, to which the guy said that it would not happen again. Anna said that she tells him about this every day, but he got distracted. Neat appearance, attractive and sweet, and also strong, why not a bride? Nate said that according to her, she was not so offended. He went to train, causing anger in the girl. The guy continued to hang on the horizontal bar and complain that he did not understand anything. Anna looked at the phone and saw a message from her grandfather. She thought that he would grumble again. The girl was very surprised. She showed the phone to Nate and said that her grandfather was coming here. Anna asked the guy if she could stay with him for a while because he lived alone. The guys stopped training and were silent for a while. The guy said that he only had one bed. This caused even more horror in the eyes of the guys. Anna asked for help and said that a strange man would soon come here and look for someone. Webster stood behind her and said that he was not strange. Anna hid behind Nate's back while the guy said that he was upset. Webster said that he came for Anna, and was lucky to meet Nate here. The guy was surprised that he knew him. Webster introduced himself and said that he had heard a lot from the Jade Goblin family about him, which caused misunderstanding. The guy looked him in the eye and started talking. He said that it was impolite to say such things at the first meeting. The guy offered to fight him. Webster offered Nate to fight him, which caused surprise. The guys on the side recognized him as the same guy who won the European Youth Competition. The guy asked if the girl knew Webster. Anna said that he was a mercenary, which caused bewilderment. The guy tried to persuade Webster not to fight and just talk. The opponent approached and said that he came for Anna, but he would definitely like to fight Nate too. Bruce came to the noise of the guys to sort things out. The guy quickly recognized Webster. The opponent introduced himself and said that he came from Slovakia, to which the answer was that Bruce already knew about it. The guy asked what he wanted to tell the leader of the future unit. Webster said that he wanted to fight Nate, to which the answer was that he needed permission for this. The guy said that Bruce was the eldest here. The guy thought about it. He said that they would do so. Bruce took both guys by the hands and brought them together. He said that it would be a fight with only one hand. Webster laughed and said that the guy had very original thinking. Bruce said that he counted the consent of both. The guy told Nate that the honor of the unit was at stake and he had to win. Anna pinched his ear. The girl said that the guy had to win. Nate complained about a bad feeling, after which Webster hoped for a good game. He turned to Anna. The guy said that he would definitely win for the girl. Her face was full of discontent. Bruce suggested to start and said that there would be only one round. Webster said that he would show Anna his abilities in front of Nate. Bruce pressed the timer on his phone for 3 minutes. The guy approved the start of the round. The opponents began to fight. The blows were fast and sharp, which Nate did not expect. Webster asked his opponent if he believed in the existence of ranks. The guy did not understand and began to ask again, to which the answer was that there are ranks in the world, even in a fight like this. Nate asked if the guy really believed that souls also have ranks. Webster said that he considered those who have a weak idea to be weak. He said that we must not forget that the elite have a special path. Nate realized for himself that after hearing this, he could not lose at all. Webster was ready to call the guy names, to which an unexpected blow followed. The guy was not prepared for this attack at all. He admitted that his opponent had talent. Nate said that he did not fall for it. Webster asked his opponent if this fool really belonged to him, to which the guy said that if he did not give in, his palm could fly into pieces. Webster was amazed at the confidence of his opponent. At the very peak moment, Bruce stopped the fight. The guy said that if they overdid it, there could be problems. Rideout asked him, "Incredible power is his idea." Nate grinned. The guy called the opponent's energy dirty, to which he offered to fight him again. Webster said that he knew the guy was a difficult opponent, but did not think that he was that hard. The guy said that he did not really want to absorb this energy. He went home saying that that was all for today. Bruce stopped the guy and asked him to wait. He asked him if there was a place for him where he could train in Korea. Webster said there was no such place and he was accepting the offer to join the units. Bruce told the guy to come here anytime and train if he needed the equipment. Webster asked if he looked so weird that he needed training. Bruce turned around and said the guy was a genius and didn't need the necessary training. Bruce grabbed his hand and said there was one thing. The guy said that even geniuses had to try because he liked it when people tried. Webster said the guy was pretty interesting. He said that it was worth coming to Korea. In room 2-10, he asked for opinions and thoughts. Nate was entering the classroom when a girl called out to him. Anna told the guy to sit down. Nate tried to refuse the offer, to which the girl slammed the table. She called him a loser. The guy asked the other guy to give him his seat, to which he said the guy had already left to train. Webster asked if he was hard to understand. Anna screamed at the whole room for the guys to stop talking in such a saccharine voice, otherwise she would beat them. The girl was asked over the loudspeakers to come to the hospital. Anna said that she was saved. The girl disappeared into the doorway, saying that she needed to go. Nate went to practice when Webster called him and asked to talk. The guy realized that he would not be able to practice today. Anna went into the hospital office and asked if she had been called. The girl was sitting at the table and apologized for calling her during lunch. The woman offered to eat dessert together and talk. Anna could not resist and agreed to dessert. The woman told her interlocutor to eat and not to be shy. She said that if she did not have enough, she had more. Anna asked if her interlocutor always ate so much, to which the answer was that she always ate about 30 and took more to talk. The woman took a bite of the cookie and asked. Anna asked if she had thought about it. The woman immediately apologized for the offer and said that perhaps it had put pressure on her. Anna said that on the contrary, she should thank her. It was a great honor for the girl. The woman said that she could become an excellent master. She extended her hand to invite her to join the Maestry. Maestry, this is a group of masters in Korea. Only the best of the best can join it. Unlike other unions, where representatives of one clan gathered, the White Goblin Lord special masters of different directions here. The greatest figure in Korea, called upon to respond to emergency situations, Joe. He created a special squad, which included the best masters in each direction. This is the Maestry. The woman extended her hand forward and invited Anna to join the Maestry squad to become an excellent master. The girl said that she had already said that she was just an average swordswoman. The woman took a bite of her dessert and said that she was only advising her to join because of her outstanding defensive skills, as she valued that more than her swordsmanship. Anna said that she needed to succeed as a swordswoman, to which the woman stood up from her chair and said that she had realized something when she was advising her about her aura. She said that she could only make her the best if she wanted to be. Anna said that she was a goblin bound by a sword, so she needed to become the best swordswoman. The woman said that she was not suggesting that she stop improving in this matter, as it would be nice if she became a swordswoman who could perfectly repel attacks. She looked at Anna and thought that the girl did not fully understand everything. The girl thought about how, as a child, she really wanted to be good at fencing. She did not want to be the best who crippled others, but even when she did not try hard to swing the sword, Edia grew. She remembered the training where she left the sword. She remembered how she managed to reach the expert level. Anna tried to say something, but she was interrupted by words that her family was very worried about her because people from the White Goblin clan were very unusual. The woman told the girl not to worry about training in secret, because she could then learn everything she needed and return back to the clan. The girl thought that her interlocutor was a Maestry who had reached the top. She thought that the woman had a different sense of striving for self-improvement than others. She probably strove to become the best, that's why she reached such a level. She clearly couldn't understand Anna, because the girl didn't strive to be the best among everyone. She didn't know if Edia changed. She wondered what Nate thought about it. Anna bowed to the woman and said that she needed time to think about it. Anna remembered the guy who tried to prove his abilities to others with Edia, which they considered a meaningless thing. She remembered how much effort he put into learning how to control it. She remembered how happy she was when she first got the aura cup. However, when she saw the guy running away, she realized Anna could have dealt with him with aura counteraction, but an attack filled with aura power made him run and helped defeat the army of the 998 school. The girl thought that if the strongest masters of Korea themselves cannot change anything in their education, then even defense will turn into a technique that harms others. She opened the door, not understanding what to do. Webster demanded that Nate give up Anna, since she is not suitable for him. The guy did not understand how he could give up something that was never his. The opponent said that he considered his strength amazing, but the girl cannot be close to him. Nate said that the girl was just teasing him, and the guy apparently just did not understand. Webster said that the elite have their own path. He said the guy wouldn't be able to make her happy. Nate said he figured it out. He should have guessed earlier when he started talking about abilities. He thought he knew it. For Webster, it wasn't the person that mattered, but their skills, and for Nate it was the other way around. The guy asked his interlocutor if he recognized the existence of souls and ranks. The guy asked how a person of a lower rank should act. Should he grovel all his life? Webster said that his origin obliged him to do so. There are certain obligations behind high social status and power. The guy said that it is necessary to take care of the elite. Nate said that this is not enough. He said that souls have no ranks, that a piece of the rating system with a long name cannot speak about the future. Webster said that with such an approach, the guy will never have a girlfriend, and the guy said that he should not limit the opportunities of others. He thought that you can't define people and rewrite their restrictions because of rank. The guy could not watch this silently because he himself was trying to change himself. Webster said that this role should only be entrusted to someone with the same outstanding abilities as Anna. Nate did not understand why a person should limit and ignore their own preferences. Webster said that Anna's achievements are amazing, and she should not waste her time on someone like him. Nate said that she has her own life, and if she wants to become a swordswoman or use Edia for a cook, she will be whoever she wants. Webster said that abilities are predetermined from birth, so Anna was chosen to become the strongest swordswoman. The guy was disappointed and said that they are completely different. The opponent confirmed his words with what he saw on the video. Nate told Webster that souls have no ranks, to which the guy categorically responded about the rudeness of the conversation. The guy said that his opponent is very strong, but this power is imperfect and it will be obtained with incredible difficulty. Nate took the dagger out of his hand. He did not know what kind of Edia the guy had, but he knew for sure that it was not fully launched yet. The boy realized that he was underestimated. The opponents went on the attack to test each other's strength. Webster accepted the challenge. He repelled the boy's attack with one hand. The opponent did not understand whether his intentions were serious or not, but the mood was clearly broken. The opponent said that he could not be defeated half-heartedly. He threw the guy to the door with one push. No, he did not expect such strength from an ordinary guy. Webster said that the guy attacked him with the handle of a dagger. He still does not fully understand that he is risking his life and will suffer if anything happens. The guy said that he did not expect such physical training from an outwardly unathletic guy. Webster said that he never trained, he did not need it. The opponent irritated Nate and said that nothing could be done, such was the difference in their skills. The guy knew that the opponent was superior to him in physical data. In this case, he decided on desperate measures and rushed into the attack. The guy said that his opponent should not complain if he was taken to the hospital later, which caused excitement in Webster. The opponent noted that the guy was using a force of a higher rank than his own. The guy decided on a desperate dash. He said he would take him to the hospital right away. Webster covered himself with his hand and said there was no need for that. The guy pulled out a sword from his bosom and said he was hoping to see the power he saw in the hall. He said the opponent was not going to do that, so they would end it here. The guys were fighting for real on the territory. Webster said he didn't think his opponent was going to fight properly. Nate noted that the guy was excellent at blocking attacks and attacking. The opponent said the guy wasn't really fighting, and that was disappointing. He delivered a strong blow, which the opponent dodged with a backflip. Nate was amazed at the guy's skills, because he copied any of his attack techniques and set up applications for himself. Webster suggested ending the fight as soon as possible. The opponent grabbed his head and said that it would be nice to win with just a dagger. The guy's eyes lit up and he said that he wouldn't get it. The opponent didn't understand what was about to happen. Webster was glad that now there would be a normal battle. The guy activated a partial kill with an evil aura, which allows looking into the eyes to lose fighting spirit. The opponent admitted that the guy's auras are very poisonous. Nate said that the only poisonous thing here is his opponent, because he repeats his techniques. Webster tried to justify himself, which caused even more severe anger in the opponent. He argued that he should not look arrogant. The guy had activated the Karaborg skill, which allows him to capture other people's skills and adopt them. The guy could completely embody the movement of the object with which its owner fought and make it his own with a limited range of the owner's actions. Nate thought that they were incompatible as opponents, so he said that with such skills the guy could be arrogant. He said that the guy's physical data allows him to control this skill. Webster was surprised and asked if the guy knew all his skills. The box is an absolute skill that absorbs the enemy's idea and transforms it into his own. Nate thought that his opponent had a noble power because he was not affected by the killing power. Apparently, his life was not that easy either. The guy rushed to attack, saying that he would not retreat. Webster said that this time he would show his skills and would not copy others. The guy activated the tail skill, and his sword acquired a strange ending. He could control his opponent from a distance. The guy was thrown back a few meters, and he got angry. He noted that his power was very powerful. The opponent claimed that this was just the beginning of the show. Webster got into a fighting stance and activated the key skill. Nate realized that although the guy had simply changed his position, the situation was extremely different this time. The guy completely studied the position of his opponent, who hid his vulnerable areas and struck in a stance. Nate admitted that it was an incredible ability to narrow the attack zone and show the area of area. Webster did not understand why the guy was hesitating and was ready to attack himself. The guy sharply dodged the blade's attack. He protected his body with a dagger from the blue aura. The guy did not believe that his opponent was ready to deliver the next attack so quickly. A strong blow from the blade threw him back to the wall. The guy crashed into the bricks with a crash. Webster did not understand what the opponent was hiding from him. He did not understand what the nasty grin was about during the attack. Nate got to his feet and said that for the first time he saw a person who surpassed him in all directions. And the guy was even a little ashamed that he looked so impudent. He arrogantly thought that he could cope without this power. The guy said that he was far behind him. He admitted that his opponent was amazing and pointed a dagger at him. Webster realized that the guy was only now going to use the same power he saw in the gym. The guy prepared to defend himself and said that now everything would be different than in the training room. He jumped up and ran to attack. Nate stood in front of his opponent, who was running at him and leaving a blue trail. Webster delivered a crushing blow, which the guy easily parried. The opponent did not believe that his blow was parried with just one hand. The guy said that his opponent was incredible because he thought that he could cope without this power. He realized that it was not interesting to fight without it and began to attack. The guy again activated the partial kill skill. Nate called on his opponent to answer for the attack. He began to attack, simultaneously asking the guy about his desires. Webster did not understand the essence of his opponent's power and asked if his skill was to concentrate his strength in one point. Nate delivered another blow and grinned at the guesses. He rejected the guy's guesses. Webster stepped back sharply and prepared to defend himself. The guy noticed something terrifying. His opponent was about to show him something. Webster couldn't believe his eyes. Nate activated his tail. The guy also activated his ki. Webster could barely dodge and was shocked. The guy's dagger almost touched his head. He used a force that pushed the opponent away and protected him. Nate was directed to one side. Webster admitted that the guy was very strong since he reached a very fast strike speed, and before the strike itself, he suddenly stopped abruptly. Nate asked if he wanted to do it again. The opponent asked if that right ferocious hand was the essence of his idea, because he was much more capable than the guy thought. The guy said that he could also increase his skills with the dagger, to which the answer was that even Webster could not handle such a technique of the right hand. The guy was surprised. Nate asked the opponent why he did not absorb his idea. Webster was surprised that the guy could analyze other people's idea because he only eats real delicacies. Nate noted that if he ate his idea, he would get an upset stomach. The guy was surprised that his opponent could only absorb certain idea. He said that he would empty his stomach in advance for such an occasion. He looked into his opponent's eyes. The guy stood in a rage with red eyes and looked sternly into his face. He warned his interlocutor not to touch Anna. Webster said that it was not he who decided, but the head of the family. Nate admitted that he could not interfere in the affairs of the family. The guy suggested that he interfere since he came here only to see his opponent. Nate did not understand why they were fighting then, to which the answer followed that he wanted to feel and see his true abilities. Webster made concessions and said in secret that the head of Anna's family would not give the girl away. He said that it was even more difficult there than with him. Nate imagined a huge man who was even more arrogant than his opponent. The guy asked why Webster listened to the head, to which the guy replied that he would find out everything himself today. Nate did not believe that this would happen today. The International Airport building. The guy got out of the car and said that he simply had no words to describe what was happening. A huge brown bear roared across the entire runway and broke planes. The creature was shouting to someone that he was ordered to get up and eat as much meat as possible. The guy was surprised by what he saw while the bear continued to talk. He was surprised by the fact that someone was still calling on Edia in the form of a monster because he was simply huge and still talking. He looked into the distance and thought that it could be another group. The guy headed towards the monster, catching the glances of strangers who were happy about their salvation. The monster turned around and asked who he was. Luigi introduced himself to the monster, to which the monster said that he smelled strange. The boy asked who the owner of this talking Edia was. The bear screamed loudly that his owner ordered him to get up and eat meat, to which the boy realized that he was burdened with intelligence. Luigi said that the bear had an unpleasant smell from his mouth. He advised him to rinse his mouth with seawater after dinner. He said that it would only be possible if he was alive. The boy began to emit yellow energy, and the bear closed his eyes from this bright light. The boy remembered that he also put a lot of effort into creating a special Edia similar to various heroes of legends and tales. Luigi thought about how they live a short time and die quickly. He remembered that most of his attempts ended in failure since only a few were able to hold the legend in their soul. However, there was one who possessed the legendary soul of a hero, rank S Sam, rank S, overall combat abilities of rank S. He summoned a double dragon sword in his hand. The weapon corresponded to the boy's rank, and he went into the attack with it. He commented that it was worth swinging this sword just once, and rivers of blood would flow. The bear asked with surprise in his voice who he was. The creature roared loudly, covered in yellow discharges. The dragon double left sword stains rivers and mountains with blood with one swing. The bear roared in pain and begged him not to do that. He only had to swing it once and the rivers and mountains would turn red. Sam asked the creature to be quiet because his ears hurt. The bear ran to the sea saying that he did not want to eat poisonous meat. A few dozen meters forward, and splashes of water flew around. Sam slung the sword over his shoulder and said that he wanted to find out at least something about its owner. The guy knew that the longer he stayed in the sea, the less dangerous he seemed to him. This happens in other countries and in Korea. Sam raised the sword up and it became covered in a yellow aura, saying that he swears an oath to the sky while the mountains and rivers move. Thunder burst in the sky with great force. Underwater, the bear was struck by lightning and became covered in a yellow aura. The double dragon right sword swears an oath to the sky, which allows you to control the climate. The bear tried to get out of the water, saying that now he would not eat meat anymore. The guy ran to attack, thinking that the bear was not breaking out onto dry land, but was being struck by lightning. He swung his sword, creating a sphere. A yellow circle appeared around the bear, which was moving. The creature began to flounder and scream that it was hot and difficult for him to swim. Sam was amazed at the incredible endurance. The guy thought about its strength, about its amazing endurance. It did not give him peace, and the guy wanted to take it prisoner. Sam crossed swords, thinking that there was no point in fighting further. The guy called out to the creature. His swords created many ships from the aura, which in the past saved the dynasty. These were 12 improved ships with a turtle nose and a hard shell. Sam ordered all the ships to start attacking the creature. The bear was hurt from numerous shots. The creature kept complaining that it was too hot. Sam stood and watched the bear fight. He hadn't seen such endurance for a long time. The creature asked him to leave him alone because all he wanted was to live long and eat meat. The guy crossed his swords and said that he decided what to do here. He activated the crane wing ability. The ships surround the enemy, taking a position in the shape of a crane wing. Sam increased the fire by 10 times, which increased the overall combat ability. The fire of the guns is very strong and a different color. The bear continued to scream that he did not want to die. The guy's suit was destroyed in an instant. He looked at the former battlefield and said that his head hurt from these screams. His face was pleased. The guy was terribly curious about what the owner of this creature will do. Light was burning from the building while it was dark outside. John walked down a dark corridor lit only by torches. A boy asked the chief some questions. The man in the cloak asked if he had returned. The boy boasted that everything had gone smoothly, to which the man in the cloak said that he had his own words on the matter. The man said that in the place the boy had spoken of, the second one had disappeared. John said that this should be normal since he had sent him to fight, to which the man said that he should have had a body left. John had no idea where the bear's body was. The chief said that the body had definitely disappeared since its presence should have been felt, but it had completely disappeared. John said that he did not know that the old man had such abilities, to which the man replied that the first one would soon appear in the south. The chief said that his plans would be disrupted if something happened to the first one too. John thought that they could not just go and fight the old man, although the appearance of the first one would distract him. The leader asked if there was a way to get the other one back, to which the guy told him that he had even forgotten what he had been told on the mission. He would be of no use. The men entered the room saying that there was nothing to be done. He had a plan to get the others. The guy asked Nate to come in as soon as possible. The doors were open in front of the guy. The man in the suit led him through the inner part of the garden. The guy bowed to the leader and said that he had brought Nate. From inside, there was a call to come in. The guy opened the doors while Nate was worried. The guy found himself in front of a large table filled with food. He introduced himself, to which his words were answered by a stern man at the end of the table. The man in a stern voice said that the guy came quickly. Nate said that they were too far to talk. He asked to sit closer, to which he was refused. The guy heard and thought that the man was very hostile. They found themselves at opposite ends of a long table. The guy felt insecure. The old man said nothing, but only looked at him. Nate asked him to eat something, to which the old man replied that he had left it there on purpose for him to eat. The man pointed his finger at the guy and asked him directly if it was because of him that his granddaughter had empty hopes. Nate did not understand anything about empty hopes. The old man slammed his fist on the table and said that his granddaughter had gone down the wrong path because of him. The guy thought that the old man was talking about the Aura Cup and replied that the girl had received this ability herself through her own efforts. The old man shouted that the guy did not understand anything and pushed the girl to do so. Nate asked him to hold off on his anger and wanted to ask him a question first. The old man looked at him menacingly and said that he would give him the right to speak only when he was finished. The guy asked what he wanted to know in that case, having called him to him. The old man said that he did not like the guy hanging around his granddaughter, but he heard that he was also at the scene of the attack. The man said he didn't understand what his granddaughter was doing inside. Nate said the news showed her trying to save people. The old man said he wasn't interested in information that everyone knew. He wanted to know if the guy saw the girl pin down the attacker. Nate was confused by the question, to which the old man continued to tell him that he was very interested in whether her victory was worthy of the title of the Goblin Sword. The guy began to tell that her fight with John was incredibly long, as he heard. The old man asked the guy not to stop, causing confusion in the guy. Nate said that the girl fought with John for a very long time, but he defeated him, which only a couple of people knew about. The guy remembered catching up with his opponent and thought that if he told the truth, Anna could get into trouble. The guy decided to lie that the girl drove John away and saved him from danger. The old man crossed his arms and nodded in satisfaction. Nate heard the words that if the girl had lost, he would not have been able to call her his granddaughter anymore. The guy told him that his words were too harsh because Anna could have died in that battle. He continued to assure the old man that she was just a schoolgirl with Edia. The man disagreed and said that he was in danger because even if his granddaughter was just a schoolgirl, she was different from ordinary people. Nate gritted his teeth and asked what was wrong with that. The old man told him in a commanding tone that the best are always and everywhere the strongest. The guy did not understand what the conversation was leading to. He said that she was his granddaughter, and if she had died, she would still be his granddaughter. The old man slammed the table with a scream, saying that the guy had no right to talk about Anna dying at the hands of some rabble. He ordered the guy to stop talking nonsense and pointed the Aura Tiger at him. The tiger was ready to tear his interlocutor to pieces. His eyes glowed blue, and his fangs shimmered. No ordered the creature to step back. because he could not see his opponent. The old man praised the guy for his resourcefulness. Tigger continued to look at the guy while the old man said that he had spent a lot of effort on creating him, and he was not even scared. The old man smelled a very pungent smell of blood in the guy, to which Nate ordered the tiger to step back. The tiger looked at his master, waiting for instructions. The old man was very surprised that his tiger was afraid of the guy, because he had created him to be steadfast and not to bend before anyone. The man truly appreciated that the guy was quite good. Nate asked the old man if he was okay. It was just that the guy was often called annoying. The old man said that his energy did not match his age, but it was not enough to make him afraid. The boy looked at him fiercely. The man thought about why he was looking at him so intently. The old man activated the skill work that takes on flesh. The better the drawing and the more meaning the author put into it, the better the summoned creature. The boy questioned the use of such a weapon created by strong labor in battle. The old man said that the boy was a fool and said that the Jade Goblin clan has a duty to create stronger goblins. He said that he was a man, therefore he was not a goblin, but as the head of the clan he had reached this level. The boy asked if he really cared about his granddaughter, to which the answer was that there was no point in talking anymore. Nate said that he did not need his own granddaughter. The old man said that he needed the best goblin in the world. The man noticed the sharpness of the boy's tongue. The boy asked if the old man would love Anna if she were not a sword goblin. The old man thought that the clan existed precisely to possess a creature called a goblin. A stranger would never understand how long they waited for someone like Anna to appear. The guy thought that this was impossible. She had everything. He realized that she was treated like objects at home because she herself did not want to be there for long. The old man asked the guy if he wanted to meet him, to which he agreed. He recognized the guy's mood as good. Nate asked permission to ask one more question, to which the old man agreed. The guy was interested in the question of why the old man brought Webster to Korea, why a man from Slovakia would obey him. The man said that he asked a lot of questions because he showed Anna's Edia and offered to marry her. The guy guessed about this. Even the old man did not bother to ask her opinion. He asked the interlocutor why Webster. The guy realized something. He remembered hearing that in order to maintain a pure clan, the Jade Goblin clan does not accept strangers. The boy started going over Webster's abilities in his head. Nate asked the old man how much longer he planned to wait for his future son-in-law to use Edia. The old man was confused that the boy was talking about such details. The man said that if the girl did not reach the desired level before graduating, he would feed her to the goblin Webster. After all, he was counting on his granddaughter becoming so strong that she would be too strong for this boy. The boy realized why the girl did not want to go home. He asked if that was why the old man was angry about the Aura Cup. Nate asked if it was not clear that by protecting others, she would never achieve the status of the strongest. The old man clenched his fist and said that he had been waiting for many years for the strongest goblin to appear, which is what Anna was. The boy said that he understood why the old man could not be dissuaded. He said that this was why the girl wanted to run away from home. The old man became very angry and said that the boy was crossing the line. The man said that their conversation dragged on only because he felt an unusual aura in him. He wanted to tell him to leave Anna alone. The old man said that the guy was a lower being, of no use. Nate said that he was not even going to help their kind. Several energy statues looked at the guy with great disdain. The man thought that the kid was now demonstrating Edia, which he had not shown before. The old man in his head called the guy a pathetic kid with no abilities, with an incomprehensible origin and Edia. He looked into Nate's eyes and thought that this guy was definitely not worthy of his granddaughter. The white snake jumped on the protagonist. The grandfather thought that the pathetic kid was not suitable for his daughter. Suddenly Nate frowned, hearing someone from another room shout "Grandfather." Anna burst into the room, opening the doors. She looked ahead with displeasure. The snake immediately disappeared, and the protagonist relaxed, lowering his head. The girl, dissatisfied, looked ahead, went forward, shouting why she was with the patrol squad. The old man, lowering his head, answered that he decided so, to which Anna, dissatisfied, lowering her head, answered that she said she did not want to. Looking away, she added that in general, after which Nate raised his hand and smiled, greeting the girl. She turned around in fear and asked what he was doing here. The protagonist answered that it happened that way. Anna approached him and put her hands on his shoulders, and then added that he should not make things up. Smiling, she continued to say that he finally decided to propose to her. If he wanted to meet her family, he should have taken her along. Nate replied that now was not the time for jokes. The girl sank lower and, apologizing, added that she would sort everything out right now. Frowning, she looked at her grandfather and called him. Looking menacingly ahead, she added that why did he call Nate? Suddenly, a silhouette of a girl appeared behind them. She said contentedly that she was content. The woman, frowning, continued to say that he was a goblin of the next generation, so let him maintain his nobility. Anna looked ahead in fear, and Nate thought that this was his aunt. She seemed to be no older than 20. The old man, looking displeasedly in their direction, replied that great, he had just finished speaking, let him lead them, let them draw their own conclusions. The woman, looking at them, replied that she understood, if they heard everything, let them move. Frowning, the protagonist thought that nothing could be done. Anna approached him and replied that they needed to go quickly. Going out into the corridor, they approached the aunt. She, looking at them, asked that, "So, he is Nate?" The protagonist answered that yes, and the woman continued to say that he cannot hope they will not see each other again. Smiling, Nate thought that she behaves exactly like her grandfather and in general. 2 system messages appeared, which said that this is a white jade goblin, rank of Edia, and plus summons a white jade goblin. The goblin of the previous generation reproduces the power of the creature invented by the owner. Looking at the woman, he thought that the previous goblin of the white jade family. Then the aunt, looking displeasedly in his direction, said that Anna should go change clothes and inspect the 3rd district with the pate. The girl answered that she does not want to. Auntie frowned and replied that now was not the time for jokes. An hour ago the strongest Edia had destroyed the city. They had figured it out, but a national alert had been declared and the government had asked them for help. Looking ahead, she added that such were the duties of the White Jade family. Anna replied that it was good, and Nate, coming closer, said that an attack had been made on the city. The woman, looking ahead in surprise, replied that yes, the combat advisor had completely figured it out, but it seemed that the damage was quite serious. In particular, the entire Hittridge hospital had been almost destroyed, and some patients had gone missing. The government was searching for the missing. In his head, the protagonist replied that he understood. Auntie, look ahead, added that he had been so self-confident, and now he had suddenly turned pale. He also had a family living not far from that place. Nate, lowering his head, replied that no one had simply died. The woman interrupted him and, frowning, replied that it seemed to be his personal business, so she would not interfere. No matter what, such are the matters, let him silently carry out the instructions. The girl lowered her head and answered well. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that he saw her like this for the first time, and there was nothing he could do about it. Stepping forward, he added that he wanted to say something. The aunt, narrowing her eyes, replied that there was no place for extra people here. This only concerned the family of White Jade. It was better for him to leave. Anna grabbed Nate by the hand, and the protagonist, looking ahead with displeasure, replied that from this day on he would patrol with Anna. We are transferred to the street. Someone says that today was a hard day. The girl, walking with Nate, apologizes. He replied that there is nothing between them. Stepping aside, Anna blushed and grabbed her hair, then added that she didn't expect him to stand up for her in front of her aunt. Nate looked away, then replied that he thought it was more appropriate. Anna laughed and replied that he meant it. Suddenly, she looked ahead in surprise. Taking a few steps, she added that he knew that the army doctor was related to the maestri. The protagonist replied that it was not surprising. He turned out to be quite skilled. He told him to join the maestri, but in a slightly different field. Smiling, she returned, then asked if that wasn't cool. Anna placed her hand on her sword, then thought that she could master it perfectly. Nate winked at her, then asked what he was thinking about. Pointing his finger to the side, he added that when you learn a skill that can harm others, while at the same time improving your defense, the main thing is to understand what you are doing, and the rest is unimportant. Looking at the surprised girl, he added that she should do what she wants. Tears appeared in Anna's eyes. She grabbed the protagonist's hand, and then, approaching him, she thanked him. Her face spread into a smile. Looking at her, Nate blushed. We are transported to a week later to the lamp post. Someone says that nothing is working out. The man, sitting on a bench, looks at the book in his hands and then says that the article about the school, which they worked so hard on, was barely used. Who would have thought that something like this would happen in the city on the same day? He sighs heavily and then adds that in the end, the school versus school article was simply included in the general summary. Opening the book, he adds that he did not think that digging up information about this student would be so difficult. He frowned, thinking that such a young man had a wild life, that he had survived the incident at the bank, and now his only relatives, his uncles and wife, had disappeared. He looked at the photographs and then thought that if Edia belonged to the Pate, then the attack on the airport. He grabbed his head with his hands, adding that he had gone too far, too much, and was starting to get confused. Suddenly, someone came up to him and spoke. The man, looking at the unfamiliar figure, saw when she pulled out a book. He asked what was the matter. The old granny pulled out a dusty book and then with a smile told him to take it. With a smile, the man grabbed the book and then, thanking him, thought that this had something to do with religion. Apparently, he should accept it and then just get rid of it. On the book he saw a cross, and then thought that the cover seemed to be of pretty good quality. Opening the book, he saw a lion with wings on the first page and thought that there were even illustrations. Turning the sheet of paper over, he continued to think that a winged lion, the illustrations were of pretty good quality. A huge bear appeared in the picture in front of him, and he thought that it was the Edia that was spotted at the airport. Jumping up from the bench in fear, he thought about what kind of book this was. If he could translate it, he would definitely learn something. Leaning over, he added that he needed to study everything immediately. Suddenly, a huge shadow hung over him, and someone said, "What a pity." The man raised his head up and stared in surprise in front of him. A huge paw of a monster was falling on him. The protagonist continues walking down the street with Anna. He turns around at the smiling girl and thinks that from that day on, street patrols began every day for 3 hours, starting at 8 p.m. The girl, passing by, said that she was his fan. Nate thought it was weird that so much attention, but he took it calmly. Then Anna looked at her phone, thinking that, by the way, it was almost time. She looked at her cell phone with displeasure, and then she saw a dark figure in the shadows in front of her, saying that here he is. A smiling Webster appeared in front of her. Seeing him, Anna, frowning, stepped back and then asked why he came. He, standing in front of her, answered that he was glad to meet her. Today she would patrol with him. Hearing this, the girl clenched her teeth in displeasure and wondered if her aunt had interfered again, after which she asked what all this was about her aunt. Webster put his hand in front of him and answered that no, he should not be angry. Anna asked what was the matter then. Lowering his head, Webster added that he asked for a favor. He had something to say and did not know how many times he had already tried. Anna, frowning, replied that she heard that he came to Korea to absorb her Edia, let her just share it with him, and he would go back to his homeland. Webster, looking at her, replied that he was not going to return to Slovakia anytime soon. Anna replied, "Why?" Leaning over, the guy winked and said that because he was ready to lose anything for her. Anna, looking at him with displeasure, replied that they had never even met before. The guy, smiling, blushed and replied that he fell in love after watching a couple of videos. Then suddenly the girl's phone rang, and Webster added that he had come on patrol. Anna stepped aside and replied with a smile that she needed to check something, after which she saw a notification on the screen which said that this was an urgent message. An outbreak of terrorism in the city center, everyone should gather immediately, after which she asked that he received it too. The guy looked straight ahead and said they would figure it out later. Anna asked him what he was thinking. A few seconds later they ran toward the city center, shouting that they needed to go faster. We were transported to the basketball court. The guy opened the doors with a smile and then said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The captain turned around with displeasure. The guy added, "How are his dates?" After which the captain, frowning, replied that he was also glad to meet them, but one more joke and he would add 10 reps. The disgruntled athletes looked ahead and then told Lee that the captain liked hanging out with the idol of all time, which he did late at night. The leader, holding his finger out, replied that they patrolled every day and let them do another 20 reps. The athletes, having done push-ups with difficulty, shouted that they couldn't. A large number of school bags appeared in front of us. The guy looks up and says that he himself has been teasing him for a while, but nothing good has come of it. Another guy, looking at his phone, squints and looks at it in surprise. Suddenly, a man enters the gym and says that he is sorry, but today's training is over. Looking at the screen, he says that they are moving out to the parade ground. In front of us, a huge monster appears, standing over the soldiers. Someone shouts for them to step aside. They need to regroup. A huge lion looks menacingly ahead. The soldiers shout that this is really Edia. The monster, looking ahead, says that she is incredibly sorry. Raising his head, he adds that he needs to go north and he did not intend to harm anyone. The soldier, turning around in fear, shouted to maintain the assault formation from the 1st to the 3rd row. Let the rows from the 8th to the 12th prepare to intercept at a long distance. The monster looks ahead with displeasure and says that he just needs to go north. A second later, the commander stretches out his hand and shouts the start of the assault. The soldiers immediately release. The lion clenches his teeth in displeasure. The arrows ricochet off his head. They fall to the floor and break. The monster continues to look menacingly ahead, doing nothing. Suddenly, he shouts loudly for them all to turn around, looking at the crowd of soldiers running towards him. Then he hits the ground with his paw. The commander shouts that the evacuation of the assault troops is urgently needed. A group of people in blue masks appears in front of us. Someone thought that it was possible to destroy most of the army. The old man turns around and calls his aunt. Coming closer, she replies that she is listening. Lowering his head, the old man adds that she should take on the main work. We need to deal with the monster. The woman replied that it was good. Walking forward, the old man adds that they are already on the way. Let them not pay attention. After which he says forward. His squad breaks away. The old man opens a scroll with ink magic. Immediately, an illusion of a white tiger appears, and he, looking ahead, adds that the situation is quite deplorable. He looks at a huge monster that slowly walks through the city. The lion opens his mouth with displeasure, noticing black silhouettes. Someone steps forward. The monster, frowning, says that it is she. An ant appears in front of him, slowly walking towards him. The monster, bending over, smiles and then adds that she is unusual, but this is not enough, let her get out of the way. Raising her head, the woman asks where his master is. The monster, bending over, replies that his master is sleeping in a distant dimension. He is the only one who came to this damned world, he will consider it the first. After which a rock appears in the account, and she adds that there is a lot of talk about it. A strong aura appears around the woman, and she says that he is a toy of terrorists that must be disposed of. Then a system message appears that he is a white jade goblin, rank A+, overall combat ability A+. After which another system message appears, which says that a white jade goblin is born in the caster's body. It reproduces the incredible strength of previous generations. The woman pushes off the ground and then adds that he should stop already. The monster opens its mouth and asks why she is so stubborn. Leaning over, he adds that does not she understand him. The woman takes off. She swings her leg and, frowning, thinks about the fact that he is big and strong, but without sight he is nothing. She hits the monster on the head with all her might. Dodges the blow, menacingly looking ahead. He says that without sight he is nothing. The woman looks ahead in fear, then thinks about how he turned his head just before the blow. How did he do that? The lion, looking at his opponent, says that she so craves pain. The woman, dodging the attack, thinks that it must be. This beast has its own wild instincts. Pushing off the building, she thinks that okay, she will attack from a different angle. Then the woman raises her leg with all her might. While in the air, she attacks, and the lion, looking ahead, says that as he expected. He raises his paw at great speed. Flying away, the woman hits the building with great force, thinking that he determined her location without looking. Frightened, her mouth open, she continues to think that this is not just savagery. Then at great speed she falls down. At the last moment, she is saved by a white tiger. Raising his head, she thinks that she is lucky and says that thanks to him she survived. A few seconds later, a huge monster paw appears in front of them. The white tiger twitches its teeth and pushes the woman forward. A second later, a huge paw stomps on it. Monster, raising its paw, says that it is incredibly sad. The tiger cannot overtake it. Lying on the ground, the white tiger whines, and the lion adds that he is very annoyed. After which he clenches his claws, splashing the white tiger's blood, adding that he is incredibly sympathetic. Raising his bloody paw, he says that it is incredibly sad. The old man, standing on the roof, said, looking down, that this is vanity. Turning around, he raised his hand and added that it is necessary to settle accounts with him quickly. Let the soldier help the ant. After which the old man pulled the scroll forward. Strong energy began to flow from it, and he shouted that his masterpieces are ahead. Black energy began to burst out of the scrolls, and several white illusions appeared in front of the monster. The lion asked what he thought he could stop him. The old man, frowning, continued to stretch the scroll in front of him, and then shouted that this was stupid. All is fair in war. A huge white illusion appeared above the monster. It was huge in size and opened its mouth wide. The lion fearfully stretched out its paw to stop the attack. Meanwhile, the soldiers below helped the ant to her feet. One of them asked if she was okay and if she urgently needed to go to the head of the family. The old man, looking at her, asked that she could move. The ant, frowning, answered that yes, she could. Then the old man, looking in her direction, added that he wanted to give her time to catch her breath, but unfortunately, the situation was critical. Menacingly looking in front of him, he added that this guy had stirred up everything. Turning around, he saw the lion grab a huge white illusion and add that they were creatures full of sincerity and tenacity. But this obsession was beyond his reach. He then waved his hand and destroyed the white illusion, adding that it was a shame. The old man, holding a scroll in his hand, replied that it was already difficult to resist. The monster, looking in his direction, replied that he was sorry, after which he stood up and began to walk through the city, replying that he had already said that. Swinging his paw at the old man with all his might, he added that he would never leave so easily. The paw flew at great speed straight at the woman, after which the monster covered her, but she managed to dodge. She looked ahead in fear. Frowning her brows, she shouted the ascension of Jade. The monster looked ahead in surprise, when suddenly a huge white dragon surrounded by a strong aura appeared in front of him. The dragon began to wriggle violently, and then hit the monster with all its might. The ant flew to the side. She looked ahead anxiously. At that moment, the monster, lowering his head, added that it was already better. The woman, looking at him, shouted for him to stop fooling around. She was still here. A second later, the lion swung his paw, adding that this was the end. Blood was dripping from his paws. The old man looked ahead in fear, adding that the ant was dead. His eyes were filled with horror, and then the monster added that nothing could be done. This was the end. He swung his huge paw again, adding that he was next. The old man, upset, lowered his head. Suddenly, he looked ahead in surprise. Something crashed into his paws at great speed, releasing strong energy around. Anna appeared in front of him, together with Webster, who was looking menacingly ahead. The girl, turning around, shouted whether the grandfather was okay. Lev looked menacingly ahead and then added that he was sorry because of the old man. Young souls were dying. The old man ran up to the girl and, grabbing her hands, fell to his knees and shouted for her to run because this was a real monster. He was beyond her strength. Webster approached them. Lowering himself, he added that first they needed to calm down. Anna, puzzled, looking ahead, asked where her aunt was. The old man, lowering his head, answered that Webster should grab her granddaughter and leave. This was his last request. The guy answered okay. At that moment, Anna took a step back and answered that if they were to run, then together, Webster answered that they needed to leave first. Anna clenched her teeth in displeasure. Suddenly something began to appear around her. A second later, she stood in beautiful armor, then asked what he thought. She did not understand what was happening. The old man, looking ahead with fear, said that it was jade armor. Then he put his hand in his cape and said that he had treated saving others with contempt all his life and finally realized that he had lost his aunt. This is truly a beautiful power. After which the old man turned towards the monster, saying that the only thing a stupid old man can do now is to resist the monster and protect his loved ones. He shouted with his head for Webster to leave quickly. The guy lowered his gaze down. Anna, raising her sword above her head, shouted what he was doing. Meanwhile, the old man, kneeling down, began to draw something with a brush, asking how the monster dared to do this to his aunt. Frowning, he added that he would regret it. The monster, approaching, answered with a smile, that's how it is, there is nothing human in him. The old man drew a huge dragon, saying that it was a legendary evil dragon that killed all living things, and a white jade goblin, his daughter. He placed his hand on the drawing of his daughter and then asked her. A second later, he raised his gaze and an illusion of a huge dragon and his daughter appeared above him. Summoning them, he thought that this was the strongest combination, but still not worth wasting time. The monster watched in fear as the dragon fettered his movements, and the ant began to strike him. Leo looked menacingly in front of him at the woman, who brought her leg up to strike, and then replied that he was very sorry. Narrowing his eyes, he added that relying on fate and legend is not enough. Then he pierced the ant with his claw, squeezing her in a grip. And a second later, the monster crushed her, leaving only a trail of blood in the air. The old man watched this in fear. His hand shook and he replied that he thought he had reached the top, but unfortunately he hadn't tried hard enough. A second later, a huge paw of the monster approached him, and he added that he would send him to his relatives. Smiling, he looked ahead, then added that it was rotten, too talkative. We are transferred to the guys. They look at the phone in fear. Someone says that he is going crazy. The protagonist approaches the guy and says that he saw the deputy. It seems he is nowhere to be found. The guy replied that he will try to contact. After which he looked at his phone and said that the phone is fine. His is out of range. The protagonist replied that he really does not have a connection at all. After which he spread his hands, adding that it seems that something is wrong here. The guy, putting his hands in his pocket, replied that, apparently, the connection was broken on purpose. Nate, clenching his fists, lowered his head, and then thought that it was quite possible that a battle had broken out somewhere. That was where the noise was coming from. There was no infantry either, probably a battle with a monster was going on. Looking menacingly ahead, he continued to think that they were the best. There was no need to worry, but why was he so worried? After which he stepped forward, continuing to think about what if they did not have enough strength if something happened. Suddenly, the guy looked at him. He, frowning, added that he could not leave his post. Nate turned around displeased, and the guy, looking at him, replied that their squad was tasked with protecting the movement of civilians, and this was not an easy task at all. Folding his arms, he looked menacingly ahead. Nate opened his mouth wide and looked ahead in surprise, and the guy added that due to the disconnection of communications, several scouts were needed. This was also not an easy task. Looking to the side, he added that he thought Nate was the best fit for the role. He would warn the higher-ups. A second later, the protagonist bowed and thanked the sergeant. He saluted, saying so precisely, and the sergeant added that he should hurry up and not forget to come back and deliver the information. The protagonist took off running. He thought that he hoped everything would be okay. The huge animal looked at the guy and asked what was so cool about this old man and why the youth was ready to sacrifice themselves. Webster asked with confusion whether he could be called just a lion. The guy understood that no one had managed to pierce his skin. The hero quickly walked away from the enemy. Someone pushed Webster away, not letting him do anything. The guy looked at one girl with a smile on his face, answering that he was sorry and did not want to prevent the tears of a loved one. His hands were clenched into a fist. Webster looked at the floor in surprise, seeing that he was developing a talent that absorbed Edia and improved it. Developing it into his own, the system window showed the guy that if he absorbed one more Edia, his previous abilities would disappear. The lion created a worried face and said that this was pity. Magic appeared from his mouth. It threw all the guys back a few meters. The guys began to cover their ears. Webster stood next to the lion, answering that he was just trash. The beast asked about whether it was the humans who started it first. The lion looked at the guy, who told him that it was all nonsense. Webster looked at all the destruction and told the monster that he was not going to just pass by, so he intentionally hurt people and destroyed the streets. The beast screamed with anger that he was the only one who got a human heart and that it was worth worrying about. The hero confidently looked forward, answering the monster that there was no place for sympathy here and that this was just a stupid excuse. The lion calmly answered that the city was completely isolated and no one would come to their aid, so they would all die. The hero stuck his sword into the ground, hearing the monster answer that he would spare him. Webster looked up, answering that he did not need mercy. The guy was gaining magic. The hero looked away with a smile on his face, answering that everything was unfolding much better than he thought, though he would have to wait a little. The lion looked at the hero, telling him to leave and not to provoke him. Webster had a weapon in his hands. The guy looked away, realizing that such a weapon would be fatal for the lion. The beast raised his paw when the guy swung his spear at him. The weapon passed right through the paw. Webster fell to the floor, answering that he would need all his energy. The lion looked at the paw in confusion. The monster was surprised that his wound had not healed. The lion grabbed the guy with his paw, answering that he had a rare talent, so the monster would think about what to do with it. Webster looked at the lion, asking if the promise to spare him was still valid. The hero looked at the beast with displeasure. The guys looked at this sight in fear. The heroine looked at Webster and thought about what to do, realizing that she could not just leave her grandfather. Tears streamed down her face. The guy looked at the lion, saying that he would like to save someone. The hero asked the monster to spare the girl and then he would no longer resist. The lion looked at the guy carefully, asking what all this was about, since this woman had nothing to do with him and there was no point in keeping her alive either. Webster began to call the beast a scumbag. His hands were gaining strength and the guy began to ask for a stronger weapon. The hero had a bloody dagger in his hand. Webster looked at it in surprise. The beast laughed and answered that he really had an extraordinary talent and deserved to die, despite the communication. The monster calmly answered the hero that he would destroy him. The system window showed general combat abilities. The hero jumped aside. People approached the guy. The hero slowly answered the girl that he wanted to protect her. The heroine looked at the guy with tears in her eyes. The girl's mouth was clenched. The lion looked at the guy, asking him to speak louder because he did not understand him. The girl looked at the lion with anger, answering that it was all his fault. Horns grew on his head. The guy watched as the girl left and said to himself that he needed strength and if he had it, then everything could be solved. The heroine took the sword in her hands. The girl held it tightly, saying that she would tear him into small pieces. The lion was surprised by such rage of the man. The heroine confidently looked at the beast, answering that she had absolutely no desire to retreat. The girl hit the lion's paw. The heroine confidently looked at him, asking him to kneel. Crack. The bright light prevented the lion from looking around. The monster looked attentively at the heroine, asking what she thought, that she could handle it. The heroine jumped on the lion with all her might. All the magic went through the monster. The girl quickly hit the monster in different parts of the body. The heroine answered with tears in her eyes that he was finished. The girl looked at him, answering that he would dance for her yet. The heroine's horns were breaking. The lion answered that it was unfortunate, since if he had attacked everyone at once, they would have lost many people. The monster answered that people gain enlightenment only after cruelty and this time she herself would suffer from cruelty. The heroine jumped on the lion with all her strength, asking him to shut up. Her face was tired. The girl looked at all this and told the monster to sympathize with himself, since for him this fight ended in a senseless defeat. The lion looked ahead in surprise. Someone was walking in the distance, offering to fight together. Nate looked at everyone carefully, asking why there was so much chatter in the middle of the battle. Anna looked at all this in surprise. The girl held the guy angrily and asked why he had only come now. The hero looked back, answering that he was not surprised why there were so many victims. Anna let the guy go, apologizing and asking why he was late and came only now. The girl hugged the hero and with tears in her eyes answered that it would have been better if he had not come at all. Lev answered with surprise that he smelled an interesting smell. The monster answered the guy that these people deserved to spare. The guy angrily answered that he was not going to stand on ceremony. The guy looked ahead in surprise and said that first he had to figure out who he was and what abilities he had. Blood was flowing from his eyes. Lev was still asking with surprise what this smell was, which had become even stronger. The beast asked the guy what he was doing and why he smelled like that. The hero looked at the floor with a smile, asking why his back smelled so terrible. Angrily told the guy that he was different from other people and that he had an unusual smell coming from his mouth. Nate shouted loudly that it was a lie and he was brushing his teeth. Anna shouted at the guy to run. The girl began to speed up. Nate hugged the girl, looking at her with concern. The hero put her near the car. Anna asked him in surprise what he wanted to do. The girl watched with tears in her eyes as the guy ran away. Nate held a sword in his hand, saying that he was fine. The hero looked ahead with anger. The guy tried to switch himself to partial murder. The lion answered the hero with surprise that his rank was lower than those who fell before him. Nate looked at the monster, realizing that he needed more. There was a sword in his hand, and the hero himself asked for the desire for bloodshed. The guy directed black magic into himself. Each time the desire for bloodshed captured a new part of Nate's body, he was filled with delight. The guy looked at the lion with a smile on his face. Anna looked at the hero with fear. Nate laughed maliciously, answering that he had gone crazy and that new parts of his body were captured, everything except his heart and head. The beast asked the guy with disdain why he couldn't give himself complete freedom. The hero looked down on the hero, answering that because of people like him, he had to let go of the last thread. The monster looked at the hero, answering that he should do what his soul tells him to do, and that he had already been torn apart by the thirst for murder 5436 times, which was torn because of him. Nate screamed in incomprehension that he did not see a single way. The lion watched the hero closely, answering that first he should find out why this person had such a smell and whether it was connected with the second missing person. The paw approached the hero and said that he could help free himself from the last threads. Nate laughed, answering that he would not do it. The paw approached the hero. The main character hid his smile, answering that he said that this should not be done. The lion looked angrily at the guy. Nate told himself that he couldn't see, but it wasn't scary and now killing wasn't a problem. The monster growled loudly that it was commendable, that he believed he could kill him. The lion looked at the guy in surprise. Nate watched into the distance. The hero smiled, and the system window said he wanted to kill a man. The beast looked at the guy leaving. The monster asked him in surprise where he was going. The lion threw out cars and asked if he was really ignoring him. Nate looked back. Cars flew into a pole. The hero looked at the beast, asking if he wanted to die first. The lion looked away in confusion. The hero pushed off the ground. The beast watched Nate, who was jumping on the monster. His paw was wounded by the guy's weapon. The monster didn't understand what it was and why hostility didn't block attacks. Nate raised his head with a smile on his face. The hero laughed, saying that it turns out that even plush toys bleed. The lion looked at the hero with disdain, answering that he still had this terrible smell. The hero flew past the lion's muzzle. Nate laughingly asked the monster if he knew what the hero did to his uncle. Many attacks affected the beast. The lion angrily answered the guy that he really was crazy. Nate, with a smile on his face, held a dagger in his hands. The monster began to blur before the hero's eyes. The lion swung his paw, answering that he would not sympathize. Nate slowly approached the hero and asked if his aunt ever made him scratch his shoulders. The guy swung the dagger. Blood flowed in different directions. The monster's entire body was covered in blood. Nate, with a smile on his face, said to sympathize with his aunt. The lion looked at the guy in confusion. Incredible magic flew into the paw. The entire area was covered in magic. Nate stood on the cracked ground. The guy looked ahead with anger, answering that it was just a body. The monster opened its mouth wide. Nate thinks that even if Eddie had disappeared, he would simply return to his master and not die. While Nate was thinking that this was extremely curious, the lion asks if Nate has seen himself. Nate asks what he means, to which the lion asks if Nate has ever been interested in his true nature. Nate looks at him tiredly and asks what he is talking about and if he is even talking about Nate, to which he replies that it is obvious, because usually the thirst for bloodshed is aimed at one specific person. Nate stands in front of the huge lion and curses him, saying that he does not want to hurt others. The lion frowns and continues that in fact, he is only concerned with himself right now. Nate looks ahead in panic. Nate's mind is clouded and he asks where that freak is, and then continues that he is so scared to be alone. Nate mentally asks him to kill himself and adds that he is extremely curious how this will all end. Nate hunches over as the lion says that Nate should sympathize with him. Nate looks at him in bewilderment, while the lion says that he understands him. Nate's dark silhouette against a white background, and the lion says that Nate should look at himself too. The wounded dog that Mr. Nate reaches out to. Nate cries and asks Poppy for forgiveness because he died because of him. Nate's parents look at him and threateningly say that if it weren't for him, Poppy would not have died. Nate looks ahead pitifully. He looks at his hands in horror and voices are spinning in his head, telling him that they hate him, that Poppy died because of him, that he deserves to die, that everyone would be better off without him, that he only makes things worse and that he doesn't deserve to live at all. In Nate's clouded mind, someone is calling for him to die. A pop-up window says that self-destruction is happening and Eddie's rank here is tending to SS, and whenever he sees other people, he will have a simultaneous desire to commit suicide, and another continues that Eddie can be temporarily disabled at will. But temporarily there will be a loss of all feelings except the desire to kill, and the ability can be developed to a moment of perfection, and indicators that the general combat abilities of the main character are at a level above SS, turns to Nate and thinks that the desire for bloodshed is so overwhelming that even sympathy is meaningless. Nate cuts his hand as the lion continues that Nate is directing this desire at himself, and Nate says that he wants to die and asks the lion to do so. The lion calls out to the gentleman. Nate frantically asks him if he will kill him. He has no choice, because otherwise he will die himself. The lion lets out a ferocious roar. The lion attacks the gentleman. The lion rushes to the side. He frowns and thinks that sympathy does not work and calls out to the gentleman again. Nate stands in a cloud of smoke. Nate ominously walks forward and says that he has decided. The lion attacks with his fist. A hand bursts out of the red liquid, blocking the blow, and Nate says that he will die and commit murder at the same time. Nate looks on contentedly and begins to speak. He plunges the knife into the floor. Nate screams that he is using the murderous support. Nate looks on contentedly as the ground splits in half. The pop-up window states that he used the ability Killer Support. Eddie's rank is SS. The description of the ability: it creates the conditions necessary for killing, and everything that goes beyond the owner's capabilities is not taken into account, and the description of general abilities refers him to the F level. Nate asks if the lion will kill him, to which he looks at him in fear. Phalanges press the lion into the ground with a finger, and the pop-up window states that the web of bone shackles was used. Its general combat abilities are equal to the SS level, and the rank is a SS, shackles from the bones of the Lord of all Ghosts, to which the lion says that this is not the soul of the main character. The pop-up window states that all creatures except the owner are shackled by bones, and bones can be used as weapons, and only true monsters have their resistance double. Nate asks to kill him. The creature is crushed with a scream and splashes of blood. Nate asks in bewilderment why the lion is so angry. The lion bleeds and says that he should listen to him and asks his name. Nate grins and asks what difference it makes to him, to which the lion thinks that the desire to die and to kill are in contradiction, and if you die, you won't be able to kill, and vice versa. The lion frowns and continues that if Nate tells him his name, then he will help him, and at the same time he thinks that in order to overcome the contradiction, he needs to direct Nate's thoughts to the fact that he wants to die. The lion listens enthusiastically as Nate introduces himself and asks an additional question about the name of Edia, the main characters. Nate grins and asks if he wants to deceive him. What? That his aunt and uncle already deceived him like that once. The lion looks at Nate in bewilderment and says that he doesn't understand what he's talking about and asks him to feel sorry for him, to which Nate replies that he should figure it out himself. Nate attacks him, to which the lion asks him to wait and asks if he doesn't want to die and he has to fight the most dangerous opponent. The lion looks at him in confusion. Nate turns around madly and asks him to be quiet and accept his death in silence. The lion smiles nervously and thinks that it would be great if he could get out of here and he should focus on killing. Nate lowers his head and asks if the lion knows what he once did to his uncle. Nate happily takes something and says that he finally found it. Nate holds a huge spinal column in his hands and asks the lion if it is too big, and a pop-up window says that this is a spine. Its rank is AAA+, and its overall combat abilities correspond to rank A with 3 pluses, and the description says that the spine of the king of all ghosts, and it can cause serious injury when used as a weapon. Nate carefully examines it and says that this is a good bone. Nate smirks and says that's not all. The lion, horrified, asks what he's up to, calling him by name and asking him to just finish him off. In Nate's clouded mind, he only hears echoes of the lion's request. A dirty city street. The girl asks what the hell is this? There are bones under their feet and they talk about this pile of bones. A piece of something is pierced through by a bone. Nate turns around and asks them to look at the ribs and asks if this doesn't impress them. The girl continues that there are piles of bones all over the city. Nate gets punched in the face by the lion. Someone looks and is confused. It dawns on him that it's Mr. G. The other two turn around and ask if she knows him and who it is, to which she thinks that it must be this famous monster and asks why everything looks like all this mess is the work of Mr. G. Nate gets angry and asks the lion to answer if he wants to. He looks mad and finishes the sentence on the word die. Nate laughs madly. He runs towards a group of people. The girl says that they will help now and that they need to get rid of Eddie. She looks ahead in confusion. Nate shouts that he will save her from her uncle. She asks in confusion which uncle he is talking about and what it means. Nate, with a mad look, continues that only she will have to kill him later. Someone calls for help. The masked man says that this little bastard is to blame for all this mess, and a pop-up window says that he used the ability Furious Fist, to which Eddie's level and general combat abilities are signed in a description that each time he destroys a target, the power of the blow increases, and the stronger the hit target, the higher the power of the next blow. He goes to attack the men. Nate easily dodges and asks why he is so slow. The masked man missed again. Nate happily attacks him with a tubular bone. The girl looks on in horror as the other runs away screaming. The girl is taken aback. She stands there and thinks that this scene is filled with a premonition of death, and is this really the same main character she knew? She hears screams and is distracted from her thoughts. She stretches out her hands and uses the ability to rise, and a pop-up window says that about the level of general combat abilities and Edia's rank, and that the owner's body is restored after dealing a crushing blow. The man looks at his hand, and a pop-up window states that if the heart or brain is functioning at 70%, any wound can be healed. Illnesses that require medical attention cannot be cured, and each time the skill is used, the user suffers a terrible loss of energy. The masked man tries to punch the bone while Nate asks in surprise if it hurts. The man screams and throws a lot of punches. He punches again and again, alternating between the abilities Furious Strike and Rebellion. His fist breaks into blood. He uses Rebellion. Nate reaches out to him and tells him that he better not move. The bones grab the guy, and a pop-up window states that it is a web of bone shackles and it restricts the movement of everyone except the user of the skill. Nate looks him straight in the face and asks if he has forgotten. Nate smirks and says that he once got his uncle from him too, to which the man asks what for, why did he do this? Blood splatters in all directions. Nate looks at him insanely and asks if he is crazy too because his uncle was the same, and does he know how crazy he was? Nate continues to hit him and asks if his uncle can hear him and asks his uncle to listen to him. The girl uses Revolt. The guy looks at Nate in horror, and Revolt is used 4 times in the background. The guy turns to the girl and asks her to stop because he does not want to feel pain again. Nate is standing in blood up to his elbows and asks if he really thinks that. Nate uses Killer Support. A pop-up window says that it is a Rottenwood Club, the rank of which is listed there. Nate catches the weapon with his hand. He takes the guy's head off. The girl falls to her knees in a pool of blood. She lowers her hands down. Someone exclaims the word teacher. Nate grabs her hand and she says what is he even thinking because he just killed 2 people. He leads her by the hand and calls out to the furry one, to which the girl is perplexed and asks again where he is. He led her to a beaten lion. His entire muzzle is smeared with blood. The girl pulls her hand back and looks on in horror while the lion says that judging by the fact that he did not leave a single scar on her, he treats her well. The girl grabs her face in fear and says that this is a monster, or no, what kind of idea is this? The lion frowns at the girl and thinks that he does not know why such a feeling is in the air, but he simply cannot miss such an opportunity because he no longer wants to participate in such games and he needs to convince this woman. The girl listens in horror as the lion tells her that now Nate plans to die by her hand. The lion gets a cut on his muzzle and continues that if she wants to live, then she should not resist because his condition is already too deplorable. He looks at her with empty eyes and says that he hopes that she can do what he told her. Nate uses the ability Spine, and a pop-up window says that the ability is called Spine and describes his rank and general combat abilities, as well as that the spine of the king of all traits and when used as a weapon can cause serious injury. Nate is taken aback and holds his head, saying that he was going to discuss with Leo ways of death, to which the girl calls out to him and asks why he needs to die and why he suddenly thought of this. Nate looks at her madly and says that he is just a crazy child and a teacher can kill naughty students. Nate pulls her by the hand so that she falls to her knees and cries out to God. Nate looks dumbfounded and turns to her and asks her to kill him. The girl looks on in fear while Nate grabs her by the throat. She asks him to listen to him. Nate lifts her up and asks her again and continues that his aunt said that useless people are destined to die and that is why he must die. Nate looks at her madly and calls out. Anna points her sword at him and orders him to stop. Nate recognizes her and she repeats the order. Its tip trembles and Nate asks again if it is a blade. Nate throws the girl away and tells Anna that this will do just fine. The girl asks Anna to run. Anna frowns and thinks that Nate can easily neutralize her Edia, provided that he cuts off her horns, but if she loses Edia, she will not be able to get it back. However, this is her only option. The sword glows blue. Anna uses the horns. Nate screams that she must do everything quickly, for she only has a moment. He grabs the blade of the sword with his bloody hands. Nate points the sword at himself and says that he has found a blade that is perfect for a pleasant death, to which she asks what he is doing. A pop-up window states that an ability called 4 Deadly Swords is used, the rank and rating of Edia which is listed, with a caption that the parameters are proportional to the capabilities of the owner. Anna asks him to let go of her weapon. A pop-up window states that this ability can only be overcome by those who possess Edia of a higher rank. Nate looks at her madly and says that he cannot handle the sword and asks her to just grab it tighter and plunge it into him. Anna kicks him in the sternum and says that he has gone crazy because he asks her to kill him and orders him to think carefully during the time he comes to his senses. Nate clutches his chest and asks if it's hard for the commander to take such a step and continues that does she know the blade is long enough to just stab, and continues to urge her on because this death will not matter. Anna screams that he should go inside himself and everyone screams for him to stop. Anna turns around. Nate holds onto the body while he is surrounded. The man in the mask holds the girl and says that she did a good job and help will arrive soon, but for now they will try to collect as much information from him as possible. Nate asks what this guy's business is, to which the guy asks if Nate is the main target now and whether they should start the operation. The girl, horrified, says that it is better to stay as far away from him as possible, to which he asks what she means. Nate waves his hand at her and asks if his aunt is there and asks again how she is doing, to which he is warned that he is surrounded and must immediately turn off Eddie and surrender. Nate looks at him in surprise and asks him to listen, because they completely forgot to say hello to him, and asks if they are going to beat him again, to which he receives the answer that if he does not surrender right now, then they will have to use force. Nate looks angrily and replies that what are they even talking about, because he will have to get rid of them, which is called a killer support. The man uses the corridor of darkness. The masked people are perplexed and ask what is happening, since when does Eddie exist, which is able to replace a place. Nate stands in a cloak and uses the corridor of darkness. Anna frowns. Nate spreads his arms and screams that he does not need his aunt and uncle anymore because he was able to cope alone. Anna holds the sword in panic and thinks that everything is bad, because if this continues, then everyone will die and she needs to leave it right now. Nate looks madly and screams that they should just die and calls them to death. Nate's chest is pierced with a sword. Nate stares ahead, stunned, as Anna stabs him through. Nate coughs up blood and looks at the blade. Anna trembles and tries to justify her actions. Nate smiles contentedly and says that it is as expected of the captain, for he believed that she would be the one to stab him. He grabs her face and continues that she should have aimed higher. The girl catches him by the shoulders. He buries his dead nose in her chest as she says that she is very sorry and begs her forgiveness. She takes the hilt of the sword and draws it. Bloody smoke comes from Nate. The masked men are confused. Anna holds Nate's face and asks if he is feeling better. Nate looks at her in horror. His eyes stare at the light as she calls out to him and asks him to say something. She looks at him in surprise, for he called her by her name. A pop-up window states that self-destruct was used, which can be disabled, but other effects, including bloodlust, will be temporarily removed. Nate looks ahead in horror. He turns away as Anna asks if he can hear her and that she will help him now, but he should be patient for a little while, to which he refuses and asks what he did. She holds his shoulders and he says that he did not mean it. There is blood everywhere. He remembers the corpses of people and his insane expression. Nate screams in horror that he did not mean it. Memories spin in his head. Anna asks him to come to his senses while he screams hysterically. She asks someone to help her. The plot takes us to the solar palace on Mount Gemsu. The shadow of a man asks if the first one has returned. The man in the cloak answers positively and continues that he himself made sure that he returned, to which the man continues that he will receive information that the southern bastards had a hard time. The man with the scar asks if this is the place he was sent to rob, to which he is asked again where it was. The scarred man is taken aback and continues that even if he doesn't remember, who would remember it anyway, since he himself was so humiliated, and in return he gets this kind of attitude, to which he receives the answer that he asks for forgiveness and while he needed a proper distraction while he was summoning the Book of Daniel. The scarred man screamed if he was sent there just to distract attention. The hooded man smiles contentedly and answers that it simply creates the illusion that the place where he was sent can have any importance, since he is not so weak as to lose, to which the scarred man asks if he knows who is talking to him and asks what this attitude is about. The hooded man turns away and answers that this is exactly why he chose him, since the descent of the third and fourth was confirmed and they will soon show themselves, to which he asks again if this is true. The man in the hood smiles contentedly and says that if they wait just a little while, their era will come. Nate breathes heavily lying in bed. He frowns. He sees a bloody blade. Nate sweats profusely. He remembers the lion. Splashes cover the girl's face. Nate opens his eyes in horror. He breathes heavily. Nate looks around. Anna is sitting next to him and looks at him fearfully. Nate jumps up, immediately gets a sharp pain from the sudden rise. Anna lays him back down and insists that he should rest better. Nate asks how long he slept, to which she replies that it has been 3 days. Nate looks at her and says that he wants to get up. Anna replies that whether he thinks that he is the son of God or what, it is too early for him to be resurrected and insists that he needs to lie down a little longer, to which the guy in the doorway says that Nate should listen to his wife, then the family will be strong. Nate recognizes him and he smirks. He pulls a chair next to the guy. He asks if the guy is feeling better and he says he is getting better. Anna steps away while he says he has something to say and begins. Masked agents stand in the room while he continues that the National Disaster Information System and the National Crisis Warning System have assigned him a national emergency level. The guy looks down and says that they have decided that Nate is a threat to residents, their property, security, the economy, and for many other reasons, and it seems to him that Nate has been determined to be more dangerous than a hurricane or a terrorist attack. The girl watches from the side and the guy continues that only high-ranking officials know about this and the rest do not know and asks if he does not understand what this means. He looks away and says that he has blocked everything. Nate, confused, asks what he means. He looks at him with displeasure and replies that the only one in Korea replies that it is of a high level and even he and one other person only have S, and it seems to him that Nate has hidden well all this time, which is understandable. Nate clutches the blanket in his hands and asks for forgiveness, but if he needs to use it, he replies that it is unlikely to work again. The man replies that the world is going through the hardest times. Against the backdrop of a broken street, he continues that everything is not so peaceful and calm. The crime and death rates are increasing every day and problems such as discrimination are getting worse. Nate frowns as the man continues that he apologizes for jumping to conclusions so quickly, but he should know about it and what needs to be done. Nate bares his teeth as the man says that this is not just a confrontation with North Korea because other countries are acting suspiciously too. The man takes Nate by the shoulder and says that the country needs his strength. Nate cries and asks if they need such strength, the strength of a mad killer. The man grabs Nate by the chin. The man asks Nate again if he remembers their first meeting and asks him not to abandon himself because they need people who believe in the growth of souls. The girl looks and thinks about the growth of souls. Anna trains and thinks that in the White Goblin family they teach you to follow the prepared path of the soul, and she had to follow her idea all her life. She looks gloomy and continues that she will no longer allow the soul to dictate the terms. Nate repeats the phrase about the growth of the soul. Nate, horrified, replies that he has the soul of a maniac and asks what such a soul will grow into. The man gets up and asks if he knows the total number of victims. He gets up and continues that everything cost about 12,000 won, and the damage to property is estimated at 3.4 trillion won, and ordinary citizens could not even dream of such numbers. But Nate stopped the disaster. Nate is perplexed until he says that Nate is saving the country as a citizen of his country. Nate asks again about saving him. The man bows down and sincerely thanks him. The whole squad bows their heads. Nate cries. Nate turns away and claims that he is a maniac who killed his friends. The man replies that he was protecting the city, and if it weren't for him, the city would have been completely destroyed. The man continues that it can be said that he saved the lives of everyone who lives here and should stop blaming himself. Nate cries and looks up at him. He looks at the masked men and thinks that everyone is sincerely thanking him and notes that this is the first time anyone has treated him like this. Nate gets up from the bed and continues that he is sure that it is extremely difficult to thank someone who killed your friends, but instead of getting angry or swearing, they decided to extend their warm hands to him and promises not to turn a blind eye to this and will not let his guilt break him. He is going to move on. He approaches the man and says that he does not intend to use Eddie again, to which Anna is perplexed. Nate frowns and continues that it doesn't mean he's going to stop, because he's going to keep going for the people he killed. The man shakes Nate's hand and thanks him, calling him a strong man, saying that he shouldn't worry because he wanted to ask him not to use Eddie for a while, because he feels like no one else can stop her. Nate closes his eyes and asks what's going to happen to him now, to which he's told that they wanted to send him overseas for a couple of months so that maybe the Koreans would forget about him, and Nate replies that he's planning to finish school, or rather, his service in the battalion, to which the man continues that Nate shouldn't worry and should consider a short educational program abroad, because he'll also get promoted to the rank of sergeant. With the airport in the background, the man continues that Nate needs to rest and addresses him as a sergeant. Nate punches him while he says that Nate shouldn't be lazy while he's away because it will test his endurance when he gets back, to which Nate agrees. Anna hugs him and asks him to remember to call, and Nate agrees again. He smiles and agrees with the request to text her every day. They watch the plane fly away while Nate says he'll come back even stronger. Nate is walking at Kennedy International Airport. Nate looks at a group of people. 2 of his battalion look at him saying they're almost there, to which Pete calls Nate an idiot, and the first asks him not to call their battalion commander a piece of trash. Jace waves and asks if that's slant-eyed Nate and continues that they haven't seen each other in a while. Nate awkwardly scratches the back of his head and says hello to everyone. Ron shakes his hand and says he doesn't get it. Maybe it's because he doesn't have his glasses anymore, but Nate looks way cooler, to which Nate replies that it probably is. Pete holds his head and says he should have stayed because does he really have to live with these idiots, to which Nate asks if he can socialize with them. He's a sergeant after all, to which Pete replies that who would have thought such an idiot would surpass him, and continues that Nate can do whatever he wants. Pete asks if he's heard anything about their schedule, to which John replies that shouldn't Pete be doing that. Jace points somewhere and says that it seems like someone has been looking at them since they got off the plane, and the 2 are indignant that he only said that now and call him an idiot. Jace stands awkwardly and says that he is the oldest here, to which Nate is perplexed that he will have to put up with them for more than a month because they do not get along at all. Someone asks if they are done chatting, to which Nate recognizes him. Teddy points to himself and says that Nate can call him Teddy and that he came from the protection division. They ride in a limo, and he continues that he himself has not been working here for a relatively long time, and while they are here, he will help them with translation and other small tasks, and as long as his idea works with translation, they will not have problems. The limo stops and he says that they are here, they should be careful with their words. He opens the doors. In the hall, people turn around displeasedly at the noise. Nate looks around the room and wonders what it is. It seems like there are some high-ranking officials and people in uniform. The battalion sits down and wonders what the gloomy atmosphere is here. John looks up awkwardly. The man at the lectern says that there is no time because their annoying guests are here, they should get started. He puts his hands on the table and continues that just 2 hours ago a 35-year-old woman died in northeast Manhattan, and it seems that the cause of death was shock from a blow to the stomach. This case is very similar to their previous murder, to which he receives a question about the other case, and he replies that 4.5 hours ago something else happened, namely some crazy person in a clown's guise dumped the victim's body in the river. A side view of him, and he continues that they have calculated that there are at least a dozen killers involved, and it should be noted that they use the same methods as other known maniacs, and since they use many answers that it is very difficult to find suspects, although everyone has a different opinion and they manage to track one common feature. A side view of him, and he says that the cult of 1,000 skies from Korea is behind everything, and they have collected evidence that the leader of the cult used the Korean language, interfering in several cases. John says that the cult of 1,000 skies, they say their leader brainwashes his followers with the help of Eddie, and he thought that the family of the White Jade Goblin got rid of them long ago. Nate frowns and thinks that why this cult operate in another country, and he should ask the captain about this, and it turns out that these are not just crimes, but part of a ritual. Someone behind them asks if they are the ones who came from Asia, to which Nate thinks that by the way, everyone is looking at them, which is logical, because people from another country are committing crimes in their homeland and they were just sent a couple of teenagers to observe. Someone stands in front of Nate and orders her to stop attacking children and draws attention to himself. The girl asks her to forget. Jace looks at her enthusiastically, to which Nate asks what is wrong with him. Jace says that Nate should even know who she is, to which Nate is perplexed and receives in response that her name is Vladdy. Nate asks again and Jace replies that it is Vladdy and she is a vampire at the top of power in the United States. Vladdy smiles and introduces herself, saying that she is glad to meet her. Jace shakes Nate and says that she smiled at them, to which Nate asks who she is. Jace asks indignantly if he hasn't understood yet and says that she is a lieutenant general at 28 and she runs Delta, which is the largest special forces unit in the United States Army known for its covert operations, and due to her fighting ability and charisma she was recognized as a leader and made Delta the best unit. Vladdy points her finger at Pete. Pete asks again what her problem is, to which she replies that she is irritated by his face and asks if he understands what she is getting at. Pete replies that he doesn't think scum like them should do anything at all, to which Vladdy replies that it is good that he knows his place. Vladdy looks at her with displeasure and says that if any of her people gave them an angry look she apologizes on their behalf, but if it weren't for his request they wouldn't have to deal with them anymore. Nate looks at her with annoyance and thinks that she wants to draw a clear line between them and thinks that he should test her abilities. A pop-up window states that her Edia rank is unknown, as well as her overall combat abilities. She is a descendant of all bloodsuckers. Nate hits his head on the table, to which John jumps up and asks what is happening. Nate holds his head and screams about pain in his eyes, to which he is told that he is bleeding. Vladdy asks what he is doing there. Nate looks at her with bloody eyes and says that he wanted to read her Edia. Vladdy puts his hand on the table and asks again, after which she orders him not to lie and asks what he really wanted to know, to which Nate replies that the difference in strength is too great, that she gave it away was too strong and he could not see anything except the name Edia. Vladdy looks at him madly and says that if he is lying, then she will drink all his blood. Nate wipes the blood and says that he does not object to this, but can prove that he is not lying and asks if he should name all the names of Edia people from the audience, while he himself thinks that the reaction is too strong, that the ringing in his head is still. Vladdy swings and says that he is so calm and even tries to negotiate, and notes that the busy guy was sent by her friend. He is not so boring. She hands over a sheet of paper and says that since different people are involved in the case, she replies that they could not find a specific suspect, to which Nate replies that he will succeed. She hands him a sheet of paper and a pen and asks him to prove it. Nate writes. He hands her a completely written sheet. On the sheet is written Edia Teddy, which is called the starting point of all events, Edia rating B in general combat skills of level D, which allows you to freely communicate with other people. The translator's list also includes other people within the translation range. Vladdy covers her mouth with her hand and says that it is amazing and can be very useful to them, to which Nate asks if she is happy, to which she answers that she is more than happy. Vladdy tears the sheet into pieces and says that she just wanted to teach him a lesson and kick him out, but everything has changed and now she will do something that her friend does not expect. John asks what she means, to which Vladdy replies that from now on they will help them and it is quite possible that someone will die. Vladdy asks what the main character's name is. He introduces himself that his name is Nate and that he is a sergeant at the Hyundai Special Training School. She turns around and says that she understands him and asks him to come to her in John's evening, to which he agrees, but immediately realizes the strangeness of what is happening. Vladdy turns around contentedly and says that everything is turning out funny. She is strangling someone and he begs for mercy. She smiles and says that she does not want to. She cuts his throat with her fingernail. She uses the Jack the Ripper ability and stands in a spray of blood. The protagonist knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. The door opened with words for him to come in and that he was a liar, to which the protagonist apologized. The girl sat on the couch and told them to sit wherever they wanted. The protagonist wanted to say something, but Vladdy interrupted him and said to call her sister and that everyone calls her that. He asked why she called him, and the girl replied that who would have thought that he reads Edia, and that the information that Joe sent did not say a word about his skills. Nate looked away and said that no one knew, and that he did not even talk about it in Korea, and the girl replied that it turns out that Joe does not know either. The protagonist replied that he may or may not know, to which Vladdy said that what a vague answer. The girl smirked. She looked at him, called him a liar, and told him to join her. The guy started to approach her and asked if he had misheard, and the girl told him to join the Delta, to which the guy replied that he was already at Hyundai. She looked down and said that she was leading the Delta. Then she handed him the papers and said that they could discuss the details in their free time, but first they would deal with the urgent matter. The protagonist opened the paper, and the girl said that they had established that the John Wayne impersonator was at Kennedy Airport, and the Jack the Ripper impersonator was in a brothel. The girl sat on the couch and said that his task was to infiltrate the location and use his ability to identify suspicious Edia, as well as look for Edia that looked like sharp blades. Kennedy International Airport. In the protagonist's thoughts, everything was pretty calm. Nate rubbed his eyes and asked how many days had passed and that his eyes hurt. Mike ate a sandwich and said that he was tired. And the protagonist continued, turning to the captain, that why not get some sleep, and that if they passed out, the whole operation would go in one place. The girl stood straight and said that in the slums an hour away from here the leader of the sect of 1,000 Heavens was spotted, and that they should continue reconnaissance and not wander too much. Then she beckoned with her finger to the protagonist, saying that she would ask the translator with the deceiver to walk with her. The protagonist said that he was coming. A moment later, he grabbed his head. The girl turned to him and said that he could rest for a bit, to which he replied that everything was fine. They were sitting in the car and Vladdy asked if there was any news, to which he replied that there was none yet, and asked how they managed to catch the leader that so suddenly. The girl replied that she didn't know, that she even had to verify everything herself. Their second squad successfully barricaded the slum, so they would meet again. The radio announced that there had been an increase in murders in the city. More than 90% of the murderers were repeat offenders. The main character called the girl sis. She clucked and said that the information had leaked and that it seemed they had made enemies. The voice on the radio continued that most of the murderers had been spotted at Kennedy International Airport. The local police were unable to cope with the situation. The main character widened his eyes and said that their guys were there, and the girl replied that she was calm. She frowned and said that everything was fine, she would figure it out. The voice continued that they were waiting for instructions. The girl picked up the radio and began to say that the first and third squads should catch as many killers as possible. If necessary, they would have to use lethal methods, and the second squad would block the exits so that no one could escape. A question came over the radio about what to do at the airport. The protagonist looked at the girl in fear. Vladdy smiled and replied that she was moving out. Then she put the radio on the couch. She said that it was the first time she had been stabbed in the back and that it was amazing, which is why she preferred to work alone. A bat flew past her leg. The protagonist looked at the bat in fear and shouted that there was a bat here. Vladdy turned to him and asked if he had anything against it. The protagonist said that it was not about that it was simple, but the girl interrupted him with a smile and said that she was glad to hear it. She said with a smile that it was time to hunt, pointed her finger at the protagonist, called him a deceiver, and told him to find the leader of the 1,000 Heavens sect, that she would send the fourth squad to him. The protagonist shouted that he also wanted to go to the airport. There were a lot of bats flying around him. They filled the entire space and flew out of the car. People ran screaming. Michael screamed in fear that they were waiting on purpose. There was a bunch of attackers right behind him. Luigi told him to move if he could. There were screams all around. There was a fight. The sign said that you need to focus on one object in your field of vision to determine the speed of the direction. Blood splashed on the man. Screams were heard asking for help. Jack watched the battle. Then he called them and asked if they would continue to run. Luigi shouted to run while he was distracting. Jack clenched his fists angrily and said that they were C-rank scum and why run away, to which Chuck replied that they should go and that he would cover. Jack looked at the guy silently. Then he called the guy and told him to come here faster, and Mike replied that he was running, that he was slow, and that he was not the only one who was this fat. A moment later, Mike became several times fatter. The sign said that the weight of their opponent was increased. The skill also increased the weight of the opponent's combat equipment. The maximum increase was 20 times. Jack looked at what was happening in bewilderment. Then he smiled and said that great work. The sign said that they could get anything out of the ground and then use it as a weapon. Jack took out a huge stone and said that it was great. Mike said that they were heading that way. Jack turned around and asked again. There was a fierce battle. Someone's voice said that he was not even able to calculate the time. The guy turned around and said he was the leader. There was a smell of blood in the air. Jack hit the man with a rock. Sweat was running down his face. Then he looked down and there was a knife, scissors, and something else stuck in his body. He asked what the hell was this and that it was unimaginable. Someone's jump cut the air. Mike attacked someone furiously. People started running up to the man, shouting for him to hold on. Jack looked up and told him to shut his mouth and that he wouldn't die. Chuck told him he would look at the wound. He used the spell to turn his hands into scissors. Any wound can be stitched up in a second. The skill can't heal only internal wounds. He sat opposite the man and said he would heal it right away. He started moving towards him with his scissors hands. Jack looked at his stomach in confusion. A stitch appeared on his body and Chuck said it was done. He looked at the guy and said that he had stitched up the wound, but there was still bleeding inside and that he should not overexert himself. There was a battle going on around. Shouts could be heard to let the guys in, and that they were idiots. There were pools of blood on the floor. Jack raised his hand, saying that it would be difficult not to overexert himself. With a smile on his face, he used the spell extraction in battle. He raised the stone and shouted that he should go, to which the guy asked again why he couldn't just take a break. Did he really want to die? Chuck looked at what was happening, thinking that the opponents were still not ending. Then he continued the thought that only rabble remained. Mike was standing behind him and said that he would try to help. Chuck closed his eyes. He thought that there was no point in running, and the main character appeared in his thoughts. Then he smiled and said that he had a good idea, much better than his, and that if he made an effort, he could improve it well. Chuck clenched his fist. Then he frowned and started to raise his hand. He decided that he would try. There was a fierce battle. Jack held onto the rock and said that there was no end to them all. Then a voice said that it was not bad. The guys looked up and saw bats. Mike said that he could hear voices coming from them. Everyone looked up and said that bats, shadows, fog, that it couldn't be, and that it was Vladdy, the descendant of all the bloodsuckers who became a true legend, immortality. A swarm of bats, fog, and shadows make up the true form of the body. The girl came down to the ground. She looked straight ahead and said that who would have thought that they would hang around among her shadows. The men laughed, grinned evilly, and shouted for her to die. The girl raised her hand and said that there seemed to be about 300 of them. The man screamed in fear. The girl looked straight at him. The man smiled and told her to die. Sticks were thrown at her. She stood with her back to them. The men laughed. After a moment, they looked at her questioningly. The girl was stabbed with a weapon and asked what they were doing. The sign said that those who did not have a human body could not be injured by humans. They could only die if another pierced their heart with a sacred spear or the idea of a non-human civilization was used against them. The girl grabbed the men by the neck with both hands and said that such idiots could not defeat her. She smirked and said that they would make a good dinner. Their bodies cut through the air. One by one, the men fell to the ground. She frowned and said that she had hoped for the best, but everything was still pitiful. The men looked at her in fear and she continued that it was too late to regret her decisions. Black smoke appeared behind her and she used the bloodsucker spell. Then she commanded the dead to rise, and the fallen fighters stood within human grins. The sign said to use the absorbed blood to raise the dead, and that the dead's idea could not be copied, but their physical stats were double. Looking at the fallen fighters, she said that she had recently worked with the Mexican government, and the catch was very good. The dead could be collected until they died. Blood splattered around, and Vladdy said that they were not good enough to be part of her army. She then told them to repent. The protagonist asked fearfully if everything was okay at the airport. The driver told him not to worry, and that the miss was a real monster, to which he asked if they should join the fight. Teddy sternly replied no, that they should follow the instructions and remember that another disaster would happen if they did not catch their leader. The protagonist replied that he understood. The streets flashed past the window. The protagonist looked out the window and asked if it was too quiet, to which Teddy replied that it was rather strange. A voice came over the radio that it was Delta, Squad 4, they had located Vladdy's car. Then a question was heard there, if this was the right target. The protagonist asked again in fear. A voice came over the radio that they needed to get out of the car and move to the left. There were about 30 seconds left. Then a voice said that they would meet at the site, and that until contact. The protagonist looked at the radio in confusion. The car stopped. The protagonist opened the door and said that there was no answer. Teddy shouted at him to go back, and that he had a bad feeling. Nate turned to him and said that the others were fighting hard, and that they should do something too. The men trudged after the protagonist and told him to wait for him. They were walking down the street and Nate said something was wrong. Teddy asked if he felt it too and why there were so many passages. The protagonist's eyes widened. A moment later, he ran somewhere and Teddy shouted at him what was wrong, so he shouldn't go alone. He frowned and thought that he knew something was wrong. A moment appeared in his memories where he and the girl were sitting in the car and talking about the information leak. In the hero's thoughts, it occurred to him that they called themselves the 4th Delta Squad. Vladdy appeared in his thoughts, and he continued the thought that they were clearly talking about her and called her their target. The protagonist opened his mouth and realized that it was a trap. There were men standing in front of him. He ran to the side and told them to run away from here quickly. He thought that they could not miss this opportunity to get rid of the problematic organization. The man looked straight ahead seriously, and the hero thought that they were already working for Vladdy. 2 people appeared before his eyes. One of them laughed and said that they needed to be killed. The second person was Jack the Ripper. She smiled and answered that of course. The protagonist thought that it was this experience that prevented them from judging the red-haired girl. The protagonist grinned and thought that the difference in strength was too great, that Delta could not cope with her, and that there were clearly many more enemies on the way. Jack the Ripper flashed among the squad and he thought that it was time to retreat. The man looked back and asked where she was, that she was really behind, when Jack the Ripper appeared right in front of him. She stabbed him in the stomach. Then she laughed and told him to die. A moment later, she turned around. 2 fighters jumped right at her. She laughed and said that she saw through all his movements. After the murder, 1/3 of physical abilities are absorbed. The guy screamed in fear. The girl reached out to him with her hand. The protagonist looked at what was happening and thought that they had made a mistake. It flashed through his mind that if it was she who had emptied the brothel, even by rough estimates, she was stronger than 50 people combined. The protagonist had a dagger in his hands and continued his thought that if she began to absorb the members of the Delta with power. The blood dagger absorbs blood from the victim's body and allows the user to move the victim's body. As long as the body meets the minimum requirements, it will remain under control. He approached the girl and said that he would deal with her himself, swinging. The girl showed him the dagger in surprise and asked if it was the same, to which the protagonist replied that there were more enemies on the way, that he needed to deal with them and their leader. The man asked again in bewilderment. It flashed through the protagonist's mind that there were unknown reinforcements in their leader, as well as hundreds of murders, and that he needed to report everything to the captain. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance and someone's voice shouted that they needed to retreat immediately and regroup. Nate frowned and thought, great, the worst outcome was avoided, only this woman remained. Jack the Ripper screamed furiously. A huge red sphere formed around them. Each kill increases physical strength, and the effect causes breathing problems. People who found themselves in the sphere began to suffocate. The girl looked at the protagonist and asked if he was still alive. Nate frowned and answered affirmatively. His thoughts flashed that it would be better not to delay this any longer. The man watched what was happening and said that the Asian boy stood in the way of their plans. The protagonist turned to the man. He was standing in front of the protagonist in a long cloak. Frowning, he said that he had seen many maniacs, but never such bloodthirsty ones. Then he raised his hand and said that he would kill him. The sign said that he uses the reversal of the 10 commandments, contradicts one of the commandments, do not kill, can put people who are dissatisfied with society or all of humanity into a trance. Those who are completely in a trance will be under the control of the deadly Edia. The protagonist with angry eyes thought what they did to develop their Edia so much and that they need to deal with it first. A moment later, he jumped on the girl with an apology. His weapon hit her weapon. They began a fight and the protagonist thought that she was dodging every blow. He looked at her in fear and thought that it was starting. The girl threw him back several meters with one blow. He fell to the ground crushingly. Nate got up and the man asked how he felt. Then he smiled and said that he was losing his former ardor. The protagonist raised himself on his hand and said that yes, he was always dissatisfied with everything, and the man replied that he always had 2 options. He could work for him, or he could become a funny toy for the Ripper. The protagonist exhaled and asked what kind of killer he thought he would be. The man asked with a smile that he had followed his path and that it was curious. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that it was always interesting how he would change. The man grinned and replied that it was wonderful. He approached the protagonist's face and said that his potential could not be taken away, that he could outrun all the people, and that he only needed to get out of the moral framework created by humanity. He raised his hand and said that he would help him solve all his problems. With a crazy look, he used the spell of the 10 reverse commandments. Pointing his hand at the protagonist's face, he told him to kill everyone he so longed to get rid of. The protagonist lowered his head. The man called him an unfortunate child with a smile. Nate looked up and said that was all he could do. The man asked in fear why the brainwashing wasn't working. Were there really people who were free of dissatisfaction with the world? The protagonist asked again. Nate thought that he was full of it. He had always been proud of his strength, but he only caused problems for others by not being able to protect them, and that he wasn't sure he could control the partial killing skill. He didn't like it at all that he was so doubtful. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked that couldn't you see that he was full of dissatisfaction. The man screamed Jack's name in fear. He turned around and screamed in fear that everything was not going according to plan. The protagonist thought that just in case, if he could use the killing intent to create a physical aura around him. His gaze fell on the red-haired girl and he wondered if it would work. Nate looked down, his feet were in the water, he wondered what if he lost control. A skeletal hand reached out of the water and grabbed his leg. The protagonist thought he was scared. He looked at the girl again and decided that there was no other way to get out of here. If he continued to be afraid of himself, this woman would kill him. A moment arose in his memories as the guy said that he would continue to move forward and decided that he was not sure what would happen, whether he could even control himself. An image arose in his memories of how they told him that they believed in his hidden potential. Lone hands began to make their way to the protagonist while he was thinking that he could not trust himself so much yet. The protagonist's eyes widened. His family appeared before his eyes. He decided that there was nothing to be done and he just needed to calm down. Mom and Dad believed in him. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists. A moment later, he smiled. Streams of black smoke burst out of his chest. The girl looked at him with the thoughts that this was the thirst for murder, this was this feeling, and that she had a bad feeling. She was being blown away by the shock wave and decided that she needed to kill him right now. Nate laughed. The girl was trying to get closer to him, thinking that she was losing her lust for murder and that there was no choice. Just a little more and there would be nothing left of her. The man behind her was shouting at her to kill the kid. Someone fell to their knees. People around were saying that this was the end, that they did not want to die. Nate, with madness in his eyes, thought that because of him, the lust for murder would be banished from his body into the world. A moment later, he opened his eyes and thought, die. A demon was hugging him from behind and telling him to look at how many victims there were around and ask if he wanted to kill them. Nate fell to his knees and the demon told him to imagine beautiful fountains of blood from their bodies. He thought that he was being consumed by the lust for murder again. The protagonist bared his teeth and realized that it was difficult for him to cope with this. A moment later, he plunged a weapon into his leg. He looked at his wound and opened his mouth. Blood flowed out of it. Then he pulled out his dagger and blood spurted out like a fountain. He stood up straight and raised the weapon up. People looked up and said that the sky was clearing up. The protagonist held a destructive blade of darkness in his hands. Winter absorbed the killing intent of the opponent to use it as energy. Any killing intent around the user will have a physical embodiment. The blade can absorb any killing intent nearby, and whenever the user is attacked, the attack stats will double. Whenever the user defends, their defense stats will double, and the level of the absorbed killing intent will also increase. The protagonist's red eyes widened. The law of immutability retains the ability until the killing intent appears. The protagonist looked at his weapon and thought that he was omnivorous. A moment later, he threw the blade to the ground and asked what kind of nonsense this was, and that the blade was growling. Smoke came out of the blade, and the protagonist thought that it had absorbed all the killing intent, and something was coming out of it. Black smoke filled the space. The protagonist touched the substance and asked what it was, like black. The absorbed killing intent turns into spikes, which increases the attack power. It can attack all living beings except the user. People who were affected by this substance fell dead. Cries for help were heard around. People flew up. The man shouted to the girl that they needed to get out of here, and for her to protect him quickly. Nate took the weapon in his hands and asked if he was doing this himself, and what was wrong with him, and that this was some kind of omnivorous ability. Then he grinned and thought that it seemed he had a mind and will, maybe part of his soul, and that it was even funny somehow. Then he said that now they would call him Omnivore, and that he was glad to meet you. A girl jumped on him from behind and shouted at him to die. Nate turned around to look at her. A moment later, the protagonist watched as the substance covered him from the girl's blow. He smiled, looked at the sword, and said that it was great work. The blade can absorb murderous intent. Whenever the user attacks, the attack indicators double. Whenever the user defends, the defense indicators double. The speed will also increase with the increase in the level of absorbed murderous intent. The girl looked at the blade and thought that it couldn't be. The blade absorbs not only her thirst for murder, but also the thirst for murder of all the crazy people around. That against them you can't come up with a better weapon. The protagonist smirked, pointed his weapon at the girl, and asked if Pate did the same, and asked her for the key. The girl smirked and said she couldn't believe it. A moment later, she pounced on him, saying that she really thought she could deflect a blow from her with the strength of 50 people, and told him to become a follower of the Thousand Heavens sect. But the protagonist deflected her blow. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. He hit her with his weapon, and blood spurted out. He stood over her and said, "Now it's your tale." The protagonist smirked. Jack the Ripper was kneeling and laughing in surprise. She looked at him with one eye and said that it would be harder than she thought. The girl lay on the ground, and the protagonist said, "Great, the girl is finished." Then he returned and continued. As for the leader, he hadn't run that far, so it would be easier. The man in the cloak was running away. The protagonist raised his sword and said, "Go ahead," so that it would absorb everything. The man turned around in fear at the black substance and screamed to protect him. People around were screaming to protect their father, to help him. The protagonist laughed and asked where he was going. The girl grabbed the protagonist by the leg. Nate's eyes widened. There was a loud explosion. Screams were heard everywhere. The protagonist looked up and said that it seemed like the murderous intent had ended. The girl ran into him. The protagonist looked at the black car. He approached the road and asked where he was. He needed to find Vladdy quickly, and that otherwise he was definitely done for. Remembering the driver, Nate was sure that Teddy was already dead, and that he needed to take care of him first, but he ran away. The protagonist looked down. Then he shook his head and said to pull himself together. This was not the first time. The protagonist took out his phone and thought that he needed to find Vladdy and report everything, how to contact her, and that he didn't know her number and didn't speak English. Then he looked at his dagger and said that he needed to think of something, and that he was sure it would be better than standing around doing nothing. The protagonist clenched his fists. Turning to the sword, which he raised up, he told him to scream with all his might, and he would feed him well. He told him to scream so loudly that Vladdy would hear them. The black substance began to make loud sounds. The protagonist stood and looked at what was happening. Then his eyes widened. Bats began to appear in the sky. They surrounded him from all sides. Vladdy appeared from the sky right in front of him. She ran up to him, hugged him and said that it was good that he was alive, and the protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. The girl said sadly that she was very sorry when she heard that the fourth squad had been disposed of. She thought that he was already dead, and that it seemed like everything had happened because of her. The guy waved it off and said that everything was fine, and that he should apologize. He couldn't save the guys, and he let the leader go. The girl turned around and said that no, even if she had sent him away herself, she didn't have that many expectations. She was just glad that at least he had survived, and that, by the way, it was quite an interesting, strange premonition, but it was even cute. The protagonist excitedly asked how the airport was. The girl turned away and said that she wasn't very good, that the most important thing now was to stop the leader. She was just going there and that they would talk on the way. The protagonist grabbed the girl's hand and asked what she was talking about. In his thoughts was that the leader of the Thousand Heavens sect had escaped, having lost many followers, and that he was planning something. Vladdy looked at him and said that his translator returned alive and said that he was attacked. He even described their plan in detail. The protagonist asked again that she was a Proteus, a girl, and answered affirmatively. An image of the driver appeared in his thoughts, and the protagonist thought that he was alive, and that she wanted to say that the user of an ordinary combat Edia was able to survive, and even overheard the leader's plans. The girl handed him a ring and said that the translator gave it to her. He said that with it he would be able to talk to anyone without his help. The ring of the killer, the user can talk to anyone. The ring also affects people in the same area. The protagonist thought in confusion that Edia, that this is not so, and that before she looked like a translator. A moment later, he loudly asked where he was now, to which the girl replied that he was with his friends on the way to prison on the island of Lucas. The protagonist fearfully thought that they were in prison with the others, and that not only that. The girl grabbed the guy by the shoulders and asked what was going on. In her mind she was like, don't tell me he's trying to use the prisoners. Prison bars appeared before his eyes. The protagonist asked how many people were currently serving their sentences. The man waved at the prisoners. Vladdy replied that there were about 13,000. The man raised his hands. The protagonist thought that there were 13,000, that if everything worked out, the sect leader would get 13,000 followers willing to sacrifice their lives for him. The protagonist opened his mouth in fear and thought that he needed to stop him. If something happened, the city would be swallowed up by his sect and turn into ruins. He turned to the girl and said that they needed to go to prison immediately. The girl told him to calm down with a smile. They were already going there. The sounds of a notification were heard. She looked down. When the killers from the Thousand Heavens sect were making noise, meanwhile in the forbidden city of Beijing, people were running screaming from somewhere. The child in his mother's arms asked what it was. Another monster from the Book of Daniel, the third one, threatened the safety of the people of Beijing. The Chinese Communist Party sent out the strongest person in the party, the owner of an SSS ranked Edia. He proved himself to be the strongest fighter. The monster dug its paw into the ground. Suddenly, a fourth monster appeared, putting everyone in a difficult situation. The fourth one attacked everyone who came across it and killed the third one. Due to such power, even the SSS ranked master was forced to retreat. To figure it out, Shaoran called for fighters from all over the world. The girl looked at her phone in surprise and thought about the call. A law passed by international organizations in case the world faces a serious danger. The requirements for the order of force call are strict. First, 80% of the members of the World Crisis Cooperation Corporation must approve it. Second, according to the rank of Edia, at least 2 SS rank fighters must die within 24 hours. Third, according to the rank, at least 1 SSS rank fighter must die within 24 hours. Fourth, special creatures must appear, and at least one must be present. The girl looked at the phone and asked what condition was met. The protagonist looked at her questioningly. The notification said that at the time of sending the message, Shaoran with general combat abilities of SSS rank was killed. Edia, satisfying the third condition, currently poses a serious danger to the world. Good luck in battle. The protagonist shook the girl in fear and asked what was wrong. She looked straight ahead and thought that it couldn't be Shaoran died, the only SSS rank fighter. The protagonist spread his arms and asked her if she received bad news. The girl called him by his name. She asked him seriously if he wanted to say that Teddy was actually a traitor and the leader of this cult could appear in prison. The guy stood in front of her and replied that yes, he could also release 13,000 murderers in New York. She came closer to him and asked if then all of New York would be destroyed irreversibly, to which the guy replied that he did not think it would be that serious, but what kind of news did she receive? The girl seriously replied that the end of the world was approaching and it was irreversible. The protagonist asked him in bewilderment what she meant. The girl frowned. Her phone lit up and she thought that it was probably the president calling. She was sure he was still thinking about what to do next, and that he had sent troops to the battlefield where Shaoran died, or he risked national punishment for deciding to stay away. The girl put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder. She looked him in the eye and said she couldn't go to prison with him. The protagonist said that he did not understand what was happening, that the traitor was heading to prison, there was no time. She took his hand in hers and said that she believed in him, and he said that he needed her help. She put a ring in his hands and said that she would give him control over the remaining troops so that he could go to prison, stop the leader, and save his friends. On the plate it was written that this was the ring of a killer, a talented pervert. The protagonist looked at her and asked what she was doing. She replied that she needed to go to Beijing. She began to walk away saying that she would return. They had not yet avenged the fourth squad, asked if he understood. The guy seriously answered that he understood and that she should leave the prison to him. Vladdy, looking straight ahead, said that she now understood why Joe sent him. Nate and the girl looked at each other, and she said that now their lives were on the line, wished them luck, to which the guy thanked her. The girl suddenly turned into black particles and said that they would see each other. A view of the prison on the island of Lucas opened up. The protagonist slightly looked out from behind the door. Nate approached the man sitting at the table and called him. He turned around and said that here he was. The man, looking at the guy, said that the woman had already told him everything, to which the hero, holding out his hand, said that he was glad to meet and said the name. Frowning, the man said that he did not know why, but she said to continue to stick to the plan when he came, to which Nate, laughing, asked what was happening now. Pointing to the monitors, he said that he would rather look at the camera recordings himself. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise. Paulie smiled and spread his arms out to the sides, and the thought arose in the guy's head that the leader of the sect was already in prison. The prisoners were kneeling with their heads down, and Nate thought about what he knew. It seemed like they had already been completely brainwashed, but why were they praying? Surprised, the main character said that they needed to stop. Mike and Robert were praying, and Teddy, turning around, looked straight ahead. The hero said that even they had started praying. Teddy, approaching the frightened guy, smiled. Nate's eyes widened in amazement. Turning around abruptly, the hero turned to the director and said that he was going to prison, asked to tell him the fastest way to get there. The director, surprised, asked that he had some kind of plan, said that he had heard that the leader of the sect had Edia, who was able to control the mind. Looking at him, the hero said that no, he planned to go in himself, and the man interrupted him, asked him to stop, asked even if this was Miss Cheap's order, if it was not too careless. Frowning, the director said that he was still too young to be trusted. Nate quickly pulled out his weapon and said that his friends were in danger, asking not to interfere with him. Raising his head slightly, the director asked if he had the murderous intent. The guy said angrily that he was not smart enough to take the place of the leader here, so he would leave everyone's roles to their discretion. Looking furiously at the hero, the director heard that, however, he asked him to forgive him, he would act at his own discretion. The hero took quick steps forward. The man said that there was a route that the wards use. It was a shortcut that leads to the hall of the first floor. Shining a flashlight at the door, the main character asked if this was the right place. Then he slightly opened the door. A silhouette of a man appeared in the shadows. Smiling widely, Teddy said, "Here he is." Nate said his name and bent down sharply. Holding his head, he thought about how he couldn't lift it. The man folded his arms and said how he liked Koreans, how polite they were. The guy looked up at him and said he was an idiot, to which Teddy replied that he looked kind of scary. The man's hand was hit and he thanked him for the ring. The ring appeared in the man's hand. Looking straight ahead, Teddy said the name John Wayne. It was a B-rank killer ring. The John Wayne killer deceived the public with volunteer activities and a clown disguise, usually targeting young children. A clown disguise is anyone younger than him unable to figure out his identity. A perverted killer is anyone younger than him unable to lift his head. Looking down, the protagonist said that the clown disguise, if it weren't for the ring, he would never have understood anything, a nasty ability. Looking at his hand, Teddy asked if he thought it was a mistake. The hero pulled out his sword and heard that he had just decided that there was no need to hide anymore. Everything had already been decided. The man looked away and asked in surprise. A blow flew at him and he said that it was brave. Looking at him, Nate asked if he thought everything had been decided, said that he did not think so. Frowning, Teddy told him to wait. He was scaring him. He just did not think that he was not prepared for his visit. 3 guys appeared behind the man with a tired look. The hero looked in surprise and asked if they were prisoners. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Teddy asked why he did it so suddenly, said that he just wanted to talk, to resolve everything peacefully. Gritting his teeth tightly from anger, the main character thought about what was peaceful. He wanted peace, and he took his friends hostage. Nate extended his sword forward, saying that he was finished. Teddy raised his hands and told him to stop. He just wanted to take him to the leader. Stretching his hands straight out, the hero said that he would find him himself and he would die here. The man, scared, asked to wait. Stretching out one finger, he said, "A minute." The hero looked straight ahead in surprise and heard a sound. The guys grabbed their throats and began to choke. The guy held his head from suffocation and made a sound. Looking to the side, the hero thought that Teddy should not have the ability to control. It turns out that the leader is watching them. If this continues, they will be in danger. Tightly squeezing the sword in his hand, Nate said, "Okay, it will be his way. Let him take him to the leader." Grinning, Teddy answered approvingly. Looking to the side, the man said that they will see each other again. As he was leaving, he raised his hand and said that if he was really so worried about his friends, then he should follow him. Nate thought that he wouldn't be able to stop him until he found the cult leader. Frowning with anger, the hero added that he was done for anyway. He would take care of it. The guy took a few steps forward. Then he covered his face with his hand from the bright rays. Raising his head up, the hero saw where the light was coming from. The protagonist watched Mike pray. Looking down, the hero heard laughter and thought about that voice. Smiling broadly, Polly said that he was glad to meet him. Asked if he remembered what he said in the slums, the hero thought about the fact that this was the cult leader. Nate took a step forward. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked why he would remember, to which the man replied that of course, they just want to free people. People are able to free themselves only by revealing their animal nature. The guy looked up and heard that a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. Looking up, Polly said that if he had died, they would never have gotten to this point, even though not everything went smoothly. But they had finally gotten there. Holding the sword out in front of him, the hero told him to shut up and that he was finished. Holding the weapon in front of him, Nate said that he was sure that the prisoners would be freed if he died. Frowning, the hero added that he better get ready, otherwise he was starting to get angry. The man asked the guy if he knew why he had chosen this particular place. Nate replied that in this place he was able to recruit a horde of killers. As his opponent denied it, the guy began to think about the meaning of his location here. Polly asked the guy if he was curious about why he was not afraid of that vampire. He offered to show him everything himself. The man put his hands forward and marked the beginning of the ritual. A large flow of energy was concentrated in one point. Blood gushed onto the ground. Nate didn't understand what was happening or why they were doing it. People were killing each other right before his eyes. A man was screaming behind him that all killers should die. Someone stabbed a man behind the guy. He realized that he had to save the guys. Nate took the sword in his hand and flew towards the opponents. The guy was the last to realize that he was surrounded by clones. 4 clones pounced on the guy and put up their energy shield. Nate scattered the people to the sides with one blow. The sword demanded food, to which the guy thanked it. He complained that he couldn't lift his head again, so his view was limited. The put her hand on his neck and asked where Teddy was now. The man stood behind Nate and looked into his eyes, thinking that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He was a clone killer and a pervert. Anyone younger than him is unable to figure out his identity, nor is he able to raise his head. The man said that he had wanted to kill the guy for a long time since their first meeting at the airport. He asked how he would make a face when he broke his spine. Teddy grabbed the guy by the stomach with one hand and said that he would not hesitate, but would mock his body to his heart's content until only pieces remained. The man pulled his other hand to his stomach to rip it open. The guy intercepted his hand and pulled forward. The man did not understand the maneuver. Nate asked him if he wanted to die very quickly, while the man screamed in pain. The man writhed in pain and wondered how he managed to do this, because his idea was supposed to hide his presence. The guy knocked his opponent to the floor. Nate pierced the man with a blade right in the chest, talking about what he should do with him now. The creature in Teddy's form passed through the sword and stepped aside. The man complained that the guy stabbed him hard and his hand was greased. Nate said that such a blow would not be enough for him, because he also needed to add for what he did to his friends. The guy hit him with his sword, and the man flew to the side. Teddy flew into the sky from the force of inertia, while the guy directed energy blades in his direction. Many energy blades pierced the man's body, many covered his legs, and many struck. Nate looked at this spectacle and said that no one would die here except for the 2 of them. The guy called out to his sword, which responded. He ordered his weapon to eat as much as it wanted. The blade broke out of the guy's hand and flew towards the man. All devouring the blade of darkness is a creature that turns into spikes that increase its attack power. Polly looked at the scene of the battle and thought that he was watching exactly what he expected. The man decided for himself that he only had to release. The guy ordered his sword to subdue all the prisoners. He ran away from the battle as the blade craved food. Nate watched his friends fight. The guy sighed in relief because it seemed they only received a few wounds. Nate ran up to the guys, saying that he needed to disable them for a while. The guy decided that he would move this thing to the side just in case. No looked at the work of his blade and thought that it was doing well. The guy admitted that it would hurt them a little when they woke up. It was better than dying. Friends fell unconscious on the floor under the guy's thoughts. Cole looked around the corner, not understanding why the carnage was over. The man was hungry for murder and blood. The guy's legs wobbled. His eyes were empty and he himself was trying to fall. Nate fell to the ground, continuing to struggle with some force. He admitted that his blade absorbed too much killing intent. Even for him it was too much. The guy looked at Polly and grinned. Nate put his hand to his mouth, trying to hold something in. The guy stood up with difficulty, thinking about waking up and keeping himself in check. Because this needed to be controlled, the number of deaths needed to be minimized. The man asked his opponent why the guy didn't kill his enemy friends. Polly screamed furiously, not understanding why he didn't free them. Nate said with a sullen look that the man was finished. He should surrender. Footsteps were heard behind the opponent, and the man ordered him to appear. A massive foot stepped on the tile. Polly noticed that he still hadn't shown why he brought the guy here. Nate asked what this was all about and what would happen to the dead prisoners. The guy said that some people couldn't be brainwashed after all. The man thought that murderous intent would be the starting point for a saint. He offered to join Adam in the matter. Polly ordered the big guy to attack the guy, which he did and ran at him. The guy held his blade forward and summoned a key. Otdam swung it to deal a serious blow. The guy pulled the sword aside and prepared to defend himself. Many spikes came forward and pierced the man's body. The guy summoned an extension of the key while Adam was in pain. Nate finished the man off with one blow to the stomach. Adam fell to the ground far from the guy, bleeding. Polly was shocked that the guy managed to kill the big guy with one blow. Nate stood in front of his opponent, holding his blade forward, saying that it was time to end it. The man asked how a man with such murderous intent could refuse to take part in the ritual. The guy replied that if he liked the ritual so much, he could take part in it. Polly fell to the ground, questioning if the guy would kill him. Nate couldn't understand how a man could do so many horrible things and then hide behind his fear of death. Polly screamed that he had nothing to die for. The man said that it was his duty to free humanity, and the boy stabbed him in the leg with a blade. Nate knelt down and pressed harder on the blade, saying that so many people had died because of the man. Polly chuckled, afraid of death. The man tried to get away with words about the difference between people who would serve for liberation and those who would enjoy it. The boy twirled the sword in the wound. Nate said that until that moment he had doubts. The boy raised the sword above himself, saying that the man was talking too much. Nate held the sword above Polly while the man tried to crawl away and save himself. The boy delivered his blow while yellow energy was radiating behind him. The plane flew over Beijing while the onboard tried to contact. The pilot reported that he had a view of Beijing from above, but no one was visible. He asked if he could be heard and understood. The girl reported that she couldn't see anything from here either. She said that they were rescuing survivors first. She asked if anyone had managed to save survivors, to which the answer was that someone had done everything possible to do so. The man suggested that it was quite possible that everything had worked out thanks to abilities. Here are the pilot's words about the guy proving himself to be a valiant savior. The girl still couldn't believe that he had died. The pilot asked if the girl had heard anything about the squad that killed him. The man reported that according to the report he had received, whoever had killed the guy had been looking at the sky for a while. Then he mentioned the smell of blood and left the center of Beijing, to which Vladdy remembered the guy. The girl realized who they were chasing. The pilot didn't hear her words and asked again on the other end. Vladdy screamed that the guy had gone to New York, so those sent with him were in danger. Nate coughed up thick layers of dust. The guy turned around, not understanding what just happened. There was a creature standing behind the guy, commenting on what was happening. The black silhouette told the guy to ignore it and continue, because it would actually kill them all if he didn't continue. Polly stood up and thanked the creature for coming. The man said that he knew about its arrival. The man spread his arms out to the sides and said that everything was exactly as he said. Murder was the only way to reunite with God. Polly screamed that he was right. Humanity would move on to a new level. The creature screamed something, to which the man asked for enlightenment. The interlocutor stood with red eyes and looked at the small change. The man continued to laugh hysterically and talk about how he too would move on to a new level. The creature pinned the man with one finger from behind the wall. Nate swallowed the medium and was shocked by what he saw. The creature did not understand what kind of nonsense the man was talking about. If he was not going to run out violently, these four would be enough. The guy did not understand who the four were talking about. The creature assessed the guy's immediate reaction, to which he asked to show him true cruelty. Nate said that he had already killed the first one. The guy suggested that the dragon run away to save his life. The creature laughed and said that even though he was a weakling, the guy could never kill him. The dragon asked the guy to let him introduce himself. He turned out to be the fourth monster from the Book of Daniel, a creature that revered cruelty. The dragon asked the guy to prove with his cruelty the fact of killing a man. Nate confirmed that he knew what strength and cruelty were while his friends were coming to their senses. The guy said that today he was already tired. He suggested postponing it for another time. The guys in the back were shocked by the creature's words that it would have to kill everyone. The dragon scratched the wall, saying that they had no future if they were unable to show cruelty. A piece of the wall shattered towards the guys. Nate stood and listened to the creature. The guy was upset that he would still have to use his skills. He never got a chance to release his energy. Nate refused the dragon's offer, suggesting that he find another way out. The creature said that everyone, including the guy, would be subject to its cruelty. The dragon activated the movement of the ground. Nate realized that he was crazy. The guy ordered his blade to absorb it all and protect the people. The omnivore began to look for food, thinking that he could do it. The guy also believed that he would succeed. He continued to absorb energy, thinking that he had to do it. A large column of dust and a cloud began to suck in the sword with a desire to eat. The guy turned to his blade. He pointed at the prisoners who needed to be saved. He asked to cover them. The guy fell from his knees to the ground and grinned a little. No, he realized that he did not have enough energy to support the idea and even omnivore. The guy realized that he could not stop him, even releasing a large killing intent. It was unrealistic to fight in such a state. Nate did not believe that the rest were dead, and he saved only his friends. The dragon admired the guy for resisting his cruelty. Nate asked his opponent if it was his doing that he had difficulty breathing. The creature said that compared to that kid from China, the guy was still a child, but it was quite fascinating to watch him. The dragon noted that as he grew older, the guy cultivated more and more cruelty in himself. The substance turned around and said that this time it would let him live, but next time it would not give such a break. Nate asked him not to make fun of him. The dragon said that he wanted to see the apogee of dishonor before meeting the Lord. He would go where there was more cruelty. The guy's face was shocked as he realized that the creature was going to repeat all this. He realized that the guys would not cope with him next time because he himself managed to save only his friends. The guy resolutely said that there was no time to think about others. You can't leave everything like this. Nate took the phone out of his pocket and said that he was not a hero. The guy dialed the number and called. On the other end of the line, the person asked why the guy suddenly called him. Nate was completely confused and could not connect the words. On the other end of the line, they said that the guy was also silent. He would see how they would live in different rooms. Nate got mad at the words about the girl raising the children and him paying child support. The guy burst into tears and said Anna's name. The girl wanted to reach for the window, but she was confused by the guy's tone. She asked what was wrong with him. Nate said nothing, he just wanted to hear her voice. The girl said the guy had matured a little, but she would not close her eyes to the fact that he had not called her all this time. Nate laughed into the phone. He realized for himself that he did not want to be a hero. The guy said that he realized something after hearing her voice, arousing the girl's interest. He said that he just did not want to be the one who was not able to risk himself. Nate said that he was going to hang up now, to which Anna asked him to wait. The guy took the phone away from his ear while the girl screamed at him to stay alive. The dragon turned around at the words of the guy, who asked if he understood him. The creature liked his mood. It asked if the opponent wanted to use cruelty against him. The dragon turned around and approached the guy. It asked the opponent if he was going to use his own weapon against him. Nate thought that he needed to be at least on Anna's level. The guy decided for himself that he could not let this creature go. His eyes lit up red, and he screamed. The guy launched the process of self-destruction, for which his blade demanded food. Self-destructive omnivore in Kraken mode. The dragon asked how the guy managed to summon such a soul force before him, because the smell was very familiar, the scent of cruelty. They'd assumed that the dragon was as strong as the dog he arrived with. He was not able to defeat him. A monster from the book of the prophet Daniel, revering absolute cruelty to such an extent that he was ready to crush 3 other monsters in his path. The suppression level is activated depending on the level of Edia. Weaker creatures nearby lose strength. The folding of the earth causes an area with a diameter of 666 meters to fold in half and crush everything inside it. The guy looked into the eyes of his opponent in surprise. He prepared to attack. Nate spread his arms to the sides and recognized the strength of the monster. He would finally die. The dragon recognized cruelty mixed with madness in him. He still preferred ordinary violence. The guy jumped high up and swung, asking the dragon to kill him quickly. Out of surprise, the dragon received a strong blow with a sword. The creature roared and began to spit black liquid. The guy continued to study the black Edia. He was interested in why the dragon did nothing. He longed to be killed. Nate said that the monster was just a small dog, unable to kill him. The The guy dealt another strong blow. He said his uncle told him that the talentless are destined to die. A large column of dust formed where the dragon fell. Nate sank to the ground, saying that it was amazing. It was quite an interesting form of violence. The dragon stopped and said that it was enough. The creature said that the guy was not even close to it in terms of strength. The monster activated bipedalism to kill the guy. Nate asked it what it was telling itself. The guy said that if the dragon did not kill him, he would die himself. A large black dome began to cover the guy. He did not let blows and shots pass through him. The dragon swung to kill him from the inside, saying that it would show him what violence was. Nate looked up pitifully. The monster hit the dome, to which he received a harsh rebuff. His hand ricocheted off it hard, causing pain. The creature ordered the guy to get up immediately. It looked under the stone and said that he was still alive, and it knew it. Nate came out from behind cover, limping. The monster said that the guy himself understood everything. He said that cruelty is always suppressed by a much larger heartlessness. The dragon activated the folding of the earth. The guy found himself in a stone trap. Energy flew around his feet. He was standing on the bending zone of the plate. Nate screamed and laughed at the top of his lungs that he would finally die. But he looked down and added. The guy said that he thought his end would not be like this. He hit the approaching stone wall with his blade, saying that he wanted to die. The guy continued to wish himself death, saying that he could have never been born. The monster said that it was very clumsy, but there was something in it. Nate continued to knock the blade on the stone, saying that he was still not dead. The guy asked the monster why he had not finished it off yet. Energy engulfed the wall. The guy took the blade and ran towards the creature, saying that then it would die. The monster laughed loudly, saying that he was taking it back, and the guy was just shocked. Nate offered to switch since it was his turn. The dragon said that he was extremely pleased and asked the guy to show everything he could do. It was to assist in the kill. Large clouds were in that place. Nate turned around and asked why nothing was happening. The guy asked the monster to show his cruelty and to spoil him soon. The guy saw you flying above and asked him to give this dog a bone. Something was sparkling in the sky and leaving a trail behind it. The monster asked what it was. He asked if the guy wanted him to die since there was nothing else to see. Nate turned around and said that he should die of his own free will, not someone else's. The guy said that he would kill everyone who wanted him dead. The dragon activated the earth folding again. Nate said that such tricks don't work anymore and the monster should come up with something new because it's useless now. The dragon said that this trick is not the same. The creature showed its front paw and ordered the earth to fold. The guy didn't understand what was about to happen. The dragon spread its arms to the sides and demanded that the earth be folded again. Nate asked his opponent if he wanted to kill him or if he wanted to die. The monster said that the guy shouldn't even try to defend himself. The sound of the earth folding sounded. Nate looked up. The guy asked the monster if he wanted to die or if he would kill him. The dragon ordered the guy not to defend himself because he would show him. He was going to demonstrate true cruelty. The monster said that he would sweep away everything in his path. Water gushed into the city. It filled the streets and basements. Nate looked at the monster with incomprehension. The guy neutralized the dragon's skill with one word. A large spiral of energy began to rise to the sky. The monster looked up at the sky and roared loudly. He asked the guy how dare he do this. Dracoi said that the guy had neutralized his skill. The guy cut the monster's foot when he was about to step on him. The foot was torn into many pieces and the dragon roared. The monster was at a loss. He could not use any of his abilities because they were sealed. The monster tried to use his skills of transformation and earth folding, but his attempts were futile. The dragon got angry and prepared to attack. The monster asked Nate what he had done to him. The guy said that he wanted to die and did not want to die at the same time. Nate said that he would kill and be killed himself in that case. The guy made a skill of doppelganger destruction, available only 3 times. Nate asked his opponent if he did well. The monster said that the guy used violence directly against his ability. He admitted it was amazing, but told the boy not to relax because it would not change his defeat. Nate said that violence is powerless against even greater violence and activated the support of murder. From the portal mixture, the guy took out a blade that cuts demons. This blade could weaken an Edia of a higher rank, depending on the ability of the owner. The guy took the handle with his hand. This sword belonged to a general who played a significant role in the unification of the 3 kingdoms of the Korean peninsula. Nate pulled the blade towards the dragon. The monster said that he thought the whole world was on his side. The guy said that he had even more arguments. He marked the target of the murder on the blade. The guy put his sword forward, which was thirsty for food. The sword growled softly. Numerous white energy streams began to go towards Nate. The monster asked what this sword was since it smelled familiar. The guy said that he was holding himself in check quite well. He asked his opponent how he was doing with this. The dragon, by some unknown force, tied itself with all sorts of ribbons. The guy didn't understand how he managed it, but he liked it. Nate started walking towards the monster while it offered to fight him, who could hold out longer. The guy swung his blade, saying that he was completely ready. Saying that the monster's legs would suffer first, the guy did everything possible to make it very painful. He was clearly losing strength after the blow. The recoil from the blow pushed the guy back a few meters. The dragon looked at him in complete bewilderment, thinking that the guy was putting scars in the same places as he did. The monster screamed at the guy that he had limited his strength. He definitely couldn't defeat him. Nate stood higher and claimed that his opponent was afraid he could stop at any moment. The dragon screamed that an attempt to resist violence was also violence. He ordered to fight. Nate asked his opponent if he felt better after that. A couple of blows, and the guy tied the dragon's legs with ribbons. He dodged the attacks in every possible way, humming something under his breath. Scars also appeared on the guy's arm and leg. He continued to sing the melody and periodically spit blood. There was so much of it that the guy even choked on it and interrupted the fight for a long time on his side. The monster asked his opponent if he was dying. The guy picked up the fallen sword and said that he could still do it. He rushed into the attack, saying that he was still holding on. Many ribbons tied his leg and pulled it down. The guy's leg was buried underground in a second. He asked his blade why it wasn't helping him. The guy took the bloodsucker dagger in his hand and said that in that case he didn't need it anymore. Nate jumped to a great height and swung to strike. The guy stuck his sword into the monster's nose. He asked his opponent if it hurt. The guy thought that he didn't want to die yet. The monster looked at him angrily. Nate only now realized what he had just said. The dragon laughed and called him a fool. The monster said that there was no regret in violence. As expected, he still had a lot to learn, which puzzled Nate. The guy realized that this was the climax. The dragon said that his opponent would survive if he stopped right now. The guy jumped away from its head and said to aim straight for the heart. The monster continued to laugh and claim that the guy was crazy. He wished to meet him again. The blade that cuts demons was used in the following way: split a mountain of evil and strike one after another, one after another. The guy struck the dragon hard in the chest, to which the dragon bid him farewell. The guy said that he would gladly say goodbye to him. He lost consciousness and dropped the sword from his hands, starting to fall. There were peals of thunder and lightning in the sky. John sat in the building and talked about the weather, which reminded him of the first day he saw the chief. The man in the cloak said that he would become Satan. The man at first did not understand what kind of nonsense this man was talking, as he said he remembered. He asked his master if he could eat first, since he had caught the plague. The man did not wait for an answer at first. John wondered what kind of energy the chief had that could change the idea with the consent of the subject, but the elements related to the essence of the soul cannot be changed. The man stood up and gave John his hand, saying that his name was Satan, and that everything was still ahead of them. He promised to turn this world upside down. The man walked down the street. 15 years had passed since everything was entrusted to him. His master sits among the candles and thinks that the time is approaching. He looked towards something. Many red and blue souls were in one place. He declared that from now on the standards of good and evil would be reversed. Evil would become good, and good would become evil. According to him, hell would turn into heaven, and heaven into hell. It was a summoning of 200 million monsters from the Book of Daniel. It was possible to change the idea with the consent of the subject, but elements related to the essence of the soul could not be changed. He demanded to find something. The people in the office did not understand what these sounds were or who was making them. Find. The woman with the child looked up. They did not understand what they needed to find. Need to find. The Penguin Building. The 4 monsters from the Book of Daniel stood behind the man in the cloak. The first monster of compassion said that the second was cursed. The Dominion monster was the third. It said that it was time to rule and be ruled. The 4th monster of violence asked them to be quiet. The man in the cloak thought that he was originally supposed to be discovered when the 4th arrived, but the second disappeared and he missed everything. Because of this, the man was unable to reveal all of his abilities. But the time came and he took off his hood. The scaled hands freed the white-haired head. John asked the patron if he had arrived safe and sound. The man in the cloak greeted John's first monster. The man reported that he had gathered 2,500 residents as he was ordered. The man placed his hand on the guy's head and said that now his entire body would turn into the first. His body began to be covered in hieroglyphs, and he himself felt pain. John looked at his patron. He had been chosen the title of the Red Dragon of the Patron. John asked where his master had put the second monster, to which he said he did not know. The man said that such a free spirit would not take part in any such matter. People through covering their mouth and nose so as not to breathe it. The man said to consider him absent. His feet were with long claws and burgundy color. He said that the time has come for the inhabitants. People began to listen to his words about this moment. The man said that this city from this moment is his holy abode. People complained that they could not breathe, tears came from their eyes, they held their necks. The bodies of people began to evaporate from the limbs, They asked for help and mercy. The man in the cloak asked them to rejoice at the birth of the dragon. Now the city was holy, it was created by the worst demon. In the distance, he showed the silhouette of 2 ovals. The 4 creatures were happy because they would increase their strength by 1 level with each step into the designated area. The first asked the third, does he feel the power that was just given to him? The man in the cloak called for the second round to begin. He called for rebellion and forgetting about the humiliating defeat of the past. The chief ordered the monsters to protect their holy city, to which they listened. The man ordered John to find a revelation. The main boss said that a holy war was beginning. He prayed in the name of the Holy Father and Son. In a hospital room, a woman and a man were standing in the room and holding their hands over a guy. The man asked the officer if the guy was okay, but the girl replied that Nate was miraculously alive. The guy said that he was not sure of his words, but it seems he was able to fight back because everyone was furiously demanding that he be brought here immediately. The guy said that when I first saw him, he was already half dead, even now he uses Edia, but the destroyed part cannot be restored. The girl said that this disease is not completely curable, which caused a lot of questions in the man. He said that he would do everything possible to hold off officials from other countries, just so that the girl would let him know when Nate wakes up. The man said that he heard about the guys who were with Nate, they are okay. The girl said that they were in a safe place, to which her colleague praised her for her work. She looked at the devices and said that Anna had been here before the man. The guy turned around and went somewhere, saying that he needed to apologize to the guys first. He was going to go to them because they were probably outside, but his hand stopped him. The man turned around to look at the guy. Nate had already woken up and insisted that he would talk to the guys directly himself. The man was confused by such a quick return to this world and asked the guy if he recognized him. Nate said that he recognized everyone perfectly well, to which he received a demand to be careful in response. The guy looked at his hand and did not understand why it felt so heavy. He did not understand why these bandages were needed, because if the nurse applied the treatment, they were not needed. Unfortunately for the guy, his colleague was already leaving and said that they would talk later. Nate expressed a desire to follow him. He jumped out of the hospital bed and said that he would go with him too. The guy's legs gave out and he fell. The man caught Nate in his arms. He asked him if he could get up. The hero walked down the corridor, leaning on a stick. His legs were shaking. He thought that he should also come to the meeting that Mr. Joe mentioned. The guy looked ahead. He thought that he did not want to waste time here. Suddenly he stumbled, collapsed on the floor. He got up and stood on all fours. The girl came up to him, helped him up. He got to his feet. She looked at him with concern. The guy quietly thanked her. She asked where he was going. He looked up, surprised, Anna. He saw a group of guys nearby. Nate looked at the girl, said, "Thank God they are okay." The hero turned away, said seriously that they would talk later. He needed to go now. Anna spread her arms out to the sides, said, "No way." He pressed his lips together, said nothing. Jack looked at them. Nate told Anna that he was fine and would be back soon. Jack intervened, said that he was terribly sorry. The girl looked back, said that even the squad leader was against it. He shouted, "What was that?" Nate was embarrassed. The squad leader angrily said, "No, he didn't mean Anna, but those behind him." The 3 guys exclaimed in surprise, "They." Jack sat down, put the hero's hand on his shoulder, answered, "Yes." The guy with black hair objected. They had come to their senses not long ago. The girl was confused. Jack was indignant. Should he do everything himself or what? She asked. Was he joking? Nate asked the leader what was going on. The guy looked away, told him to shut his mouth. It stunk. The hero covered his mouth with his hand, answered sheepishly that he simply could not brush his teeth. Jack got angry, told him to shut up and better tell him where to go. The guy clarified how he could talk if he shut up. Anna silently watched the guys. She came up to the hero. She also put Nate's hand on her shoulder. He looked at her in surprise. The girl frowned, looked away. The hero narrowed his eyes, said, "Thank you." A man blocked their way. It was Mr. Joe. They stood opposite each other. Nate said that he thought he had already left. The man replied that he had been waiting, and he was a good man for getting up. The hero blushed slightly, exclaimed, "Of course." Joe turned around, asked if he would go. They came to the entrance to the hall. The man looked at the guys, told the hero that he was a good man for having come all this way. He would check everything and inform the others. The guy looked back at the guys, said that he would be back. Jack said with displeasure how arrogant he was. Nate smiled. He leaned over to Anna and apologized for saying goodbye first. The girl frowned, replied that she would kill him later. Nate waved his hand, said that he would be there soon. He followed Joe. They entered the hall. The meeting participants looked back at those who entered. The guy was very nervous, thought, yeah, the atmosphere is tense. The men turned away. One of them asked who the kid was. They started talking animatedly. One suggested ending the conversation that they started earlier. He thinks they need to immediately deal with the group. The other was surprised. That Asian guy did it himself or something. He would never believe it. Maybe there was some kind of mistake. They answered him that the group was an important matter, but they also had a common goal. Someone exclaimed, they suggest searching. Let them search in their own country. Joe pointed to an empty seat and told Nate to sit there. They sat down. The guy said that everything was not as expected. The man apologized. Nate thought that their country was the only one without a president. Joe sat with a gloomy face. The hero thought that this so-called international cooperation organization was just trying to protect its interests. After the death of Xiao Liang, the events in Beijing began. And after the attack on New York, the position of the United States was shaken. Now there is a rare chance to seize world domination. The man slammed his hand on the table on which the map lay. He shouted, the members of the plague, scattered throughout the northern hemisphere, are gathering in North Korea. They must immediately begin the raid. Nate raised his hand, asked for forgiveness. The members of the meeting looked at him. He said, everyone here is so confident that they can defeat the monsters from the Book of Daniel. He added seriously, the rank of the troops of the EDIA is higher than the SSS. The participants were scared. Someone exclaimed, above SSS. Another screamed, Xiao Liang was killed. That's clear. It turns out Korea was hiding an SSS rank fighter all this time. This is a violation of the international agreement. The third objected, it is not worth excluding that this boy could have simply lied. Joe stood up, slammed his hands on the table, exclaimed, they say lie. He sternly told them to listen. The situation is extremely serious. You can't take it lightly. Nate looked down. Joe asked. The organization was founded to fight monsters. The guy took a pen. He began to write something on paper. One of the participants indignantly asked Joe, he wants to say that they need to look for what was in the prophecy. Another exclaimed, stupidity. They themselves are simply not able to fight back. The first two monsters appeared on their territory, so they want to save the national troops. Joe then suggested at least dividing the roles. The one sitting at the podium said that first we need to. Vladdy, who was watching from the side, thought they didn't even consider it. They were full of ideas about starting a war and grabbing the best of everything next to a country torn apart by troops. In the face of an international catastrophe, everyone cared only about their own interests. She looked at Joe. The man lowered his head, said, probably gladly, that the monster did not appear in their country. He was angry, thought Korea's infrastructure is too weak, and how much longer will they have to endure? He opened his eyes wide, hearing an unexpected question to him, so he would not care if they lost the lands of North Korea. He clenched his fist. Nate suddenly stood up and exclaimed, fools. He headed to the podium. Joe was amazed. The guy came out on stage. An earring flashed in his ear. He threw a piece of paper at the head. It hit him in the face, said that this time he was convinced of the strength of the army. The hero showed a third finger, said, let them keep it in mind. The head removed the piece of paper from his face. He grinned crookedly, thanked him for the information about the fourth, but there was no place for such children here. The guy looked away. The man said that Korea would pay for what Nate was hiding. The hero turned around. One of the participants shouted, how dare they use EDIA in the conference room? Korea will be punished. He was leaving the stage. They called out to him, asked where he was going. The man exclaimed, just look at this rude man. Nate turned his head when he was at the door, looked into the hall. With a grin he said, thank you for attacking his country during a global crisis, like a pack of wolves, asked to be careful when attacking the plague and not to die there. The man in glasses was shocked. The leader was indignant at what he said. Vladdy covered her mouth with her hand. Joe opened his mouth in surprise. The guy slammed the door, said that if they didn't understand anything in Korean, they should forget it in the translator. Fools. Joe and the vampire girl ran out of the hall. He called out to Nate. The hero looked at him timidly. The man walked quickly towards him, shouted that he was allowing himself to leave like that. The guy lowered his head guiltily, asked for forgiveness. They were just laughing at them. Joe asked, he understands that this is a serious place, even if he doesn't think about doing it again. Nate's face was covered in sweat. He thought that he shouldn't have gone at all, but insisted and got permission, and in the end only caused problems for Mr. Joe. He shuddered. Joe added, although this time, it was awesome. The guy raised his head, asked what? Vladdy raised her thumb and winked. The man smiled broadly, answered, that's what you need. The girl agreed, cool. Nate was sitting on the couch. Joe assumed that they had foreseen this situation after the incident with the group. He looked at the hero, said that they probably realized that he was a potential threat. Obviously, they just couldn't ignore Korea anymore. The guy asked, so they were just being sarcastic? Joe laughed. He frowned, looked down, explained, this is a global crisis and also an excellent chance to gain world domination. Flags of countries on buildings. Even if they decided to get rid of the plague by force, there would be losses, and they know it. The main thing is to get as much as possible, reducing the damage to a minimum. There is a real struggle to preserve talent in the fight against the group. He knelt down in front of Nate, said that this time the squad will hear about his abilities. The guy turned away. He was tensely silent. The man added that it is not necessary to tell everyone, only the squad. The hero closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, thought, and how he would explain that his crazy idea was breeding in him the desire to kill, although Mr. Joe didn't ask about all the details either. He looked at the man, said that he would tell enough to make it clear that he was capable of holding his own on any battlefield. Joe put his hand on his shoulder, answered, "Well, it must have been difficult to decide on this." He stood up, admitted that he even felt a little sorry that the guy had given out information about the fourth. Nate said that they could come face to face 2 more times. The man asked in surprise, could he die? He put his hand on the guy's head. He answered, yes. Joe said that, judging by his condition, he was very lucky this time too. He sternly told him to rest for now. Nate jumped up from the couch, objected. The first and fourth were still alive. The man raised his palm, said, enough. Put his hand on his shoulder, said that he had done everything he could, he needed to rest and recover. The guy wanted to object. Vladdy said that she understood how he felt, but fighting in such a state was simply ridiculous. She looked at him sternly. He would not be able to use all his strength and would become a real burden for the others. Asked, he did not want this. They already madly appreciated his contribution. The girl touched his cheek, said that there was no need to take responsibility for everything. His lips trembled, he almost burst into tears. She ruffled the guy's hair, laughed, said okay, they'll go. She took her hand away, added that America was having a hard time too, they were going to find out more about the dream. Nate asked again, a dream? What kind of dream were you talking about? Joe explained. The one where it says to find something. Was surprised, he didn't have one. The guy answered, no. He hadn't dreamed of such things. The man looked at Vladdy, asked, strange, had she heard of such cases? The girl answered, no, such information hadn't been received. Quite interesting. Someone was watching their conversation from behind the wall. The girl said that the Secretary of State could help sort this out, was confused. Where did such formalities come from? Nate remembered something else, asked if Nate could prepare the people he wanted to work with. The guy was confused, asked if he should form a squad. Joe and Vladdy were leaving. The man waved his hand, said that he already had a rough idea, but still had to make a clear choice. They would see each other again. The guy was left alone. He looked down. The girl called out to him. He raised his head. There were tears in his eyes. Anna was standing in front of him. He wiped his eyes, asked if she hadn't left yet, where she had suddenly appeared from. The girl said that if it was hard, he could just cry, no need to act like a stone. He stood, turning away, asked why he would cry. The girl grabbed his cheeks and turned him to face her. She hugged him. The guy was surprised. Anna said that he had done a great job. He closed his eyes and cried. He said sadly that he had really done his best. He had tried very hard. The girl said that she knew, he added, but it was all in vain. She said that everything was fine and she would listen to him. The heroes were flying on a plane when Nate turned to Chuck and Mike. He asked if they would join his squad. The guys thought about it. Mike looked away and asked if they were a team. He almost burst into tears. The hero waved his hands. No, he just offered to join his side. He smiled and explained to work together. Mike answered, it was hard, Bob would get angry. Chuck asked the fat guy where Bob had gone. He answered with a sly face that he was training hard. He was a little angry that he had been defeated. Chuck blushed and laughed. He was flattered, that's all. He looked sadly at Nate and said that if they did unite, it would definitely not be now. Mike agreed. He couldn't just follow his brother either. The hero asked upset, though. He said he was sorry. The guys smiled. Mike told him not to worry. They would see each other often. Chuck confirmed. Yes, he would make sure to cross paths more often. Whether he liked it or not, he would rise to such a level that he could help him on his own. Nate opened his mouth in surprise. He could not say anything. His face lit up with a grateful smile. He replied, okay, let him not get lost there. It was already evening. The sun was setting. Chuck laughed in response, told him to take care of himself and not let them catch up with him. South Korea a week later. One of the men shouted to all the people to believe in Mana since this was the only way to save themselves. People complained among themselves because everything began to go up in price. One of the girls answered that lately the streets were not safe since recently there was a robbery in a store. 2 guys turned to the soldiers, asking something or asking them to say something. The guys with smiles on their faces answered that everything would be fine with them. One of the heroes raised his hand high, thanking them for their hard work. Anna looked at Nate with concern, apologizing for everyone thinking that she defeated the lion and not him. The main hero laughed and replied that he, too, would have a hard time believing that some loser high school student could defeat the monster. The guy asked in surprise where they were today. Anna walked away, answering that it was not far from here and they should go faster. The hero sighed. Nate quickly ran after Anna. The children ran towards the boys. The little kids asked Anna with a smile on their faces how they got here. Nate looked around, saying that he did not think he would end up here. One of the children looked at the hero, asking who this uncle was. Nate laughed and pointed at himself, asking if he was the uncle. Anna looked at the hero with a smile on her face and said that he should move away because the children were afraid of him. The heroine asked the children if they would go. The guy with a smile on his face said that he was still a minor. Nate began to watch Anna play with the children. The children with smiles on their faces played funny games. Each of the children had their own rank and their own ability. Nate with a smile on his face began to answer that little children were better than their soldiers. The hero looked away in surprise. The little girl asked Nate what he was doing here. The guy looked at her in surprise, not knowing how to react. The heroine confidently began to say her name. Nate reached out his hand to the girl. The heroine lowered her head, telling the guy that he was only watching from the side and did nothing else. Nate scratched his head, saying that he was just looking at them. The girl turned away from the guy with displeasure, sitting on the ground, saying that he was perverted. Nate and the heroine were watching the children. The guy was surprised that Anna was lying well with the guys. The heroine asked the guy with displeasure what kind of relationship he had with Anna. Were they together or was she friend-zoning him? The guy asked the girl how she knew such words. The heroine pointed at Nate and said that he wanted her to be his girlfriend. But Anna herself did not want this. The girl asked the guy if he confessed his feelings to her and took her hand. The girl angrily asked the main character if this was true. Nate touched the girl's head. The hero angrily said that he was not obliged to report on his relationship with the first person he met. The girl with tears in her eyes began to tell Nate that she would go and complain that the guy beat her. The hero shouted at the child to stand still and then took her hand. The girl turned to the hero, saying that she was in pain. The main character, with a smile on his face, asked the girl who she was. The guy asked the child in surprise if she controlled the mood of the children in the orphanage. Children are very sensitive to the mood and thoughts of adults. No matter how popular Anna is, she behaves too joyfully. The heroine asked Nate in surprise how he knew all this. The hero looked at her, answering that he used to live in an orphanage, so he knows all this. Nate looked angrily at the girl, who asked him how he did it. The guy, looking away, said that he read her idea. The girl looked at the guy with displeasure, asking about the pervert having abilities. Nate scratched his head and asked the child if she wanted yogurt. The hero extended his hand. The girl grabbed him by one finger. The kid looked at Nate, asking if he needed a daughter. The heroine answered with surprise that she didn't require anything big, she just needed to be pulled out of here. She was glad that Nate wouldn't care about her, since his thoughts were occupied with Anna. The guy asked the heroine what she was talking about, to which the girl said that she was sure that she wanted to fight. The hero looked at her in surprise and heard her talking about fighting the monster that killed his parents. Nate pulled her along, listening to her talk about how she was so happy when they said that the white jade goblin would come here and now her life in the orphanage had come to an end. Nate held the heroine by the shoulders, asking how old she was. The girl said that she was 11. The main character told her in surprise that she was only in the 4th grade and already wanted to fight monsters. The heroine confidently answered the guy that she had already decided everything. Nate tried to tell her something, but his phone rang. Anna turned around in surprise. The main character smiled, answering that he needed to answer. Nate heard Chloe asking him if he was with Anna now. Hospital. The girl told Nate to come to the medical office right now, since it was known that Woody secretly sent messages to different countries asking to arrange negotiations. The International Crisis Cooperation Agency. People looked ahead confidently. One hero answered everyone that he was glad to meet. The employees listened to him attentively. Woody said his name with a sly smile. The agency looked at the guy in surprise and wondered if he was really a human and what kind of red scales he had on his neck. The guy continued to smile. Woody told all the guys that as the head of the meeting of hostile organizations, he wanted to make one offer. The agency shouted at the guy with displeasure that they could not negotiate with a terrorist. Woody laughed sarcastically. The guy looked at everyone with a smile on his face. One of the men loudly asked Woody why he was laughing. The hero confidently looked ahead, saying that the little people should have received a revelation too. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Woody appeared in his world, starting to say various spells. Everyone asked with incomprehension and fear what it meant. The guy calmly answered that he was an opponent of all the gods they believed in. The hero answered with a smile and laughter that it was a threat veiled as an offer and to deny the revelation that they had already received. That was just like the little people. All the people asked with incomprehension what he was talking about. The hero, looking away, answered that then he would have to change something. Woody was next to the globe. The guy looked at the world, answering that he must kill God. The Tower of Extinction. It calls extinct mammals, amphibians, birds, insects, arachnids, snails, and invertebrates, imprisoning each of the species in the tower. It calls an order, starting with the recently extinct species, at the end calling those who are at the top of each subspecies. After the death of the last creature gains the absolute power to kill this creature. The one who got into the tower has no way to get out until he dies. The man looked at the frightened assistant, who said that the president is now far from them. The entire agency was shouting to each other that some strange tower had appeared. People were looking at Woody, asking him what he had done. The hero calmly replied that he had said that it was a threat. It was an inexplicable fear that people experience. It was a strange phenomenon that had burst into their ordinary life, which was quickly growing into an emergency and destroying the world. One of the men asked Woody what he wanted. The hero with a calm face answered to bring him all the relics that only exist in this world and to go into any of the towers, but from which it would turn out, with a revelation. The agency, dissatisfied with anger, answered that he was crazy because no one would give the relics for free. Woody was holding the remote control in his hands. The heroes looked at him in fear. The hero answered with a laugh that if they wanted, they could attack since he had the strength to crush. Woody answered with a sarcastic laugh that if they wanted to accept his offer, they could do it at any time and no matter what tower it would be, they would only have 7 days. Nate stood in one place. The guy looked ahead with incomprehension, listening to Woody on the phone, who was saying that if they cleared the tower, he would not touch their relic and they would live in Pyongyang all their lives, without leaving it. The hero with the children looked at some door in fear. Nate began to knock on it, saying that they were not sure that he and Woody would be able to keep his promise. The children looked at the tower. Woody answered that everyone already knew about the revelation and it definitely existed somewhere, and it was possible that the existence itself was a revelation. Anna stood near the tower, telling them to step aside. The guy began to ask Chloe to tell everyone more about it. The hands were holding the lock, and the hero himself understood what was happening. Among the relics that people would bring, there could well be a revelation. Chloe answered that the revelation was equal and it did not matter who exactly would be that person among the 6 billion. If someone wanted, then anyone could receive the revelation. The children with smiles on their faces answered that they had succeeded. One of the agents answered with displeasure that he accepted the offer and they would be able to bring the relic to the tower. The children began to shout to each other to go inside. Anna shouted at the children not to go there, but no one wanted to listen to her. Woody looked ahead with a smile on his face. Woody told the people that some children had already entered the tower, so right now they were starting a report. Anna shouted to the children. The hand tried to grab the leg, but only took a sneaker. The girl looked away in surprise, saying that she felt that it was dangerous to be there. The hand put the shoe in her pocket. Anna confidently told Nate that she would go for the children. The protagonist shouted to the girl, but she was already in the tower. Nate looked ahead in fear. The whirlpool in the tower was sucking everyone in. Chloe was asking on the phone if he was there. The guy brought the phone to his ear. Nate, looking ahead, answered that the commander had entered the tower. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that she was also with the children from the orphanage. Chloe loudly told the guy that he should go in and check. The girl worriedly answered that it had not been long since they had ended up there, but no one knew what was inside. Nate looked away and heard how he was told that he should trust and wait first. The girl grabbed the guy's finger. The girl called him in fear. Nate watched her carefully. The guy said with surprise that this cool feeling after her touch was trying to calm her down. The hero touched the girl's head and said that he felt better now. Nate grabbed the heroine and apologized. The guy held her on his shoulder, saying that she should wait here since it was a little dangerous there. The girl looked at the guy with anger, answering that she was cool with going for her friends. The heroine clenched her teeth in anger, looking at the guy. Her foot hit Nate in the jaw. The girl quickly ran away from the hero, telling him that she could help too and that she would not just wait like she did with her mom and dad. The heroine, with a smile on her face, confidently answered that she would always save. Nate quickly grabbed the girl by the collar. The guy lifted the heroine, saying that talking about mom and dad was against the rules. Nate discontentedly told her to listen to him and always be there. The hero spoke on the phone about the fact that there were only 23 people, including the commander and him, and also the connection inside would be interrupted, so it was necessary to warn in advance. Chloe was yelling into the phone at Nate that they couldn't come in because an urgent order had just been issued. The guy was laughing, saying that he would try and be back quickly. Chloe kept yelling into the phone for him to stop, because that was an order. The girl was standing in the hospital, yelling into the phone. The tower was closed. Nate was walking along the 525th tower with the girl. He had been walking for 1 day. The hero was shouting loudly to Anna with the children. The heroine looked at the guy with displeasure, asking why he came here. Anna was angry that the guy brought a child with him. Nate, meanwhile, was scratching his head with laughter. The girl approached the guy and told him to check if there was a connection, because their phones weren't working, because they were showing some kind of interference. Nate looked at the phone, which wasn't working either. The guy asked Anna what was wrong with the door. The heroine answered that it wasn't opening. The lock was locked. Nate looked at the heroine, asking if she had a weapon. Anna approached the lock and said that she would try. The girl held a sword in her hands. Anna spread the weapon, directing the art of wielding a goblin sword. The lock hit the force. Anna continued to run angrily at the lock. The door did not move. The girl looked forward with displeasure, not understanding why even the A+ attack did not work on her. Her hand held the sword tightly. The girl held the lock with both hands, saying that if she could not break it, then she would open it. Anna looked at the door with anger, turning on the Chuaxini mode. The heroine tried to break this lock with displeasure. Anna glanced at the lock. Her hands held the door tightly. The girl's face radiated joy. Anna quickly ran to the door. Her foot hit the lock. The girl hit it with all her strength with her whole body, screaming for it to open. Nate tried to tell Anna not to try. The guy looked at the girl who was calling him with a smile on his face. The heroine pointed to the shadow in fear. A huge number of lizards swarmed in the darkness. Nate looked away in surprise, incomprehension. The guy called Anna in fear. The heroine looked at the hero with displeasure, asking what he wanted. Nate looked away, showing Anna what had happened there. The heroine looked ahead in confusion. There were a huge number of lizards in the passage. Anna looked at the children who were crying and understood that they had not opened the door, and lizards had crawled out of the wall, especially since there were still children who needed to be protected. Nate looked ahead, thinking that even if they got rid of them, there was a high probability that others, stronger ones, would appear. The main character looked at them, realizing that there were too many of them and now it was impossible to even set up a protective barrier. The boy looked away confidently and told Anna that it was time to work. The hero stood in front, the girl held his hand. Nate looked at the canvas of magic. It was filling with green. The children looked at all this, screaming that they were disgusted and scared. The boy's magic flew in different directions. Everyone screamed that they were scared. The girl looked at the other children who were hiding and hugging Anna. The heroine looked ahead with a confident look, talking about bipolar disorder bestowed by God. The children looked away with interest. Anna watched the heroine. Nate was standing next to the lizards. The girl screamed loudly and called the hero. Someone grabbed the boy by the shoulder. Nate laughed and said that he was talking to Chloe, so they should take action. The main character looked at the crying children and said that he was uncomfortable in front of them, so they had to destroy them all at once. Anna looked at the girl with a smile on her face and said that thanks to her, most of the guys felt safe. The girl waved at Anna with a smile on her face, saying that she was a stepmother. Nate looked at the girl in surprise, hearing her say that he called her his daughter. The guy ran up to the girl and grabbed her by the shoulders, saying that she herself asked him to make him her daughter. Anna, with a confident look, called the guy her husband. Nate worshipped the girl, who said that next time such important issues as adoption should be decided after talking with his wife. The guy looked at the heroine in surprise. Anna, with a smile on her face, began to say that they should try to get out of here. Voices of children were heard from the tower, saying that they had already managed to see all types of reptiles at once. Nate was fighting a crocodile. The pressure on the protective barrier was growing. Nate looked away with displeasure, not understanding when help would arrive. Since 3 hours had already passed, Anna asked the guy if they could scare the animals. Nate turned to the girl, answering that he tried, but it did not help and he was using this skill on the animals for the first time. There were 4 minutes left on the clock. The guys found out that the animals continue to appear without stopping for an hour and then a cooldown for 10 minutes. Then the monsters begin to appear again, but more terrible than the previous ones. Anna looked away in surprise. The tape was filling with power. Nate looked away, glad that there was a break since he was already at the limit. The guy turned back to Anna and the children, saying that Chloe most likely had problems and what they would do if reinforcements did not arrive. The guy looked at Anna, realizing that she looked exhausted and the guys were already tired. Nate looked at the floor with a smile. The hero didn't understand how much longer they could hold out, protecting the guys in this tower. A cocoon of tape. It began to move. Nate sat, looking at the floor, and Anna and the kids were fast asleep. The guy watched, looking down. His head fell on his hands, and his eyes closed. Nate began to get up from someone's sounds. The hero rubbed his eyes. Anna asked the hero with bewilderment if he was okay. Nate looked around, apologizing to the girl for being so sleepy. The heroine grabbed Nate by the shoulders. Anna, with a smile on her face, told the guy that they had worked hard yesterday and now it was her turn to make an effort. Nate looked at the heroine in surprise. The guy confidently looked forward, saying that he was still quite capable of handling it. Anna looked at the hero, saying that she needed to hold out until the commander arrived and now it was her turn to fight. The girl touched Nate's head, calling him hubby and telling him to sleep after a hard day. Anna, with a smile on her face, asked the girl if she could give Nate something like fatigue. The guy was lying on the ground, and the girl's hands were filled with magic and power. Anna, with a smile on her face, looked at the floor. The heroine approached Nate. The girl lightly kissed the guy on the cheek. Anna looked at the hero with confidence. Ribbons. People were shouting to Chloe that all the towers were destroyed. The girl looked at the floor, thinking that a whole day had passed and she had to quickly go and save Nate and the others. Chloe ran to the car and said that all human resources had already been spent on protecting the territories and destroying the towers, and for them it was a joy. But for Nate it could be pure hell. The door opened. One of the heroes looked at the guys. The guy was shouting loudly for everyone to save the commander, as they could be useful to him along with the zombies. The hero was holding his head, telling everyone to be quiet as they were too noisy. The girl with a smile on her face said that they were too noisy. Chloe looked at the guys, thanking everyone for agreeing to help. The girl stood on the stage and said that Nate was in danger now, but no one knew about the towers. The guy angrily said that they knew that no one had returned. Chloe looked away attentively, answering that judging by the information they were given, all the search parties that they sent to different countries were completely dead. The heroine looked confidently and said that there were countries that had lost about 80% of their troops, and this was only within 24 hours after the towers appeared. Everyone knew that the tower grew taller as time passed. These intervals did not exceed 1 hour, and most likely, when those inside died, the tower decreased to its original size. The guy asked everyone with confusion how much the tower that Nate entered had increased. Chloe answered with a smile on her face that this tower had decreased from 30 floors to about 40, so most likely he was still alive. The guy looked straight, answering that he was their man. Chloe looked at the guys, saying that they could refuse this mission since the place where they were going to be is mortally dangerous. The hero confidently answered that they had gathered here, which meant there were risks. Chloe spoke loudly about the fact that a decision had been made from above to define these towers as disaster-level areas, since they were more dangerous than even SSS rank. The guys approached the heroine. The guys confidently said that so many had lost their families. The girl raised her hand, answering that when the lions were hovering over the city, there was a schoolboy there who looked like a soldier from the battalion. Thanks to him, their family remained alive. Chloe looked away in fear, answering that he understood their feelings, but it was really dangerous there. The guys confidently answered that they did not want to lose loved ones anymore and they were not going there to die. The guy smiled, saying that they should save their families. The hero, looking away, answered that they would begin preparing to move out. Chloe looked at the fighters, answering that everything would be fine since she had already put in a good word elsewhere. The hero got into the cars. One of the guys approached the hero. The hero said that they needed to join forces and not try to hurt him just like that. The guy with his eyes closed asked that the operation wasn't being carried out only by their battalion. The hero answered discontentedly that he asked to call them. Someone started calling Nate. The girl asked the hero to wake up with tears in her eyes. The guy asked the hero with confusion how long he had slept. The heroine wiped away her tears, asking the guy for forgiveness. Nate looked at the girl with fear, who was asking him for forgiveness. The guy asked everyone with surprise why they were crying. The girl with tears in her eyes said that Anna asked him not to wake her. Nate turned around in surprise, hearing the heroine's voice, who was saying that the girl was not guilty of anything and that she herself asked not to wake him. Anna was sitting on the dead monster, saying that if he hurt the girl, it would be the end for him. Nate looked away in surprise. The guy looked at the tired Anna, not understanding how many hours he had slept. His hand was holding the phone. Nate looked with fear at the girl who had been defending him non-stop for 10 hours. Her eyes looked ahead in surprise. The heroine tiredly jumped into the guy's arms. The arms hugged Anna. The guy looked at the heroine, saying that he had slept too long. The girl smiled and told the guy not to look at her with such eyes. The heroine touched Nate, saying that it was she who told him to trust and that it was her fault. Anna looked at the guy with a smile on her face, who was saying that he should have been woken up before it got to this point. The heroine asked the guy not to swear. All the children watched as Nate hugged the heroine and said that he did not swear. Everyone stood carefully and calmly near the couple. Nate carefully held Anna's head, laying it on the floor. The girl fell into a deep sleep. Someone's huge paw appeared in the tower. A huge Tyrannosaurus screamed at the children and all living things. The monster's eyes looked at the guy. The body quickly moved forward. The dinosaur was heading towards the people, trying to grab the victim with its teeth. The guy looked at this monster with confidence, without fear in his eyes. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.